Chapter 1. The Sign-In at the Palace of the Omni-King. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, within the hallowed halls of the Omni-King's palace. Boom, boom, boom. Two figures clashed repeatedly, each impact sending tremors throughout the entire palace. A terrifying gale wreaked havoc across the battlefield. The speed of the two combatants escalated, rendering them mere shadows colliding in midair, releasing ripples of white energy with each collision. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed. Boom! One figure was sent hurtling away from the center of the clash, crashing heavily onto the floor of the Grand Hall. Instantly, a deep crater was formed upon impact, with a figure lying within. Wang Teng, are you all right? The Grand Minister slowly descended from the sky, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Wang Teng and inquired. Wang Teng was the young man who had just battled the Grand Minister and was now embedded in the ground. I'm fine. I can still fight. Let's go again. Wang Teng struggled to rise, brushing off the dust from his attire, speaking earnestly. Seeing that his opponent was unharmed, the Grand Minister chuckled. Your strength has improved considerably. Let us conclude our training for today. Moreover, your progress is remarkably swift at this moment. You could contend with some of the weaker gods of destruction. The Grand Minister regarded Wang Teng, who resembled a red monkey, in his Super Saiyan Fourth form, with a sense of satisfaction. The young man before him, named Wang Teng, was a Saiyan who had now attained the ability to transform into the Super Saiyan Fourth state. However, what the Grand Minister was unaware of was that this suddenly appearing youth in the Omni-King's palace was a time traveler. 2 years prior, he had mysteriously transported himself into the world of Dragon Ball Super, and upon his arrival, he found himself directly in the Omni-King's palace. Faced with the inquiries of the Omni-King and other deities, Wang Teng remained composed. As a seasoned Dragon Ball aficionado, he was well acquainted with the personality of the Omni-King. Furthermore, having arrived without any strength or cunning, he answered all questions with sincerity, ultimately gaining the Omni-King's permission to reside there. Subsequently, his daily task was to entertain the Omni-King. Fortunately, having learned numerous tricks before his transmigration, he managed to keep the Omni-King in high spirits. Due to Wang Teng's close relationship with the Omni-King, the palace guards and the Grand Minister treated him with considerable courtesy. Thus, at Wang Teng's request, the Grand Minister would occasionally take time to impart a few techniques to him. Fully aware of the dangers lurking in this world, Wang Teng trained tirelessly, day and night. In the span of 2 years, Wang Teng's strength had reached the level of a god of destruction. Of course, there was another reason for his rapid advancement, a secret unknown to all. On the second day after arriving at the Omni-King's palace, he awakened a sign-in system. By signing in at the Omni-King's palace, Wang Teng received a foundational combat power of 10 million. He also gained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan Fourth. Moreover, he acquired the Ultra Instinct technique. It was thanks to the system that he could reach the level of a god of destruction in such a short time, coupled with the abundant divine energy within the Omni-King's palace, which allowed even ordinary individuals to experience rapid growth without training. Thus, under such favorable conditions, Wang Teng's primary objective was to enhance his foundational combat power. Only with increased foundational strength could he fully unleash the potential of his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Of course, he had yet to grasp the essence of the Ultra Instinct technique, but he believed it was merely a matter of time. Grand Minister, you flatter me. I am fully aware that my current strength still pales in comparison to the other gods of destruction. Wang Teng replied with a smile. As a time traveler, he understood the formidable nature of the gods of destruction, particularly Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. Even the weakest amongst them was beyond his current capabilities. Wang Teng, it is indeed remarkable that you have reached this level. In just 2 years, you could be considered a genius. Many of those gods of destruction have been divine for several million years or more, taking millions or even billions of years to attain their current state. In comparison, your potential and talent are truly exceptional, the Grand Minister remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng immediately expressed his gratitude to the Grand Minister. After all, There was no obligation for him to offer such praise. It seemed that treating the Omni-King well fostered good relations with others. Regardless, Wang Teng was delighted to hear such words from the Grand Minister, and he sincerely appreciated it. In a few days, he must prepare a delicious meal to reward the Grand Minister. For before his transmigration, Wang Teng had been a chef, and the Grand Minister had been unable to forget his culinary skills after a chance encounter. Although he had dedicated himself diligently to training over the past 2 years, spending nearly all his time on it aside from accompanying the Omni-King, each battle with the Grand Minister had proved immensely beneficial. It could be said that without the Grand Minister's patience in battling and guiding him, his strength would not have escalated so rapidly. At that moment, his foundational combat power had undergone a qualitative leap for a Saiyan. Foundational combat power was of utmost importance. For all transformations are enhancements built upon foundational combat power. Wang Teng, you are far too humble. It was merely that exquisite fish tofu soup from last time that truly left an impression. The Grand Minister chuckled. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball universe, the deities were notorious food enthusiasts. If one could cater to their appetites, everything else would be much easier to negotiate. Rest assured, Grand Minister, I have been experimenting with a new soup recipe recently. I shall invite you to taste it soon. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister's face lit up with joy. Then, Wang Teng, continue your training. I have matters to attend to. Do remember that new soup. As soon as the words left his lips, the Grand Minister departed. At that moment, the system's cold voice echoed once again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing 600 sign-ins of the Omni-King's Palace sign-in reward. Super Saiyan 5th transformation. Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment. What? Super Saiyan 5th transformation? Upon hearing the system's cold announcement, Wang Teng's body trembled violently. Excitement and unparalleled thrill. He hadn't anticipated that this time the system would bestow upon him the form of Super Saiyan 5th. Super Saiyan 5th was an extraordinarily powerful transformation in the Dragon Ball fan works, offering an unparalleled enhancement for Saiyans. This is fantastic. My strength will soar. I will surely astonish the Grand Minister in our next battle. Wang Teng was elated at that moment. He was experiencing the greatest exhilaration since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. For now, his combat power was among the elite in the entire realm. With the foundational combat power he had steadily increased over 2 years, combined with the Super Saiyan 5th form, he believed he could even triumph over Beerus, the mightiest of the 12 gods of destruction. However, at that moment, his heart raced with eagerness, itching to challenge the Grand Minister, as the Saiyan's combative blood coursed through his veins. Just then, a guard from the Omni-King's side suddenly emerged from below. Wang Teng, the Omni-King requests your presence. After conveying the message, the guard vanished from sight. Without hesitation, Wang Teng disappeared from his location, swiftly making his way toward the Omni-King's throne room. Chapter 2. The Decisive Battle with Champa. In no time, Wang Teng traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the Grand Hall. Within the magnificent hall, the Omni-King sat upon his throne, flanked by 2 formidable guards. Omni-King, I have arrived, Wang Teng announced to the Omni-King. The Omni-King responded with a soft voice reminiscent of a child's, acknowledging him gently. Upon seeing Wang Teng, the Omni-King's already small eyes sparkled with delight, and his lips curled into a smile. Little Tung, you've come. Do you recognize these 2 beside me? Hearing the Omni-King's voice, Wang Teng finally noticed the 2 individuals standing nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were none other than the Angel Vados and God of Destruction Champa from Universe 6. As in the Dragon Ball Super storyline, Vados donned a dark green angelic uniform, wielding an angelic staff, her silver-white ponytail elegantly tied high, exuding an air of grace and tranquility. Her figure was nothing short of stunning, perfectly balanced with curves in all the right places. Having admired Angel Vados' beauty while watching Dragon Ball, Wang Teng was taken aback by her breathtaking presence in person. This was his first encounter with anyone other than the Grand Minister, and it was none other than Angel Vados. Vados possessed exceptional grace, figure, and demeanor. Meanwhile, the God of Destruction Champa appeared to be sweating profusely, hunched over in apparent dismay. Omni-King, I have not met either of these two before. Wang Teng addressed the Omni-King. The Omni-King soared into the air, hovering in front of Wang Teng. Upon seeing the Omni-King approach, Kappa became even more flustered, lowering his body further and not daring to raise his head. In stark contrast, Angel Vados maintained her composed demeanor, her expression unchanging. Little Tung, you've been diligently training lately. I, too, am eager to witness your prowess in battle. So, I have summoned the god of destruction from the sixth universe. Would you be willing to engage in a match with him? If you emerge victorious, I shall reward you with something splendid. The king of all's small eyes sparkled with anticipation. Gazing into the eyes of the king of all, Wang Teng smiled and replied, Since it pleases you, my lord, I shall indeed spar with Kampa. Upon hearing this, the king of all leaped for joy. Let us commence. It promises to be a thrilling spectacle. Meanwhile, the angel Vados observed the king of all's extraordinary regard for a mere human, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect. The king of all returned to his throne. Kampa felt a bit more at ease, but still dared not raise his head. Kampa, you shall engage in a contest with little Tung. At these words, Kampa broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling slightly. He quickly responded, yes. In the next moment, Vados gently tapped the ground with her angelic staff, and an arena materialized within the grand hall. Wang Teng jumped onto the stage, followed by Kampa. Only then did Kampa lift his head, his round face initially fraught with anxiety, but upon seeing that his opponent was a human, a fierce expression emerged. Listen here, though I know not why the king of all regards you with such favor, I must defeat you today, Kampa declared coldly, fixing his gaze on Wang Teng. In response, Wang Teng's expression grew serious as he replied in a calm tone. Do not hold back. I, too, wish to witness the extent of your strength as the god of destruction from the sixth universe. The king of all beamed at the arena. Then let it begin. I am filled with anticipation. Upon receiving the king's command, Kampa let out a low growl, unleashing purple energy that caused the entire arena to tremble ever so slightly. At this moment, he refrained from utilizing his full power, believing his opponent to be merely a human. However, the king's evident affection for him made Kampa wary. He feared that should he strike too hard and inadvertently kill him, the king of all would surely take out his wrath on him. A deep roar erupted from Wang Teng's throat as he erupted in a blaze of golden energy. An overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the entire palace of the king of all to shake. Little Tung has transformed. How splendid! The king of all exclaimed with excitement. The terrifying golden energy crackled as it clashed with the air. Wang Teng's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, his black hair tinged with red, and a red tail swaying freely. Around his body, a ripple of energy expanded outward, silver lightning intertwined with a golden aura. Wang Teng had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. Little Tung seems to have taken on a new visage. How impressive. The king of all appeared thoroughly delighted. Though Vados maintained her composure, she felt a twinge of surprise within. It turned out that Scions could achieve such forms. The 6th universe also had Scions, but apart from their ape transformation, she had never heard of any other transformations. An overwhelming force seemed to fill the entire palace of the king of all in an instant. What a joke! A human. How could he possess such formidable power? While he may not yet reach the level of a god of destruction, the strength of a human has astonished me to this degree. Kampa muttered in disbelief. In the eyes of the god of destruction, Kampa, it was inconceivable that a human could possess such might. They were but ants, easily crushed beneath his finger. Yet, the scene unfolding before him today left him utterly astounded. This force is truly formidable, Xiangpa. You must not falter, the angel Barbados remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing Barbados's voice, Xiangpa snorted disdainfully. In the next moment, Wang Teng sprang into action, swiftly moving across the arena, his crimson figure darting about with agility. Humph! How arrogant! Xiangpa scoffed, charging forward with a punch aimed directly at Wang Teng. As Wang Teng faced the rapidly enlarging fist before him, he immediately met it head-on. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that reverberated throughout the arena. As their fists clashed, a dreadful energy swirled in the air, their roars intensifying, the pressure mounting, causing the entire King's palace to tremble violently. What an exhilarating spectacle, the Grand King exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, Wang Teng transformed his punch into a palm. Seizing Xiangpa's fist, and with a powerful tug, he drove a knee forcefully into Xiangpa's abdomen. Witnessing this, Barbados shook her head disapprovingly. Xiangpa, this is the consequence of your refusal to lose weight. Xiangpa, visibly incensed by Wang Teng's maneuver, erupted with a terrifying purple energy, charging towards him with ferocity. Both combatants moved at incredible speeds, shadows darting through the arena as they exchanged blows in rapid succession. Seizing a moment when Wang Teng was off guard, Xiangpa grasped his arm and hurled him away, purple energy blast following closely behind. Wang Teng regained his footing mid-air, and as the purple energy blast approached, he swung his arm, deflecting it away just in time as the purple orb threatened to explode within the palace. Barbados gently tapped her staff on the ground, causing the energy blast to vanish into thin air. Gazing at Xiangpa, who was engulfed in purple energy, Wang Teng spoke gravely. You certainly have not disappointed me, as the god of destruction of Universe 6. It seems I must unleash my full power. After the exchange, Wang Teng sensed Xiangpa's overwhelming strength and resolved to tap into his entire potential, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 5th level to engage in battle. He understood that the power boost from Super Saiyan 5 far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4. While the latter was indeed formidable, it was insufficient to overcome a god of destruction. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 5 could he truly stand toe-to-toe with such a powerful adversary. Over the past 2 years, Wang Teng had diligently enhanced his foundational combat prowess, which had now reached divine levels. With the transformation into Super Saiyan 5, he felt confident he could contend with the god of destruction. If Goku and Vegeta were to transform into Super Saiyan 5, they would still be at a considerable disadvantage. Little Tung possesses an even more formidable transformation. How exciting! The Grand King's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I am about to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Xiangpa, you should be cautious upon hearing this. Xiangpa curled his lip in disdain. Ignorant little human, no matter how many times you transform, your strength will remain worlds apart from that of a god of destruction. As soon as Xiangpa finished speaking, Wang Teng's aura began to surge. A low growl emanated from Wang Teng's throat, causing the entire palace to tremble. Golden energy surged around him, reminiscent of an impending cataclysm, as fissures rapidly appeared on the arena floor. The roar persisted. Small stones began to lift from the ground, creating a cacophony in the air. The golden energy swirled around Wang Teng, lightning crackling fiercely within the energy flow, radiating a blinding brilliance. Such terrifying power! How can this being possess such immense strength? Xiangpa's face was etched with shock. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed, his hair flowing white to his waist, a white tail swaying in the air. The power of Super Saiyan 5 had qualitatively enhanced his strength beyond the previous state. Transformed, and what a magnificent transformation it is! The Grand King appeared utterly enthralled. At this moment, a torrent of fearsome energy coursed through Wang Teng. Oh, no wonder the Grand King regards this human with such admiration. It appears he is indeed a prodigy of martial arts. The angel Barbados chuckled softly, covering her lips with her hand. Once Wang Teng had completed his transformation, he confidently faced Xiangpa, declaring, "Let us commence the second round." At this juncture, Xiangpa no longer bore a look of disdain. He sensed genuine peril emanating from the human before him. In the next instant, Wang Teng moved, disappearing from sight in a heartbeat. Xiangpa clenched his teeth, purple energy enveloping him as he too vanished from view. Bang, bang, bang! As the battle commenced, the two engaged in rapid exchanges, the air crackling with the sound of energy colliding, the intensity escalating with each strike, indicating the ferocity of their combat. The Grand King's eyes were glued to the sky, his face brimming with excitement. What a spectacle! Boom! Suddenly, a figure plummeted at great speed. It was Xiangpa. Whoosh! Wang Teng charged in, unleashing a fearsome punch. A flicker of anger crossed Xiangpa's face. As the god of destruction of Universe 6, a top-tier existence, he had never been so relentlessly pressured. Ah! With a thunderous roar, Xiangpa's aura exploded, violet energy surging forth. Wang Teng's punch halted midair as he lost his target. Xiangpa had vanished. Over here, Wang Teng pivoted and swung a punch, only for Xiangpa to seize his arm. Hurling him away with a fierce shout, Wang Teng regained his balance midair, scanning for Xiangpa's whereabouts. But he had once again vanished from the arena. Then, with a sly grin, Wang Teng sensed a fierce punch rushing towards him. He slightly tilted his head, evading Xiangpa's strike. In a flash, Wang Teng seized Xiangpa's arm, bellowing as he spun around, hurling Xiangpa away with tremendous force. Boom! Xiangpa's body crashed onto the arena floor, creating a deep crater. Take this! Wang Teng unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, sending them hurtling towards Xiangpa. Boom, boom, boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Dense clouds of dust enveloped the Grand King's palace. As the dust settled, Xiangpa's furious visage emerged. His god of destruction attire now soiled and disheveled. Here, S1 for you. Xiangpa conjured a purple energy sphere and hurled it at Wang Teng. Wang Teng quickly reacted, firing an energy blast of his own. Boom! The two energy spheres collided, erupting in a dazzling explosion. Whoosh! The violet and golden lights danced through the dust. The two opponents clashed palm to palm, their energies clashing fiercely, sending shockwaves surging and debris flying into the air. The atmosphere crackled with the sounds of their confrontation, the intensity rising, causing the entire hall to shake violently. How impressive! The Grand King stood up in awe. At that moment, Barbados's voice rang out. Xiangpa, Wang Teng, cease your battle at once. If this continues, the Grand King's palace will collapse. Upon hearing this, the Grand King finally calmed some of his excitement. Little Tung Tung, halt your actions. Xiangpa, you too. Hearing the Grand King's command, Xiangpa hastily retracted his power, standing respectfully to the side. Wang Teng's voice of discontent echoed. Grand King, I was just about to determine the victor against Xiangpa. Why must we stop now? As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand King smiled warmly at Wang Teng. Little Tung Tung, if you enjoy fighting so much, shall we hold a tournament next time? Hearing about the prospect of battle, Wang Teng felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, he realized he was increasingly embodying a scion, the thrill of combat deeply ingrained in his very essence. Then the Grand King slowly continued. I mentioned that if you won, there would be a small reward. Though you both reached a stalemate, I feel that little Tung Tung is truly remarkable. Henceforth, you shall be appointed as an inspector. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Accepting a title without performing duties would be foolish. After all, the Grand King is the greatest deity in the universe, and the position he offers must be significant. He quickly responded, Thank you, Grand King, upon hearing that the Grand King had casually appointed Wang Teng as an inspector. Xiangpa was stunned, though he dared not show it. The inspector serves as the Grand King's emissary of oversight, ranked alongside high priests, wielding authority over multitudes, even above the gods of destruction. Grand King, while Wang Teng is indeed exceptional. Is it wise to appoint him as an inspector? Barbados interjected, I believe little Tung Tung can certainly fulfill the role. I have complete confidence in him. Upon hearing the Grand King's steadfast response, Barbados understood that his decision was final and chose not to press further. Wang Teng, from this day forth, you should be the Divine Realm's inspector, wielding oversight and instilling awe throughout the cosmos. If the High Priest were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Chapter 4. Arrival on Earth. In the next moment, the Omni-King suddenly levitated. He gazed at Wang Teng and slowly spoke. Since you're now an inspector, you must fulfill the duties of an inspector. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Duties? This was the first time he had heard of the position of inspector, and he was not entirely clear about its specific responsibilities. Barbados chuckled softly. Esteemed Inspector, your duty is to oversee every divine official in the lower realms to ensure they perform their duties diligently. And you must report to the Omni-King once a year. At Babato's explanation, Wang Teng's heart soared with joy. He had been contemplating how to confront the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku, of Universe 7. And unexpectedly, the opportunity had presented itself with his new role as an inspector. Moreover, with his current strength, he was more than capable of sweeping through the 12 universes. Wang Teng immediately assured the Omni-King that he would fulfill his responsibilities with utmost dedication. Hearing Wang Teng's declaration, the Omni-King smiled. Since you are now an inspector, you can no longer be called Little Tung Tung. The time for your trial as an inspector has arrived. 1 year from now. I eagerly await your report. When you return, it will coincide with the grand tournament of the 12 universes. How exciting! A broad smile adorned the Omni-King's face. Excellent. Wang Teng readily agreed. After taking his leave from the Omni-King, he headed out of the Grand Hall. Upon returning to his training grounds, he resumed his rigorous training. He could not afford to slacken his efforts simply because he had become an inspector. He still had the angels, the Grand Priest, the Omni-King's guards, and the Omni-King himself to contend with. To feel secure in the world of Dragon Ball, he needed to stand atop the world's pinnacle and master his own fate. This necessitated defeating all those stronger than himself. While continuously honing his foundational combat power, he seized every spare moment to comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yet, Wang Teng had still not fully mastered Ultra Instinct. However, he had made progress, and it was merely a matter of time. One must maintain a tranquil mindset. If one were to rush, it was highly likely that they would never grasp Ultra Instinct in their lifetime. Wang Teng stood up, exhaling softly. It's time to depart. He understood that he should commence his inspections across the various universes, with his first destination being Earth in Universe 7. From being an insignificant fighter upon his arrival, he had now attained strength comparable to that of a destroyer god, yet he had never left the Omni-King's palace until now. Wang Teng was genuinely looking forward to meeting the Dragon Ball warriors. Given his current power, it would take him 20 minutes to travel from the realm of the destroyers to Earth in Universe 7. After making his preparations, he transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from the palace. The Omni-King's palace. At this moment, the Grand Priest stood beneath the Omni-King and slowly spoke, "Your Majesty." The inspector has departed from the palace. Upon hearing this, the Omni-King exclaimed, "Oh, has Little Tung already left? I eagerly anticipate his return. When he comes back, we shall have some matters to discuss." The Grand Priest's expression turned unexpectedly solemn upon hearing the Omni-King's words. Were those beings truly about to descend upon this world once more? Indeed, a glimmer of seriousness flickered in the Omni-King's seemingly innocent gaze. 20 minutes later, Wang Teng appeared in the skies above Earth. Murmuring, "Is this Earth? It feels remarkably familiar." As the primary planet of the Dragon Ball universe, Earth not only boasts exquisite landscapes, but is also exceptionally suitable for human habitation. Furthermore, the Earth Wang Teng knew before his arrival bore a striking resemblance to the Earth of the Dragon Ball world. Evoking a sense of homecoming, regaining his focus, Wang Teng immediately dove downward. Upon arriving on Earth, he sensed a powerful energy moving swiftly. This energy must belong to Son Gohan, he thought to himself. Prior to his departure, Wang Teng had consulted the system to ascertain the current timeline on Earth. At present, it was during the time of Dragon Ball Super, after Beerus had visited Earth, and Son Goku and Vegeta were training on the Destroyer planet with Whis. Thus, the strongest warrior on Earth at this moment was none other than Son Gohan, allowing Wang Teng to deduce the source of the energy emanating from him. As he pondered this, the system's voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in on Earth in Universe 7. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Kamehameha technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring instant transmission. Just as Son Gohan was preparing to accompany his mother to West City for shopping, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy. What was this? Such a terrifying and unfamiliar energy. Could it be a new enemy? Son Gohan immediately halted midair, his expression grave as he gazed in that direction. This energy instilled fear within him. seemingly more potent than any foe he had previously encountered. Damn it! Son Gohan gritted his teeth and shot towards Wang Teng's location. In an instant, he transformed into a point of light. Vanishing into the horizon, Son Gohan's approach was swiftly detected by Wang Teng, who had just completed his system sign-in, prompting him to settle on a mountain peak to await Gohan's arrival. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a sound of air splitting and the appearance of a light point, Son Gohan materialized before Wang Teng. As he halted before Wang Teng, his expression turned serious. The man before him was unfamiliar, and his attire was rather peculiar, resembling that of the Kaioshin. At this moment, Wang Teng donned the garb of a divine inspector. "Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? Are you a god like the Supreme Kai?" Facing Son Gohan's inquiry, Wang Teng merely smiled gently. Upon noticing the tale that Wang Teng intentionally revealed, Son Gohan's expression shifted to one of shock. "A Saiyan." At this moment, Son Gohan was rendered speechless. Though he was reluctant to accept it, the presence of the tale confirmed that this man was indeed a Saiyan. Moreover, Wang Teng's jet black hair only solidified Gohan's conviction regarding his identity. However, Son Gohan remained deeply concerned. "Are you a Saiyan?" he attempted to ask again. Although he already had an answer in mind, he wished to hear it from Wang Teng's own lips, given that Saiyans were a warrior race. Their temperament tended to be quite fierce. Vegeta had been influenced by the warmth of family and Son Goku, while Goku had suffered a head injury in his childhood. If the individual before him were a pure-blooded Saiyan, the situation could become dire. Wang Teng understood Son Gohan's thoughts all too well. Thus he chuckled, "Indeed, I'm a Saiyan." Upon hearing Wang Teng's straightforward response, Son Gohan felt a surge of tension within him. "Then what brings you to Earth? Do you intend to conquer it?" Wang Teng couldn't help but smile at Son Gohan's words. He had not anticipated that Son Gohan's strength had diminished to such an extent. It seemed his courage had waned as well. Thus, Wang Teng decided to provoke Son Gohan's warrior spirit, saying, "You're a Saiyan as well, aren't you? Show me your strength." Surprised by Wang Teng's challenge, Son Gohan responded, "You want to fight me?" Wang Teng nodded. Son Gohan fell into contemplation, and at that moment, Wang Teng's voice rang out again. "I am not negotiating with you that if your strength is inadequate, I might just destroy this planet on a whim." Chapter 5. First encounter with Bulma. Upon hearing Wang Teng's intention to destroy Earth, Gohan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. "If that's the case, then I must take action." Gohan's expression turned serious as he swiftly removed his glasses and assumed a fighting stance. He gazed tensely at Wang Teng before launching a rapid punch. In response to Gohan's swift attack, Wang Teng merely extended a single finger and effortlessly blocked Gohan's fierce punch. In the next instant, Gohan felt a blur before being flicked on the forehead by a single finger. The next moment, he experienced a dizzying sensation as his body was uncontrollably sent flying backward. Boom! Gohan crashed heavily into a small mountain, obliterating it in an instant, with dust and debris swirling around him as he was buried beneath the rubble. Wang Teng gracefully descended, remarking, "Is that all you can do?" He was astonished to discover that Gohan's strength had dwindled to such a degree due to a lack of training. Chi-Chi's discipline had been excessively strict. As the dust began to settle, Gohan erupted from the debris, casting a grave look at Wang Teng. "You should transform into a Super Saiyan," Wang Teng coldly suggested. Son Gohan's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination as he realized that Wang Teng was aware of the Super Saiyan transformation. However, recognizing Wang Teng's overwhelming strength, Gohan resolved to transform without hesitation. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his energy, golden aura surging from beneath him as his hair turned to gold. Super Saiyan, with an aura of terrifying power radiating from him, Son Gohan quickly regained his confidence. Declaring, "You better be careful," Wang Teng observed Gohan, reflecting on how the once mighty warrior capable of defeating Majin Buu had now seen his combat power diminish to such an extent. Truly, knowledge has the power to alter one's fate. At this moment, Gohan was unaware that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet his opponent, Wang Teng, appeared completely unfazed, exuding an air of inscrutable calmness. Suddenly, Wang Teng beckoned to Gohan with a hand gesture that seemed to taunt him. Enraged by the provocation, Gohan exclaimed, "How dare you look down on me?" Without further ado, he vanished from the skies, swiftly moving as a Super Saiyan. Gohan launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Wang Teng. In response to the rapid assault, Wang Teng extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking Gohan's fist. Gohan was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he soared into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The prince's battle technique echoed forth, with countless energy blasts detonating around Wang Teng. Boom, boom, boom. Huh. Another formidable energy blast was fired. Boom. Flames erupted skyward, engulfing the scene in billowing smoke. Gohan panted heavily in midair, proclaiming, "Ha! Now you understand my might." As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, Gohan's eyes widened in shock. For Wang Teng stood before him, utterly unscathed. A calm voice emerged from Wang Teng. "I am thoroughly disappointed. I had not anticipated your power to be so meager." Gohan gazed at Wang Teng in astonishment. Then, Wang Teng unleashed his energy, a golden aura erupting from beneath his feet, the terrifying force radiating outward, causing the very earth to tremble. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, and at that moment, he was imbued with unimaginable strength. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden waves of energy surged upward. Gohan gulped, exclaiming, Super Saiyan! Allow me to demonstrate how to wield energy." With a thunderous shout, Wang Teng vanished from the sky, reappearing with a fist crashing into Gohan's abdomen. Gohan instantly felt a searing pain radiating throughout his body, and in a heartbeat, he reverted from Super Saiyan to his ordinary self, collapsing into darkness. When Gohan regained consciousness, he found Wang Teng seated beside him. Startled, Gohan quickly rose and distanced himself from Wang Teng. "What do you want? Are you here to destroy the Earth?" Wang Teng chuckled softly in response. "Destroying the Earth is of no interest to me. I am no destroyer." At the mention of a destroyer, Gohan furrowed his brow. "What? Do you know Lord Beerus?" Gohan inquired tentatively. I could see that moment. The North Kai's voice resonated in Gohan's mind. "Gohan, before you stands a Divine Realms Inspector. Do not be rude." After conversing with the North Kai, Gohan sighed in relief. If this individual was indeed an inspector from the Divine Realm, he surely would not wish to destroy the Earth. Gohan's tone softened. Moreover, the overwhelming power emanating from Wang Teng instilled in him a sense of unprecedented fear, the attire of this being bore a striking resemblance to that of Lord Beerus and the Supreme Kai. "Sir, what brings you to Earth?" Gohan asked apprehensively. "Worry not, Gohan. I have come to Earth merely to explore and enjoy. I have no intention of causing destruction," Wang Teng reassured him, observing Gohan's palpable anxiety. In fact, during his previous life watching Dragon Ball Super, Wang Teng had admired Gohan greatly. He was kind-hearted and resilient, having been thrust into the conflict against Frieza at a tender age, yet he bravely bore the burden. Furthermore, he transcended to Super Saiyan 2 during the Cell Games, unlocking his potential with the help of the old Kai and achieving the God Gohan state. However, due to Chi-Chi's desire for him to become a scholar, his innate goodness led him to heed her wishes, which resulted in a decline in his combat prowess. "Really, since you wish to explore, I would be delighted to show you around Earth," Gohan exclaimed excitedly, relieved to find the tension easing. Moreover, he could sense from Wang Teng's gaze that he was a remarkably tranquil deity. He had long been puzzled as to how Wang Teng knew his name, especially since he had never introduced himself. "Gohan, I have heard that the culinary delights of Earth are abundant. Might you take me to sample some?" Wang Teng inquired, knowing that the most renowned culinary establishment on Earth belonged to Bulma. He anticipated that Gohan would surely lead him there. Gohan appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly replying, "Ah, so you enjoy fine cuisine. I understand. Please follow me." Soon enough, as Wang Teng had surmised, Gohan guided him to the Capsule Corporation. At this time in the Dragon Ball Super timeline, Goku and Vegeta were presumably training with Beerus, striving to reach new heights. Upon entering the Capsule Corporation, they soon encountered Bulma, who greeted Gohan with enthusiasm. "Gohan, have you brought a friend to play with?" Upon seeing Gohan, Bulma immediately extended a warm welcome, treating Wang Teng as Gohan's companion. Although Wang Teng's attire was rather unusual, Bulma, having many friends across the universe, was unfazed. Then she noticed Wang Teng's tail, exclaiming in surprise, "A tail? A scion?" Chapter 6. The arrival of Frisia. Bulma was astonished to discover that Wang Teng was, in fact, a scion with a tail. "Aunt Bulma, allow me to introduce you. This is the inspector." Gohan promptly introduced Wang Teng's identity, fearing Bulma's fearless nature might offend this esteemed figure. "Inspector? Gohan, are you mistaken? He looks like a scion. How could he possibly be an inspector?" Bulma inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. In response to Bulma's skepticism, Gohan whispered, "Aunt Bulma, the Supreme Kai informed me. There can be no mistake." Just then, as Bulma processed the revelation, Wang Teng smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Wang Teng." Bulma immediately extended her hand for a handshake, replying, "Hello, I am Bulma. Welcome to our home." At this moment, Wang Teng took a moment to scrutinize Bulma closely. The Bulma of the Dragon Ball Super timeline exuded an extraordinary aura. Appearing ageless, in Wang Teng's eyes, Bulma and Android 18 were equally captivating. "Aunt Bulma, the inspector has come to Earth to taste its culinary delights." Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly understood. Nodding, "Gohan, you keep Wang Teng company. I will prepare some food." She then headed towards the kitchen. With her keen intellect, she immediately grasped that this esteemed individual was likely a powerful deity, rivaling even the god of destruction, Beerus. "Gohan, do you wish to reclaim that formidable power from your past?" Wang Teng suddenly addressed Gohan, who remained respectful towards him. Wang Teng did not want Gohan, a warrior of the Saiyan race, to ultimately end up as a mere scholar like Yamcha. "I want to grow stronger, to be as powerful as my father, and protect our Earth," Gohan declared, eliciting a satisfied nod from Wang Teng. That moment, an immense energy signature descended upon Earth, immediately drawing the attention of both Gohan and Wang Teng from their conversation. "That energy feels so familiar." "Frisia," Gohan murmured. Above the Earth, a colossal spaceship hurtled toward the planet. Inside the spacecraft, a group of extraterrestrial warriors clad in battle armor knelt before their leader, the cosmic tyrant. Frisia, resurrected by his minions using the Dragon Balls, Frisia seethed with rage. Beside him stood a diminutive figure, the one responsible for his revival, Sobel. "Lord Frisia, we have arrived at Earth," Sobel reported respectfully to, "Oh ho ho ho. Splendid. This time, I shall settle the score with those Saiyans." Frisia's expression twisted into one of venomous fury. He vividly recalled the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Saiyans, once the Emperor of the Universe. He had been ruthlessly defeated by the Super Saiyan Goku. Later, upon his resurrection, he had sought revenge on Earth, only to be slain by future Trunks, a humiliation he could not forget. Now, having trained after his revival, he was far more powerful than before. "Order the ship to land swiftly," Frisia commanded. "Yes, Lord Frisia," Sobel replied respectfully. Meanwhile, the warriors of Earth sensed Frisia's terrifying energy, yet Goku and Vegeta were absent. The North Kai gazed gravely toward the direction of Earth. "Goku, hurry back. Earth is on the brink of disaster." However, the inspector remained on Earth. What fate awaited the planet? During their training, Piccolo detected Frisia's menacing energy, while Gohan and Wang Teng quickly made their way toward the source of the disturbance. "Your Excellency, the inspector, I am truly grateful that you are willing to accompany me." Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude towards Wang Teng, who was journeying alongside him. "I too wish to witness the grandeur of the Cosmic Emperor. Frisia, I hope it will not disappoint me too greatly." Upon hearing Wang Teng's response, Sun Wukong could only chuckle awkwardly. The Universal Capsule Corporation in West City. Bulma emerged, holding a delectable bowl of ramen. But to her surprise, the hall was utterly deserted. Where have Wukong and that esteemed person gone? Whoosh! Wukong and Wang Teng descended abruptly, landing next to the already arrived Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, is that Frisia's energy I sense?" At that moment, Piccolo's complexion appeared even greener than before, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he solemnly nodded. "Indeed, it is Frisia's energy." Wang Teng promptly found a stone to sit upon. Quietly awaiting Frisia's arrival, It was only then that Piccolo noticed the young man who had come with Wukong and inquired, Wukong, who is this young man? I sense an unusual aura emanating from him. Wang Teng cast a glance at Piccolo before redirecting his gaze, and in that fleeting moment, Piccolo felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Wukong immediately sensed Piccolo's discomfort and asked, Uncle Piccolo, what is the matter? Piccolo steadied his thoughts and slowly inquired, Wukong, who exactly is this individual? Wukong glanced at Wang Teng and replied, Uncle Piccolo, this is the inspector. The inspector? Piccolo's heart surged with tumultuous emotions as he cast a grave look at Wang Teng before hastily averting his gaze. Before long, the Dragon Ball warriors of Earth arrived one after another. Simultaneously, on a small island in the north, a colossal spaceship descended. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and a swarm of soldiers poured out. In the next moment, Frieza rose slowly from his throne. Ahahaha! Earth, I, Frieza, have returned, Frieza proclaimed with his distinctive grin. You there, step aside, he suddenly commanded the soldiers before him, who quickly parted to clear a path. Allow me to present my greeting to the Earthlings. With a flick of his finger, a red energy coalesced at his fingertip. Whoosh! In the next second, the red beam shot forth from Frieza's fingertip. Plunging into the city, boom! The red beam unleashed a terrifying destructive force, reducing the entire North City to ashes. Frieza gazed at his handiwork with a smirk. This is merely a small greeting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures swiftly approached, ultimately landing atop the massive rock opposite Frieza. It was the hastily arriving Wang Teng, Wukong, and Piccolo. As they beheld the smoldering remnants of North City, both Wukong and Piccolo were left in stunned silence. While Wang Teng's eyes scanned Frieza intently, as, oh, this is the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza, he is far more graceful in reality than in the anime. This scoundrel has the audacity to be so brazen. Wukong glared furiously, his fists clenched tightly, his aura beginning to rise steadily. You must be the son of Mr. Son Goku, Frieza remarked elegantly. Just then a figure descended rapidly. It was the arriving Tien Shinhan, Uncle Tien Shinhan. Wukong greeted him with a smile. Tien nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze to Frieza, stating, I did not bring dumplings or tea. It seemed far too perilous. In the next moment, Krillin arrived on the battlefield. Accompanied by Master Roshi, Krillin, now bald once more, evoked a sense of nostalgia among his companions. Master Roshi looked at Wukong and asked, Wukong, are you still diligently practicing martial arts? Wukong's expression fell as he replied, I'm sorry. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan is still within my capabilities. Chapter 7. Wang Teng versus Frieza. Frieza glided down from his throne, asking, has Goku not yet arrived? Krillin, in a state of panic, replied, he will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. At that moment, a jet plane landed, and Bulma leaped out. It turned out she had been unable to locate Wukong and Wang Teng, and upon seeing the news of North City's destruction, she flew over. Upon landing, she spotted the missing Wukong and Wang Teng. So you indeed came here. I searched for you both at home for such a long time. How could you leave without a word? That is quite inconsiderate. Hearing Bulma's complaints, Wukong chuckled while Wang Teng responded, Miss Bulma, I sincerely apologize. Circumstances compelled our departure, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Upon hearing Wang Teng's courteous demeanor, Bulma felt a twinge of guilt for her earlier reproach. Turning around, she then laid eyes on Frieza. Could it be that the round figure seated atop that throne is Frieza? Krillin approached and asked, Miss Bulma, what brings you here? And do you know this young man? Bulma smiled and replied, with such a significant event unfolding and Vegeta absent, I felt compelled to come. This is the inspector, and by the way, he is Wukong's friend. The group exchanged astonished glances at son Wukong, who could only manage a bitter smile at that moment. Wang Teng introduced himself. I am Wang Teng. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Seeing Wang Teng's polite demeanor, everyone greeted him in kind. Bulma continued, at such a critical juncture, both Son Goku and Vegeta are entirely uncontactable. I attempted to reach Whis, but he did not respond. Subsequently, Bulma turned her gaze back to Frieza. Did you not perish? How have you returned for vengeance? How did you come back to life? Krillin, now alarmed, interjected, Miss Bulma, please be mindful of your wording. A smirk crept across Frisia's face. It seems you are familiar with my story. So you have indeed visited Namek, he said while seated upon his throne. Where's your friend, Son Goku? Bulma clenched her fists and retorted, why wait until now to seek revenge? Frisia chuckled. Much has transpired. I truly did arrive late, Bulma responded with a relaxed demeanor. At this point, Son Goku would defeat you with ease before he arrives. You should reconsider your position. Krillin promptly advised, Miss Bulma, do not provoke him any further. Frisia's smile broadened. When he arrives and sees that his friends have already been slain, he will undoubtedly be heartbroken. Bulma turned to Wukong. Wukong, you can surely defeat him with ease, right? Wukong glanced at the composed Wang Teng. Feeling a lack of confidence, the fate of Earth now rested upon Wang Teng's shoulders. Son Wukong's expression grew serious as he stated, Miss Bulma, you may not realize that Frisia is not to be underestimated. This fellow is a completely different being from before. His power has escalated significantly. Bulma's expression darkened. How can this be? She turned to Wang Teng. Lord Wang Teng, are you not a great deity? Surely you could defeat Frisia. Can't you? Hearing this, Wang Teng slowly opened his closed eyes. Miss Bulma, leave it to me, but remember to treat me to a feast. Upon hearing Wang Teng's willingness to assist, Bulma readily agreed. No problem. As long as you defeat Frisia, I will treat you to 100 meals. At this moment, Frisia had lost all patience, since Son Goku is absent. Let the games begin. Frisia declared coldly. Upon hearing Frisia's command, Sobel raised his hand and ordered, kill them all. Leave none alive. In the next instant, over 1,000 soldiers surged forth like a swarm of locusts. The surrounding warriors braced themselves for battle. Wang Teng stepped forward, gently raising his right hand, and a beam of light materialized in the air. Subsequently, the 1,000+ soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings. Shock. Unparalleled shock. The Dragon Ball warriors stared wide-eyed. Lord Wang Teng is indeed formidable, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Frisia gazed in astonishment at the suddenly appearing youth. Who are you? Wang Teng smiled slightly. Frisia, hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard your name resonate throughout the universe. Upon hearing Wang Teng was acquainted with him, Frisia laughed, ha ha ha. So my reputation has spread across the cosmos. Lord Wang Teng, quickly defeat Frisia. Bulma cheered, waving her tiny fists in excitement. Frisia soared into the air, unleashing a terrifying aura that howled around him. Wang Teng swiftly ascended, hovering before Frisia. Frisia, transform. Let me witness your true power. Frisia paused in surprise. You are remarkably well informed. Very well, I shall comply. Wang Teng remained composed, gazing intently at Frisia. The two locked eyes, and then Frisia grinned wickedly. Roaring as he began his transformation, a terrifying wave of energy surged around Frisia, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. His entire form began to undergo a gradual transformation, and with each change, his power escalated rapidly. Wang Teng observed as Frisia morphed before his eyes. Indeed, the Ice Demon Clan is a race endowed with extraordinary talents. After a minute, Frisia finally attained his ultimate form. Oh ho ho ho. I apologize for the wait. Behold the transformation you have long anticipated. Before Wang Teng could react, Frisia sprang into action, moving with incredible speed, vanishing from sight, only to reappear moments later. Wang Teng swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful kick to Frisia's face. Frisia, touching his wounded visage, remarked, I never expected such a skilled fighter to exist on Earth, but you have chosen the wrong opponent. His fingertips instantly converged with crimson energy, and with a fierce shout, a beam of red light shot forth. Wang Teng simply extended his palm, swatting the red beam away effortlessly. Witnessing his technique being deflected with such ease, Frisia's countenance twisted with fury. Are you becoming a bit too proud? Frisia charged at Wang Teng in a fit of rage. However, his swift punch struck nothing but air, leaving only Wang Teng's afterimage in its wake. From below, Wang Teng's voice echoed, Frisia, I'm right here. Where are you aiming? How dare you mock me? The Great King. As soon as the words left his mouth, Frieza lunged towards Wang Teng, unleashing a flurry of strikes. His fists moved like lightning, relentlessly attempting to land blows on Wang Teng. Yet predictably, every punch found only emptiness. Frieza, grinding his silver teeth in anger at the elusive afterimages, roared, "You little brat, is dodging your only skill?" Lord Wang Teng is truly formidable. Frieza can't even touch him. Bulma murmured. Gohan nodded in agreement, struck by the depth of Wang Teng's power, astonished that Frieza was unable to gain the upper hand against him. In response to Frieza's furious outcry, Wang Teng chuckled softly. "It seems you still don't comprehend. Try attacking again." Frieza, thoroughly incensed by Wang Teng's taunts, bellowed in rage, "You dare underestimate me? How infuriating!" Wang Teng waved his hand provocatively, inciting Frieza's fury to reach a boiling point. He charged wildly at Wang Teng, his fists flying with ferocity. Wang Teng simply extended a finger, and seeing this dismissive action only steeled Frieza's resolve to eliminate him. He unleashed a rapid succession of punches, all of which Wang Teng effortlessly blocked with a single finger. In a moment of Frieza's astonishment, Wang Teng flickered and appeared above him, smiling. "This is how you should use your fists." With a punch akin to a specter, he struck Frieza on the head. Frieza immediately felt a terrifying force coursing through him, uncontrollably plummeting downward. Boom! Frieza's body crashed heavily into the mountainside, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Chapter 8. Golden Frieza. Wang Teng descended slowly, gazing at Frieza buried beneath the rubble. In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted as Frieza exploded forth from the stone pile, sending countless debris flying in all directions. He glared at Wang Teng, demanding, "Who are you, and why do you possess such formidable power?" Wang Teng replied with a smile, "I am a Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. "You claim to be a Saiyan?" "Impossible. All Saiyans should be extinct. Aside from a few remaining Saiyans on Earth, there should be no others." Wang Teng chuckled. "Nothing is impossible." He then revealed the trademark of the Saiyans, his tail. Upon seeing it, Frieza's teeth clenched in fury. "A tail? You truly are a Saiyan? You wild monkeys, today I shall eradicate all of you." Wang Teng shook his head, saying, "You are not my match now." Hearing this, Frieza laughed scornfully. "You are quite confident in your strength. Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Wang Teng wasted no words, letting out a low growl as a terrifying aura erupted from within him. In an instant, the earth began to tremble. Golden energy enveloped his body, unleashing an unparalleled force. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ultra Super Saiyan. Frieza staggered back in shock, his silver teeth gritted tightly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors watching were left dumbfounded. Gohan, is he really a Saiyan? He can actually transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo asked, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gohan nodded affirmatively. Unlike the expressions of the others, Bulma's face was alight with excitement. Exclaiming, "Wonderful! Lord Wang Teng will surely defeat Frieza. It seems we won't need Goku to step in." "Damn it!" Frieza roared in fury, charging forward. Boom! The fists of the two collided with tremendous force, unleashing a violent gust of wind. Frieza was immediately sent reeling. "You should transform into Golden Frieza." When Frieza heard Wang Teng mention his Golden Frieza transformation, he appeared as though he had seen a ghost. "You? Who are you? How do you know this?" In response to Frieza's panic, Wang Teng smiled. "Who am I? If I must say, I am the one who will kill you, arrogant." Frieza's rage boiled over. "Next, I will show you the terror of the Cosmic Emperor. You should feel honored to be the first to witness my transformation into Golden Frieza." He then began to unleash his energy, purple waves rising around him, his expression contorting in agony. Awe. Frieza's roars echoed as his power surged, causing the earth to shake violently, the sky darkening. In this moment, Frieza's fury was astonishing. What is Frieza planning? Piccolo thought, his face paling. Damn it, what kind of training has Frieza undergone to amass such power? Gohan clenched his fists, murmuring. Wang Teng looked on with a smile at Frieza's transformation. The opponent's strength was already immense, and he felt a thrill of excitement, eager to test the might of Golden Frieza. Capable of rivaling Super Saiyan Blue, thunderous roars echoed as the terrifying energy gradually began to stabilize. Oh ho ho ho! This is my ultimate transformation. Wang Teng gazed upon Frieza, whose entire form had turned a brilliant gold. Is that all? A mere change of skin. I expected a grand transformation. How disappointing! Wang Teng taunted. Hearing the disdain in his words, Frieza's expression darkened. Ignorant Saiyan brat, soon you will be left speechless. Golden Frieza unleashed a punch with astonishing speed. Wang Teng merely smiled and met him head-on, their fists colliding with an explosive force, sending shockwaves through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Their speeds had become unfathomable. The sky was filled with swirling white energy ripples, their forms barely visible. As the white ripples intensified, it signified the escalating ferocity of their battle. With a resounding boom, both fighters were sent sprawling. At that moment, Frieza suddenly appeared above Wang Teng, launching a ferocious punch. Facing Frieza's terrifying blow, Wang Teng crossed his arms defensively, bracing for the impact. Boom! Wang Teng felt an overwhelming force strike him, propelling him downward. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, gazing up at the triumphant Frieza. His understanding of Golden Frieza's power sharpening. Golden Frieza truly deserved to be a super transformation capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue, despite Wang Teng's formidable base combat power, which surpassed Goku by several tiers. Facing Golden Frieza with only Super Saiyan 1 was undeniably strenuous. Oh ho ho ho! How does it feel to be afraid? Don't worry, I will free you soon, Frieza declared triumphantly. Wang Teng looked up at him, smiling. What of it? You are not the only one capable of transformation. Allow me to show you what a true transformation looks like. Frieza blinked in surprise. Transformation? You must be joking, but I shall grant you this opportunity. Come, demonstrate your power. Wang Teng then called out to Gohan below. Gohan, pay close attention. The mighty Saiyans have no limits. Now, carefully observe the transformation and strength of a Saiyan. Gohan's talent had always been commendable, as he was the first to attain Super Saiyan 2, clearly proving his potential. Moreover, the Elder Kaioshin unearthed his potential, enabling him to surpass Super Saiyan 3 in a single stroke and transform into a Super Saiyan God. However, the tranquility of life led him to neglect his training, compounded by Chi-Chi's insistence that he pursue scholarly endeavors, resulting in a further decline in his strength. Today, Wang Teng resolved to help Gohan rediscover that fervent passion. In the next moment, Wang Teng began to unleash his energy. A deep roar erupted from his throat. Instantly, the golden aura intensified, surging violently and enveloping the battlefield with his formidable presence. Boom! Whoosh! In an instant, the very ground of the earth trembled violently. Waves of golden energy ascended, while white lightning flickered like serpents within the tumultuous aura. Beneath Wang Teng's feet, a fierce gust of wind swept forth like a tempest. In the following second, Wang Teng transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair cascaded to his waist, and his expression grew ferocious, radiating an overwhelming power, since Gohan was already capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. There was no need for further demonstration. This was Super Saiyan 3, a form you might have witnessed your father assume. Given that Super Saiyan 3 is an exceptionally energy-draining form, Wang Teng had no intention of engaging in battle while in this state. The spectators below stood agape, their faces etched with astonishment, for aside from Goku, they had never seen another capable of achieving such a transformation. The main event was yet to come. Pay close attention. Wang Teng's voice rang out calmly. Chapter 9. Weakness is this not the limit? Has Lord Wang Teng truly surpassed my father? Gohan exclaimed in shock. What a joke! The power of the Saiyans can actually surge to such heights, surely. The main event he spoke of is a deception. Frieza's eyes were filled with gravity. Just then, Wang Teng's low growl resounded once more, and almost simultaneously, the earth shook anew. The planet quaked violently, as a terrifying hurricane rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. As if the apocalypse had arrived. Awe. The deep roar continued unabated. The sky grew dark with ominous clouds, and Wang Teng's formidable power burst forth, piercing the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, countless bolts of white lightning danced around the golden aura, and he emanated a dazzling radiance. Incredible! Lord Wang Teng is astonishingly powerful. It was almost beyond belief. Who would have thought the Saiyans could attain such strength? The immense pressure compelled Gohan to instinctively take 2 steps back. In the next moment, Wang Teng finally transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. A red tail swayed freely. His hair had now turned black, entwined with red energy, his body covered in crimson fur. Exuding an overwhelming force, his visage radiated newfound confidence. This is the form of Super Saiyan 4, an entirely new transformation. Wang Teng spoke in a calm tone. Below, the Dragon Ball warriors gaped in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the Saiyans possessed such a transformation. The terrifying power, imbued with a sense of destruction, was utterly daunting. Gulp! Gohan swallowed hard. At that moment, even Golden Frieza was wide-eyed with astonishment. How infuriating! The Saiyans' energy has escalated to this level. Frieza's expression darkened as he realized that Wang Teng's power had subtly surpassed his own. If he had known there were so strong a Saiyan on Earth, he would have trained longer before seeking revenge. Frieza's heart brimmed with regret. Let us continue. Wang Teng provocatively beckoned to Frieza. Frieza immediately erupted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. You arrogant monkey, don't get ahead of yourself. In a fit of fury, he charged at Wang Teng. The two clashed once more. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the energy ripples of their collision. Their speeds increased exponentially. What sort of battle is this? Both are as powerful as monsters, Krillin muttered to himself. Bang! The two rapidly separated, Frieza barely managing to steady himself, while Wang Teng remained composed and unruffled. In the next second, Frieza unleashed a terrifying energy blast from his hand. But Wang Teng merely waved his arm, sending it flying. Boom! The blast detonated high in the sky. At that moment, Frieza suddenly appeared behind Wang Teng, delivering a powerful punch. Wang Teng's expression remained indifferent as he grasped Frieza's arm firmly, and with a thunderous shout, he flung him away. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered by Frieza's impact. Wang Teng's palm radiated with brilliance, and in the next moment, countless energy blasts rained down upon the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom! The resounding explosions filled the air, flames leaping skyward amidst the swirling smoke. Krillin and the others were elated, exclaiming, "We've done it! We've defeated Frieza!" Yet only Gohan and Piccolo maintained solemn expressions, for they could still sense Frieza's faint energy. Wang Teng hovered above, surveying the chaotic battlefield, and chuckled softly. "Come out, Frieza! You cannot be so easily vanquished." As expected, no sooner had he spoken than a battered golden figure emerged swiftly from the ruins. His face contorted with rage, he growled, "You wretched boy! I shall kill you!" In the next instant, Frieza's body erupted with terrifying energy, coalescing ominously above his head. A colossal golden energy sphere materialized. Oh ho ho ho! Disappear now! In an instant, he forcefully thrust his hands downward, sending the golden energy blast hurtling toward the ground. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, gazed skyward and murmured, "Frieza has gone mad with power. If this continues, Earth may very well cease to exist." As he beheld the ominous golden energy orb, Wang Teng's lips curled into a smile, perfect timing to test the Kamehameha wave I obtained. In the next second, Wang Teng began to emit energy. The golden flames rising steadily, whoosh, whoosh, Kamehameha. The white-blue light in his hands shone brilliantly. Gohan exclaimed, "Is that Dad's Kamehameha?" When did Lord Wang Teng learn it? At that moment, Gohan and the others found Wang Teng even more enigmatic. Wang Teng bellowed, "Here it comes!" The white-blue wave rushed forth with a fierce roar. Boom! The two tremendous forces collided instantly, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward. The surrounding mountains and trees were obliterated, and debris flew into the air. Gohan, with a grave expression, observed the clash and sighed. Frieza has indeed grown immensely stronger. If it weren't for Lord Wang Teng being on Earth, we would truly be in dire straits. Gazing at the stalemate in the sky, Wang Teng chuckled. Frisia is even stronger than I anticipated, but that's all. Huh. An even greater surge of power infused the Kamehameha, and the white-blue wave began to push Frisia's golden energy orb back. Frisia's eyes turned blood red. No, it can't be. Boom. Frisia's entire body was engulfed by the terrifying wave of energy. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air, flames erupting like magnificent fireworks. Then, thick clouds of dust billowed forth. We won. Wonderful. Lord Wang Teng has triumphed. Bulma leaped up in excitement. As the dust gradually settled, Frisia's golden form reemerged, but he appeared in a dire state. Grievously wounded and covered in scars, Frisia gasped for breath, casting a venomous glare at the smiling Wang Teng below. How infuriating. Why did I lose? I have trained hard enough. Why have I still been defeated? As Frisia roared in rage, Wang Teng's voice drifted down softly. Do you understand why you have fallen? Because you possess two weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Frisia furrowed his brow. Weaknesses? You dare claim that I, Frisia, have weaknesses? Oh ho ho ho, you arrogant monkey. How could a cosmic emperor like me possibly have weaknesses? Wang Teng ignored Frisia's defiance and continued. Your first weakness is your overconfidence in your power. Should you encounter someone stronger, you will be ruthlessly annihilated. The second weakness is the most fatal of all, your stamina. Your training has not achieved perfection, and you rushed here for revenge. At this moment, your stamina has been severely depleted, and you no longer stand a chance. Frisia. Chapter 10. Annihilation of Frisia. I, Frisia, am the strongest. I cannot possibly lose. You will be silent, Frisia shouted, his face flushed with fury. He then unleashed his energy and charged directly at Wang Teng. His strikes were as swift as lightning, with fists raining down upon Wang Teng like a deluge. When Frisia launched his assault, all that could be seen in the air were the fleeting shadows of Wang Teng. After a flurry of attacks, Frisia's rapid onslaught inexplicably struck nothing but air. What? Frisia's expression instantly darkened. Frisia, your speed has diminished significantly since before. This form, is it taxing your stamina? Wang Teng inquired with a smile. Silence! I am invincible, Frisia bellowed, unleashing a myriad of energy blasts that erupted in terrifying explosions across the sky, engulfing it in flames. Frisia's maniacal laughter echoed. Ha! Perish! You shall have no grave. This is the consequence of underestimating me. Boom! 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 Gohan and the others anxiously watched the cataclysmic explosions above. Uncle Piccolo, do you think Lord Wang Teng will be all right? Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, replied in a low voice that esteemed individual should be fine. He had the upper hand just moments ago. Frisia continued to unleash energy blasts, accompanied by his frenzied laughter. At that moment, Wang Teng's figure appeared like a specter behind Frisia, delivering a powerful punch that struck his back. Frisia plummeted rapidly, but Wang Teng was swifter, reappearing above him in an instant, fists raised to deliver another crushing blow. Boom! Frisia crashed into the ground like a cannonball, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Wang Teng released another energy blast that struck the crater in the ground. Boom! Flames erupted into the sky, and the ground trembled violently. We won. Lord Wang Teng has triumphed, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Just then a voice rang out. I will not lose. I'm the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia! Bang! Frisia erupted from the rubble, propelled skyward by a maelstrom of energy. Wang Teng, his gaze unperturbed, slowly appeared before Frisia, maintaining a calm demeanor. Frisia, however, wore a ferocious expression. Gasping for breath, his power diminished to a mere 30% of its peak. Frisia, maintaining this golden Frisia form must be quite taxing for you now. You have already lost, Wang Teng stated coolly. Lost? How could I, the Cosmic Emperor, possibly lose? You detestable scion, I will have you killed. Frisia roared in fury, and in the next moment, countless points of energy manifested around him. A terrifying aura expanded outward. Wang Teng immediately sensed the impending danger. No, he is going to self-destruct. I won't let you succeed. He activated the instant transmission skill obtained on Earth, appearing directly behind Frisia. A horrific energy blast surged forth. This time, Wang Teng poured all his strength into it. Frisia was sent hurtling into the sky. The white-blue shockwave propelled him beyond Earth's atmosphere. Frisia, in horror, realized the energy blast beneath him was incomprehensibly powerful. He was utterly immobilized. No, I cannot lose. I am Frisia. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated in outer space. The cosmic emperor Frisia was thus reduced to cosmic dust. The Dragon Ball warriors below gazed in disbelief at the sky, shocked that the cosmic emperor Frisia had perished, and that Goku and Vegeta had yet to make their appearance. Wang Teng descended slowly. Miss Bulma, what about the delicious food you promised? At his words, Bulma immediately beamed with a charming smile. Lord Wang Teng, rest assured, upon our return to West City, I shall prepare a lavish feast for you. Hearing Bulma's promise, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction, but then his expression shifted. I seem to have forgotten someone. The crowd was momentarily stunned at Wang Teng's sudden change of demeanor. Who does Lord Wang Teng refer to? Indeed, a crimson ray had already targeted Wang Teng, but he was quicker, unleashing an energy blast. Boom! With a scream, Sorb, hidden behind the spaceship, met his demise. Wang Teng fired another energy blast, obliterating Frisia's spacecraft. Once everything was settled, he sighed in relief and chuckled. Thus, it is all concluded. I nearly forgot about that little lackey, though Wang Teng did not believe the ambush could harm him. His cautious nature preferred to avoid risks, especially since, in the original storyline, even Super Saiyan Blue Goku had fallen victim. Lord Wang Teng, what was that just now? Bulma asked, puzzled. Nothing of consequence, just dealing with some loose ends. Now everything is fine. Wang Teng replied with a smile. The others nodded, though still somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Bulma's mind resonated with Whis's voice. Miss Bulma, are you contacting me regarding new delicacies? Bulma was taken aback, then shouted, why did you only just contact me? Everything here has concluded, and there are no delicacies. Bulma's character remained fearless, showing no deference to Whis's status. Is that so? What a pity. Lord Beerus and I were eagerly anticipating it. Whis remarked with a smile. Just then, Wang Teng's voice chimed in. Whis, hello, I am Wang Teng. I will be visiting the God of Destruction's realm in a couple of days. Hearing Wang Teng's words, Whis paused, then quickly understood. Ah, it is the esteemed inspector. So you are on Earth, Lord Beerus, and I would be delighted to welcome you for your inspection. After ending the call, Bulma was filled with astonishment. Lord Wang Teng, you truly are a magnificent deity. Even Whis treats you with such courtesy. Wang Teng smiled mysteriously, choosing not to respond, further deepening the aura of mystery around him. Subsequently, Wang Teng and the others soared towards West City, their destination being the Capsule Corporation. In the realm of the God of Destruction, Goku and Vegeta were clad in heavy training gear, diligently honing their skills. Meanwhile, Beerus reclined in his chamber, indulging in dreams filled with culinary delights, even blowing a small bubble from the corner of his mouth. Lord Beerus. Despite Whis's gentle calls, Beerus showed no signs of waking. Whis shook his head. Lord Beerus was incredibly irresponsible. If the inspector arrived early, it would spell trouble for him. Thus, Whis's angelic staff tapped the corner of Beerus's bed, causing it to shake violently, with Beerus's entire body swaying along. Remarkably, everything else remained still, showcasing Whis's impressive control. Pop! The bubble at Beerus's lips burst, and he slowly opened his eyes, asking, what is happening? An earthquake? Suddenly, he jolted awake, realizing it was Whis's doing. The realm of the God of Destruction could not possibly experience an earthquake. He glared angrily. Whis, you better have a good explanation. UVE disturbed my dream of Strawberry Sundae. Chapter 11. The inspector is coming. Simultaneously, Beerus flipped over, standing before Whis with an unfriendly glint in his eyes, in the face of the fierce Beerus. Whis remained calm, smiling. Lord Beerus, you were in such deep slumber. I had no choice but to awaken you this way. As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus's large bed crashed down to the ground with a resounding thud. What is it? You better clarify, or else. Whis was Beerus's accompanying angel and also his mentor. However, If Beerus were to perish, Whis would fall into a deep slumber, awaiting the arrival of the next god of destruction. Although Beerus was the most powerful god of destruction, having mastered half of the Ultra Instinct technique, he would still be no match for Whis in a real fight. At this moment, Beerus was merely irked, seeking an explanation from Whis. After all, he was a god of destruction, and it was unacceptable for him to be disturbed from his dreams without a hint of annoyance. Lord Beerus, there is indeed a reason for this disturbance. Please calm your anger, as it concerns an important matter, Whis stated calmly. Speak then. What is it? Beerus huffed, his irritation dissipating slightly. After all, his strength paled in comparison to Whis's, and should a real fight ensue, he would undoubtedly be on the receiving end. Observing the still, somewhat irate Beerus, Whis's face broke into a smile. Lord Beerus, I've just received news that the inspector is coming here for an inspection. At this, Beerus initially froze, then murmured to himself, Inspector? Why does that sound so familiar? His expression then changed to one of panic, and he anxiously inquired, Are you referring to the inspector appointed by Lord Zeno to oversee the gods of destruction across the universe? Whis replied with a smile, Indeed, Lord Beerus, according to information conveyed from Lord Zeno, the new inspector, Wang Teng, has departed from the Zeno Palace to conduct inspections across various universes. Gulp, Beerus swallowed hard. Do you mean to say that the Grand Judge is coming to Universe 7? Feeling the sudden anxiety emanating from Beerus, Whis gazed at him with a smile. According to the information just received, Lord Wang Teng is currently on Earth in Universe 7 and will soon arrive in the realm of the Destroyers. Beerus's eyes widened in shock, as if they were as large as copper bells, and he bellowed, What did you say? The Grand Judge has already arrived on Earth and is coming to the realm of the Destroyers. Whis nodded with a smile. The position of judge has been vacant for over 1,000,000 years, leading the deities of various universes to develop some undesirable habits, such as Beerus sleeping for thousands of years at a time. The previous judge did not operate in such a manner. The judge exercised their oversight authority, and someone like Beerus, who sleeps for millennia, would have likely been replaced countless times. Thus, all deities regard the judge, a special divine official, with a sense of caution and fear, as their words can determine one's destiny. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Beerus's mind. If he were to offend this Grand Judge, it could spell the end of his tenure as Destroyer. He immediately became flustered, pacing back and forth, clearly agitated. Finally, he spoke. Whis, should we not go to Earth to welcome the Grand Judge? After all, he has arrived in our Universe 7. Yet Whis maintained his ever so slightly mocking smile, showing no sign of commitment. It was entirely up to Lord Beerus to decide. Viewing Whis's cheerful demeanor, which tossed the decision back to him, Beerus felt a tinge of displeasure. He fell silent, while Whis continued to regard him with that same enigmatic smile. Beerus's tendency to sleep for eons had always left Whis exasperated, and the arrival of the Grand Judge was a timely opportunity for Beerus to amend his poor habits. As an angel, Whis had always been Beerus's mentor, servant, and supervisor. However, after Beerus's rapid increase in power under Whis's guidance, he had grown somewhat lethargic, spending his days indulging in gourmet food and slumber, which was a source of great frustration for Whis. As the guardian angel of Universe 7, Whis had always been diligent, and Beerus had been trained sufficiently well, ranking among the strongest of the Destroyers. However, Beerus had recently entered the late stages of his laziness, leaving Whis at a loss for solutions. It would be disingenuous for Whis to claim he held no grievances against Beerus. With the Grand Judge's arrival, he was determined to ensure that Beerus would rectify these bad habits. While Whis was lost in thought, Beerus suddenly declared, No, I must go and welcome the Grand Judge. Although he had heard much about the newly appointed judge, he had yet to meet him in person. At that moment, Whis shook his head and said with a smile, Lord Beerus, the Grand Judge has explicitly stated that he will come as soon as he finishes his business. If you were to go uninvited, it might displease him, and I cannot take responsibility for that. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically, and he sighed, Then let us quickly prepare the realm of the Destroyers and await the Grand Judge's arrival. On Earth, at this moment, Wang Teng and Son Gohan sat quietly at Bulma's home, eagerly anticipating the delicious meal to be served. Following Bulma's revelation of Wang Teng's identity, everyone felt a sense of discomfort lingering in the air, prompting them to excuse themselves hastily. Rest assured, Lord Wang Teng, the dishes prepared by Aunt Bulma are undoubtedly exquisite. Son Gohan chimed in. Gohan, you need not call me Lord. Just refer to me as Wang Teng. Wang Teng replied directly, unfazed by his son Gohan's politeness. Having crossed over from 2022, Wang Teng was unconcerned with titles, as their era emphasized equality among all. Very well, Mr. Wang Teng. Observing Wang Teng's amiable demeanor, son Gohan couldn't help but smile. Gohan, I asked you from the very beginning, do you wish to become even stronger than you are now? Wang Teng continued. Your response was quite satisfactory. How would you feel about following me from now on? Wang Teng was unwilling to see a gifted scion like son Gohan go to waste. He firmly believed that with training, Gohan could become a super warrior rivaling Goku. With the upcoming tournament of power organized by the Omni-King, Wang Teng sought to bolster Universe 7's strength against Jiren. As a former Earthling, he harbored an unbreakable bond with the planet and wished to prevent it from being erased by the Omni-King. Mr. Wang Teng, I want to become strong. I am willing to follow you, son Gohan expressed, but I need to consider my mother. Having faced several battles to protect Earth, son Gohan wished to rely on his own strength to safeguard the planet. Very well, since you are willing, you will need to handle matters with your mother yourself. After all, I am not particularly adept in that area. Wang Teng's nonchalant response left son Gohan a bit taken aback. Just then, Bulma entered, bringing forth a lavish spread of food. Lord Wang Teng, please enjoy, Bulma cheerfully announced. In truth, she had overheard the conversation between Wang Teng and son Gohan. Her thoughts differed from Chi-Chi's. She was delighted for Gohan. Recognizing this as a golden opportunity, Chapter 12, Arrival at the Realm of the Destroyers, thank you, Wang Teng expressed his gratitude. The meals he had consumed in the Omni-King's palace over the past few years were, to put it mildly, lackluster. Only when he could no longer tolerate it did he step into the kitchen himself. Now he could finally indulge in a hearty feast. The appetite of a scion is always a mystery. Within mere minutes, Wang Teng had devoured every morsel of the delicious food Bulma had prepared. Bulma, accustomed to such feats, was unfazed, as her husband Vegeta was also a scion. She had long since learned the extent of a scion's appetite. Bulma hurried off to prepare more food for Wang Teng. Half an hour later, Wang Teng finally felt satiated. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Wang Teng sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, Lord Wang Teng. You helped us defeat Frieza. This is but a small token of our appreciation. As long as you wish to eat, feel free to come by, Bulma replied with a smile. Indeed, for Bulma, who owned the Capsule Corporation, food was never a problem. After finishing his meal, Wang Teng stood up. Gohan, let us depart that I will take you to a special place. With that, Wang Teng grasped Gohan's hand, and they vanished from the spot. Bulma stood there, gazing thoughtfully at the two who had just disappeared. In the realm of the destroyers, Wang Teng and Gohan suddenly appeared in this unfamiliar environment. He surveyed his surroundings and remarked, Instant transmission is indeed convenient. After speaking with Whis last time, I pinpointed the location, and here we are. This must be the realm of the destroyers. As soon as Wang Teng and Gohan materialized, Whis and Beerus immediately noticed their presence. Beerus stood upright, exuding an air of formality, as if welcoming a superior. Wang Teng approached casually. Beerus promptly bowed. Welcome, Grand Judge. How have you been? Whis replied with a faint smile. No need for formalities, Beerus. I appreciate your concern. The Grand Priest mentioned you to me recently. Goku and Vegeta stood behind Beerus and Whis at the Grand Judge. Is he very powerful? Goku asked excitedly. Oh, isn't that Gohan following behind? Goku waved at Gohan. Upon seeing his father, Gohan rushed over, first greeting Whis and Beerus politely before reaching Goku, exclaiming, Dad, I never imagined Lord Wang Teng would bring me here. It's such a delightful surprise. Is everything well with you? Before Goku could respond, Vegeta interjected with a scoff. Humph. Gohan, why are you not training properly on Earth? Your battle power seems to have diminished. Gohan sheepishly scratched his head. I came with Lord Wang Teng, Uncle Vegeta, I promise I'll train hard from now on. Hearing Gohan mention Wang Teng's name, Vegeta was taken aback. Who exactly is this Wang Teng, that Beerus and Whis would greet him so ceremoniously? While previously warning us to be respectful, as Vegeta pondered, Goku quietly asked Gohan, "Is that Lord Wang Teng very strong?" Gohan nodded earnestly, "Dad. You may not know, but Lord Wang Teng's strength is unfathomable. He was the one who defeated Frieza when he came seeking revenge." Upon hearing this, Goku exclaimed in shock, "What? Frieza? That villain is still unrepentant. If that lord was able to eliminate Frieza, then his strength must be extraordinary." Goku's exclamation immediately drew Beerus's ire, who admonished, "Goku, lower your voice. Do not disturb the grand judge." Beerus's reprimand reached Wang Teng's ears as he approached slowly. "Beerus, who are these two?" Faced with Wang Teng's inquiry, Beerus was immediately drenched in sweat, unable to utter a single word in his nervousness. At that moment, Son Wukong stepped forward, extending his hand, and said, "Greetings, Lord Wang Teng. I am Son Wukong, a Saiyan. I have heard from Gohan that you helped eliminate Frieza for Earth. I am immensely grateful to you." In response, Wang Teng smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. I have a great fondness for Earth as well." Hearing this, Wukong seized the opportunity and boldly stated, "I have heard that your strength is unfathomable. May I challenge you to a duel, my lord?" Wukong's reckless suggestion startled Beerus, who quickly exclaimed, "Wukong, what are you saying? The esteemed inspector cannot possibly engage in combat with you." Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, "How despicable, Kakarot! It should be I, the Prince of Science, who battles Lord Wang Teng." Wang Teng's gaze swept over the two, remaining silent, which left Beerus puzzled about Wang Teng's intentions. He hastily interjected, "My lord, these are merely two subordinates. You need not pay their words any mind." Just then, Wang Teng suddenly chuckled. "How interesting. Let's have a match then. Whis, you shall be the referee." Whis replied with a light laugh, "Very well, my lord." Beerus, filled with anxiety, immediately attempted to intervene. "No, my lord. Your esteemed status forbids you from battling them. Wukong, Vegeta, cease this foolishness and step back." In the face of Beerus's objection, Wukong touched his face and murmured, "But Lord Wang Teng has already agreed. Why does Lord Beerus not permit it? It's just a friendly match." Beerus erupted. "I said no means no." Wukong waved his hands, too intimidated to speak further. However, at that moment, Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, his eyes locking on Beerus. "Beerus, do you have an objection to my decision?" Under the intensity of Wang Teng's penetrating stare, Beerus broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "And no, of course not. Since the esteemed inspector has shown interest, let Wukong and Vegeta have their duel." Upon hearing Beerus relent, a smile instantly graced Wang Teng's face, while Wukong and Vegeta exhibited eager expressions. Yet Gohan's demeanor turned grave, cautioning, "Father, Uncle Vegeta, please be careful. Lord Wang Teng's strength is formidable." Wukong's expression grew serious as he nodded emphatically. "Do not worry, Gohan. Your father will not be easily defeated." Vegeta crossed his arms and said, "Kakarot, who shall face him first?" Wukong grinned. "That would be me, as I proposed a match." Vegeta scoffed, "Fine, you may go first. But it is I who must defeat him." Wukong nodded and swiftly stepped forward, while Whis and Beerus moved aside. Beerus whispered, "Whis, why are you not stopping this match? What if the esteemed inspector were to lose and direct his wrath upon Universe 7? Whis maintained his smile, responding, "My lord Beerus, you worry too much. Defeating the inspector will not be an easy feat for Wukong and Vegeta. I can sense the aura of Ultra Instinct emanating from him. Though faint, it indicates his extraordinary power." Meanwhile, Gohan's face remained etched with concern. Chapter 13. Wang Teng versus Son Wukong. Wukong slowly approached Wang Teng, taking up a battle stance. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, surprised that Wukong entered the fray alone and had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. He resolved to teach Wukong a lesson, emphasizing the importance of giving his all against any adversary. Wukong initiated the assault, channeling strength into his legs and launching a fierce kick toward Wang Teng. In response to Wukong's onslaught, Wang Teng's figure became ethereal, vanishing from sight. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng's prowess is extraordinary. Wukong may be in for a challenge. Whis remarked with a faint smile as Wukong's attack missed its mark. He lost focus, and by the time he noticed Wang Teng again, the latter's counterattack was already upon him. A powerful punch struck Wukong squarely in the chest, sending him staggering back several paces. Nearly toppling over, gritting his teeth, Wukong exclaimed, "Impressive! I didn't even see how he struck. Very well, I shall unleash my full power." With a mighty roar, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then further ascended to Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, his power surged tremendously, a terrifying aura radiating outward, golden flames rising around him. "Look out, Lord Wang Teng!" Wukong charged forward, launching a punch at Wang Teng. The two fists collided with tremendous force, sending a gust of wind rippling outward from the point of impact. With a resounding crash, they both quickly leaped back, only to charge at each other once more, clashing repeatedly in midair, creating ripples of white energy that spread outward. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. "Father!" Gohan gasped. Indeed, it was Wukong, now transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, falling from the air. Regaining his footing, Wukong cast a serious gaze at the mysterious figure above, while the others might not perceive the gravity of the situation. Wukong, having engaged in battle, felt acutely that despite only a few exchanges, every punch felt as though it struck cotton. He was exerting himself without any effect, leaving him feeling frustrated. Kakarot, use all your strength. "Your opponent is formidable," Vegeta shouted. Wukong glanced at Vegeta, then smiled. "I was just thinking the same." With a fierce shout, Wukong erupted with energy, the blue aura of the godly ki rising from beneath him, unleashing a terrifying force. Wang Teng regarded Wukong, now a Super Saiyan Blue, with a serious look and said, "So, this is Super Saiyan Blue. Truly remarkable. In that case, I shall also display my strength and engage you in a proper battle. I hope you do not disappoint me." A deep growl emanated from Wang Teng's throat, and in the next moment, a golden aura surged up from his feet. The entire realm of destruction trembled as waves of golden energy radiated with blinding brilliance. Around Wang Teng's feet, gusts of wind spread out like ripples. That he is a Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Wukong's expression mirrored Vegeta's. Filled with astonishment, it was revealed that the esteemed inspector was indeed a Saiyan. Beerus muttered in disbelief. Upon seeing Whis' confident smile, he realized that Whis had known all along. With an accusatory tone, he asked, "Whis, did you already know that the inspector was a Saiyan, which is why you permitted this battle?" Whis feigned innocence, replying, "My Lord Beerus, you misunderstand. I only just discovered it myself." Hearing this, Beerus snorted coldly and fell silent. In the next moment, Wang Teng transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. At this point, Wukong had become Super Saiyan Blue. Although Wang Teng's base power significantly exceeded Wukong's, he sought to test the capabilities of Super Saiyan 4 against Super Saiyan Blue. Now transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A red tail swayed behind him, and his body was enveloped in a radiant red aura, his entire form covered in red fur, exuding an impressive sense of power. This is Super Saiyan 4. "We may begin." Vegeta remained unable to shake off his astonishment, murmuring, "A Saiyan? How can this be? Apart from me and Kakarot's family, there should be no other Saiyans left. And what is this Super Saiyan for?" Wukong regarded the newly transformed Wang Teng with a serious demeanor, adopting a battle stance. Suddenly, Wukong felt as though he had been struck hard. He fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen. "That hurts. Curse be it. How did he manage to attack? I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure." In the next moment, Wang Teng appeared beside Wukong, speaking in an unperturbed tone, "You had better take this seriously. Otherwise, it shall lose all meaning." Upon hearing this, Wukong swiftly leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Wang Teng. How astonishing! The prowess of the esteemed inspector is already nearing that of a destroyer god. Whis remarked with a faint smile. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted in tension. No one could fathom the thoughts racing through his mind. "Kakarot, shall I take over?" Vegeta bellowed from the platform. Wukong straightened slowly, responding, "Stop joking. I'm overjoyed to face such a formidable opponent. How could I possibly let you have this chance? Vegeta, trust me." Just as the words left his lips, a crimson shadow surged forth, delivering a powerful kick to Wukong's abdomen. Wukong was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Boom! He crashed heavily onto the distant ground. Wang Teng remained poised, his leg extended. "Is that all?" Vegeta's expression darkened. "You want me to trust you, but given the current circumstances, how can I?" A breath later, a thunderous roar erupted. "Curse be it!" Wukong charged forward, his fearsome fists hurtling towards Wang Teng. Without hesitation, Wang Teng met the oncoming assault. Boom! Their fists collided with tremendous force, and in an instant, a staggering wave of energy emanated from the impact. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, the two had exchanged several blows. Yet without fail, each collision found Wukong at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, Wukong surged forward once more, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Wang Teng extended his palm, skillfully parrying Wukong's strikes. As Wukong's attacks intensified, he utilized the recoil from their clashes to swiftly retreat, conjuring a sphere of energy that he launched forward. Faced with the rapidly approaching energy sphere, Wang Teng pressed down with his mighty hand, the overwhelming force relentlessly battering against his palm. As time passed, the energy sphere dissipated into countless particles of power. As he managed to withstand it, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Wukong's forehead. Chapter 14. Vegeta enters the fray in the realm of the destroyers. At this moment, Wang Teng and son Wukong faced each other, their gazes locked. "You should join forces with Vegeta." Upon hearing this, son Wukong clenched his teeth, his face a mask of fury. "Lord Wang Teng, I've yet to unleash my full potential." No sooner had he spoken than Wukong erupted with energy. Ha ah ah ah. Accompanied by his roar, a terrifying aura surged forth from him and around him. The blue flames gradually took on a hue of crimson. "Kakarot, you have been hiding such a technique?" Vegeta's fist clenched tightly. He had not anticipated that Wukong, having trained alongside him, was concealing a trump card. "Curse be it! What an infuriating fellow!" Beerus glanced at Whis. "What does Wukong intend to do? I have never witnessed him employ such a move." "Lord Beerus, please watch quietly," Whis replied with a smile. As the red glow surrounding son Wukong intensified, a terrifying aura erupted, causing the entire realm of the destroyers to tremble violently. "What is this? Could it be?" Vegeta's face paled as he finally recalled what it was. This was the very technique Wukong had used during his initial invasion of Earth. "So this is Kakarot's hidden card?" Ah. Wukong roared continuously, his energy escalating to an unfathomable level. Tenfold Kaioken. With his shout, his energy reached its zenith. "Lord Beerus, this move was originally intended for you." "What?" Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. "To use against me. Wukong has concealed his intentions well." Ho ho. Ho. "Lord Beerus, are you perhaps afraid?" Whis chuckled. Beerus's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. "Afraid? While he is indeed formidable, he is still a century too early to confront me." As Wukong unleashed his power to its fullest, the entire realm of the destroyers became suffused with his terrifying energy. "Son Wukong, you truly are powerful. You have not disappointed me. Go ahead and strike." Wang Teng beckoned to son Wukong, his expression unchanged. Yet at this moment, son Wukong's face radiated excitement. "Lord Wang Teng, be cautious. Here I come." Whoosh! At that instant, son Wukong moved with blinding speed, reaching Wang Teng in the blink of an eye. Boom! A punch, as swift as lightning, was unleashed. Bang, bang, bang. In response to Wukong's fearsome strike, Wang Teng countered with a punch of his own. The two fists collided ferociously. Thud, thud, thud. After their fists met, both were propelled backward by the force. "Not bad. Your power has increased significantly." Wang Teng shook off his slightly numbed arm, a smile finally gracing his face. At that moment, he too felt a surge of excitement, the Science warrior's spirit igniting within him. In response to Wang Teng's praise, son Wukong smiled gently. To engage with a formidable being like Lord Wang Teng brings me great joy, despite the tingling in his right hand. He felt an overwhelming thrill. In the next moment, Sun Wukong surged forward again. His speed was astonishing as he maneuvered rapidly across the battlefield, pushing the power of Super Saiyan Blue combined with tenfold Kaioken to its limits. Bang! The two clashed once more, their strengths astonishing as they darted through the air at high velocities, each collision sending forth rippling waves of energy below them. Whis seemed to have foreseen the outcome. The esteemed inspector is bound to win. Beerus remarked, "Whis, how can you be so certain? The battle seems evenly matched." In response, Whis smiled mysteriously. "Lord Beerus, please continue watching." Hearing Whis's words, Beerus's forehead creased with irritation, while Gohan below clenched his fists tightly. The aerial duel had long surpassed his comprehension, but he yearned for it to conclude swiftly. Vegeta, too, wore a grave expression as he observed the fierce skirmish in the skies. Cursed be it, Kakarot truly is infuriating. At this moment, the two combatants were engaged in a brutal exchange, their strikes landing with palpable force, the intensity of the battle reaching fever pitch. Boom! Once again they clashed. The instant they separated, they were upon each other again. Waves of terrifying energy continuing to surge forth. At this juncture, the astonishment within Sun Wukong surpassed that of anyone else. He had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, enhanced by tenfold Kaioken, the most formidable technique at his disposal. Yet his opponent, Wang Teng, remained unfazed, seemingly gaining the upper hand. This clearly illustrated the unfathomable strength of the inspector. The potential of the Saiyans is truly astonishing. It appears my training still falls short. The Saiyan race is indeed a fearsome lineage, capable of such growth. Their potential is truly terrifying. Beerus mused. Whis replied with a smile. "Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. The true terror does not lie within the Saiyan race, but rather in the esteemed inspector." Roar! Boom! Boom! In the skies, the two had unleashed their enhanced battle prowess. The might they showcased was nothing short of terrifying. A cataclysmic force ravaged the realm of the destroyers. Even the once unyielding ground cracking under the strain as the intensity of their battle escalated, the realm suffering greater devastation. Bang! A figure plummeted swiftly from the heavens. In that moment, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. He dashed upward, catching the descending Wukong. "Kakarot, let me take over." Wukong gasped, turning to Vegeta. "But, Vegeta, you may not be a match for Lord Wang Teng." Vegeta's expression shifted. "Kakarot, how dare you underestimate me? I am the prince of the Saiyans. Could I possibly be inferior to you?" Hearing the proud Vegeta's declaration, Wukong knew there was no reasoning with him and took a step back. Just then, Wang Teng's voice resonated. "Vegeta, I suggest you and Sun Wukong join forces." Upon hearing Wang Teng's advice, Vegeta erupted with fury. "Enough of your nonsense." An aura of divine energy radiated from Vegeta, and in the next moment, blue flames surged forth. A formidable power exploded from within him. Vegeta unleashed his energy to its fullest, Super Saiyan Blue. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and he vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, Vegeta frantically searched for Wang Teng's figure, when suddenly a fist came hurtling toward him. Wang Teng unleashed his strength, delivering a crushing blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta, as if struck by a devastating blow, immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva, his body trembling violently from the excruciating pain. Wang Teng delivered another powerful elbow strike, sending Vegeta flying through the air. Quickly regaining his composure, Vegeta knelt on the ground, clutching his continuously throbbing abdomen. He had not anticipated that a single blow from his opponent could inflict such dire harm. It was truly unforeseen. "Vegeta, let us attack together." Goku shouted from below. In response, Vegeta roared in fury. "What nonsense is this? To team up with you? I would rather perish." Chapter 15. Goku and Vegeta unite. Vegeta sprang to his feet, unleashing an immense aura, his blue divine energy shimmering with brilliance. At this moment, Even the proud Scion Prince wore a grave expression. The azure light enveloped his body as he charged once more towards Wang Teng. Observing the resurgence of Vegeta's astonishing momentum, Wang Teng maintained his indifferent gaze and remarked, "No wonder you are the Prince of the Scions. You possess some merit." With that, he swiftly engaged Vegeta, and the two resumed their fierce battle. The thunderous sounds reverberated from the battlefield as terrifying gusts of wind swept across the arena. With a loud bang, Vegeta was forced back several steps before he steadied himself. "Watch out!" He instantly elevated his energy to its peak, his hands radiating astonishing power. Goku's expression changed. Is Vegeta about to use that move? In a matter of moments, the energy in Vegeta's hands had reached its zenith, the golden energy shining with dazzling brilliance. Ultimate Flash! A terrifying shockwave erupted from Vegeta's hands, illuminating the entire battlefield with its resplendent light. Wang Teng immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of this attack. He promptly activated his instant transmission. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as a mushroom cloud appeared in the Destroyer realm. An incredible gale sweeping across the entire battlefield. Haha, this is the consequence of underestimating me. However, the next moment, Wang Teng's expression changed, for he had somehow appeared at Vegeta's side, rendering his formidable attack completely ineffective. What was that? Instant transmission. Goku's face paled, his eyes filled with profound shock. Not only did the opponent possess unimaginable strength, but he could even utilize instant transmission, which caught Goku completely off guard. Had he known that Wang Teng still retained the power of Super Saiyan 5 at this moment, he would have certainly urged Vegeta to concede. Wang Teng did not grant Vegeta a moment's respite, swiftly delivering an elbow strike that sent him flying. Why? Vegeta felt a surge of agony, but more than that, it was a sense of defeat. He never expected that his ultimate flash could be evaded so effortlessly. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta unleashed his fury and charged at Wang Teng once more. At that moment, Wang Teng showed no intention of dodging, extending his hand to firmly catch Vegeta's swift punch. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. "Let me show you how a fist should be used." Wang Teng delivered a heavy blow to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying like a cannonball. Goku leaped up to catch Vegeta, but he still clutched his stomach, unable to recover from the impact. A few moments later, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Goku behind him, saying, "Who told you to meddle, Kakarot?" At this moment, Goku's eyes were exceptionally serious as he spoke. "Vegeta, you have seen it too. Lord Wang Teng's power far exceeds that of both of us. If we fight alone, we will only lead ourselves to ruin. We must join forces." Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned his head away. Though he understood the truth of the matter, his proud dignity could not allow him to concede. Just then, Wang Teng's voice echoed, "Vegeta, how can you, as the Prince of the Scions, be so inflexible? You would rather face total annihilation than collaborate with your companions. No matter how much you train, you shall remain nothing but refuse." Infuriated by Wang Teng's contempt, Vegeta exploded with rage. "You dare call me refuse? Do you know who I am? I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Scions. Today, I shall defeat you. Kakarot, let's strike together and show that scoundrel the terror of the Scions." Hearing Vegeta's declaration, Goku touched his face. But Lord Wang Teng also seems to be a Scion. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Enough talk, let us go." Both Vegeta and Goku stood resolutely against Wang Teng, their auras clashing in a fierce standoff. "Whis, is it all right for Goku and Vegeta to join forces against the Grand Inspector?" Beerus asked with concern. In response, Whis smiled and said, "Lord Beerus, just look at how much fun the Grand Inspector is having. Besides, Goku and Vegeta are not even close to being the Grand Inspector's match, so you need not worry." Beerus cast a glance at Whis before falling silent. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta sprang into action, both transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, having trained together and developing a remarkable synergy. The three of them vanished from their positions, energy ripples from their clashes resonating through the air. The sky was filled with the sounds of thunderous collisions. A testament to the intensity of the battle, Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and Lord Wang Teng, Gohan shouted anxiously from below. Beerus' expression grew solemn, clearly astonished by the prowess of the young Grand Inspector. in the sky. Vegeta was struck in the abdomen twice, his face contorted with anger. The proud Prince of Science. He could not fathom being thwarted so easily today. Had it not been for Kakarot's interference, he would have already been defeated, a notion he found utterly intolerable. With this thought, his inner pride could not accept such a reality. He unleashed his fury, the blue divine flames growing ever more radiant. Shifting from a light blue to a deep blue, Goku and Wang Teng, engaged in their fierce exchange, noticed Vegeta's transformation. Vegeta's power seemed to be escalating. Just as Goku was momentarily distracted, a voice echoed. "When battling me, you should focus." Like a specter, a punch struck Goku squarely in the chest, sending him reeling backward. Vegeta had maximized his power. Though he had not yet transformed into Deep Blue, he was teetering on the threshold between Super Saiyan Blue and Deep Blue. His strength surging exponentially. "Kakarot, let us go." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Goku gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken!" The blue divine aura enveloped him, entwined with a crimson force, an astonishing power roaring forth. He too dashed forward. At that moment, both Vegeta and Goku revealed their ultimate trump cards to Wang Teng. Wang Teng smirked, unleashing his own energy as a golden aura surged forth, the power of Super Saiyan 4 reaching its pinnacle. The three soon collided in midair. Goku threw a punch, which Wang Teng caught effortlessly, only to follow up with an elbow strike. Vegeta immediately joined the fray. The three engaged in a fierce exchange high above, their blows striking back and forth, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, Wang Teng appeared to be testing the limits of the threshold Deep Blue Vegeta's strength, maintaining a balance in their struggle. Vegeta and Goku's punches grew faster, each blow stronger than the last, their power palpable. "Lord Beerus, it seems Vegeta has broken through to a new realm, one that no one has ever reached before," Whis remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Beerus glanced at the sky and said, "That guy Vegeta is far too proud. It is only natural that after suffering such a blow to his pride, he would be able to break through." Chapter 16. The battle concludes with a resounding bang. The three figures swiftly separated. The next moment, Vegeta charged towards Wang Teng once more, and as he did, Goku followed suit. Wang Teng, showing no signs of underestimating the two, transformed into a red blur and met them head-on. "Ha ha ha!" Vegeta unleashed a flurry of rapid punches towards Wang Teng, countless fist shadows raining down upon him, yet all were effortlessly evaded. At that instant, Goku's punch also arrived at lightning speed. Wang Teng turned and struck with a fist. The two fists collided violently, and suddenly Wang Teng's fist transformed into claws, gripping Goku's arm. Goku was flung away, hurtling towards the incoming Vegeta for a most intimate encounter. "Kakarot, get out of my way!" Vegeta shoved Goku aside with force. Goku rubbed his head, wincing in pain. "Ouch, Vegeta, your body is too hard." "Shut up!" Vegeta exploded in fury. The two then turned their gazes towards Wang Teng, who stood smiling at them from across the battlefield. Vegeta ignited with fury once more, his astonishing blue aura soaring. Scions do not lose. The closer they get to despair, the more they can transcend their limits. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta suddenly charged towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and instantly, a terrifying aura surged forth, bearing down upon Vegeta. Undaunted, Vegeta's blue energy flame clashed relentlessly with Wang Teng's overwhelming presence. His face etched with determination. "Vegeta, I am here to support you," Goku exclaimed, unleashing his own ferocious energy. The combined might of the three reverberated through the realm of destruction, creating a tumult that shook the very fabric of the universe, their shouts growing ever louder. In the blink of an eye, the three vanished from their original positions. The collision of their powers truly fearsome. "What a terrifying clash," Gohan murmured, gazing at the tumultuous sky. The very space of the destruction realm continued to tremble, resonating with a low, ominous hum. Boom! Bang bang bang! The clashes in the heavens escalated as Wang Teng, Goku, and Vegeta battled from the heights of the sky to the ground and back again. The air crackled with an overwhelming energy. The the sharp sounds of their fists colliding echoing throughout. Whis, I never imagined the strength of the esteemed inspector would be so formidable. Could Goku and Vegeta truly be vanquished? Beerus remarked, observing the fierce combat above that moment. Whis wore a placid expression, before replying with a smile, Lord Beerus, who do you believe will emerge victorious? I do not know, Beerus replied coldly, while Whis maintained a cheerful demeanor. Choosing to remain silent. Bang! Thud! Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed ahead. All eyes turned in unison, revealing Goku and Vegeta sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly devoid of any remaining fighting spirit. Wang Teng is truly remarkable. Ha ha, I concede, Goku said with a wry smile. Vegeta, however, clenched his teeth and shut his eyes, evidently dissatisfied with the outcome. Wang Teng descended slowly from the sky, also panting heavily, having expended considerable energy as the battle concluded. Beerus and Whis appeared before the three in an instant. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku proclaimed in unison, I will challenge you once more. Vegeta, astonished to find himself echoing Goku's words, indignantly turned his head away. While Goku chuckled softly, Wang Teng seemed to be influenced by the Saiyan's combative spirit, replying with a grin, Very well, I shall accept your challenge at any time. Following this battle, Wang Teng underwent a subtle transformation in the eyes of Goku and the others. What had begun as mere curiosity about his identity had evolved into profound respect for a true powerhouse. Whis, please arrange a room for me. I wish to stay here for a while. Upon hearing this, Whis nodded with a smile. Wang Teng then turned to Beerus. Beerus, is it permissible for me to reside here for a few days? To his inquiry, Beerus promptly responded, It is an honor for the entire 7th universe to host you. Esteemed sir, you are most welcome. Just then, Wang Teng added, By the way, Gohan will be staying with me. Please prepare 2 rooms. 3 days later, in the realm of destruction, bang, bang, bang. After enduring over 100 strikes, the attack still yielded no results. Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground. Following the battle with Wang Teng, Vegeta and Goku relentlessly pursued Whis for grueling training. However, the chasm between their strength and that of the angel was unfathomably vast. Thus, during their training sessions with Whis, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. All right, let's call it a day, Whis declared with a smile that moment. Wang Teng approached. Whis, your strength is quite impressive. Shall we have a friendly spar? Whis chuckled at Wang Teng's words. Sir, you jest. How could I possibly engage in combat with you? If Lord Zeno were to learn of this, it would spell trouble. Wang Teng rolled his eyes, fully aware of the angel's power and unique status. Whis' words were merely polite banter. What if I were to treat you to an exquisite dish? Upon hearing Wang Teng's proposition, Whis' eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Is the esteemed inspector truly serious? An exquisite dish? Is it even more delectable than instant noodles? Given Whis' naivete, Wang Teng chose to overlook the comparison. Before his journey, he had been a top-tier chef. To equate his culinary skills with instant noodles was absurd. Even a couple of simple dishes he might whip up would likely be gourmet delicacies in Whis' eyes. Whis, I assure you, the exquisite dish is guaranteed, but we must engage in a friendly match first. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Whis' face lit up with understanding. The esteemed inspector was clearly a battle enthusiast, eager to test his mettle against a strong opponent. Yet, Whis found it difficult to refuse the allure of culinary delights. After some contemplation, he ultimately declined. I think I'd rather pass, esteemed Wang Teng. I fear I may not have the palate for your culinary creations. While he had no qualms about sparring, Whis was quite averse to Wang Teng's manipulative tactics, and he doubted that an inspector residing in the realm of gods could produce any culinary marvels. Thus, he assumed Wang Teng would not be able to cook, merely attempting to deceive him. Hearing Whis' refusal, Wang Teng inwardly mused, I refuse to believe you can resist the temptation of exquisite cuisine. Given Whis' insatiable appetite, even a simple dish would surely be irresistible. As Wang Teng had made little progress in his training lately, engaging in a spar with Whis would surely accelerate his growth, for the Saiyans thrived when challenged by powerful adversaries. Once Wang Teng resolved his thoughts, he ceased to pursue Whis further and swiftly made his way to the kitchen of the destruction realm. To his surprise, the kitchen was fully equipped with all manner of utensils. Wang Teng promptly retrieved the universal capsule Bulma had gifted him, filled with fresh ingredients she had specially prepared, with a flurry of activity. Enticing aromas soon wafted through the kitchen, and outside, Whis had already caught a whiff of the delightful scent. He exclaimed, "It seems the esteemed inspector truly possesses culinary skills." Chapter 17. Transformation into Super Saiyan 5 within mere minutes. Wang Teng had prepared a sumptuous dish, 4 happy meatballs. Gazing at the culinary masterpiece before him, Whis' face registered pure astonishment. The aroma was simply irresistible. He had never encountered such a captivating fragrance. With his eyes closed, Whis seemed to be enveloped in the intoxicating scent. "This aroma is divine. I have never encountered such an alluring fragrance before." "Esteemed Wang Teng, what is the name of this dish?" Observing Whis' entranced expression, Wang Teng replied slowly, "This dish is called 4 happy meatballs." For one who relished exquisite cuisine and was an unabashed foodie, Whis found himself utterly defenseless against such a delectable offering. "So about our earlier conversation," Whis, lost in culinary ecstasy, eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes, absolutely." His unreserved agreement had been entirely anticipated by Wang Teng. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Wang Teng's mind. Who exactly did the Grand Minister spawn to create all these angels? Could it be that, like Piccolo, he simply laid eggs from his mouth? Shaking his head, he cast aside these bizarre notions and graciously stated, "Please, dig in. This is meant for you." Whis, taking dainty steps forward, covered his mouth and said with a smile, "Since that is the case, I shall not hold back." Observing Whis' small steps, Wang Teng felt a wave of exasperation. Just then, Beerus was drawn over by the tantalizing aroma. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Teng, he immediately sniffed the air. Upon seeing the dish before Whis, he roared, "Whis, how dare you indulge in this alone?" The two began to bicker, but Wang Teng was no longer concerned, for he had already achieved his goal. In a matter of minutes, the two devoured an entire plate of 4 happy meatballs. That was truly exquisite. Whis' voice resonated throughout the destruction realm. Wang Teng asked, "So, how was it, Whis?" Beerus, observing their lingering satisfaction. Wang Teng provocatively inquired, "Was it not splendid?" "Absolutely fantastic. This is the finest delicacy I have ever tasted. I had no idea the esteemed Wang Teng possessed such culinary prowess. Could you possibly prepare 2 more dishes for me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng chuckled. "That is not out of the question. It all depends on your performance shortly." Upon overhearing the exchange between Wang Teng and Whis, Beerus inquired softly, "Whis, what are you and the esteemed inspector discussing? It feels as though there is some secret being kept from me." Whis responded with a smile, "Lord Beerus, this is something you too could accomplish. The esteemed inspector seeks a worthy opponent, and who better than you?" Beerus exclaimed, "Nanny, why do I feel as though I've been sold out?" In the destruction realm of the 7th universe, 2 figures now stood aloft in the air, Wang Teng and the angel Whis. In the next moment, Wang Teng erupted with power, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, his golden aura surging majestically. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Not bad. Whis gazed upon Wang Teng, who had instantaneously transformed. At this moment, his combat prowess was clear to him. Although Wang Teng had reached a level akin to that of a somewhat weaker destroyer god, Whis still perceived him as somewhat feeble. Nevertheless, given Wang Teng's age, he could indeed be considered a prodigy. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, observing from below, fixated their eyes intently upon the 2 figures suspended in the air. Gohan, with his fists clenched tightly, felt an overwhelming yearning for power surge within him. While Wang Teng's strength was indeed formidable, the magnitude of Whis' power was something he could never truly fathom. Beerus murmured to himself, as the destroyer god of the 7th universe, no one understood Whis' capabilities better than he did. Even he had never witnessed Whis unleash his full power. Just then, Wang Teng's calm voice echoed, "I never claimed my strength was limited to this." Filled with confidence, Wang Teng addressed Whis and then turned to Gohan, saying, "Watch closely, Gohan, for I shall now transform into Super Saiyan 5, surpassing even Super Saiyan 4. my power will undergo a qualitative change. In truth, Wang Teng was acutely aware that Super Saiyan 4 could only contend with the weakest of destroyer gods. Even against Beerus, a Super Saiyan 4 would swiftly succumb, let alone Whis, who was even more formidable. It was only by transcending his limits and transforming into Super Saiyan 5 that he might stand a chance of truly contending with Whis. Although his foundational strength had significantly increased since his arrival in the realm of destroyer gods, Wang Teng remained uncertain whether he could truly challenge Whis, considering that Whis ranked among the most powerful of angels. What? Super Saiyan 5, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were utterly astonished. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, an expression of disbelief etched across his face. How outrageous! Super Saiyan 5 is merely a bluster, for Super Saiyan 4 was already powerful enough to necessitate a collaboration between him and Goku to barely manage. Yet now, Wang Teng claimed that an even more potent form, Super Saiyan 5, existed. How could he possibly accept this? Could what Lord Wang Teng said be true? Is there truly a form beyond Super Saiyan 4? Goku murmured in disbelief. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Lord Wang Teng certainly enjoys jesting. The aura you are currently exuding is indeed impressive for your age. Furthermore, having been a candidate for less than a year, I find it hard to believe you possess such power. Achieving strength beyond Super Saiyan 4 at this age is already remarkable. If you were to advance further, it would suggest your potential surpasses that of any angel or destroyer god. Whis, I suspect that Lord Wang Teng is not jesting. You should exercise caution, Beerus suddenly stated with seriousness, though he too was profoundly astonished. Simultaneously, a low, resonant roar emanated from Wang Teng's throat, and in the next instant, the entire realm of destroyer gods, indeed the entirety of the seventh universe, began to tremble. As Wang Teng unleashed a terrifying power, the very fabric of the destroyer god realm quaked violently. A tempest swept across the domain, akin to a typhoon of unprecedented magnitude. The sound of his roar echoed continuously. Lightning cascaded from the heavens, and the sky darkened ominously. An overwhelming aura erupted from Wang Teng, as golden flames, reminiscent of the aurora, pierced the sky. Threads of silver lightning, akin to serpents, danced around him, while the dazzling golden flames radiated an intensity that was almost blinding. Observing Wang Teng's silver hair and the terrifying power he exuded, everyone gasped, incredible. Is this truly Lord Wang Teng's power? It's beyond imagination. I can't believe Super Saiyan 5 actually exists. Under the oppressive weight of such formidable power, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan instinctively retreated several steps, had they not been renowned warriors capable of instilling awe throughout the universe. The retreat would have been far more pronounced. Chapter 18. The Clash with Whis. Lord Wang Teng has indeed concealed his strength. I never imagined he could transform into Super Saiyan 5, a truly formidable energy. Whis was equally astonished. As Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 5, his power surged to unprecedented heights, for his foundational combat strength had already reached astonishing levels. Upon becoming Super Saiyan 5, his might became unfathomable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the terrifying aura emanating from him surged like a tidal wave, altering the very environment around him. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, his astonishment unparalleled. The power Wang Teng displayed was such that even he could not guarantee victory. No wonder Lord Wang Teng felt confident in contending with Whis. This power was indeed astonishing. I can't believe he has reached this point in such a short time. It's truly unheard of. Whis mused. Having gleaned much about Wang Teng through his communications with the Grand Minister, Whis had received reports suggesting that Wang Teng's combat prowess was merely at the weakest level of destroyer gods. Yet, he had not anticipated the extent of the power displayed today, which far exceeded those earlier assessments. Based on Whis' estimations, even the strongest of the destroyer gods would struggle against Wang Teng. As the astonished expressions of those present lingered, the tremors of the destroyer god realm gradually subsided, and the ominous clouds in the sky began to disperse. Wang Teng was enveloped in golden flames, with silver lightning flickering in and out of visibility. Super Saiyan 5? Is this what Lord Wang Teng referred to as his ultimate form? This aura is simply terrifying. Gohan stood frozen, captivated by the sight of Wang Teng's silver hair. Murmuring to himself, the sheer magnitude of Wang Teng's power had surpassed his comprehension, leaving him unable to fathom its true strength. With his power now at its zenith, Wang Teng finally made his move. He dashed toward Whis with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished from sight. In an instant, he appeared before Whis and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The impact reverberated through the air, causing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Although Wang Teng did not employ his full strength, he still exerted 50% of his power. The onlookers below were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such terrifying force from what was merely a probe. Lord Beerus, will Whis be all right? Goku inquired anxiously. Beerus shook his head. I cannot say. The situation has spiraled beyond my control. All I can tell you is that Whis is incredibly strong. As Wang Teng's colossal fist loomed closer, Whis extended his palm, a faint blue glow enveloping him. Approximately 50% of your strength, huh? Ha! Lord Wang Teng certainly holds me in high regard. Whis smiled faintly, feeling the power emanating from Super Saiyan 5 Wang Teng. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all, their fists collided. Bang! A fierce gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward. Sensing the immovable force of Whis, Wang Teng's heart raced, and he quickly retreated. Whis' power exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. He had believed that even if he fell short of Whis, the difference would be negligible. Yet, after their clash, he realized that Whis felt like an unfathomable abyss. The sensation Whis imparted was eerily similar to that of the Grand Minister. Truly, Whis was a being of extraordinary caliber among angels. It was apparent he was not to be underestimated. It seemed he would have to unleash his full strength. For before him stood a true pinnacle of divinity, an angel. As he summoned every ounce of power, golden flames coiled around his fist, silver lightning crackling audibly. Whoosh! The fearsome punch shot forth, as Wang Teng exerted his utmost strength. Whis' expression grew grave. He clenched his fist, a white divine aura flickering around him. Whis was evidently taking this seriously. It seemed the power of the inspector was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Beerus' gaze remained fixed on the sky. Bang! The two formidable fists collided once more. The ground below split open, leaving a deep fissure. The shockwave of energy surged outward, prompting Vegeta to shout, "Get down!" Goku and the others quickly dropped to the ground as Beerus was enveloped in a purple aura and ascended slowly into the air. Ah! Wang Teng was engulfed in an overwhelming aura, a terrifying energy that surged and radiated throughout the entire realm of destruction, causing it to tremble. Countless fragments of stone began to levitate, and the battlefield lay in utter disarray. Although Whis maintained his composure, the palpable force emanating from his clenched fist was indeed unsettling. Thunderous roars echoed across the realm of destruction. With a resounding crash, both combatants were thrust backward. Wang Teng suddenly felt an immense force assaulting his body, propelling him uncontrollably in reverse. He collided with several mountain peaks, carving out a long trench before finally coming to a halt. In contrast, Whis executed a series of graceful flips in midair before stabilizing himself and landing firmly on the ground. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. Wang Teng, his fists tightly clenched, delivered a powerful blow to the ground. What? Whis was actually pushed back. The astonishing spectacle before Beerus left him utterly shocked. He was acutely aware of Whis' strength. Even if he were to intervene, the outcome would likely be similar. Could it be that Lord Wang Teng's power has surpassed mine? Remarkable! The prowess of Lord Wang Teng is truly extraordinary, given his current display. It seems he may have the potential to reach the level of an angel. Gazing at Wang Teng's remarkably youthful visage, Whis was overwhelmed with astonishment, for Wang Teng's combat prowess had evidently ascended to the pinnacle of a destroyer, capable of rivaling angels at any moment, which stirred deep emotions within him. Wang Teng gradually rose to his feet, his gaze calm as he regarded Whis. He stated softly, "Whis, you are formidable, but I shall undoubtedly surpass you." He then exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan before departing with him. Goku, witnessing Wang Teng's evident regard for Gohan, felt his heart swell with joy. Gohan, you must seize this opportunity. Lord Wang Teng is a top-tier powerhouse in the entire universe. However, I won't be outdone by any of you, including Lord Wang Teng. As he watched Wang Teng leave, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. How infuriating! How can there be a Saiyan who surpasses me so drastically? This is utterly unforgivable. Kakarot, let us train. Both Goku and Vegeta were profoundly shaken by Wang Teng's terrifying strength, thus silently resolved to intensify their training. Beerus, now solemn, turned to Whis and inquired, Whis, speak candidly. Has Lord Wang Teng truly surpassed me? Whis feigned contemplation before responding with a smile. Lord Beerus, you worry too much. While Lord Wang Teng is indeed powerful, he should be on par with you. Upon hearing Whis' response, Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. Is that so? This situation seems to be growing quite interesting. Chapter 19. Angelic combat power. Through his battle with Whis, Wang Teng gained invaluable insights. He then addressed Gohan. I am about to enter seclusion. I have a premonition that this time I will be able to surpass my limits and reach an entirely new level. At this moment, his strength had already attained the zenith of a destroyer. And with one more session of seclusion, coupled with the rewards from signing in, he might truly transcend his current state. Simultaneously, Wang Teng felt a flicker of anticipation. This time, he must break through to angelic combat power. Gohan nodded in agreement. Lord Wang Teng, please focus on your seclusion. I shall ensure that no one disturbs you. As he watched Wang Teng's departing figure, Gohan's face lit up with eager anticipation. He was curious to see just how far Lord Wang Teng could ascend. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Whis, inhaling deeply, and murmured, Whis' strength is also unfathomable. I wonder if Lord Wang Teng will surpass him once his seclusion concludes. Gohan had no clear understanding of Beerus and Whis' combat capabilities. He merely sensed that both were superlative warriors, and he had an inkling that Beerus was slightly stronger, as evidenced by their titles. Beerus as the master and Whis as the attendant. At this moment, Wang Teng stepped into the gravity chamber specially prepared by Whis, which allowed for adjustable gravitational intensity. At his current level, the magnitude of gravity was inconsequential. However, Wang Teng aimed to enhance his foundational combat power, necessitating the most rudimentary form of training. Thus, the gravity chamber became essential. After completing his training, receiving the system's rewards in the realm of destruction would undoubtedly yield delightful surprises. Although he was rapidly increasing his foundational combat power, it still paled in comparison to the rewards from the system sign-in. Moreover, Wang Teng had a premonition that this seclusion would lead him to an entirely new realm. He might indeed achieve angelic combat power, and he was eager for it. Subsequently, Wang Teng commenced his grueling training regimen. Before long, the gravity chamber resonated with the sounds of swift movements. Time always passes swiftly. 3 months later, Wang Teng emerged from the gravity chamber, his face alight with excitement. Through this period of seclusion and training, he had finally broken through the bottleneck of his foundational combat power, ascending to a new level. Just 3 days prior, the system rewards had also arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a 100-day sign-in in the realm of destruction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a foundational combat power of 100 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King Kai Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the time reversal skill, capable of reversing time by 3 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 sins of beans. Furthermore, Wang Teng's attribute panel appeared within his mind. Host, Wang Teng Bloodline, Saiyan Combat Power, Angelic Level Skills, Kamehameha, King Kai Fist, Instant Transmission, Time Reversal, 3 seconds, Beginner S Ultra Instinct Item Zoned, 20 sins of beans as he read through the attribute panel in his mind. The system had explicitly stated that his combat power had reached the angelic level. However, there are varying strengths among angels, and the true measure of his level could only be determined through actual combat. Moreover, he had unexpectedly acquired the ability to reverse time by 3 seconds, which would prove invaluable for a warrior of his caliber. Reversing time during combat could yield unforeseen advantages, reminiscent of Hit's time skip technique. Furthermore, since Hit could evolve his time skip ability, Wang Teng believed that through training, he too could continuously enhance his time reversal skill. Should he reach the level of Whis' time manipulation, it would become a crucial trump card for him. Indeed, Wang Teng's spirits were exceptionally high, and his aspirations extended beyond merely attaining angelic status. He firmly believed that in the near future, he would become the pinnacle of power within the Dragon Ball universe, compelling even the Omni-King to bow before him. Whoosh! Wang Teng vanished from his location, reappearing outside the door, only to find Gohan sitting there, lost in thought. Gohan! Upon hearing his name, Gohan visibly snapped out of his reverie and excitedly rose to inquire. Lord Wang Teng, you have finally emerged. Your expression suggests you have achieved significant gains. Observing the genuine joy in Gohan's eyes, Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction. Fortuitous breakthrough. Gohan, you should rest now. I will begin your specialized training next time. Hearing that his special training was finally about to commence, Gohan responded with enthusiasm before heading to his room. Throughout Wang Teng's seclusion, Gohan had diligently stood guard at the entrance for 3 entire months. Fearful that others might disrupt Wang Teng's training, the sincerity and unwavering resolve of Goku and his son were truly commendable. Wang Teng gradually made his way to the training grounds where Goku and Vegeta were engaged in practice. At this moment, both were sparring with Beerus. In an unusual turn of events, Beerus was not napping. Instead, he was actively training Goku and Vegeta, which was quite peculiar. Previously, their training had been left entirely to Whis. And if their training became too loud and disturbed his rest, he would unleash his fury. Meanwhile, Whis, sipping coffee, glanced at Wang Teng as he approached. His initial reaction was one of astonishment, as Wang Teng drew closer. Whis' gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice. Lord Wang Teng, is that really you? Upon hearing Whis' question, Wang Teng touched his face, puzzled. Has my appearance changed? That shouldn't be the case. Gohan recognized me immediately just moments ago. Additionally, it was Wang Teng's first time witnessing such a serious expression from Whis, who typically wore a relaxed smile. Wang Teng took a seat beside Whis, who continued, it seems that Lord Wang Teng has gained much from this seclusion, as your aura and the power you exude are vastly different from before. Wang Teng contemplated for a moment and replied, perhaps I have transcended to a new realm. Whis shook his head and solemnly stated, your transformation from this seclusion is far more profound than merely transcending to a new realm. At that moment, he sensed an intense energy emanating from Wang Teng, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. After a brief pause, Whis exclaimed, that's it. Is the concept of Yi. Upon hearing this term, which even a traveler like himself had never encountered, Wang Teng was taken aback. Also known as intent, is an ethereal and elusive concept. Whis began to elucidate. The primary condition for the emergence of is the breakthrough of battle power beyond the level of the god of destruction. As it stands, even Lord Beerus has yet to comprehend the existence of. To my knowledge, only Lord Hellas, the god of destruction from Universe 2, has grasped its essence, and he is the very person Lord Beerus aspires to surpass. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was profoundly shaken. It turns out that transcending the power of a god of destruction would give rise to such a phenomenon as, however, the true nature of remained elusive to him. The ability you refer to as is something you must explore on your own. Once one attains this state, they can apply it in combat, thus truly transcending the level of a god of destruction. If only Lord Beerus were less indolent with his talent, he could certainly comprehend the perfect, unlocking the power of and soaring to become the strongest god of destruction. Whis remarked solemnly. Meanwhile, it seems that Lord Wang Teng has already surpassed the level of a god of destruction. No sooner had he spoken than Whis scrutinized Wang Teng, astonished beyond measure. Chapter 20. The Arrival of Champa. However, Wang Teng's age is exceedingly young, compared to deities like Whis and Beerus, who have lived for countless eons. His age scarcely amounts to a fraction. At such a tender age, he has already reached a level beyond that of a god of destruction. Whis' astonishment knew no bounds. After all, for someone his age to have outstripped the level of a god of destruction is utterly unheard of. I am uncertain, but I have indeed broken through. Wang Teng replied with a smile, clearly in high spirits. Bang! Vegeta and Goku were sent flying by a single strike from Beerus. Well, let's call it a day for now, Beerus stated nonchalantly. The two, having regained their composure, abandoned any thoughts of further attacks. Lord Beerus, why the sudden halt? I had just begun to find my rhythm, Goku mumbled. Hearing this, Beerus replied sternly, I said we are done for today. Do you have any objections? Seeing Beerus's irritation, Goku immediately waved his hands in a panic. Very well, Kakarot, let us depart. Vegeta and Goku soared into the distance. As Beerus approached, he noticed Wang Teng enjoying coffee with Whis. He promptly bowed to Wang Teng, saying, Lord Wang Teng, when did you emerge from seclusion? Wang Teng took a delicate sip of coffee and replied, just a moment ago. Although Beerus sensed a fierce aura emanating from Wang Teng, his eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? This aura? Could it be that the energy radiating from Lord Wang Teng is identical to that which I sense from Hellas? Beerus gazed at Wang Teng in incredulity. Lord Wang Teng, have you truly surpassed the level of God of Destruction? It appears so, Wang Teng replied with a faint smile. Astonishment, an unparalleled shock. At that moment, Beerus stood frozen in place. How can this be? How could someone so young as Wang Teng comprehend and stand shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest? Gazing at the astonished Beerus, Wang Teng remarked, I have just completed my retreat. I shall return to rest now. Without waiting for further conversation, Wang Teng departed directly. Whis, has Lord Wang Teng truly grasped? Beerus asked, still in disbelief. Indeed, Lord Beerus, you are not mistaken. Upon receiving Whis's affirmative response, the shock within Beerus lingered, refusing to subside. Lord Beerus, perhaps it is time for you to engage in diligent training. It seems you have not made any progress in quite some time, and the commissioner has certainly taken note. At these words, cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. Subsequently, he unexpectedly headed towards his training chamber, and Whis could hardly recall the last time he had visited. Observing Beerus's retreating figure, a smile crept onto Whis's face. A month later, Universe 6, Bados, what shall we eat today? I am absolutely famished, the god of destruction Kampa bellowed. Surely, this fellow does not intend to starve me. Just then, the beautiful Bados approached. Lord Kampa, after much contemplation, I have decided to convey a matter of great importance to you. Bados spoke with a serious and earnest demeanor. In truth, she had been torn about whether or not to share this news with Kampa. Enough with the pleasantries. Whatever you have to say can wait until after we have eaten. Kampa dismissed her words, consumed solely by the desire for a delectable meal. It pertains to the commissioner. Are you certain you do not wish to hear it? Since Wang Teng was appointed as the commissioner, both Bados and Kampa were well aware of his purpose in patrolling the various universes. That brat, he became a commissioner and is now off enjoying himself. What does it have to do with me that he has not come to Universe 6? Clearly, while Kampa displayed indifference towards Wang Teng, he remained acutely aware of the significance of the Commissioner-S title, for it possessed the power to unseat a god of destruction like himself. At present, Lord Wang Teng resides in the domain of the god of destruction in Universe 7. Upon hearing this, Kampa leapt from his seat. What did you say? That little brat is in Beerus's domain. From initial disdain to present astonishment, Kampa's brow furrowed as he murmured, why on earth is that brat staying in Beerus's territory? Knowing Beerus's character, as his brother, Kampa was all too familiar with his reputation for laziness, often sleeping for millennia on end. The more he pondered, the more disconcerted he became. Although they often appeared to have a tumultuous relationship, Bados knew that the bond between the brothers ran deep. Bados, we must go to Universe 7. I need to uncover the truth behind Wang Teng's decision to reside in Beerus's realm. This matter is undoubtedly significant. After all, they are blood brothers, and being gods of destruction simultaneously. If Beerus has erred in his duties, Kampa believes he can intercede on his behalf, as he has great faith in his own collection. Lord Kampa, you intend to journey to Universe 7? The Commissioner has not permitted us to go. Would it not be rather presumptuous? Bados spoke softly. Enough of your chatter. I command you to take me to Universe 7 immediately. As for that brat Wang Teng, I have my own ways. I cannot simply stand by and watch as Beerus is dismissed. I must lend him my support. Hearing Kampa's resolute words, Bados had no choice but to comply. Just as Bados was about to set off, Kampa's voice called out once more. Wait a moment, Bados. Bados looked at Kampa with confusion. What is it, Lord Kampa? Kampa replied. Bring along the boiled eggs from Dong Dong Bird as a gift for that brat Wang Teng. It is best if nothing is amiss with Beerus. Should any issues arise, I can still plead for him, considering we have met Wang Teng before, if we wait for him to return in a year. It will all be too late. Upon hearing Kampa's remarks, Bados immediately ceased her actions, speaking earnestly. Lord Kampa, you must understand that Wang Teng is now the commissioner. Whatever you say or do, it is wise to be cautious, lest you and Lord Beerus face repercussions. Acknowledging Bados' warning, Kampa nodded. I understand, Bados. Let us head to Universe 7 without delay. I merely wish to see that rascal Beerus with my own eyes. I hope he does not provoke Wang Teng's ire. Bringing along the boiled eggs from Dong Dong Bird should pose no issue. After all, such delectable eggs are rare in Universe 7. Very well, Bados nodded in agreement. Prior to informing Kampa of this matter, she had anticipated such an occurrence, given their brotherly ties. She merely hoped that upon arriving in Universe 7, Lord Kampa would not clash with the Commissioner. Otherwise, not only he, but even Lord Beerus would be caught in the crossfire. After all, Wang Teng is now an appointed commissioner by the Omni-King, wielding immense oversight powers beyond imagination. Subsequently, Bados and Kampa vanished from Universe 6. Just a few hours later, they arrived in Universe 7. The moment they appeared in Universe 7, Kampa was filled with excitement. I wonder if that rascal Beerus will be moved to tears upon seeing me. Following this, the two swiftly made their way towards the domain of the God of Destruction in Universe 7. Within the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 7, Whis had just finished training Goku and Vegeta and was preparing to enjoy his afternoon tea when he suddenly sensed something. His expression shifting slightly. Why have Lord Kampa and his sister come here? In the training room, Beerus abruptly opened his eyes. That divine aura, it must be Kampa. What brings him here? In the next moment, Beerus vanished from the training room. Chapter 21. The Boiled Eggs from Dong Dong Bird. Beerus appeared right beside Whis. Lord Beerus. We have guests. Having sensed Kampa's presence earlier, Beerus was not surprised, and he coldly remarked, What does that fellow want? Might he be here to stir up trouble? Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled and remarked, Come now, you ought to be well aware of Kampa's temperament. If he doesn't see you today, I fear chaos may ensue. Beerus tapped his head thoughtfully and suggested, Let's go have a look. I hope he isn't just seeking trouble for the sake of IT to be by the way. Should we not inform the esteemed inspector? Whis pondered for a moment and replied, Let us first see for ourselves. You should know Kampa well enough by now. His visit likely concerns trivial matters. IT would be best not to disturb the inspector. Beerus nodded in agreement. As Whis and Beerus stepped out of the God of Destruction's realm, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Beerus, come out here. Beerus and Whis immediately covered their ears. Kampa, do keep your voice down. The inspector is within the God of Destruction's domain, Bados reminded him. Kampa suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and promptly silenced himself. Bados shook her head in exasperation, wondering why Kampa always appeared so foolish. That moment, Beerus's voice cut through. Kampa, why are you howling like a banshee? Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Kampa's face as he replied, Ah, Beerus, it seems you are quite well. With a swish of his ample form, Kampa materialized before Beerus and Whis, followed closely by the angel Bados. Beerus's expression darkened as he warned, If you do not provide me with a valid reason, I shall roast you like a pig today. Kampa retorted, and here I was, genuinely concerned for you. Why so cold towards me? Beerus was momentarily taken aback by Kampa's unprecedented concern. Concern for me? What could possibly warrant such concern? Kampa glanced at Bados and whispered, Bados, what is going on? Did you not mention that Wang Teng was in the God of Destruction's realm? Why does Beerus appear so unperturbed? With his temperament, he should be harboring resentment towards Wang Teng. This calm demeanor is uncharacteristic. If Lord Zeno were to discover Beerus neglecting his duties, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Bados shook her head. I cannot speak to the specifics. Beerus furrowed his brow at the two whispering. He demanded, Hey, Kampa, what exactly brings you here? Kampa hesitated to admit it was out of concern for him. Just then, Goku and Vegeta, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Who is that? He looks so much like Lord Beerus. Goku exclaimed curiously. Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, pondered, Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, and that rotund fellow's attire resembles his. Could he also be a god of destruction? But how could there be two? The sudden appearance of Goku and Vegeta captured Kampa's attention, and he chuckled, Beerus, your domain is quite lively. Who are these two? Beerus replied coldly, Kampa, what is your purpose here? As for them, they're Scions from Universe 7, currently training here. Kampa feigned surprise. Beerus, so you have taken on disciples? Yet, to consider such a lowly race as Scions worthy of your attention speaks poorly of your judgment. That Vegeta's eyes narrowed at this insult. Who do you think you are to belittle Scions? Kampa was momentarily taken aback, not expecting a mortal to speak so boldly, and retorted, Beerus, your disciple lacks manners. Have you not informed him of my status? At that moment, Whis interjected gently. Calm yourself, Vegeta. The individual before you is the god of destruction of Universe 6. God of destruction of Universe 6? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. But what is Universe 6? He looked at Whis, who had yet to explain. Before he could, Goku excitedly exclaimed, You're also a god of destruction. You must be incredibly powerful. Kampa, pleased by their reactions, laughed. Indeed. Goku, clearly intrigued, asked, So, who is stronger, you or Lord Beerus? Just then, Bados, who had remained silent, softly chimed in. That question is rather inappropriate. One only need look at the physique to discern the answer. Kampa, feeling his pride pricked, bellowed, Hey Bados! Beerus, now visibly impatient, shouted, Kampa, what on earth brings you here? Kampa, with an air of mystery, smiled. Bados, present it. Since Beerus is unscathed, let us treat them to the culinary delights of Universe 6. At that moment, Bados softly remarked, But Kampa, did you not say this was a gift for Lord Wang Teng? Kampa, suddenly recalling that the inspector was still in the god of destruction's realm, shouted, Hey, Beerus, I heard that Lord Wang Teng is in the god of destruction's domain. Has he already departed? Beerus paused, finally realizing that Kampa's visit was intended to pay respects to the inspector. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Whis suggested, Lord Beerus, shall we allow Kampa to enter with the inspector? Upon hearing this, Beerus nodded. In the guest hall of the god of destruction's realm, Beerus and Kampa sat at opposite ends of a long table. While Whis and Bados stood by their sides, Beerus broke the silence, saying, Kampa, so you came to visit the inspector. However, it is unfortunate that he has just entered meditation. Kampa waved at Bados, saying, Then let us present it. We can allow Wang Teng to savor this delicacy another day. Bados promptly waved her angelic staff, and a beautifully crafted box appeared on the table. The box opened automatically, revealing several peculiar eggs before the gathered company. Kampa proudly declared, These are the newly discovered dong-dong birds' eggs. They will leave you speechless with delight. Beerus summoned one of the eggs into his hand and took a bite, yet remained silent. Kampa, with a flourish, presented 2 eggs before Goku and Vegeta, urging, You should try these as well. Goku took a bite, his eyes widening in amazement. Delicious! Kampa's face lit up with pride. So what do you think, Beerus? Are you convinced now? Universe 6 truly deserves the title of a culinary paradise. Beerus scoffed, Kampa, you truly are oblivious. You dare call this food? If we are to discuss delicacies, it must be that dish the inspector prepared last time. What was it called? Whis softly interjected, the 4 happiness meatballs. Beerus slapped his thigh in realization. Yes, the 4 happiness meatballs. Kampa, perplexed by this odd name, questioned Beerus. Surely you aren't using Wang Teng as a scapegoat for your inability to find good food? Bados immediately cautioned, Lord Kampa, please mind your phrasing. It is Lord Wang Teng. Just then, a soft voice pierced through. Kid, is that how you refer to him? Chapter 22. The alarmed Kampa upon seeing the newcomer. Kampa's face turned as red as liver. Wang Teng. Lord Kampa, please mind your words. It is Lord Wang Teng. Bados reiterated. Hey, Wang Teng appeared. Beerus quickly rose. offering his chair to Wang Teng and standing quietly to the side. Kampa then realized that Wang Teng's status had changed entirely and hurriedly approached him, bowing deeply. "Little god, I pay my respects to the esteemed inspector. I beg your pardon for my earlier indiscretion." At that moment, the angel Beerus gracefully approached. "Lord Wang Teng, how have you been of late?" Wang Teng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I've been quite well, thank you. And you, Beerus, have grown even more lovely." Beerus smiled softly at Wang Teng's compliment. "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Wang Teng." Meanwhile, Kampa was sweating profusely, remaining bent over and too afraid to move. Wang Teng gestured with his hand, and one of the dong-dong bird's eggs appeared in his grasp. He took a bite, finding it indistinguishable from a regular egg. "Kampa, have you been diligently attending to your duties? Why do you seem perpetually in search of delicacies? Are you a god of destruction or a god of feasting?" Wang Teng remarked casually to this question. Kampa's heart raced with anxiety. He had not attended to his responsibilities in ages. Having only pursued his personal interests, he had assumed Wang Teng would not inquire about his work. Kampa, now drenched in sweat, cast a pleading glance at Beerus for help, stammering without managing to articulate a single coherent word. Upon witnessing the situation, Beerus had no choice but to say, "Lord Wang Teng, it appears that Lord Xiangpa has recently developed a penchant for gourmet cuisine, as one can discern from his physique. However, he is still diligently attending to his duties." Upon hearing the initial remark, Xiangpa felt his heart race, but with the subsequent words, he finally exhaled in relief. "Well, since Beerus has spoken so, it seems you are indeed taking your responsibilities seriously. After all, she is your supervising angel. Please rise." Wang Teng spoke softly to It. Was only then that Xiangpa dared to slowly stand up, casting a grateful glance towards Beerus. Although Xiangpa stood tall, his demeanor became cautious. He had not anticipated that Wang Teng's ascension to the role of prosecutor would bring him such immense pressure, akin to the presence of a divine magistrate. This was indeed due to Wang Teng's profound understanding of the situation, which would naturally weigh heavily on a relatively weaker deity of destruction like Xiangpa. "I'm already well aware of your work, Xiangpa. You ought to learn from Beerus." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Xiangpa could not help but mutter in his heart, "What could I possibly learn from that slothful bag of bones?" Yet he maintained a smile on his face. The reason Beerus is so slender must surely be due to his relentless dedication to work. "Just look at your physique. You must have been slacking off." In response, Xiangpa cried out in protest, "Lord Wang Teng, our physiques are both innate and have no direct correlation to our work." Wang Teng turned to Beerus and inquired, "Is that so?" At that moment, Beerus had already mentally scolded Xiangpa numerous times, yet maintained an impassive expression. "Indeed, Lord Wang Teng, that physique is certainly innate, but I assure you, I've been diligently working." Wang Teng shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling. "All right, let us set work aside for now. By the way, Xiangpa, what brings you to the 7th universe? I do not recall inviting you here." Xiangpa immediately adopted a flattering demeanor. "Prosecutor, I wish to host a martial arts tournament and have come to invite you to observe." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's interest was piqued. That a martial arts tournament? That sounds rather intriguing. Whis quickly grasped Xiangpa's intention. He had evidently seized upon the fact that the prosecutor was fond of martial arts. Hence his visit to a martial arts tournament. Goku, who had been silent until now, suddenly brightened. There must be many powerful fighters in the 6th universe. At that moment, Vegeta looked bewildered and asked, "What exactly is this 6th universe you speak of?" "Ah, so you are unaware. There are 12 universes in total. We reside in the 7th universe." As soon as the words left his mouth, Whis tapped his staff against the ground, and the entire universe materialized before them. He then pointed, "This is the 7th universe, while Lady and Lord Xiangpa hail from the 6th universe. The two universes are essentially identical, akin to twin siblings, with phenomena existing in pairs, encompassing both positive and negative aspects. For instance, the 1st universe and the 12th universe form a pair, as their numbers add up to 13. Upon hearing Whis' elucidation, Wang Teng finally comprehended the structure of the Dragon Ball universe. Goku whispered to Vegeta, "Did you hear that?" He referred to her as sister. Vegeta nodded, saying, "She is indeed a formidable fighter. with no openings in her movements. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. I had no idea there were so many fighters stronger than us. Wang Teng then turned to Beerus and suggested, Beerus, your 7th universe should participate as well. It would be rather dull with just the 6th universe. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes lit up. What do you say? Bag of bones, are you afraid of my 6th universe? At Xiangpa's provocative words, a flicker of anger crossed Beerus's face. How audacious. You think the 6th universe, led by this rotund figure, stand a chance? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the prosecutor, should you lose? Anger flared on Xiangpa's face as he retorted, Mind your tongue. Bag of bones. The two exchanged fierce glares, a terrifying aura erupting from both of them. Witnessing the sudden escalation, Wang Teng stood up. The two deities, noticing the figure that had unexpectedly appeared between them, immediately quelled their fierce energy and bowed slightly, realizing they had been overly reckless. However, unbeknownst to them, Wang Teng relished combat above all, and having heard that Beerus was one of the most formidable deities of destruction, he had longed to see it firsthand. He laughed. If you two wish to fight, let us do so outside. This space is too confined and may hinder your performance. Yet, both Whis and Bardoss simultaneously interjected. Lord Wang Teng, that is not permissible. A battle between deities of destruction could spell doom for both the 6th and 7th universes. Wang Teng nodded in understanding. I comprehend, but there are always exceptions. Bardoss and Whis, please create a closed arena for me, ensuring that no energy is dispersed. I trust in your abilities to accomplish this. Upon hearing Wang Teng's directive, Bardoss glanced at Whis, who bore a grave expression. After pondering for a few moments, Whis smiled. Since Lord Wang Teng has such refined tastes, my sister and I shall certainly do our utmost. However, the arena we create may not be foolproof. I kindly request that the prosecutor incorporate your own essence into the protective barrier surrounding the arena to ensure absolute security. Wang Teng nodded. Rest assured, Whis, we shall proceed as you suggest. Chapter 23. Beerus versus Xiangpa. An hour later, a massive martial arts arena manifested within the realm of destruction, encased in a red protective barrier. Not far from the arena lay an opulent resting area. I could see this moment. Wang Teng sat beside Bardoss, munching on sunflower seeds as he awaited the commencement of the match, while Whis, after inspecting the arena, gently settled on the other side of Bardoss. Goku and Vegeta stood at the edge of the resting area, their eyes fixated on the arena. Vegeta, do you think Lord Beerus might lose? Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, Kakarot, both are deities of destruction. Their power should be relatively comparable. Let us watch quietly in the arena. Beerus and Xiangpa stood on opposite sides, their gazes locked in mutual intensity. Xiangpa smiled faintly. Bag of bones, we have not clashed since we became deities of destruction, have we? The current me is not the same as before, while it was true that he had previously been no match for Beerus. Under Bardoss's guidance, his strength had surged tremendously. After such a prolonged period, he believed he had far surpassed Beerus. Hearing this, Beerus smirked slightly. Rotund figure, aside from noticing your increased bulk, I see no other changes. Xiangpa's face flushed with anger at Beerus's blatant provocation. At that moment, Wang Teng unleashed a small energy blast that struck the bell atop the arena. Both men immediately understood that the match had begun. Xiangpa, come forth and let me see if your training over the past few million years has yielded any progress. Beerus's gaze was fixed on Xiangpa, his tone indifferent. He recognized that since the prosecutor had allowed him to battle Xiangpa, there must be a purpose behind it. If he were to lose today, it could lead to complications. Most importantly, he was eager to witness how much Xiangpa had progressed since becoming a deity of destruction. Beerus, bring it on, Xiangpa shouted, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Beerus scoffed and ascended as well. Positioned in the air above the arena, Beerus and Xiangpa faced each other defiantly. Beerus, this time, I shall make you understand that effort surpasses talent. Having been overshadowed by Beerus's innate gifts since childhood, Xiangpa had longed for this opportunity to prove that his hard work bore fruit. His heart brimming with exhilaration, with a fierce shout, Xiangpa vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously before Beerus. Bang! Xiangpa's speed reached its zenith. prompting Beerus to smirk and meet him head-on, their fists colliding with immense force. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward. However, as the wind met the red protective barrier, it dissipated without a trace. In the next moment, the two quickly separated, and a purple flame erupted from Beerus, the terrifying force of destruction ascending dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Beerus transformed into a purple shadow, vanishing from his position. His speed was astonishing, catching even Xiangpa off guard as he landed a powerful punch squarely on Xiangpa's torso, sending him flying backward. Whoosh! Beerus pressed his advantage, charging towards Xiangpa once more, and with a swift motion, he delivered another devastating blow to Xiangpa's chest. Bang! Beerus's eyes suddenly narrowed. To his astonishment, his fist was caught directly by Kampa. The force was impressive, and the speed was remarkable. At that moment, Kampa chuckled, and a surge of purple energy erupted from his body, instantly sending Beerus flying. Bang, bang, bang! Beerus staggered back a few steps, but quickly steadied himself. Whoosh! The two charged at each other once more, their fists clashing in mid-air. At that instant, the arena echoed with thunderous sounds. Yet, outside the arena, tranquility reigned, and one must commend the formidable protective barrier formed by Wang Teng and his companions. It appeared that the two were evenly matched. Wang Teng, munching on sunflower seeds, remarked nonchalantly. Presently, his power surpassed that of Beerus, yet in terms of combat experience and fighting skills, he still lagged behind Beerus. In time, the prosecutor would undoubtedly grow stronger in every aspect. Whis glanced at Wang Teng and immediately smiled. After all, the gentleman had already grasped the concept of intent. Wang Teng understood this well and nodded slightly. His gaze then settled on Vados, who radiated an air of nobility akin to that of a goddess, appearing far more formidable than an ordinary angel. As if aware of Wang Teng's gaze, Vados turned her head and smiled. Prosecutor, do I have something on my face? Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I was just glancing. Your face is perfectly fine. Oh, Vados replied softly, then returned her attention to the arena. Vegeta, I never expected Kampa's strength to be on par with Lord Beerus. It's utterly astonishing, Goku exclaimed, watching the fierce battle unfold in the arena. Vegeta clenched his teeth and crossed his arms. Damn it, I can't believe there are so many powerful beings, and to think there are 12 such destructive gods. Noticing that Vegeta did not respond, Goku patted him on the shoulder. Vegeta, what's wrong? Didn't you hear me? Vegeta snapped back. Kakarot, quit rambling. Goku could only retreat a couple of steps in a panic, chuckling awkwardly. Why are you so worked up? Boom. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their clashes in the sky grew increasingly terrifying. Wang Teng looked on as Beerus and Kampa battled from the air down to the arena, then back up again. A fierce gale swept across the entire arena. The terrifying energy waves continuously radiated outward. Witnessing their intense combat stirred a sense of eagerness within Wang Teng. The young prosecutor had already comprehended the power of intent, surpassing both Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus, showcasing boundless potential. At that moment, Vados' melodious voice, akin to a lark, resonated in Wang Teng's ears. He turned to see Vados gazing at him with a smile. Their eyes met, and Wang Teng felt as though Vados could see right through him. He never expected her to be so inscrutable, perhaps not inferior to Whis, undoubtedly one of the foremost angels. Wang Teng was profoundly astonished. The aura that Vados exuded was reminiscent of the mysterious gaze he had only felt from Whis before. It might also be due to Wang Teng's lack of exposure to other angels. Suddenly, Vados said, I heard from Whis that your culinary skills are exceptional. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to sample them before I leave. At her words, Wang Teng shot a glare at Whis. Whis merely covered his mouth and chuckled. That is certainly feasible, but if Kampa were to lose, then it would be off the table for Wang Teng. Gourmet food was merely a trivial matter, and he currently held Vados in high regard. Truly, beauty equates to justice. At the very least, Wang Teng found her presence quite pleasing. Chapter 24. Kampa's defeat. Boom. Bang! At this moment, the arena erupted with terrifying crashing sounds. Wang Teng turned his gaze to the arena. where Beerus and Kappa were engaged in fierce clashes, their fists leaving behind after images in the air. A testament to their incredible speed and strength. You will participate in the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. One to you? Vados suddenly inquired softly, taken aback by Vados' question. Wang Teng hesitated. To be honest, the reason he wanted the 7th universe to join the tournament was precisely to witness the prowess of the experts from both universes. Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you. Yes, I will participate in the tournament. A smile graced Vados' face as she glanced at Whis beside her, then added, if the prosecutor participates, the other contestants will have no chance of winning. How about if Whis and you also join? That would make it even more interesting, Wang Teng interjected immediately. If Wang Teng participated alone, there would be no competition. Only his time skip would be worth looking forward to. However, if Whis and Vados also joined, it would certainly become far more engaging. Miss Vados, what do you think? Wang Teng inquired. If the prosecutor could prepare a few more exquisite dishes, I wouldn't mind. Vados contemplated for a moment before smiling sweetly. Then it settled. Upon hearing Vados' easy agreement, Wang Teng's face lit up with anticipation and excitement. He believed that a duel with either Whis or Vados would be incredibly intriguing. Moreover, it would allow him to gauge the extent of his power relative to the angels. Based on Wang Teng's assessment, he was still at the weakest tier among angels, but perhaps the 6th universe's entry would bring him some surprises. I look forward to the prosecutor's culinary skills. Vados wore a mysterious smile, her face brimming with anticipation. Wang Teng noted every detail of her expression. Bang! Thud! At that moment, a series of crashing sounds emanated from the arena. Wang Teng focused his thoughts and looked over, only to see Kappa crash heavily onto the arena, clearly devoid of the strength to continue. The battle had thus concluded. Beerus, I never anticipated you had grown so formidable as to defeat another destructive god. Beerus slowly descended from the air, gazing at Kappa lying on the arena, a hint of surprise evident on his face. He expected Kappa to improve so significantly, far beyond his expectations. However, Kappa's expression was far from pleasant. He had been diligently training for several million years, while Beerus, based on his understanding of Beerus, it seemed that for countless years he had merely slept. Thus, Kappa felt a twinge of defeat compared to his own hard work. Beerus, I will challenge you again, Kappa declared defiantly. In truth, Wang Teng had long realized that Beerus had been holding back against Kappa. Had he fought with all his might, Kappa would have been defeated long ago. After all, Beerus was among the top-tier destructive gods, while Kappa could only be placed in the weakest tier, highlighting the considerable gap between them. Kappa gradually rose, casting a glance at Wang Teng, initially hoping to best Beerus and salvage some pride. He now felt utterly humiliated. Prosecutor, I shall take my leave for now. I look forward to your presence at the tournament in 9 days. Kappa called out. I am here, Lord Kappa. Vados replied softly. Go on. Kappa said quietly. Yes, but what about the prosecutor's culinary skills? Vados nodded. Then her gaze shifted to Wang Teng, her intentions unmistakable. At that moment, Wang Teng's calm voice broke the silence. Kappa, I hear you've spent considerable time collecting 6 wish orbs? Is that true? Upon hearing this, a cold sweat instantly trickled down Kappa's forehead. He shot a glare at Vados, thinking she had revealed this to Wang Teng. Yet, Vados showed no signs of explanation, merely smiling at him. Yes, Lord Wang Teng, those are magical orbs that can grant any wish simply by making a request. Kappa replied reluctantly, Oh, if the 6th universe were to lose, would you be willing to give us the wish orbs? Wang Teng inquired slowly. Initially, Kappa hesitated, but upon hearing endless gourmet food, his eyes lit up. Then I shall abide by your words, and I trust you will not go back on your promise. Hearing Kappa's excited words, Wang Teng nodded. Rest assured, I will keep my word. Meanwhile, Goku whispered to Vegeta, Vegeta, are the wish orbs the Dragon Balls? Beerus, overhearing Goku's murmured words, chuckled. Kappa, those orbs you collected, they wouldn't be the Dragon Balls, would they? Kappa visibly froze. Dragon Balls? The ones made by the Namekians? Upon hearing this, Beerus glanced at Goku. Goku nodded in affirmation. Indeed. However, the Dragon Balls have certain limitations when it comes to granting wishes, yet the potency of the wish orbs is truly remarkable. To call them wish stars would not be an exaggeration, for they can fulfill any desire. In the terminology of the seventh universe, they are known as the Super Dragon Balls, as Kampa boasted. Upon hearing this, Goku immediately turned to Beerus and inquired, "Lord Beerus, may I participate in the upcoming tournament?" Beerus glanced at Goku and replied, "You wish to compete?" Upon hearing this, Goku's excitement surged. Of course. It would be exhilarating to spar with the masters of other universes. Beerus then directed his gaze towards Vegeta. The proud Vegeta, arms crossed, gave a slight nod. Wang Teng noticed that both Beerus and Kampa were now engaged, and promptly said, "Very well, Kampa and Beerus. You may return. We shall arrive in the sixth universe in 9 days to participate in the tournament." Subsequently, Wang Teng tossed a universal capsule to Beerus, saying, "This is a storage device known as a universal capsule, containing a variety of delicacies I have prepared for you." "Thank you, Lord Wang Teng." The envy in Kampa's eyes was evident, yet he dared not act out in Wang Teng's presence. Beerus received the capsule, and a radiant smile adorned the exquisite visage of Beerus. "Farewell." Beerus waved goodbye, and then departed with Kampa from the realm of destruction. "Beerus, the fighters representing the seventh universe will be your responsibility to find. Just reserve 2 spots for me." Upon hearing Wang Teng's command, Beerus quickly acknowledged. Wang Teng then turned to leave, his voice echoing softly, "I shall take Gohan away for a while. I will return to the realm of destruction in 8 days." In the gravity chamber, Gohan was swiftly maneuvering within the chamber. Observing him relentlessly throwing punches, a smile spread across Wang Teng's face. For this upcoming tournament, he intended for Gohan to participate and shine brightly. Hence, to elevate Gohan's strength dramatically within a few days, Wang Teng contemplated a certain location, that being the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. Chapter 25. The hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan, I shall take you to a place that may enable you to surpass your limits. Wang Teng declared to Gohan. The hyperbolic time chamber was undoubtedly the most suitable training ground for Gohan at present. Its time flow differed from that of the outside world. 1 year inside equaled merely a day outside. Wang Teng planned to have Gohan spend 2 days within, which would equate to 2 years in the external realm, providing Gohan with a significant chance to break through his limits. Whether he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 depended on his own fortune. "What place?" Gohan queried, utterly bewildered, before his eyes widened in realization. "Is the place you speak of the hyperbolic time chamber?" It was known that Gohan, during his first visit with Goku, had comprehended Super Saiyan 2 within the chamber, so he was quite familiar with it. Wang Teng smiled and nodded. "Gohan, you are astute. Let us go." The two then vanished from the realm of destruction. Somewhere on Earth, Piccolo was levitating in the air, engrossed in his training, when suddenly 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. Their sudden emergence caused Piccolo to break into a cold sweat. "Who?" His eyes flew open, and upon recognizing the familiar figures, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was none other than Gohan and Lord Wang Teng. Gohan, upon seeing Piccolo, beamed with excitement. "Uncle Piccolo!" Piccolo also smiled in return. Wang Teng ruffled his hair, saying, "I took a wrong turn," sensing that Namekian's energy. "I thought it was the Supreme Kai." "Ah, it's just you, Piccolo." The next moment he began to sense again, and after a brief interval, Wang Teng's eyes widened. "Gohan, I found it. Let us go." Gohan nodded and waved to Piccolo. "Goodbye." "Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo smiled and nodded back. "Gohan, seize this opportunity well. I hope you grow stronger in the Supreme Kai's realm of Earth." In the next instant, Wang Teng and Gohan appeared at the Kai's palace. Simultaneously, the Supreme Kai and Kibito also materialized before Gohan and Wang Teng. "Supreme Kai! Kibito!" Gohan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. The Supreme Kai and Kibito approached Wang Teng, their expressions deeply reverent and humble. "We humbly greet the Honorable Inspector." As they spoke, both knelt without hesitation, their foreheads touching the ground. Gohan stared in astonishment, his eyes wide, although he knew that Wang Teng held high authority in the divine realm. He had never witnessed anyone prostrating themselves like this before. especially not the supreme Kai of Earth. Unbeknownst to Gohan, the hierarchy within the divine realm was exceedingly strict. Thus, it was perfectly normal for the supreme Kai to offer such a gesture of respect. The inspector held the rank of high priest, possessing his own dignity. Even the god of destruction, who governed an entire universe, would bow at a 90-degree angle, let alone a mere supreme Kai of Earth. "Rise," Wang Teng said indifferently. Hearing his voice, the supreme Kai and Kibito felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. "Thank you, honorable inspector." They both replied in unison. Subsequently, they stood respectfully to the side. Gohan rubbed his face, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Kibito, I wish to take Gohan into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Please lead the way." Upon hearing this, Kibito promptly gestured respectfully, not daring to walk ahead. The background of Mr. Kibito remained somewhat mysterious. No one knew how many generations of deities he had outlasted, and even young Goku had once trained under him. Astonishingly, the strength of Goku, who had trained under him, surpassed that of the Supreme Kai. Furthermore, in the latter stages of Dragon Ball Z, he was capable of holding his own against both Goten and Trunks. Under Kibito's guidance, the two smoothly entered the hyperbolic time chamber. After settling them in, Mr. Kibito respectfully retreated. Creak. Wang Teng opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber. A blinding light surged forth from within, prompting Gohan to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm, whereas Wang Teng remained unaffected. For such light posed no challenge to him. In the murky recesses of Wang Teng's memory, it seemed that one could only stay in the chamber for 2 days, otherwise the exit would vanish, trapping those inside indefinitely. However, for someone as powerful as Wang Teng, this posed no issue. He could easily navigate the temporal tunnel and return to Earth. The moment Gohan stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, he felt an overwhelming gravity press upon him, the air growing thin and the temperature rising significantly. As expected, being inside is still a burden. Gohan murmured, "The gravity in the chamber is merely tenfold that of the outside. It shouldn't affect you much now. First, you must rediscover the feeling of combat," Wang Teng instructed. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Gohan nodded. "Lord Wang Teng, let us commence our training right away." Gohan appeared eager, as he wished to swiftly reclaim his former power. Perhaps even surpass it. "Very well. Let us begin. Transform into a Super Saiyan." As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan erupted with energy, and in an instant he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh, 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 the golden aura surged around him. Yet at that moment, Gohan's strength remained teetering between Super Saiyan 1 and 2. Observing Gohan's transformation, Wang Teng pondered. "Gohan, first, you must recapture the essence of anger. Recall the fury you felt when Cell killed Android 16 and harmed your friends." Upon hearing this, memories of that fateful day flooded Gohan's mind, causing him to tremble, the veins on his forehead bulging. Within seconds, Gohan collapsed to the ground. "I can't find that feeling." Wang Teng approached with a stoic expression, saying, "Gohan, for now, focus on enhancing your foundational combat power. The stronger your foundational combat strength, the greater your power will be upon transformation. Remember, this world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Goku and the others cannot protect you forever. When Earth faces its direst moments, that sense of helplessness will plunge you into despair." Upon hearing this, Gohan rose, determination etched on his face, and began training diligently. Step by step, 1 month later, at this moment, Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, surrounded by a dazzling silver lightning aura. Wang Teng felt a sense of satisfaction, for in just a month, Gohan not only rediscovered the feeling of combat, but also transformed into Super Saiyan 2 once again. His foundational combat strength had significantly increased, and Gohan's current power far surpassed that of his battle against Cell. Wang Teng roared, his golden aura soaring rapidly, a terrifying energy erupting forth. "Super Saiyan, incredible. This energy is astonishing. Truly worthy of Lord Wang Teng," Gohan marveled. The foundational combat power of the two individuals differs significantly, resulting in a disparity in their transformed strengths. I could see this moment. Wang Teng's battle power in his Super Saiyan form has already surpassed Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 strength. Especially considering that Wang Teng's base power has reached the level of an ordinary deity. Very well, let us commence. Wang Teng beckoned to Gohan. Whoosh! Gohan surged forward with tremendous speed, reaching the pinnacle of velocity. Wang Teng effortlessly evaded Gohan's attacks, and with a firm grip, a golden aura enveloped his fist. A powerful punch landed squarely on Gohan's abdomen, causing him to immediately feel an excruciating pain radiate throughout his body. However, Gohan was not one to concede defeat easily. He gritted his teeth and charged at Wang Teng once more. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Teng's hands moved swiftly, deflecting all of Gohan's assaults. Chapter 26. The search for warriors. Wang Teng felt a sense of delight at Gohan's progress. After all, the latter's perseverance exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Wang Teng unleashed an energy blast towards Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Gohan raised his hands overhead, crossing his palms as he rapidly concentrated power into his hands. Demon Flash! Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky and clouds of dust billowing. At that moment, Wang Teng suddenly appeared behind Gohan, who instinctively reacted by elbowing towards the swiftly approaching Wang Teng. Yet, Wang Teng effortlessly blocked it and immediately retaliated with a punch that struck Gohan's body. Gohan plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Wang Teng, observing Gohan below, donned a serious expression and declared, "Stand up. This is utterly insufficient. You are far too lacking. You cannot protect Earth like this." Gohan struggled to rise, letting out a fierce roar as the power of Super Saiyan 2 surged to its zenith. As the energy within him erupted uncontrollably, an astonishing force shot upwards. Noticing Gohan's fury, a smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. In the ensuing days, Wang Teng trained Gohan diligently, and the latter's strength grew increasingly formidable. In the Universe 7 Destroyer realm, Whis, have you decided who will participate in the upcoming tournament? The inspector is quite keen on this event. Beerus stated seriously, "Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, do not be anxious." The inspector has already given instructions regarding the participants. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus's eyes widened in surprise. "What? Whis, why didn't you say so earlier? In that case, I shall take a nap. Remember to wake me before the Lord returns." Observing Beerus dozing off again, Whis shook his head in exasperation. Goku and Vegeta stood nearby, still contemplating the contestants for the tournament. Upon hearing Whis mention that the roster had been finalized, they immediately became tense. "I thought about having Krillin participate. After all, he is the strongest Earthling. But it turns out the participants have already been decided." Goku murmured. Meanwhile, Vegeta turned to Whis and asked, "Can I and Kakarot participate?" Goku suddenly realized this and looked at Whis with hopeful eyes. "Ho ho ho. Rest assured, you are both on the list. However, you still need to find one more person, as Lord Wang Teng has instructed that there will be 5 participants." Whis replied with a smile. "Then let Krillin take part." Goku exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta scoffed. "He won't do. He can only compete against Earthlings that if he faces experts from other universes, he won't stand a chance." Goku sighed in resignation, acknowledging the truth of the matter. At this moment, the strongest on Earth were indeed Piccolo and Majin Buu, but Majin Buu seemed unreliable. Although powerful, he might not be suited for the tournament. Vegeta remarked casually, "All right then, let us go with Piccolo. Vegeta, will you join?" Gohan asked with a smile. Vegeta crossed his arms and haughtily replied, "You go, I will train with Whis. This time, I will definitely surpass you." Goku paused for a moment and said, "Then I shall take my leave. I will bring back Piccolo shortly." In the next instant, Goku appeared on Earth and quickly located Piccolo. After explaining the situation, Piccolo shook his head, expressing his disinterest in participating in such a tournament, as he understood that with his current strength, he could not compete against the universe's experts. Moreover, the other contestants' powers far surpassed his. He did not wish to embarrass himself. However, upon hearing that Gohan would participate, he agreed to watch the tournament, for Gohan was indeed his godson. Goku scratched his head in frustration. If Piccolo isn't participating, then who should I find? After much contemplation, Goku decided to seek out Majin Buu, Satan's city. In a luxurious villa, Satan was leisurely enjoying a cigar, while Majin Buu was indulging in a mountain of delicious food. Whoosh! Goku suddenly appeared before them. Satan was startled and fell from the sofa, breathing a sigh of relief upon recognizing the visitor. Goku, you startled me. Meanwhile, Majin Buu continued devouring the food without even lifting his head. Goku immediately felt hungry as well, his stomach audibly grumbling. Mr. Satan smiled, and at his beckoning, the servants promptly brought forth a sumptuous feast. Goku's eyes lit up. "I want tea hold back then." He then began to eat voraciously. 10 minutes later, Mr. Satan chuckled and asked, "Goku, did you come here for something?" Hearing this, Goku halted his eating, disregarding the remnants of food on his face, and exclaimed, "How could I forget the important matter?" After Goku explained the situation, Mr. Satan and Majin Buu finally understood his intentions. Ultimately, with Mr. Satan's encouragement and persuasion, Majin Buu agreed to participate. Goku let out a sigh of relief, having completed his task. After confirming the participant, Goku instantly teleported back to the Destroyer Realm. Now that the team was assembled, it was time for some serious training with Vegeta. Whis smiled at Goku. In preparation for the imminent tournament, the warriors engaged in intense training. Gohan was currently undergoing Wang Teng's grueling training regimen, while Goku and Vegeta were continuously strengthening their powers under Whis' guidance. Time flew by swiftly. Only 1 week remained until the tournament. At this moment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened, and Wang Teng emerged with Gohan. "Inspector, Gohan!" Tian immediately greeted Wang Teng respectfully upon his exit. Gohan exchanged a glance with Tian, who instantly broke into a smile. Seeing Gohan brought joy to Tian, as they had shared life and death experiences on planet Namek. Wang Teng remarked to Tian, "This time chamber is indeed a remarkable place. If only there were no time constraints." In response, Tian replied respectfully, "Inspector, the power of time exceeds my capabilities. This time chamber has existed since ancient times. Moreover, altering the time limit could lead to temporal chaos in this timeline, which could result in the destruction of Earth." Wang Teng nodded in understanding. It is unclear which deity created this time chamber, but when it comes to the forces of time, only angels can truly wield such power. One can only wonder what transpired in ancient times to grant Earth such a time chamber. At that moment, Gohan suddenly spoke. "Tian, may I ask you for a favor?" Tian smiled. "Gohan, just say it. If I can do it, I will certainly help you. I would like clothing identical to my father's. I wish to wear the same martial arts uniform as him for the upcoming tournament," Gohan said with a smile. Tian immediately understood Gohan's request, and a dazzling light appeared in his hands. In an instant, Gohan was adorned in an orange Turtle School martial arts uniform. Gohan joyfully examined the outfit, which matched Goku's. Shortly thereafter, Wang Teng and Gohan departed. In Wang Teng's view, it was time to enjoy the upcoming week. The rigorous training could come to a close. Thus, for the next week, the two indulged in various culinary delights on Earth, their astonishing appetites creating quite a stir. Chapter 27. Journey to Universe 6 in the Universe 7 Destroyer Realm. With only 1 day remaining until the tournament, Wang Teng brought Gohan, who had been relaxing for several days, back to this realm. "Ho ho ho! Inspector, you have returned," Whis exclaimed upon seeing Wang Teng. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is Beerus?" Well, Lord Beerus." Observing Whis' hesitation, Wang Teng immediately deduced what Beerus was up to, as he was quite familiar with Beerus' character. Beerus' bedroom. The sound of snoring echoed from within. Wang Teng gazed at the slumbering figure before him, his forehead twitching with barely contained irritation, and he firmly suppressed his anger. "Whis, wake him up for me." Whis' heart sank at the sight, as it was the first time he had seen Wang Teng display such an expression. Consequently, he quickly tapped his angelic staff on the ground twice. In the next moment, the entire bed was flipped over. Beerus tumbled directly from his bed, landing with an ungraceful thud, which had sensed that Wang Teng was teetering on the edge of fury. Further delays would surely spell disaster. Thus he administered a swift and decisive jolt. Instantly jolted awake, Beerus opened his eyes wide. Whis, how dare you? He shouted, springing to his feet, ready to unleash his wrath. Suddenly, he caught sight of Wang Teng's figure. A wave of dread washed over him, prompting him to immediately bow at a 90-degree angle. I apologize, esteemed prosecutor. I merely dozed off. Humph. Wang Teng responded with a cold snort. Just now I saw you about to strike. If your anger has not yet subsided, feel free to continue. At that moment, a surge of intent erupted forth. Beads of sweat poured down Beerus' brow. I cannot, great one. I humbly beseech your pardon. Wang Teng turned on his heel, his voice calm, yet chilling. If Universe 7 loses in this tournament, both offenses will be punished. Initially, Wang Teng had intended to represent Universe 7. But now he had changed his mind. He would form a new team to face off against both Universe 6 and Universe 7. After Wang Teng departed, Beerus bellowed, "Why didn't you wake me sooner? You must provide me an explanation." His eyes were bloodshot with frustration. This was also due to the fact that he was no match for Whis. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. You wronged me. Lord Beerus, I had no inkling of the prosecutor's return. Whis replied innocently. This situation could not indeed be blamed on Whis, as Wang Teng had employed instantaneous movement, his presence shifting directly from Earth to the realm of destruction, making it impossible to detect. Humph. Beerus grumbled in irritation. Thus, the day swiftly passed. Goku had arrived early to gather the members of Universe 7. Bulma, Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Bulma flashed a cheeky smile at Vegeta. What do you think? Surprised. I came personally to cheer you on. Meanwhile, Beerus was in a foul mood, his gaze sharp as he remarked, Goku, why have you brought so many people? We're going to contest, not a banquet. Goku could only smile wryly, hastily seeking Whis' assistance. Just then, Bulma interjected cheerfully. Oh, come now, Lord Beerus, don't be so stingy. A competition without spectators would be dreadfully dull. At that moment, Wang Teng approached. Bulma's argument held merit. Indeed, without an audience, it would be quite tedious. I told you so. Bulma winked at Wang Teng. Beerus turned his head away, choosing silence. Well, since everyone is here, let us set forth, was said softly, gazing at the assembled crowd brought by Goku. His eyes quickly swept over the group. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Majin Buu, Satan, Goten, Trunks, and Krillin were all prepared. Whis gently tapped his angelic staff against the ground, and a wondrous force enveloped everyone. Lord Wang Teng. Shall we depart? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded. The group transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the realm of destruction. Whis, I was not jesting before. Wang Teng spoke to Whis during their journey. Are you truly forming a new team to confront both Universe 6 and Universe 7? Whis sought confirmation once more. Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Whis opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. Suddenly Whis slammed on the brakes. Ah! The others collided into one another. The fiery-tempered Bulma exclaimed, Whis, what on earth are you doing? Whis and Wang Teng both gazed into the void, where they beheld a man clad in similar garments to Whis. His demeanor impassive, who bore a striking resemblance to Gohan's high school classmate. Sava? Beerus stood at attention, somewhat astonished. Sava, Hellas, what brings you here? Wang Teng then noticed that beside the angelic figure donned in celestial attire stood a tall, beautiful woman resembling an Indian, who gazed at them with a gentle smile. Judging by their attire, these two were likely the angel and destroyer of some universe. Lord Beerus, Whis, long time no see. Sava spoke calmly. Sava, Lord Hellas, it has indeed been a while. Whis greeted the two, his expression friendly. Oh, Whis, good to see you. As for that one who only knows how to snooze, I shall not extend my greetings, a female voice chimed in. And Wang Teng looked over to see the female destroyer beside Sava staring at him. Who is this? He sensed a formidable aura emanating from her. Hellas spoke up at that moment before Beerus could respond. The angel Sava quickly remarked, Lord Hellas, this should be the newly appointed prosecutor of the divine realm. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over Hellas' face. Hellas, humbly greet the esteemed prosecutor. Meanwhile, Sava merely inclined his body slightly, signaling politeness. All right, rise. Wang Teng's voice was calm and composed. Just then, Whis lowered his voice. Lord Wang Teng, This is the destroyer of Universe 2, Lord Hellas, and she is also a formidable being who has grasped the concept of intent. Only by employing the Ultra Instinct might Lord Beerus stand a chance against her. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng glanced at Beerus, realizing that this individual was indeed formidable. No wonder he was known as the strongest destroyer, capable of potentially defeating Hellas, who had comprehended the concept of intent. It seemed his current strength was still on par with Beerus, both hovering around the level of the first-tier angels. Previously thinking he could surpass Beerus had indeed been somewhat arrogant. Whis, let us proceed. Wang Teng instructed Whis. Sava, Lord Hellas, we have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Until we meet again. In response to Whis' farewell, the two waved back. Subsequently, Hellas bowed to Wang Teng, while Sava also inclined his head. Farewell, Prosecutor. Should you have the opportunity, please visit Universe 2 to provide guidance. Wang Teng nodded lightly. The group transformed into a streak of light once more, vanishing into the void. After their departure, Hellas furrowed her brows slightly, saying, Sava, we should visit Universe 7 sometime. That prosecutor is quite extraordinary. I sense the power of intent emanating from him, given his close ties to Universe 7. I believe we will encounter him again there. Oh. Sava raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a young prosecutor turned out to be a master of intent, a fact he had not previously considered. Chapter 28. The tournament begins in Universe 6, on a nameless planet. At this moment, this lifeless brown planet had been transformed by Kampa into a grand arena. One side of the arena bore a massive sign featuring a picture of Kampa. A request made by him to Vados, signifying that the host was the destroyer of Universe 6. Kampa, Lord Wang Teng, must be arriving soon. Kampa inquired with a smile. He has arrived, Vados replied with a gentle smile. Just then, a streak of light descended rapidly, revealing Wang Teng, Beerus, Whis, and the rest of Universe 7 in the venue. They directly entered the resting area prepared by Kampa. Bulma gazed at Kampa, who resembled a plumper version of Beerus. Murmuring, so that's the destroyer of Universe 6, Kampa. Kampa and Vados quickly approached Wang Teng's side. Vados still smiled as she slightly bowed to Wang Teng, while Kampa executed a standard 90-degree bow. Welcome, esteemed prosecutor. To Universe 6. Meanwhile, Bulma, hands on her hips, remarked, Hey, we traveled a great distance. Are you only going to welcome Lord Wang Teng? Kampa glanced at the alluring Bulma, but with Wang Teng present, he refrained from saying anything. Maintaining his bent posture, All right, let us rise. Are all the warriors assembled? Wang Teng stated nonchalantly. Kampa promptly responded, Yes, Lord, everyone is here. If you deem it appropriate, we may commence. Wang Teng nodded. Kampa then stood up, preparing to return to Universe 6 resting area. At that moment, Bulma plopped down, immediately feeling the hardness of the seat. Hey, we traveled thousands of miles, and this is what we get? No cushions. A surge of fury welled up within Kampa, having been shouted at repeatedly by a mere mortal. He had reached his limit and coldly retorted, I did not invite you here. What right does a mere human have to dictate terms to me? However, to his surprise, Wang Teng spoke up, Bulma is right. Providing such seats for guests is rather shabby. It hardly befits your status, Kampa. Upon hearing this, Kampa began to sweat profusely. Whis, Wang Teng softly called, as Whis gently tapped the angelic staff upon the ground. A dazzling radiance instantly enveloped the entire resting area of the 7th universe. As the light gradually dissipated, a complete set of luxurious seating materialized before everyone. Xiangpa turned to quietly remark to Beerus, Why didn't we start with such opulent seating? Beerus, looking exasperated, replied, creating an artwork that even Lord Xiangpa cannot comprehend is blasphemy upon your part. Hearing this, Wang Teng chuckled, Truly, you are remarkable, Beerus. Initially, a written examination was to take place. But due to Wang Teng's insistence, that peculiar test was cancelled. At that moment, the Supreme Kais of the 7th and 6th universes knelt before Wang Teng, exclaiming, We greet the esteemed prosecutor. Wang Teng gazed at the suddenly appearing Supreme Kais and smiled. Rise and take your seats. From the 7th universe came the old Supreme Kai and E-Supreme Kai Xen, along with their attendants, who greeted Goku and the others with smiles. Just then, the contestant from the 7th universe slowly appeared at the venue, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Goku suddenly exclaimed, "It's Frieza! Is he from that universe too? And there's one that resembles a bear." Wang Teng's gaze remained fixed on the closed-eyed hit, while from the 6th universe, the Saiyan Kaba kept glancing over as the participants gathered. Beerus calmly announced, "The contestants for this martial arts tournament are from the 7th and 6th universes, along with the esteemed prosecutor from the Divine Realm." "Prosecutor, do you deem it appropriate to commence?" Wang Teng nodded. Upon receiving his cue, Beerus declared, "Then let the competition begin. The first event will be a free-for-all battle. The duration will be 30 minutes. Those remaining on the stage will advance." Subsequently, all participants ascended the arena. Wang Teng stood on the platform and nodded at Xiangpa, who promptly shot an energy ball that struck the bell hovering in the air. The referee immediately proclaimed, "The match has commenced." After an intense 30 minutes of combat, only 6 remained on the platform: Frost and Hit from the 6th universe, and Goku, Vegeta, Wang Teng, and Gohan from the 7th universe. Following the conclusion of the free-for-all, the 6 selected competitors returned to the resting area, while the large screen above quickly began to scroll. Moments later, the faces of Goku and Frost appeared on the display. Xiangpa cast a menacing glance at Frost. "Warning, if you lose, you know the consequences." The referee below promptly announced, "This match will be between contestant Goku and contestant Frost." Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My opponent is Frieza from the 6th universe." In no time, the two stood upon the stage. Wang Teng, however, closed his eyes, fully aware that this Frost was not to be underestimated. Frost appeared quite refined as he bowed to Goku, stating, "A pleasure to meet you. I look forward to a good match." He extended his hand, and without hesitation, Goku shook it, replying, "Let us give it our all." Just then, the referee's voice rang out, "The match begins," as soon as the words left his lips. Both combatants charged at each other. Goku seized the initiative, launching a powerful punch, but Frost chose to evade. After dodging Goku's strike, Frost retaliated with a swift kick in response to the incoming attack. Goku deftly grasped Frost's ankle and hurled him away. Goku suddenly chuckled, "Transform. Show me your ultimate form." Frost slowly rose, asking, "How did you know I would transform?" Goku explained, "There is someone in our universe named Frieza who looks just like you." Upon hearing this, Frost nodded, "I see. Then I shall transform and duel with you." He began to gather energy, a purple aura erupting from within him, causing the entire arena to tremble. With his bellow, his power surged rapidly. Rumbling, a massive force enveloped the arena. As the purple energy expanded outward, his form began to change. As the light gradually faded, he revealed a transformation, though not his ultimate form, resembling Frieza's 3rd transformation. At that moment, his mouth resembled that of a duck. Clearly, Frost was still holding back. Frost declared, "This is my final form." Xiangpa appeared astonished, clearly not expecting Frost to have a transformation. Goku, having faced Frieza before, understood that this was far from the ultimate form. In the resting area, Vegeta fumed, "You fool, pretending to be naive. What sort of final form is this?" Goku smiled wryly, "It is what it is. Let us go." Frost immediately unleashed his energy, the purple flames soaring. Whoosh! He vanished from sight. In response to the impending attack, Goku swiftly met him head-on. The two engaged in rapid aerial maneuvers. Boom! 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 The air resonated with thunderous sounds. Their speed was astonishing, each exchanging blows in a fierce flurry, neither gaining the upper hand. Bang! 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 With a tremendous crash, their fists collided mid-air, sending ripples of white energy cascading outward. The spectators watched, mesmerized. Chapter 29. Goku vs. Frost. Bang! The two instantly separated, Goku gathering formidable energy in his palm. A stunning energy blast erupted, illuminating the entire arena. Krillin and the others shielded their eyes, struggling to withstand the intensity of the light. At that moment, Frost unleashed his energy, the purple flames surging explosively. He transformed into a beam of purple light, crashing heavily against the energy blast in the air. A breathtaking clash of energies ensued. Goku shouted vehemently, channeling his strength into the blast. Meanwhile, Frost pressed against the energy blast, gritting his teeth, veins bulging, and furiously releasing energy. To everyone's astonishment, Goku's energy sphere was gradually being pushed back by Frost. Realizing the situation, Goku was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Frost's third form to possess such incredible power. He had underestimated the situation and should have transformed into a Super Saiyan before engaging. As Goku shouted in alarm, Frost's head collided heavily with his own. Boom! Thud! Thud! Goku staggered back dozens of steps before regaining his footing, breathing heavily. Everyone was left in awe, captivated by the thrilling battle. Vegeta's face turned crimson with anger. Kakarot, what are you doing? You're going to embarrass us against such a weakling. Hearing this, Goku resolved to act without hesitation. Unleashing his energy, the golden aura erupted, a terrifying power radiating outward. Super Saiyan, I'm bringing my full strength now. Do you still wish to hold back your final transformation? Goku laughed. Frost's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he remained silent. In the resting area of the sixth universe, Xiangpa appeared momentarily stunned, murmuring, "That little fellow named Goku can also transform. I thought only Lord Wang Teng was special. However, compared to Lord Wang Teng, his transformation pales in comparison." Beerus beamed. Naturally, Lord Wang Teng is no ordinary Saiyan. Meanwhile, Hit, seated at the edge of the resting area, opened his eyes briefly before closing them again, exuding an air of mystery. Goku surged toward Frost, his speed now unmatched compared to before, appearing before Frost in an instant, as Frost attempted to strike. He only hit Goku's golden afterimage, and Goku retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to his torso. Bang! Frost was sent flying like a cannonball. He gritted his teeth, soaring to the edge of the arena before regaining his balance. However, when he looked up, Goku had vanished from the stage. "I'm right here," a voice called out, and suddenly Goku appeared above him, delivering a rapid kick to his abdomen. Instantly, Frost felt a searing pain spread throughout his body, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he murmured, "I did not conceal my final form merely to reserve strength." Then, with a fierce shout, a dark purple energy flared up, casting ominous clouds across the sky. The black-purple light intensified, gradually fading until it revealed Frost's final form, identical to Frieza's. "I cannot control the ultimate power. I have inadvertently killed before, which is why I haven't used this form in a long time." Frost spoke softly. Goku, observing Frost's transformation into his final form, grinned. "Now that you've transformed, it's my turn." Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly darting towards Frost, leaving behind a shimmering golden afterimage in the air that lingered for an extended moment. Bang! The two collided with tremendous force. Golden fists clashed against violet ones, resonating through the air with unrelenting intensity that a series of fearsome gusts of wind surged downward. Their battle escalated from the sky to the arena, and then back into the air, growing increasingly fierce. With a resounding bang, they were forced apart. A smile spread across Sun Wukong's face as he declared, "If this is your full strength, then I shall claim the first round." No sooner had he spoken than Wukong vanished from sight. Frost's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "What?" When Wukong reappeared, he was already before Frost, who had no time to react before receiving a heavy punch to the face. He was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he swiftly regained his footing and charged at Sun Wukong once more. Frost unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, but Wukong firmly grasped his fist. Realizing that Frost's strength was entirely immobilized, with a powerful shout, Wukong retaliated with another punch, sending Frost crashing back once more. Struggling to lift his head from the ground, Frost gasped, "I didn't expect you to be this formidable." Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled. "That fool Kakarot has dragged this out for far too long." However, at that moment, Wang Teng's gaze remained coldly fixed on the arena, fully aware that the effects of Frost's poison needles were about to take hold. As anticipated, Frost staggered to his feet and charged at Wukong once again, unleashing a flurry of punches. Wukong extended a hand, continuously deflecting Frost's rapid attacks. "It's futile. You should just concede." At that moment, Wukong seized the opportunity in Frost's offense, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen. Frost felt a searing pain radiating throughout his body, trembling as he stumbled backward. I will not concede. No matter what happens, I must stand. He charged at Wukong once more. But his unsteady form could hardly pose any threat. Just then, Wukong felt his vision beginning to blur. He shook his head vigorously, but the dizziness grew more pronounced. Frost immediately sensed Wukong's unusual state, a smirk creeping upon his lips, reveling in the moment. Has it finally begun to take effect? He swiftly launched a punch at Wukong. At that instant, a figure appeared between them, seizing Frost's fist. Frost looked up in shock to see Wang Teng's icy stare. Kampa immediately stood up, murmuring, "What on earth is happening? Why is Lord Wang Teng so furious?" In the next moment, Kampa and Beerus swiftly materialized on the arena. Beerus spoke first. "Lord Wang Teng, have you discovered something?" Thud. Sun Wukong finally collapsed to the ground. Kakarot. Vegeta dashed down. In response to Beerus's inquiry, Wang Teng remained silent, instead lifting Frost's arm directly. Frost's anguished cries immediately filled the air. Beerus quickly spotted the thin poison needles embedded in Frost's body. How audacious! To cheat! Kampa, this is one of your Universe 6 fighters. What do you have to say for yourself? Frost attempted to argue. This is part of my body. Why shouldn't I use it? Hearing this, Kampa exploded in rage. Silence. At that moment, the referee rushed over and, after confirming the situation multiple times, promptly rendered a judgment. Frost has violated the rules. Sun Wukong is the victor. Meanwhile, Kampa was drenched in sweat. Realizing that losing the match was trivial, but incurring Wang Teng's wrath could spell disaster for him. Kampa, this matter is now in your hands. If I witness any further violations, all participants from your Universe 6 will be disqualified. Wang Teng stated coolly. Kampa felt a weight lift from his heart, knowing he had narrowly escaped disaster. Once Wang Teng released his grip, Frost crumpled to the ground. Kampa promptly seized Frost and hurled him back to Universe 6 resting area. Bardos, quickly assist that boy, Sun Wukong. Kampa commanded urgently. Aware that this incident was his fault, he aimed to rectify everything to Wang Teng's satisfaction. In truth, Wang Teng was no longer concerned about the aftermath. He turned and returned to the resting area. Bardos's angelic staff radiated a brilliant light, and in no time, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. Gazing at Vegeta, who was supporting him, he murmured, "What happened? Why is everyone on the arena?" "All right, I'm still in match. What about Frost?" Vegeta released his grip, and Sun Wukong tumbled heavily to the ground. He then turned, puffing with pride. "What a fool! How painful! What are you doing, Vegeta?" Sun Wukong cried. Clutching his head in distress, the others exchanged amused glances before departing the arena, leaving Sun Wukong alone, preparing to face the next opponent. Just then, the large screen began to roll again, finally displaying Son Gohan's image. The referee's voice echoed. "All right, the next match will be between contestant Son Gohan and the victorious contestant Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong gazed at Gohan's image on the screen, murmuring, "So my opponent is Gohan? I wonder how much he has improved under Lord Wang Teng's guidance. It truly is exciting." In Universe 7's resting area, Chi-Chi clenched her fists in anxiety. Is Goku really going to fight Gohan? This is madness. My Gohan could never defeat Goku. In a moment of distress, she began to cry loudly. Gohan immediately stood up, declaring, "All right, it's my turn now. Lord Wang Teng, I'm going." Wang Teng nodded approvingly. Gohan leaped to stand opposite Wukong. Piccolo, watching Gohan on the arena, silently cheered for him. "Gohan, give it your all." At this moment, Beerus showed interest as well, pondering, "So this is the boy who's been following Lord Wang Teng. I wonder how strong he has become. He must be Goku's son." Whis chuckled. "Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, do not underestimate Gohan. The fact that he has been under Lord Wang Teng's tutelage speaks volumes of his potential." Gohan, dressed in the same GI as Wukong, locked eyes with his father from afar. "Dad, please don't hold back. Feel free to unleash your full strength," Gohan urged. Upon hearing this, Wukong smiled and replied, "Gohan, it seems your strength has improved significantly that I in that case. I will fight with all my might. If you can't withstand it, surrender immediately, and I will stop." Gohan nodded resolutely in agreement. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, "Begin," as soon as the words left his mouth. Sun Wukong erupted with energy, and in the next heartbeat, a wave of blue divine flames surged forth from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the entire planet began to tremble violently. Waves of energy rippled outward from beneath Wukong's feet. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his astounding energy leaving everyone around him in awe. In Universe 7's resting area, Vegeta exclaimed in shock, "Kakarot is really going to fight Gohan with all his strength." Trunks and Goten exchanged worried glances. "Gohan, brother, bro." Chi-Chi leapt to her feet, shouting, "Goku, are you out of your mind? Do you want to kill Gohan?" "My Gohan." With a thud, Chi-Chi fainted in the resting area. Bulma and the others hurried to catch her. Yet their eyes remained fixated on the arena. In Universe 6 resting area, Kappa murmured, "It seems all Saiyans can transform. That Sun Wukong has unleashed yet another strange transformation. It appears he was hiding his strength during the previous battle. That Sun Wukong seems to have reached the divine realm." "How unexpected!" Bardos laughed. Gohan gazed at his father, now transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his own eyes growing resolute. He looked towards Wang Teng, who nodded in approval. With Wang Teng's affirmation, Gohan's heart swelled with excitement. "Ha!" A deep roar erupted from Gohan's throat, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Golden flames erupted around him, and with a shout his power escalated. "Super Saiyan! Super Saiyan 2! Yet Gohan's energy did not wane. His deep roar resonated, and the golden flames intensified. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Silver lightning flickered around his body, elusive yet striking. A golden aura crackled through the air with a resounding roar. Gohan's roar reverberated, persistent and powerful. Could he possibly ascend even further? Had Gohan truly broken his limits? Vegeta, his face awash with astonishment, exclaimed. They were all acutely aware of Gohan's capabilities, yet the power he exhibited at this moment transcended their comprehension. The entire arena transformed into a golden expanse. As time passed, the golden radiance gradually dimmed, revealing a crimson warrior standing in the arena. At this instant, Gohan had finally transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A vibrant red tail swayed dexterously behind him. His hair had grown significantly longer, his body adorned with a coat of red fur, and his physique appeared more harmoniously sculpted. "Father, this is what surpasses Super Saiyan 4. Gohan whispered. Goku's expression was one of sheer astonishment, followed by a smile as he remarked, "Gohan, when did you?" Indeed, following Lord Wang Teng had proven to be the right choice. Meanwhile, in the resting area, the most astonished of all was Piccolo. As he sensed the terrifying energy emanating from Gohan, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Was that truly Gohan? It was simply unbelievable how powerful he had become. Krillin exclaimed excitedly. That kid Gohan might actually stand a chance against Goku. Although Gohan displayed astonishing strength, he could never forget the grueling 2 years of devilish training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Initially, it was arduous foundational combat training, with the remainder of the time spent battling Wang Teng, which was more akin to taking a beating. Ultimately, to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he was forced to become a great ape. Should he lose control, he would suffer Wang Teng's merciless punishment, reverting to his original form once his strength was depleted. Through repeated bouts of this torment, Gohan finally managed to maintain his sanity during his transformation into a great ape. Successfully evolving into Super Saiyan 4, Wang Teng gazed upon Gohan's transformation on the stage, his heart swelling with pride, for he had nurtured this achievement, and to claim there was no sense of accomplishment would be a falsehood. Chapter 31. Goku versus Gohan on the stage. Gohan and his father exchanged silent glances, both standing still as golden and blue auras surged around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Father, let's begin." Gohan shattered the silence first. Goku nodded in affirmation. "Be careful, Gohan." Amidst the astonished gazes of the spectators, the two vanished in an instant. Bang! In midair, they simultaneously reappeared, each launching a powerful punch. Boom! A wave of formidable energy radiated outward. They swiftly resumed their rapid movements. the air filled with the sound of their collisions. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud, thud. Both retreated several steps, gasping for breath. They vanished once more, their figures intertwining in the air. Goku and Gohan grew bolder with each exchange, their speed accelerating. In the blink of an eye, they had already engaged in over 10 rounds. Their forms danced through the air, colliding fiercely. Goku's voice echoed, "Gohan, your strength has become astonishingly formidable. Father, I am truly delighted for you." At this moment, Gohan's heart brimmed with exhilaration, for he had finally caught up to his father's pace. "Father, your strength is equally terrifying." Were it not for Wang Teng's rigorous training, Gohan would undoubtedly have struggled to match Goku. Yet even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Gohan had to remain vigilant, for Goku's power and battle experience were immensely daunting. Since the onset of the match, Piccolo's astonishment had not waned. Was this genuinely Gohan? It was utterly incredible. He could actually hold his own against Goku. Beside him, Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly. Damn it, even Gohan has become this formidable. Huh. A shout resounded as the two collided fiercely before quickly separating. Gohan smirked. "Father, catch this! Kamehameha!" The golden energy swirling around Gohan surged skyward, a terrifying force coalescing in his hands, shimmering with white and blue light. Goku, momentarily stunned, chuckled. "Ah, so it's the Kamehameha, but this technique won't work on me." "Ah, here it comes," Gohan shouted, unleashing the white-blue energy wave towards Goku. The entire arena turned a blinding white. Goku's aura flared, a blue divine energy rising as he gathered terrifying power in his hands. He met the overwhelming Kamehameha with both palms, where the collision erupted in a dazzling display of light and sound. At that moment, Gohan vanished from his position. Goku roared, sending the Kamehameha soaring into the sky. "See, I told you it wouldn't work." Just then, Gohan reappeared behind him, launching a rapid punch at Goku. Goku had no time to evade, and a heavy fist struck his face. He quickly landed on the stage, bracing himself with both hands to stabilize. "Good lad, well done." Goku immediately became serious, realizing that Gohan could no longer be viewed through his previous lens. He had undergone a complete transformation, his strength now reaching unimaginable heights. Whoosh! In the next instant, Bot vanits si mutensung, bang, bang, bang. They resumed their rapid movements on the stage, their bodies shifting, punches flying faster than ever, leaving only their afterimages in the air, rendering their actions nearly imperceptible to onlookers. As they collided, fierce auras intertwined, the winds howled, and the sounds of their clashes grew increasingly thunderous. Seizing an opportunity, Goku landed a punch squarely on Gohan's face, causing him to stumble momentarily, yet he quickly regained his footing and charged at Goku once more. Goku retaliated with another punch, their fists colliding with tremendous force. Bang! Their figures vanished again, suddenly appearing in midair, exchanging punches and kicks in an exhilarating display. At that moment, Gohan raised both hands above his head. Magic flash! A blinding light erupted from Gohan's hands, forcing Goku to extend his arms to push against the energy blast. Goku's body was propelled backward, retreating relentlessly. He crashed against the stage, yet continued to slide back, leaving a long trail etched into the arena. Only at the edge of the stage did the energy dissipate, and Goku blew on his smoldering palms. "That hurt. Father, are you all right?" Gohan asked with concern. Hearing this, Goku straightened up and smiled. "I'm fine. Go ahead and unleash your full power. You won't hurt me." In the 7th universe's resting area, Krillin remarked, "Gohan has become so powerful. Goku must be more thrilled than anyone." Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. Yamcha raised his arm, cheering Goku, "Go for it. Don't let Gohan beat you." Meanwhile, a tearful Chi-Chi awoke, crying out, "Goku! Gohan, please stop fighting." At this moment, Beerus' expression was grave, murmuring, "I wonder what method the Grand Minister employed to train that Gohan so effectively. He has become so formidable that even Goku is facing a tough battle." In response, Whis' laughter echoed, "Lord Beerus should be cautious." "Ha ha!" Beerus was utterly perplexed by Whis' words and chose to disregard them. Focusing instead on the arena, Goku and Gohan resumed their rapid movements. Bang! Their palms collided instantly, and the two terrifying auras surged upwards. The ground beneath them sank as a deep pit formed. Awe, both roared, their tremendous energies erupting forth. Golden and blue auras split the sky in half. Countless fragments of stone soared into the air, and the entire venue trembled violently. Who would have thought that scion brat from Beerus' side would be so formidable? Kampa exclaimed in astonishment. The kid following Lord Wang Teng is impressive too. Bados smirked. Even Hit, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them to observe the battle. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, seated in the 7th universe resting area, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Gohan and Goku's battle, instantly discerning that their powers were nearly equal. Although Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his foundational combat strength was still too weak. If only it could match Wang Teng's, he could effortlessly overpower Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Wang Teng silently urged, "Gohan, give it your all." As their powers escalated, the surroundings lay in utter disarray. With a bang, the two quickly retreated, gasping for air. It was evident that the earlier clash had drained them significantly. Then, Gohan bellowed again, his golden aura surging once more. Goku immediately assumed a defensive stance, but Gohan unleashed an energy blast in an instant. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted within the arena. Wukong sprang into action with remarkable speed, seizing the opportunity as Gohan swiftly followed suit. The prince's combat technique howled forth, unleashing a torrent of energy blast that hurtled towards Wukong. Amidst the onslaught of countless energy orbs, Wukong instinctively shielded his body with his arms. The explosions reverberated through the air as Gohan's strikes became increasingly rapid, with a barrage of energy blasts multiplying exponentially. The cacophony of detonations was relentless. At that moment, a commanding voice pierced through the chaos. Tenfold Kaioken! A terrifying aura erupted from Wukong, as crimson energy waves cascaded over the Azure Ones. Wukong, utilizing the tenfold Kaioken, emanated an overwhelming aura that effortlessly repelled all incoming attacks, even forcing Gohan to stagger back several paces. Chapter 32. Wukong's victory. Gohan gazed, dazed at his father wielding the tenfold Kaioken, a bittersweet pang resonating within him. He had never mastered the Kaioken technique, and to witness this long-lost skill after so many years was astonishing, especially layered atop the Super Saiyan Blue form. Father, can one utilize the Kaioken on top of the Super Blue form? Gohan voiced his curiosity. Wukong smiled and replied, "Gohan, you are truly remarkable for pushing me to this form. Once the match concludes, I'll teach you the intricacies of the Kaioken." Gohan nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, father is incredibly strong." Wukong chuckled, running a hand through his hair. "Reaching this stage required immense effort on my part. However, it is your progress that astonishes me. Shall we continue? I have surpassed you in strength." In response to Wukong's inquiry, Gohan felt a surge of excitement. Though his father's power eclipsed his own, he was eager to engage, for it was the first time he felt so close to his father. With a resolute nod, Gohan affirmed his readiness. Wukong, noticing his son's determination, smiled and said, "Prepare yourself. I am coming." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wukong charged forward with breathtaking speed, catching Gohan off guard. Bang! Just as Gohan processed the situation, a powerful punch landed squarely in his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward with a cry. So swift, Gohan quickly steadied himself, carefully scrutinizing Wukong's movements. Wukong darted through the air, his voice echoing, "Gohan, I'm right here." Gohan, his expression grave, did not yield an inch as he advanced rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided in the air, their fists clashing with ferocity. Bang! Wukong suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, amplifying the Kaioken several-fold. The crimson flame soared, his fists clenched tightly as he capitalized on Gohan's momentary lapse, delivering a devastating blow. Boom! Gohan plummeted downward, a tremendous crash resounding from the arena as a massive crater emerged. Quickly regaining his composure, Gohan gritted his teeth and soared from the depths of the pit. Wukong launched an energy blast. Whoosh! Gohan instantly vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he found himself directly above Wukong, his fists poised to strike downwards. Wukong reacted with agility, deflecting Gohan's fists with a deft palm, altering their trajectory and rendering them ineffective. Seizing the moment, Wukong delivered a powerful kick straight into Gohan's midsection. Ugh! Saliva erupted from Gohan's mouth. As he wiped his lips, he looked up only to find Wukong had vanished from the air. Just as he began searching for his father, Wukong suddenly materialized above him, launching a fierce elbow strike that sent Gohan hurtling downward once more. Kamehameha! In the air, Wukong began to gather energy, a brilliant white-blue light illuminating the sky. Piccolo, witnessing the formidable Kamehameha being charged by Wukong, shouted, "Old son, stop! Do you wish to kill Gohan? My Gohan!" Muttering these words, Chi-Chi fainted once again. "Go, brother!" Goten clenched his fists tightly, clearly favoring his brother over Gohan, having been raised by Gohan and Chi-Chi, while Wukong's presence at home was scarce. At that moment, Gohan, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, gazed at the dazzling white-blue light above. He too unleashed a surge of energy, golden flames erupting forth. The terrifying aura surged once more as Gohan reached the pinnacle of his power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden flames soared. Kamehameha. Gohan unleashed his Kamehameha in an instant. Wukong had completed his charge, rapidly launching his energy blast downward. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two Kamehamehas collided with tremendous force. Boom! The sheer power created a thunderous roar that echoed across the sky, sending fierce winds sweeping across the battlefield. The clothing of both Wukong and Gohan rustled violently in the ferocious gusts. Both warriors unleashed their energy to its fullest extent. The entire arena was engulfed in white-blue radiance, prompting bystanders to shield their eyes with their arms. As Gohan's Kamehameha began to falter, he gritted his teeth, desperately holding his ground. "Kakarot, are you insane? Do you truly wish to kill Gohan?" Vegeta exclaimed, shock evident on his face. Just then, Wukong sprang into action, employing instant transmission to appear behind Gohan in a heartbeat. "Gohan, give me your hand." Gohan extended one hand, linking it with Wukong's. Boom! The overwhelming Kamehameha engulfed the arena entirely. Rumble, rumble. The entire arena was cloaked in a blinding white light. Boom! As the brilliance slowly faded, thick clouds of dust began to rise, revealing that the arena had been utterly obliterated, leaving only a massive crater from which smoke billowed. Piccolo, witnessing the destruction, collapsed in despair. Gohan is dead. Son Goku, you must bear full responsibility," Piccolo bellowed. Just then, Chi-Chi regained consciousness. "What happened to my Gohan?" Bulma shook her head in response. "Impossible. How could Goku kill Gohan?" Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's cheeks. Beerus cautiously glanced at Whis. Noticing no change in his demeanor, remaining composed, he whispered to Whis, "Is the prosecutor overly grief-stricken? Why is there no reaction?" "Ha ha! Lord Beerus, look closely." Whis maintained his cheerful demeanor. At that moment, whoosh, two figures materialized in the air, none other than Gohan and Son Goku. Gohan extended his fist to meet Wukong's. "Thank you, Father, for teaching me the essence of a life-and-death battle. I feel I have grown immensely." Wukong, patting Gohan's head, smiled. "Gohan, you have indeed matured significantly." Through his battle with Wukong, Gohan comprehended that one must exert their utmost against adversaries. Mercy towards foes equates to cruelty towards oneself, and he held deep respect for his father. Son Goku, a true warrior. At that moment, Gohan's voice resonated. "I concede." Upon hearing Gohan's concession, the referee emerged from a corner to announce, "The victor of this match is Son Goku from Universe 7. A smile finally broke across Piccolo's face. "Old son, you really pulled a fast one on me." Thank goodness Gohan is unscathed. Returning to the resting area of Universe 7, Gohan lowered his head, saying, "I apologize. Lord Wang Teng, I lost the match." Hearing this, Wang Teng stood and patted Gohan on the shoulder, saying, "Gohan, do not be disheartened. You performed admirably. Leave the rest to me." Gohan lifted his head to gaze at Wang Teng. Good luck, Lord Wang Teng." As the crowd erupted in cheers, the large screen swiftly rolled again, displaying Wang Teng's visage opposite Wukong. The referee's voice rang out. The next match will be between the victorious Son Goku and the newly entering Wang Teng. Just then, the referee realized the arena had vanished, leaving only a deep pit. As he grappled with this dilemma, Bardos and Whis descended gracefully. Chapter 33. Time rewind under the combined might of Bardos and Whis. The arena was enveloped in dazzling light, and shortly thereafter, the pit gradually vanished. A brand new arena reappeared before the spectators. Bardos and Whis bowed towards Wang Teng above and then returned to their resting area. Wukong, gazing at the restored arena, remarked, "Thanks to Whis and Bardos, we can continue the match after Gohan and I shatter the arena. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to proceed." Suddenly, the referee's voice announced, "Now, please welcome Wang Teng to the stage." No sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow flickered, and Wang Teng appeared on the arena. Gohan watched the two figures atop the stage, murmuring, "Good luck, Lord Wang Teng. Father, give it your all." Wukong gazed earnestly at the emerging Wang Teng and remarked, "I never expected to face Lord Wang Teng once more. I hope you will show no mercy." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. As the two stood at the center of the stage, the referee promptly declared the match to commence. Wukong immediately erupted with energy. With a fierce shout, a terrifying power surged from within him. A blue, sacred aura swiftly rose from his feet, enveloping the entire arena with its astonishing presence. Faced with Wukong's overwhelming momentum, Wang Teng quickly assumed a combat stance. Wukong was taken aback. He anticipated that his opponent would not even transform into a Super Saiyan. "In that case, here I come." A blue aura shrouded his entire being, instantly locking onto Wang Teng with incredible intensity. Whoosh! Wukong charged forward at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Xiangpa, astonished, stood up and exclaimed, "It seems Lord Wang Teng has merged with the very essence of the universe. He is truly impenetrable." It is evident that Lord Xiangpa has made significant progress to discern this. Lord Wang Teng has now harnessed the power of intent, attaining the true state of unity with heaven and earth. Babidi chuckled as Wang Teng faced the ever-enlarging fist before him. A radiant white aura emanated from his body. Time rewound. Instantly, time reverted to 3 seconds prior, and Wukong's fist was now significantly farther from Wang Teng. Subsequently, Wang Teng effortlessly evaded the attack. "What just happened? I clearly struck Lord Wang Teng just now. How did he evade it?" With no time to ponder, Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches at Wang Teng. But each time, just as he was about to connect, Wang Teng inexplicably dodged. "Now it's my turn to strike." Wang Teng's voice resonated softly. Utilizing the time rewind, he swiftly found the gap in Wukong's attacks and delivered a powerful punch. Wukong, noticing the oddly approaching fist, quickly attempted to evade, thinking he had succeeded. Yet the next moment, that seemingly evaded punch landed heavily on his abdomen. Boom! Wukong crashed onto the arena floor. Piccolo exclaimed, "What just happened?" Krillin gasped. "Impossible, he clearly dodged." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, cursing inwardly. "That despicable fiend, I didn't even catch how he threw that punch." "What a disgrace." Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring, "Could it be the power of time?" "Wang Teng is truly unfathomable." Beerus, taken aback, inquired, "Whis, what did you just say?" "The power of time. That is the power of angels, while Lord Wang Teng is formidable. Mastering angelic abilities seems improbable." At that moment, a feminine voice chimed in. "No, it is entirely possible. Lord Wang Teng is indeed remarkable, and it is not surprising that he possesses such powers." Whis stood up and declared, "Sister." Indeed, Babidi had instantly appeared beside Whis, her speed nothing short of supernatural. Wukong slowly rose, utterly astonished. "How swift! I clearly dodged, yet I still got hit. What kind of speed is this?" Wang Teng calmly stated, "Yield." Wukong, taken aback, replied, "Lord Wang Teng, while your punch was indeed powerful, I refuse to concede. For some reason, I feel an overwhelming surge of passion." Wukong exploded with energy, the blue aura rapidly ascending as he charged fiercely towards Wang Teng once more. A blue afterimage was left in his wake on the arena. And facing the incredibly swift Wukong, Wang Teng vanished from his position. The two disappeared from the stage, and the air was filled with the sounds of thunderous clashes. Ya. Wukong intermittently reappeared, relentlessly attacking Wang Teng. Yet every attempt was effortlessly evaded. The air was saturated with the force of Wukong's punches, and in the next moment, he executed an instant transmission, appearing right in front of Wang Teng, and delivered a sudden, powerful blow. However, to Wukong's astonishment, Wang Teng once again evaded in a bizarre manner, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Wukong. Wukong's heart raced, but it was too late to react. Wang Teng struck like lightning, landing a heavy punch on Wukong's chin. Wukong was sent flying backward, leaving a long trail on the arena floor, and he staggered back several meters before barely regaining his balance. Can't see. Why is there not a single trace of his attack? In the 7th universe's spectator area, Piccolo felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his already green complexion appearing even greener. Why is there no sign of his attack at all? Vegeta bore a look of sheer horror, his mind racing for countermeasures. Wang Teng, like a phantom, moved once more, while Wukong quickly stood up, tenfold Kaioken. He erupted with energy, an astonishing red aura layering atop the blue flames. An ominous presence immediately radiating outward. Wukong braced himself for Wang Teng's impending attack. Ugh! Just as he was on high alert, Wukong was struck once more in the abdomen. At that moment, he felt as if he might vomit bile. And once again, Wang Teng had vanished. Thus, Wukong passively endured several strikes. Maintaining a defensive posture, he could no longer determine from where his opponent would strike. He never expected that even with the Kaioken amplified tenfold, he could still not catch a glimpse of his opponent. Just then, a voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 1 hour in the 6th universe. Congratulations to the host for increasing the time rewind duration to 6 seconds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a base combat power of 100 million. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 stand-in. Overjoyed by the series of rewards, Wang Teng could hardly contain his excitement. He hadn't anticipated such generous rewards from the 6th universe's sign-in system. What is the function of a stand-in? In response to Wang Teng's query, the function of the stand-in soon resonated in his mind. The stand-in can substitute the host to absorb damage when the host is in danger. Each use of the stand-in incurs a recovery time of 10 days. After absorbing this information, Wang Teng could hardly suppress his delight. This was akin to gaining an extra life, and it could be used repeatedly. What a remarkable boon! After completing the sign-in, he turned his gaze towards the still defensive Wukong. With the sign-in, Wang Teng's time rewind had increased to 6 seconds. Thus, Wukong had even less chance of victory. Consequently, he charged forward once more, and Wukong instantly sensed Wang Teng's attack. He quickly prepared to defend. But at this point, the time rewind had escalated to an astonishing 6 seconds, and in the blink of an eye, Wukong found himself caught off guard, receiving a strike to the chin, sending him flying. Chapter 34. Wukong's defeat. Thud, thud, thud. Wukong staggered back several dozen steps before barely stabilizing himself. Wukong panted heavily. Damn it, I still can't see. He rapidly retreated, trying to distance himself from Wang Teng. Wukong bellowed. The blue sacred flames rapidly enveloped by the crimson aura, igniting with intensity. His hands gleamed with radiant light. Let us see how you evade this. The energy blasts were instantaneously unleashed, and in an instant, the entire space was filled with energy orbs. Each orb shone like the blazing sun. Suspended in the air, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. This is not. Piccolo was correct. At this moment, Wukong was employing the technique he had used during his battle with Android 17. Wukong smirked. Lord Wang Teng, how will you escape this time? With a firm grasp, he sent the energy orbs hurtling toward Wang Teng. Yet he had vastly underestimated the power of time rewind. With 6 seconds to spare, even amidst such a dense barrage, Wang Teng effortlessly evaded the lethal strikes by combining time rewind with instantaneous movement. Boom, boom, boom. The arena resonated with terrifying explosions. The next moment, Wang Teng appeared right before Wukong, unleashing a swift punch that struck his abdomen. Wukong wore an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? How did he achieve this? Wukong clutched his stomach and collapsed onto the arena floor. The spectators were utterly bewildered, having failed to comprehend what transpired. Kakarot, Vegeta's face reflected sheer astonishment. Wang Teng looked down at Wukong and said, "Do you now understand the disparity? Yield." Wukong lay on the arena floor lamenting, "Yield? How could I possibly lose here?" Beerus spoke coolly, "Wukong cannot win. You might as well concede." "Ha ha, indeed. Lord Wang Teng has mastered the power of time, which is truly astonishing. For Wukong to achieve victory seems quite challenging." Whis chuckled. Wukong was internally in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that even with Super Saiyan Blue and a tenfold Kaioken, he couldn't even force his opponent to transform. Was the gap between them this vast? How infuriating! Wukong slowly rose to his feet. "I must admit, Lord Wang Teng is indeed formidable. I cannot even perceive your attacks. However, I refuse to concede defeat." At that moment, a faint, ethereal white energy emanated from Wukong, and his aura underwent a significant transformation. Wang Teng's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the nascent form of the Zizai Ji Gong. How troublesome! A terrifying aura instantly radiated from Wang Teng, spreading outward in all directions as he charged towards Wukong. The time reversal technique was immediately activated, making his attacks inscrutable, and with a heavy punch, he struck Wukong. Wukong instantly felt an indescribable agony coursing through his entire body. "Ouch, that hurts." Wukong reverted to his ordinary self. Collapsing to the ground, Whis' gaze remained fixed on son Wukong. The voice of Beerus echoed immediately. "Whis, what was that just now?" "Zizai Ji Gong." Whis nodded, his expression serious. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, it is Zizai Ji Gong. I never expected Wukong to grasp the essence of it. Given time, he will surely master the Zizai Ji Gong." Beerus bellowed. "When did you teach him? Why was I unaware?" Observing the furious Beerus. Whis chuckled, "But wasn't Lord Beerus napping?" "Humph." Beerus merely snorted in response and sat down to tea this moment. Wang Teng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that under his pressure, Wukong would comprehend the Zizai Ji Gong, which was a significant advancement compared to the original narrative. It seems that with Wang Teng's involvement, the plot has undergone considerable changes. Wang Teng glanced at the referee. "What are you still standing there for?" The referee promptly rushed over, inspected the situation, and announced, "The victor is contestant Wang Teng." Wang Teng looked at the fallen son Wukong and said, "You performed admirably. I hope you master the Zizai Ji Gong soon, so we may clash again." In the resting area, Gohan exclaimed, "Dad." He hurriedly dashed to the stage, assisting Wukong back to the resting area. Meanwhile, Hit from Universe 6 observed Wang Teng on the stage, murmuring, "That fellow's speed is truly extraordinary. He seems to possess a technique akin to the time skip. I wonder who would outmatch him." Unbeknownst to Hit, however, their abilities to manipulate time are worlds apart. Wang Teng's time reversal can reach an astonishing 6 seconds, while Hit's time skip only lasts 0.1 seconds, rendering the effectiveness drastically different. Once the time skip fails, one's inherent strength becomes exceedingly crucial. At that moment, the large screen began to roll again. Moments later, Hit's avatar indeed appeared opposite Wang Teng. The referee promptly declared, "After the victory of contestant Wang Teng, the next opponent is Hit from Universe 6. Hit immediately stood up, his expression still impassive. Showing no signs of emotion, he leapt off the stage, positioning himself opposite Wang Teng. Kappa nervously watched the stage since Hit is the last contestant from Universe 6. At this moment, Wang Teng and Hit locked eyes, neither knowing what the other was contemplating. In the resting area, Wukong, having been treated, regained consciousness and turned his gaze towards the stage. That is Lord Wang Teng's opponent. That fellow is so composed, having witnessed the prior matches. He remains unfazed. I sense that although he is desperately concealing his aura, I can still perceive it as sharp as a needle, so powerful." Wukong murmured. Beside him, Vegeta wore a serious expression and inquired, "Hey, Kakarot, what just happened? Why did you inexplicably fall for it?" In response to Vegeta's question, Wukong scratched his face and said, "I don't know. It just felt strange. Every time it seemed I was about to hit him, He inexplicably vanished as if time had stopped. Yes, just like time ceased. Hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta grew increasingly pensive. He then smirked. Whatever, I absolutely will not lose. At that moment, Beerus resumed his nap. Whis, I feel like I've heard of this hit fellow. Do you know his background? Whis, still smiling, replied. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, you're napping again. Don't let the inspector see you. As for Hit, I've heard he is a top-tier assassin from Universe 6. No target he has set his sights on has ever escaped. Upon hearing the term inspector, Beerus became considerably more alert, directing his gaze towards the stage. An assassin? The inspector should be fine, right? Amidst the crowd's cheers. The referee's voice rang out. The match begins. As the contest commenced, Hit assumed a decidedly minimal stance, piquing Wang Teng's interest. Wang Teng waved at Hit, observing the disdain in his opponent's demeanor. Hit immediately sprang into action, his speed astonishing. The spectators gasped. So fast. Chapter 35. Vegeta versus Hit. Hit swiftly unleashed a punch, which bizarrely evaded Wang Teng upon contact. In the next instant, an astounding aura erupted from Wang Teng. With a resounding boom, Hit was sent flying. Whis wore a broad smile. Ho ho ho. The inspector is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Vegeta felt tumultuous waves within, as he could not even discern their attacks. So fast, he could hardly see their strikes. As he contemplated the impending battle against one of the two, Vegeta quickly strategized. Observing the fallen Hit, Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. He had hoped to witness the might of the time skip. But after acquiring the time reversal technique, he found Hit's ability rather lackluster. His time reversal could extend to an incredible 6 seconds, while Hit's time skip was a mere 0.1 seconds, leaving Wang Teng feeling rather unamused. Perhaps influenced by the Saiyan bloodline's combative nature, he sought only to engage with powerful opponents, showing little interest in one-sided battles. Wang Teng glanced towards the resting area, where Bardos and Whis were. Feeling a surge of anticipation, they had promised him a duel following the competition. With that thought, Wang Teng raised his hand. Referee, I forfeit. Hearing the not-so-loud declaration, the entire arena fell silent. Hit stared in shock at Wang Teng, who had announced his forfeit. Why? Victory was within reach. Having witnessed his time skip, it's far more powerful than mine. Truly an incredible individual. Upon hearing Wang Teng's forfeit, the referee promptly declared, since contestant Wang Teng has forfeited, the next match will be between contestant Hit and contestant Vegeta. This will also be the final match. The winner will determine the victor of this competition. At this moment, Beerus's eyes were filled with astonishment. Whis, why? Why did the inspector forfeit? He could have easily won. Whis's expression turned unexpectedly serious. Lord Beerus, this is the inspector giving us a chance. The next battle will be between Universe 7 and Universe 6. And the consequences of losing upon hearing this, Beerus immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, this match must end in victory. No defeat allowed. Wukong shouted. Go for it. Vegeta slowly rose and walked towards the stage, his mind racing with the movements of Hit's earlier attacks. He understood that this would be a fierce contest. Just then, Beerus suddenly recalled something and said to Whis, Whis, quickly share the strategy to deal with that fellow from Universe 6 with Vegeta. Whis raised his head and replied, Rest assured, Lord Beerus, just leave it to Vegeta. Beerus's gaze turned stern. If Vegeta loses, do you know the consequences? The inspector will undoubtedly hold me accountable. And it could be dire, Whis chuckled. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, do not be so pessimistic. Have you forgotten that Vegeta has surpassed his limits? The one we should be worried about is Compa. Vegeta and Hit now stood at the center of the stage. Once both were in position, the referee promptly announced, The match begins. Vegeta immediately erupted with energy, and a tremendous wave of power surged outward. With his low growl, a blue divine aura burst forth, enveloping the entire stage in a terrifying energy. Transformed, Vegeta exuded confidence. Come on. He sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering across the stage, attacking from an unexpected angle. In response to Vegeta's rapid assault, Hit's form began to blur, and in the blink of an eye, Hit's fist slammed heavily into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. That guy, His attacks are indeed imperceptible, and his strength is formidable. However, through the previous assault, it seems that Vegeta has grasped a crucial insight. In the next moment, Vegeta once again accelerated into motion, delivering a stunning punch directed at Hit. Bang! In response to Vegeta's swift onslaught, Hit casually extended his palm and caught Vegeta's fist with ease. Hit's indifferent voice resonated. "You cannot win. Surrender." Upon hearing Hit's words, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. "Surrender? You expect this prince to concede?" What a jest! Not at all pleased by Vegeta's blatant disregard, Hit swiftly retaliated with a punch. Vegeta was sent hurtling backward. Thud, thud, thud. He flew several meters before barely managing to regain his footing. At this moment, images of Hit's attack patterns incessantly replayed in Vegeta's mind. His eyes widened in realization, and a subtle smile graced his lips. So, this is how it is. To affirm his newfound understanding, Vegeta charged at Hit once more with great speed. A thunderous shout echoed as Vegeta's rapid fist aimed for Hit. Hit merely shook his head. Useless. In an instant, his form became ethereal once again, and his ghostly fist circumvented Vegeta's, striking at him. Faced with the blow, Vegeta tilted his head slightly, successfully evading Hit's punch for the first time. Crash! The two swiftly separated. Hit, astonished, thought to himself he actually dodged it. Was it merely a coincidence? Meanwhile, standing opposite Hit, Vegeta's face was brimming with confidence. "Your attacks are nothing extraordinary." Yet deep within, he too was profoundly astonished, for the opponent's ability to manipulate time was indeed remarkable. Although fleeting, having discovered the secret allowed him to evade, but the power tied to time was undeniably astonishing. Hit, unable to believe that Vegeta had unraveled his time-skip technique, launched another assault. Vegeta immediately focused intensely, his eyes narrowing. Here, he swiftly unleashed a punch, colliding heavily with Hit's fist. An astonishing force erupted, radiating outward. Bang! Both retreated simultaneously. At that moment, Kampa, seated in the 6th Universe's spectator area, stared wide-eyed. How is this possible? He actually struck Hit. Vegeta grinned. Your technique has lost its efficacy. What will you do now? Hit's expression shifted, revealing a fluctuating demeanor. Before he replied with a smirk, it was merely a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Vegeta displayed a mocking smile. Coincidence? If that's the case, allow me to make you feel it once more. Vegeta's body surged forward again, moving with unprecedented speed, leaving behind mere phantoms upon the arena. Hit quickly discerned Vegeta's attacking method and activated his time skip to counter. The two engaged in a rapid exchange midair. And at that moment, Hit's eyes widened in astonishment, for all his attacks were being met by Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Vegeta seized the opportunity to land a powerful blow to Hit's chin. Ah! Hit cried out in agony. Hurtling sideways, his body crashed heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. In midair, panting, Vegeta laughed. Now you've witnessed my might, you bastard. Meanwhile, the 7th Universe's spectator area erupted in cheers. Well done, Vegeta. Bulma waved her fists, fervently cheering him on. Daddy, Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration. At last, a smile graced Beerus' face. That Vegeta is performing admirably. Once the match concludes, I shall reward him handsomely. Goku was equally astonished. Did Vegeta just read Hit's movements? Remarkable. Chapter 36. Growth.at This moment, Hit remained oblivious to why his opponent could accurately pinpoint his position. Vegeta's lips curled upward. You still have time to surrender. Gazing at Vegeta's confident visage, Hit's expression hardened with indifference. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Hit, purple flames billowing forth. Looking at Hit's terrifying display of power, Vegeta smirked. At last, you're willing to unleash your full strength. Let me see what you're truly capable of. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed his energy and charged at Hit, enveloped in purple flames. His rapid fists were aimed directly at Hit, leaving a blue trail across the arena that lingered. In response to Vegeta's quick assault, Hit met him head-on, and the two began to exchange blows in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of white energy rippled through the air. Vegeta's attacks quickened. Yet Hit remained undeterred, combining incredible power with his time skip to fend off Vegeta's onslaught. Hit's eyes widened suddenly as he seized an opening in Vegeta's attacks to counterattack, his fierce fists hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta found himself in a defensive position, constantly evading Hit's strikes. In the 7th Universe's spectator area, Goku's eyes were fixated on the two, murmuring, "That guy is incredibly strong. He's overpowering Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta." The battle in the air intensified, with Hit's assaults growing more rapid. Although Vegeta was struggling, he still managed to hold his ground. However, Vegeta was clearly dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. His teeth clenched and fists tightened. "I have clearly deciphered his time skip, so why am I still finding this so strenuous?" Observing Vegeta's mounting difficulty on the stage, Whis chuckled. "It seems Vegeta is growing impatient." Although he has unraveled the mechanics of Hit's time skip, the opponent's inherent strength is not to be underestimated. At Whis' words, Beerus' expression grew serious, his gaze fixed on the arena. For this match held the key to his fate. On the stage, Hit regarded Vegeta with a calm demeanor, stating, "Although you've grasped the principle of my time skip, you still need to enhance your speed to overcome that fleeting moment. For many, this is already a formidable challenge, and you must also anticipate my movements to in this regard. You're the only opponent capable of achieving such a feat. However, this is where it ends." Hearing Hit's words, Vegeta's face flushed with rage. An astounding aura erupted from Vegeta, blue flames soaring, and the blue flames began to subtly evolve into a deep blue. "You dare to underestimate me. I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans." Vegeta charged forth. Bang! Hit clearly did not anticipate that Vegeta's speed would suddenly escalate to such an extent. Caught off guard, he was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch, spitting out blood. It suddenly burst into laughter. "Delightful. I can hardly recall the last time I experienced such exhilarating combat. You're the only one who has unraveled my time skip, but this is not my limit. I grow stronger in the face of adversity. In the next moment, I shall become even mightier." In the blink of an eye, Hit vanished from sight. Bang! Vegeta's fist collided heavily with Hit's. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows several times. Fierce winds scattering in all directions. Vegeta was horrified to discover that Hit's speed had increased. As he was taken aback, Hit's fist unexpectedly struck Vegeta's chin. Staggering backward, Vegeta struggled to regain his balance. "Vegeta!" Goku's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. Hit's time skip had expanded from 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. Could it be that he truly grows stronger when faced with a formidable opponent? Wang Teng muttered. Upon hearing this, Whis remarked with a smile, "Lord Wang Teng, in truth, Hit has experienced growth. In a mere span of time, Hit had indeed evolved." The surrounding audience was left astounded, unable to fathom that the opponent's talent was so remarkable that he could simply grow stronger. Hit retracted his fists, placing his hands in his pockets. "I never anticipated that growth, something I had never considered before, would become apparent upon meeting you today. Even I must acknowledge that I, too, should strive to grow. My time skip has indeed expanded to 0.2 seconds. Vegeta!" Livid, shouted bastard. Caught off guard, Vegeta had always believed that Hit's time skip was merely 0.1 seconds, but when it increased to 0.2 seconds, he fell victim to it. Gazing at the now more formidable Hit, Kappa of the 6th Universe exclaimed with excitement. As expected of Hit, he is truly impressive. Quickly defeat him and secure victory for the 6th Universe. Unfazed by the astonishment of the crowd, Hit extended his right hand and beckoned to Vegeta. Observing the taunting gesture, Vegeta erupted with fury. He swiftly leaped backward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands, as the projectiles hurtled toward him with alarming speed. Hit sprang into the air, fully aware that Vegeta had been anticipating his every move, and another energy blast was already soaring into the sky. Subsequently, a multitude of energy blasts erupted forth, their explosive cacophony resonating through the air. Gazing at the fiery spectacle and billowing smoke, Vegeta cackled maniacally. "Haha, perish. The Saiyan signature strategy has always been to escalate in battle. How dare you think you can rapidly surpass me? Now you realize the gravity of the situation, don't you?" At that moment, Hit suddenly materialized behind Vegeta, activating his instant transmission in the blink of an eye, landing several punches before Vegeta could even react. Struck by such a rapid assault, Vegeta was sent hurtling away. Almost immediately, an energy blast shot forth from Hit's hand. Ha! The resounding explosion echoed, engulfing the arena in a thick cloud of fire and smoke. At that instant, Hit cast a glance at the referee and called out, "Hey, referee! Shouldn't you check on his life or death status?" In the resting area, Gohan anxiously exclaimed, "Uncle Vegeta, is he all right?" Hearing Gohan's words, Wang Teng reassured him softly, "Don't worry, Gohan. Vegeta would never fall so easily. Remember, he is the proud prince of the Saiyans." Upon hearing Hit shout, the referee began searching through the smoke for Vegeta's silhouette. Just then, a blue figure burst forth from the haze. He hovered in midair, gritting his teeth, and bellowed, "You think such a level could make me concede? You underestimate me, Vegeta." As soon as he finished speaking, the blue aura surrounding Vegeta intensified, deepening in hue. Hit, gazing up at Vegeta, was taken aback. "To think you have also grown. It seems that Saiyans can indeed evolve in the heat of battle. Your obsession with victory is truly remarkable." In response, Vegeta roared, "You overrate yourself. Compared to the Saiyans, you are but a speck of dust." Chapter 37. The brutality Vegeta vanished like a flash of lightning, his speed having reached an unprecedented level. Hit's eyes darted around, desperately searching for Vegeta, feeling an unsettling sense of helplessness. Impossible. Just then, Vegeta's blue figure suddenly appeared right before Hit. Cold sweat trickled down Hit's forehead as shock coursed through him. What is this speed? He has grown so much stronger. In the 7th universe resting area, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, murmuring, "It seems Vegeta has transcended the super blue barrier." Meanwhile, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. Smiling indeed, he is progressing towards deep blue. With one more leap, he may very well reach that realm. Vegeta truly embodies the essence of a Saiyan prince, exhibiting remarkable talent. Upon hearing this, Gohan gasped, "Deep blue? Vegeta has actually shattered his limits. It seems the 7th universe is destined for victory." Beerus chuckled. As Hit faced the onslaught of punches, he quickly retreated. However, Vegeta's speed was simply too overwhelming for him to evade. A powerful punch struck Hit squarely, sending him crashing sideways. Hit's eyes were filled with disbelief. His speed had at least tripled. Unbelievable. Vegeta erupted with energy, his divine blue aura surging, unleashing a formidable presence. With his power maximized, he charged at Hit, intent on finishing the battle before Hit could recover. Just as Hit was getting back on his feet, Vegeta's fierce punch connected with his jaw. Thud, thud, thud. Hit staggered backward, taking dozens of steps before raising his head, only to find Vegeta charging at him once more. That he quickly adjusted his stance, activating instant transmission. Yet, Vegeta's might had surpassed Super Blue. His speed now exceeded threefold, rendering Hit utterly incapable of tracking his movements. Hit exclaimed, "His speed is surpassing my instant transmission. This is impossible." As soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta's fist collided with him. The bystanders were engulfed in astonishment. Ugh! Hit spat out white saliva, his body trembling violently. "The power of the Saiyans is beyond your comprehension. Our pride does not permit me to fail. With the next move, I shall determine the victor." As Vegeta's voice echoed, he reappeared before Hit, delivering another devastating blow. Hit was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Kappa sprang to his feet, shouting, "Hit, get up! What are you doing? Is this how the first assassin of the 6th universe behaves?" Hearing Kampa's roar, Hit trembled and managed to rise. Power and speed have increased so drastically. How is he achieving this? I have never encountered such a Saiyan. Hit muttered, gazing at the standing Hit. Vegeta sneered. "With my next move, you won't be able to stand again. This is the consequence of underestimating Saiyans." "Eha!" The blue divine aura surged with Vegeta's shout, his energy seemingly rising even further at this moment. Vegeta's power was on the cusp of Super Saiyan Blue, requiring only a trigger to reach the depths of Deep Blue. Vegeta had reached the pinnacle of his strength, a terrifying energy causing the very arena to tremble. Vegeta's might, How formidable! It can rival even those employing the Kaioken technique. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Has Vegeta broken through once more? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead, his expression deepening in hue. Wang Teng observed the fully unleashed Vegeta with a smile, surprised by how much Vegeta had grown in this battle. He was progressing in his own unique way. Vegeta is indeed a powerful warrior. At this moment, Vegeta's strength was nearly on par with that of a destroyer, albeit the weakest kind. He was still far from the likes of Beerus, who had reached the pinnacle of a first-tier angel's power. Whoosh! Vegeta shot forth, leaving behind a lingering deep blue shadow in the air, quickly condensing energy blasts in his hands. Boom! Hit leaped into the air to evade. Seeing Hit ascend, Vegeta smirked. Perish! Ha! Another astonishing energy blast was unleashed, and Hit's eyes narrowed. He understood that there was no evading this attack, so he crossed his arms defensively. Wah! The princess technique was rapidly unleashed from Vegeta's hands. Countless energy blasts surged forth. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions echoed through the air. The sky was engulfed in flames, thick smoke swirling. Hit! Kampa stood up, his eyes fixed intently on the sky. At that moment, Vegeta's final assault descended. His hands crackled with golden lightning. Die Ultimate Flesh. Whoosh! The golden super energy blast detonated with a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 Krillin and the others shut their eyes tightly. The sky was ablaze with fire, black smoke billowing. Panting heavily, Vegeta gasped for breath. I have one. Vegeta performed admirably. Goku shouted with excitement, feeling his strength waning. Vegeta's face broke into a relaxed smile, finally seeing the end. Just then, a powerful shout resonated. An astonishing purple aura erupted from the flames, dispersing the thick black smoke, revealing Hit's battered figure. He was now covered in blood, yet the purple aura surrounding him remained formidable. That guy still has strength left. Vegeta's face was filled with shock. At that moment, Hit charged forward, his head colliding forcefully with Vegeta's. Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth. Both warriors fell to the ground simultaneously. All around, the spectators watched the brutal battle on the arena, their fists clenched in tension. Wang Teng gazed at the two fallen fighters with astonishment, their resilience and might exceeding his expectations. At this moment, both warriors had nearly exhausted their strength. It was a battle of willpower. Wang Teng's voice resonated softly. Gohan, the resolve of these two is unwavering. They are both qualified warriors. I hope you can learn from them and become a guardian of the universe. Hearing this, Gohan nodded resolutely. He had vowed to become a powerhouse like Wang Teng, and he would never back down. Hit! The resting area of the sixth universe is enveloped in an eerie stillness, a silence so profound that it stirs unease within Xiangpa's heart. The resignation of Wang Teng has ignited a glimmer of hope for the sixth universe. However, the formidable strength of Vegeta exceeds their expectations. At this moment, both fighters have reached their limits, and the outcome remains within the realm of reason. Hit possesses immense potential, and this battle has pushed him beyond his boundaries. Should he fail to continue his growth, he may very well be the one to lose in this competition. Bardoss stated with a serious expression. Chapter 38. The battle against Bardoss Hit. Rise quickly. That Vegeta is clearly running on fumes. Xiangpa shouted from below. Upon hearing Xiangpa's words, Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, beginning to struggle to rise. That detestable fat pig dares to underestimate me. I am Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, perhaps inspired by Vegeta's indomitable spirit. Hit also began to grit his teeth and push himself up. Mere seconds later, Hit astonishingly managed to rise before Vegeta. Huff, 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 Hit gasped for breath. Vegeta stared at the standing Hit, his heart filled with shock as he murmured, I never expected this guy to get up before me. I must admit, you are indeed a strong warrior, and I, Vegeta, acknowledge you. However, I cannot concede defeat so easily. Vegeta pressed his hand against the ground and roared, causing his azure aura to surge once more as he leapt his feet. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta too was panting heavily, clearly having expended all his strength in standing up. At this moment, both fighters were in a dire state. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Dad! Trunks stared wide-eyed at the arena. Well done, Vegeta! This is what makes him my husband. Bulma, tears streaming down her face, waved her fists in encouragement. Both fighters had reached their limits. Whoever could seize the initiative would have the potential to win the match. Whis murmured, in the next moment. Vegeta and Hit both moved. Charging towards each other, fists extended. Ha! They roared, exerting all their strength as their fists collided with tremendous force. Ugh! Their fists struck each other's faces with a resounding impact. Both fighters staggered backward. Thud! The sound of their fall echoed loudly. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Who had emerged victorious? Xiangpa asked uncertainly. Yet, all present wore grave expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the arena. The referee rushed onto the stage. Diligently assessing the condition of both warriors, they lay on the ground, gasping for air. Then came the referee's voice. I will count down from 10. Whoever stands up first will be declared the winner. 10. 8. With each count, the crowd's hearts raced with anticipation. However, when the referee reached the end of his countdown, neither fighter had risen. Just as the referee was at a loss, Wang Teng's figure descended slowly from the resting area onto the stage. His voice resonated. This tournament has been a tremendous success, and the warriors of the 6th and 7th universes deserve commendation. Of course, Beerus and Xiangpa also played significant roles, and for their diligent efforts. Previous grievances shall be forgiven. Upon hearing this, both Xiangpa and Beerus exhaled in relief, knowing that their positions as gods of destruction had been preserved. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice rang out again. Bardos, Whis, shall we commence our battle? Bardos and Whis exchanged glances, then smiled at one another as they descended onto the stage. Sister, allow you to compete against the esteemed inspector this time. I've already experienced your strength. Whis chuckled. Hearing this, Bardos maintained her cheerful demeanor. Whis, you truly are something else. Passing the duty to your own sister, Whis covered his mouth, laughing silently. Observing their plans, Wang Teng furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. After all, his strength was merely at the pinnacle of a level 1 angel, at best equal to Beerus. If he were to face 2 powerful angels simultaneously, defeat would likely come swiftly. However, if it were just one opponent, perhaps he could muster a challenge. And if that opponent were Bardos, he might even have the opportunity to cherish her. With that thought, Wang Teng declared, in that case, let Bardos and I engage in a match. As for the 2 fighters on the stage, it would be troublesome for Whis to escort them away. Whis shook his head, realizing he was the only one left to do the heavy lifting. With a radiant glow emanating from his angelic staff, Vegeta and Hit were swiftly lifted and carried back to the resting area. Watching Whis depart, Wang Teng softly said, Bardos, let us begin. Bardos flashed a sweet smile. As you command, Lord Wang Teng. How long could Lord Wang Teng withstand Bardos's prowess? Beerus muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Whis replied with a smile, perhaps Lord Wang Teng will surprise us yet. Ha! Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Teng unleashed his energy, a deep roar reverberating from his throat. In the next instant, a golden aura erupted from his body. The entire planet trembled violently, the air crackling under the force of his golden energy. Remarkable power surged forth from Wang Teng, as silver lightning intertwined with the golden flames. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Yet he did not halt. That terrifying energy continued to escalate. This overwhelming force seemed to fill the entirety of the 6th universe in an instant. Meanwhile, Bardos continued to regard him with her cheerful demeanor. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard and murmured, he's so strong. Lord Wang Teng's power can still increase. Beside him, Piccolo stood dumbfounded, his expression grave. This is no joke. That energy is monstrous. Beerus, Xiangpa, and Whis all gazed solemnly at Wang Teng, whose power surged higher. Wang Teng's roars grew louder. Simultaneously, his incredible strength surged once more, and at that moment, the entire 6th universe quaked in response to Wang Teng's voice. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, punctuated by flashes of golden lightning. The scene in the arena resembled an apocalyptic spectacle. Wang Teng's hair began to turn white. and his golden aura grew increasingly fierce. The sounds of crackling electricity filled the air as tendrils of silver lightning coiled around him. At that moment, Wang Teng radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance. How terrifying! Is this truly the strength of Lord Wang Teng? It is simply beyond imagination. The entire sixth universe trembles. Xiangpa muttered in disbelief, for during their first encounter, Wang Teng's power had not been nearly as astonishing. Now, even if he were to step in, he would likely only face defeat. The extreme sense of dread and pressure made Xiangpa swallow hard. Ho ho ho! Wang Teng's strength had indeed escalated significantly. It seemed unlikely that Beerus would achieve an easy victory. Whis was astonished to discover that Wang Teng's power had increased dramatically since their last encounter. What he did not realize was the immense effort Wang Teng had invested in cultivating his foundational combat strength, coupled with the benefits of a system sign-in, rendering his current might quite normal. The stronger his foundational combat strength, the more terrifying the amplification of Super Saiyan 5 would be. Thus, even a slight enhancement in his foundational combat strength would result in an exponential increase in power upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Gazing at the overwhelming force emanating from Wang Teng, Beerus's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. Lord Wang Teng, shall we commence? Chapter 39. Beerus's powerful might. Here I come. As soon as Wang Teng's words fell, his body darted forward with lightning speed, faster than a bolt of lightning. Piccolo and the others could scarcely even catch a glimpse of his movements. In an instant, Wang Teng stood before Beerus, delivering a powerful punch. This was a strike fueled by the terrifying strength of Super Saiyan 5, and Wang Teng was utterly serious in his attack. The power of Lord Wang Teng is indeed extraordinary. Beerus murmured as she sensed the impending impact, yet she dared not underestimate it. She swiftly extended her delicate hand to defend against the blow. Crack! Boom! In the next moment, their fists collided, and an overwhelming force radiated outward. Beerus's expression remained unchanged, but she distinctly felt the terrifying power transmitted through the contact of their fists. Lord Wang Teng likely possessed strength akin to that of a level 1 peak angel, which was truly astonishing. Subsequently, an indomitable force emanated from her palm, sending Wang Teng staggering backward. Stumbling a few steps, Wang Teng steadied himself and swiftly moved again, launching a rapid knife-hand strike towards Beerus. At this moment, Wang Teng's time reversal was immediately set in motion. The formidable Beerus, endowed with peak-level 3-tier angelic power, instantly sensed a looming crisis. Subsequently, she found herself enveloped by an extraordinary force, retreating swiftly. Wang Teng's astonishing strike met with empty air in an instant. The expression on Beerus's face had transformed. Her demeanor had finally turned serious. She had not anticipated that Wang Teng's mastery over time had reached such profound heights. Though not quite on par with Whis, he had already surpassed the majority of the lesser angels. She evaded the attack. Wang Teng, too, was taken aback, for he had exerted all his strength in his assault. Yet he had not expected it to be so effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened, having recently dominated his adversaries. Beerus had now regarded Wang Teng as a rival of equal caliber. Regaining his composure, Wang Teng launched a kick towards Beerus, his terrifying whip-like leg cutting through the air with fierce momentum. In response to his aggressive onslaught, Beerus swiftly slapped her palm against his leg, sending Wang Teng careening off at an angle. As he was propelled away, a radiant glow emanated from Beerus's hand, and a sphere of energy shot forth with great speed. Whoosh! The energy orb was unleashed in an instant, hurtling towards Wang Teng. He quickly stabilized his stance and retaliated with a punch, striking the energy orb with tremendous force. Boom! An astonishing explosion reverberated throughout the arena. Hee, that thing of Master Wang Teng's is not to be trifled with. Otherwise, it will explode. Beerus chuckled softly. Thick smoke immediately engulfed Wang Teng. Master Wang Teng! Gohan exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Whis' voice rang out. Rest assured, this level of attack won't harm Master Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Gohan finally relaxed. Indeed, the principle of smoke without harm applied universally. As the smoke dissipated, Wang Teng's figure darted out swiftly. At that moment, apart from appearing somewhat disheveled, he had suffered no substantial harm. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, letting out a thunderous roar as a brilliant golden aura surged forth. He then unleashed a multitude of energy orbs. "This is my return gift." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Teng released the rapidly coalescing energy orbs at an astonishing speed. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbles echoed as dark mushroom clouds ascended into the sky. He understood perfectly well that these energy orbs would pose no threat to the powerful Bados. Nonetheless, they would at least serve to bolster his morale, as he had been on the defensive since the outset, consistently pressured by his opponent. The smoke from the explosions gradually cleared. Bados' beautiful form reappeared in Wang Teng's line of sight. Indeed, a thin protective barrier had manifested around Bados, rendering his previous attacks utterly ineffective. They had failed to even dirty her attire. Subsequently, Bados remarked with a smile, "Such energy orbs are merely a waste of power. Master Wang Teng's actions are rather unwise." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's expression grew exceedingly serious. Whoosh! As her words fell, Wang Teng's body vanished like a phantom. When he reappeared, he was already positioned behind Bados. His speed was so extraordinary that even Goku and the others failed to react in time. "So fast!" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. He struck fiercely towards Bados with a punch. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Bados swiftly turned and retaliated with a punch of her own, as the foremost powerhouse among the angels. Bados was not to be underestimated, and Wang Teng did not take her lightly, nor did he act carelessly. Moreover, Bados' strength surpassed his expectations, compelling him to unleash his full power with every blow. Clash! Their fists collided rapidly. Wang Teng felt an immense force surge through him, pain radiating from his wrist to his arm. Subsequently, his body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Whoosh! Stomp, stomp, stomp! Wang Teng's feet skidded across the ground several times before he managed to regain his footing. When he lifted his head, Bados had already executed a high kick towards him. Her leg was raised so high that Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. A heavy kick struck him squarely in the face. Bang! Wang Teng was sent flying to the side. "Damn it, I'm a bit stunned." He braced himself against the ground with his palms, quickly steadying himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He hastily regained his focus and charged towards the advancing Bados. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of white energy rippled through the sky. A gust of fierce wind swept downward from above. Suddenly, a smile graced Bados' lips as she seized the opportunity created by Wang Teng's rapid assault, delivering a powerful stomp to his chest. The pressure concentrated at the tip of her high heel felt akin to real damage. Whoosh! Bang! A sound akin to tearing through the air rang out, and Wang Teng's body plummeted from the sky. Boom! At last, he crashed heavily onto the arena. The ground was instantly shattered, creating a significant crater. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. Wang Teng rubbed his aching chest, reflecting on the terrifying nature of women, particularly those who were both beautiful and powerful. The damage inflicted was all too real. Nonetheless, Bados' strength was undeniably formidable and distinct from Whis', igniting a fervor within Wang Teng. He swiftly rose to his feet, the spirit of combat burning fiercely within him, and returned to the arena, standing defiantly opposite Bados. Bados gazed at Wang Teng, who had endured multiple heavy strikes from her, now seemingly unscathed, and could not help but express her surprise. Master Wang Teng truly lives up to the reputation of the warrior race. The Saiyans, your resilience is remarkable. The battle between the two immediately ignited excitement in the resting area. Incredible. Both Master Wang Teng and Bados are astonishing. Gohan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The newly awakened Vegeta pounded the ground in frustration. Damn it, I never imagined the disparity in power between me and them would be so vast. At that moment, Zampa felt a wave of trepidation. Their long-standing master-servant relationship had caused him to forget Bados' overwhelming strength. What astonished him was that Wang Teng could actually contend with Bados. This level of power far exceeded his own. Ha ha ha! My sister remains as formidable as ever. Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus, you must step up your game. Otherwise, you may soon be surpassed by Master Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Beerus merely snorted coldly and turned his head away. In the 40th chapter, triumph was at hand. Wang Teng and Beerus locked eyes, each gazing intently at the other. Neither appeared to be panting audibly, completely devoid of any signs of the fierce battle they had just endured. Master Wang Teng's strength is truly astonishing. I had anticipated a swift conclusion to this fight. Yet, to my surprise, after all this time, no substantial damage has been inflicted. With that thought, Beerus smiled at Wang Teng. Since this is the case, I shall now get serious. She had not expected Wang Teng to withstand her onslaught. Originally, she believed his strength to be on par with Zampa's, but now she felt she had grossly underestimated him. Beerus, you need not hold back. Unleash any techniques you wish. Wang Teng replied with a calm demeanor. Though he appeared to have exhausted his strength, he still possessed hidden cards yet to be played. If he were to reveal all his trump cards, there remained a chance to contend. However, he was acutely aware that Beerus's power extended far beyond this. She wielded the strength of a 3-tier angel, whereas Wang Teng had only barely attained the strength of a 1-tier angel that if he wished to triumph, he would need to employ unconventional tactics. Very well, Master Wang Teng. Do take care. Beerus nodded with a smile, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. She had abandoned any intention of further probing and was prepared to unleash her full power. An awe-inspiring white energy began to emanate from her being. In that instant, the aura of divinity enveloped the entire arena. Beerus now appeared as an inviolable goddess, floating gracefully in the air, her sacred flame slowly wrapping around her. Ha ha ha! My sister is getting serious now. Master Wang Teng is in for a challenge, Whis remarked with a smile. As the inspector of the divine realm, Wang Teng immediately felt the terrifying divine power radiating from Beerus. A pressure so overwhelming that it filled him with exhilaration. Sensing the incredible divine force, Wang Teng clenched his fists, preparing himself fully. He tightened his grip, the veins on his arms bulging as the power of intent enveloped him, while a rich divine aura surrounded his golden flames. Beerus's expression shifted. This is the power of intent. Only a select few gods could comprehend the power of intent, yet to wield it effectively also depended on one's combat prowess. Just as the god of destruction from the second universe may have grasped the concept of intent, there would still be no match for Beerus in actual combat. Whoosh, whoosh, in the next moment. Both their figures vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of their clash reverberated through the air, white energy waves exploding in succession. The two silhouettes danced through the sky, leaving the spectators below utterly astounded. Bang! A fierce gale swept downward. In the resting area of the seventh universe, Goku and Vegeta stood agape, astonished. This battle was simply too overwhelming. They were already among the top-tier experts of the seventh universe, even ranking among the foremost fighters throughout the cosmos. However, at this moment, the strength displayed by Beerus and Wang Teng undeniably made them feel their own insignificance. Each of them could easily crush the combined efforts of the two. Is this even possible? Damn it, those two bastards! Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Wang Teng and Beerus were simply extraordinary, seemingly even stronger than Lord Beerus. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Beerus clenched his teeth tightly and roared. Hey Goku, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Have you ever witnessed my full power? Faced with Beerus's menacing gaze, Goku immediately waved his hands in a panic, not daring to say more. Wow, Wang Teng has actually integrated his mastery into combat. Moreover, he is able to exchange blows with his sister. This is truly astonishing. Whis' voice gradually resonated. With the strength Wang Teng currently exhibited, he had surpassed all the gods of destruction, including Beerus. It is likely that only by fully comprehending the Ultra Instinct could Beerus hope to rival Wang Teng. However, compared to his power, Wang Teng's culinary skills were even more unforgettable. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Boom! 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 As the intensity of their battle escalated, the entire arena had become dilapidated, with even the protective shield cracking in numerous places. White energy waves continuously flickered in the air. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a series of fierce collisions, and the air was filled with thunderous sounds. Then, with a resounding bang, a massive energy blast plummeted from above, instantly turning the arena into nothingness. What lay before them was a bottomless pit. Wang Teng and Beerus floated in the air, gazing at each other from a distance. As they locked eyes, Wang Teng felt an overwhelming shock, for he had exerted all his strength yet found himself at a disadvantage, and he had a premonition that his opponent had only utilized about half of her power. At that moment, Beerus raised her delicate hand and pointed. Wang Teng immediately sensed an irresistible force surging towards him at an astonishing speed, leaving him no time to evade. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and Wang Teng felt immense damage coursing through his body. As the flames dissipated, Wang Teng shot up from the thick smoke. At that moment, he was char-black, looking extremely disheveled. His clothes were in tatters, and he tore them apart, revealing his well-defined physique. Beerus's eyes gleamed slightly, and she remarked with a smile, "Wang Teng, your physique is quite impressive." Wang Teng let out a few cold laughs, and all his strength immediately converged into his palm. A giant white-blue energy sphere materialized in his hand, raised high, radiating astonishing energy. "Beerus, how about you try this move?" Gazing at the terrifying energy sphere capable of destroying the very planet. Beerus shook her head with a smile and said, "It's futile, Wang Teng. You might as well not waste your energy." Ignoring Beerus's advice, Wang Teng hurled the energy sphere forward. Whoosh! As the energy sphere descended, the air in the entire battlefield instantly became turbulent. Countless small stones began to rise from the deep pit. Watching the energy sphere plummet, Beerus merely extended her finger and gently tapped in the air. The astonishing energy sphere halted mid-air, unable to advance even an inch. In the next moment, the energy sphere astonishingly transformed into countless specks of starlight, vanishing in place. A smile appeared on Beerus's beautiful face. "See? I told you it was useless." Yet, Wang Teng had already disappeared from sight, and a voice suddenly echoed in Beerus's ear. "I have achieved my objective." Startled, Beerus quickly turned around, only to see Wang Teng soaring towards her with his robust arms outstretched. Having never been this close to a man, Beerus immediately grew flustered. In her panic, she even forgot to defend herself, and her body was tightly embraced by Wang Teng. Their eyes met, the distance between them scarcely a centimeter, and they could feel each other's breath. "How audacious!" a delicate voice exclaimed, and Beerus instantly unleashed an incredible divine power, sending Wang Teng flying away. Chapter 41. Beerus, let us unleash our full strength. Beerus, her face flushed, floated in the air, quickly realizing she had acted somewhat inappropriately. After all, Wang Teng was her superior, and her instinctive exclamation had inadvertently unleashed her utmost power. Is Wang Teng all right?" Beerus softly inquired. After dissipating the terrifying force, Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, really. How could I possibly be injured? Let us continue." Upon hearing this, Beerus gently replied, "All right." A deep growl emanated from Wang Teng's throat, which immediately transformed into a beam of golden light. Vanishing from sight, whoosh! When he reappeared, Wang Teng was already before Beerus, launching a flurry of tempestuous attacks towards her. His speed was astonishingly swift, causing Beerus to momentarily hesitate, forcing her to retreat. It seems Wang Teng's strength has increased. Has he grown stronger during the battle? If that's the case, we must settle this quickly, Beerus thought in astonishment. At this moment, Wang Teng's punches grew increasingly powerful, as if his strength were inexhaustible. This was the first time Beerus encountered such a formidable opponent. Clash! The two collided once more. They quickly separated, but just then, Beerus delivered a swift kick, her long leg rising rapidly, momentarily stunning Wang Teng. Another fierce kick struck him squarely in the chest, and a fleeting image of beauty flashed through his mind. While it was indeed beautiful, the damage was undeniably severe. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, rubbed his chest a couple of times, and quickly retreated. He had not anticipated Beerus' strength to be so formidable. No matter how he attacked, he could not overcome her. In that case, he had no choice but to take a risk. Though it was dangerous, he had to give it a try. King Kai Fist. A golden aura erupted around him, accompanied by a terrifying crimson flame, and at that moment, Wang Teng felt an unparalleled pain within his body. He gritted his teeth and roared, his power escalating, causing the very sixth universe to tremble violently. Wang Teng was unleashing the King Kai Fist. Goku immediately gasped in amazement. No one understood the King Kai Fist better than he did. How could this be? His King Kai Fist was even more terrifying than Kakarot's. What a troublesome fellow! Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. The King Kai Fist? I never expected Wang Teng to master the same technique as Goku. Beerus will certainly have a tougher time now. Beerus remarked softly. Haha, Lord Beerus. Although Wang Teng's power has indeed multiplied, the burden on his body has also increased exponentially, complicating matters. Moreover, Beerus is not so easily defeated. Whis chuckled. Beerus gazed at Wang Teng as he suddenly unleashed a tremendous aura. Her face filled with astonishment. How is this possible? How could Wang Teng also wield such a physically taxing technique? She never imagined that, aside from the Saiyan from the 7th universe, she would once again witness such a feat in Wang Teng. Tenfold King Kai Fist. Surrounding Wang Teng, the golden aura was now enveloped in a layer of eerie crimson flame, and his current momentum surpassed that of Goku's usage by an immeasurable factor. At this moment, the protective barrier surrounding the arena finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and shattered into fragments. Witnessing this, Beerus found herself in a dilemma. The price for enjoying Wang Teng's culinary delights is rather steep. This is proving to be quite troublesome. Subsequently, a faint layer of holy white aura manifested around her, equally formidable. Goku was utterly astonished at this moment. He had mastered the tenfold King Kai Fist while in Super Blue form only after incredibly arduous training. Having learned the King Kai Fist for an extensive period before barely grasping it. Yet, Wang Teng, in his transformation into Super Saiyan 5, exhibited power that dwarfed even Super Saiyan Blue by countless times. And to think he could amplify the King Kai Fist to tenfold was a profound shock for Goku. At this moment, Goku even doubted whether Wang Teng was human, for his performance was simply too abnormal. As Wang Teng stabilized his power, he floated in the air, appearing imposing to those around him. Yet only he knew that he could hardly maintain this for more than a few minutes. Hence, Wang Teng resolved to conclude this swiftly. In the next second, he raised his palm. A golden energy sphere instantly coalesced, growing larger by the moment. Before long, a super energy sphere hovered in Wang Teng's palm. Anyone could sense that this energy sphere contained the power to obliterate the world. Whoosh! Then, amid the astonished gazes of those present, the energy sphere shot forth. Beerus's expression sharpened as she beheld the rapidly approaching energy sphere. She had no intention of evading, for otherwise, this planet would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. With her right hand raised, a vibrant magenta energy sphere instantaneously materialized from her palm, expanding at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it grew to match the size of the energy sphere conjured by Wang Teng. Surrounding the magenta sphere were tiny flickers of lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring might. Go! A soft voice emanated from Beerus. Immediately, the magenta energy sphere surged towards the golden energy sphere. Whoosh! Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the two energy spheres collided, unleashing a shocking wave of energy that reverberated through the air. The entire planet trembled violently under the force of the horrific impact. The ferocious winds transformed the distant resting area into a small boat bobbing amidst a tempest. Witnessing this, Whis sprang to his feet. An incredible power radiating from him as he enveloped the entire resting area in a protective cocoon. The onlookers felt a gentle force safeguarding them. Then, a tremendous crash resounded. The two formidable energy spheres erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending an astonishing surge of energy skyward. Boom! Boom! The scene resembled an apocalyptic vision unfolding before their very eyes. Wang Teng and Beerus ascended swiftly into the cosmos, for the planet could no longer endure such a terrifying collision. Another strike would likely reduce it to ashes. Since Lord Wang Teng possesses such formidable power, I shall unleash my utmost strength in this battle. Otherwise, it will be challenging to determine a victor. Beerus's solemn voice echoed. Her words resonated with Wang Teng's intentions, as he too realized that the Kaioken he was employing could not last. A swift resolution was imperative. Be cautious. No sooner had she spoken than Beerus vanished like a specter. Her speed was unfathomable, leaving only a faint white afterimage in her wake, her body completely gone. Wang Teng sensed the heart-stopping divine energy emanating from her and understood that she was now exerting her full might. Whoosh! When Beerus reappeared, she was already behind Wang Teng. He reacted swiftly, but still, he was a moment too late, as a fierce blow struck him hard. Whoosh! Wang Teng was sent flying. Under Beerus's full force strike, he was propelled away. Chapter 42. The Arrival of the Omni-King. Whoosh! Beerus's figure vanished once more, her presence utterly elusive. Her speed was so rapid that it defied perception. Wang Teng struggled to control his body, murmuring, "Is this the power of an angel?" At that moment, Beerus's strength had indeed transcended ordinary limits. The peak battle prowess of an angel was terrifyingly potent. Both her speed and attacks were overwhelmingly formidable. Boom! Boom! Beerus unleashed a flurry of strikes, and Wang Teng found himself utterly defenseless, relegated to a passive role. He could not even catch sight of her figure, forced to endure the relentless barrage of attacks. The speed was too swift. Even with my current strength utilizing a tenfold Kaioken, it remained exceedingly difficult to keep pace with Beerus. Is this the power of an angel? Wang Teng pondered rapidly, contemplating whether mastering the Ultra Instinct would enable him to contend with and ultimately defeat Beerus. Although he had acquired the method to cultivate Ultra Instinct upon his arrival, he had barely scratched the surface in his training over the years, not even approaching mastery. After battling Beerus, Wang Teng resolved to perfect his mastery of Ultra Instinct. For only then could he stand at the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Ball universe. It seemed imperative to engage with a master of Ultra Instinct next time. Perhaps only through personal experience could he glean some insights. Bang! 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 Beerus continued her relentless assault. Each strike inflicted immense suffering upon Wang Teng. Beerus herself was taken aback at Wang Teng's remarkable resilience, astonished that he could endure so many hits while maintaining that extraordinary transformation. Wang Teng's mind raced with strategies, acutely aware that if this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. He felt a surge of urgency, yearning to retaliate and unwilling to accept a fate of passive suffering. On the nameless planet of the Sixth Universe, the spectators gazed at the aerial battle broadcast by Whis, their eyes fixed on the beleaguered Wang Teng, swallowing hard and scarcely daring to breathe. Though the footage only captured Beerus's blurred figure, they were all painfully aware of the truth. Wang Teng was being relentlessly pummeled. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, witnessing for the first time Wang Teng in such a vulnerable state. The situation was dire. At this moment, Wang Teng was entirely on the defensive, absorbing blows. If this continued, he would have no chance of victory. Sister, how can you wield such formidable angelic power? Lord Wang Teng is in danger. Whis's expression turned grave. Hey Whis, you must find a way to halt this battle. If something happens to the Grand Minister, the Omni-King will not spare us, Beerus exclaimed, his voice edged with urgency upon hearing Beerus's words. Whis's demeanor shifted dramatically. He understood the gravity of the situation. If the Grand Minister were to perish here, the wrath of the Omni-King could obliterate both the Sixth and Seventh universes in an instant. While he and Beerus might evade death, Beerus and Campa would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, only Whis could intervene in a battle of this magnitude. Anyone else would merely become collateral damage, obliterated in an instant. At that moment, an unusual transformation occurred. Wang Teng's entire being turned crimson, an unparalleled scarlet aura surging forth. Finally, after enduring relentless attacks, Wang Teng made a resolute decision to unleash everything he had. A deep roar erupted from his throat. 20-fold Kaioken. As the Kaioken activated, Wang Teng immediately felt an earth-shattering power emanating from him, as if his entire being were ablaze. Red flames erupted from his body, an indescribable agony coursed through him, and Wang Teng's eyes widened in determination. This would determine the outcome. Whoosh! Wang Teng's figure vanished from sight. The speeding Bados gasped in astonishment at his sudden disappearance, exclaiming, "What? How is this possible?" Just then, her eyes widened as a fiery red fist struck her abdomen with tremendous force. Bados felt as though her last meal was about to make an unwelcome return, a surge of gastric acid erupting forth. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng vanished once more. Anger flared in Bados's expression. Her speed escalated yet again, nearly matching that of instantaneous movement. The two combatants' fists collided with a resounding impact. Whoosh! Both were propelled backward. Wang Teng's body, now burdened beyond measure, found movement extraordinarily difficult. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his strength into his palm. Kamehameha! At this moment, Wang Teng, engulfed in flames, unleashed a devastating attack. Faced with Wang Teng's terrifying strike, shock etched itself across Bados's face. She quickly gathered her power, forming an astonishing energy sphere. Whoosh! The formidable energy sphere shot forth. Whis, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in alarm. "Sister, stop!" In the next instant, he manifested in space. But it was already too late. The two forces collided violently. Boom! A cataclysmic energy storm erupted in the cosmos. Whis, observing the irreversible situation, braced himself to use time rewind in an attempt to rectify the chaos. Just then, the two terrifying energy spheres detonated, and the nearest Wang Teng was swept into the maelstrom. Realizing he was too late, Whis could only shield Bados, vanishing into the cosmos. Boom! 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 The explosive energy unleashed a powerful shockwave throughout space, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The cosmos transformed into a blinding white light amidst the terrifying explosion. As the explosive energy gradually dissipated, countless fragments filled the void of space. On a nameless planet of the sixth universe, Gohan collapsed to the ground, although the footage had vanished when Whis disappeared. He had felt the overwhelming force of that cataclysmic energy collision. Worry etched the faces of everyone present. Beerus and Kampa wore expressions of deep concern. "I hope Lord Wang Teng is safe." At that moment, Whis and Bados reappeared instantaneously. Beerus's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. "Where is the Grand Minister?" Upon hearing this, Whis clenched his teeth, unable to articulate a response. Kampa rushed forward. "Hey, Bados, what happened to the Grand Minister?" Bados wore a similarly grave expression as Whis. She then spoke softly. "Lord Kampa, it appears that Wang Teng." Hearing her fragmented words, a cold sweat trickled down Kampa's brow, and he collapsed to the ground in despair. Just then, a figure materialized not far from them. At that moment, Kampa, Beerus, Whis, and Bados's eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, Kampa and Beerus's expressions shifted dramatically, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The Omni-King? Two royal guards emerged from the ground, taking their positions flanking the king of all. The surrounding deities were immediately thrown into disarray. Vegeta crossed his arms and inquired, "Who is this sudden little figure?" Piccolo murmured, "Who could it be?" Beerus's body began to tremble uncontrollably. "The king of all, the sovereign reigning over the 12 universes." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Vegeta and the others widened in astonishment. Whis spoke softly, "Lord Beerus, we must greet him promptly." Kampa also stepped forward swiftly. In the next moment, Beerus and Kampa stood in perfect alignment, bowing immediately. "We pay our respects to Lord King of all." Whis and Bardoss positioned themselves to the sides, slightly inclining their bodies. Whis remarked, "How have you been, Lord King of all?" Bardoss followed suit. "Is your health well?" In response to the reverence of the two angels and the destroyer gods, the King of all's voice, sounding somewhat petulant, echoed, Meanwhile, all the deities present fell to their knees in a multitude. The King of all scanned the crowd and inquired, "Why haven't I seen little Tung-Ting?" Upon hearing the affectionate reference from the King of all, Whis and the others felt a pang of dread. They understood that trouble was brewing. Today, it seemed, they could not escape calamity. The 6th and 7th universes were likely facing annihilation. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged. "Lord King of all, I am here, whoosh!" Wang Teng's figure appeared before everyone. Whis and Bardos exchanged glances, increasingly perplexed by this inspector. The previous terrifying explosion had left them uncertain if they could emerge unscathed. Yet Wang Teng stood before them unharmed, clearly suffering the backlash from the technique that amplified his power. That dreadful energy had not harmed him in the slightest. Wang Teng's ability to remain unscathed was entirely due to the system's reward of a doppelganger. When that terrifying energy surged towards him, he decisively activated the doppelganger, which absorbed the destructive force, allowing him to escape calamity. Upon seeing Wang Teng, the king of all soared into the air. Hovering before him, "Little Tungting," he exclaimed, "Oh, how come you're injured?" Hearing the king of all's concerned tone warmed Wang Teng's heart. This little ancestor finally displayed a semblance of conscience, validating Wang Teng's previous efforts to win his favor. "It's nothing, Lord King of all. I merely used a technique with side effects during training. I'll be fine shortly." Wang Teng's voice resonated gently. The king of all glanced back slightly. The guards beside him immediately understood and stepped forward. Extending a finger towards Wang Teng felt a wondrous force enter his body, instantly alleviating the side effects caused by the use of the Kaioken, as he sensed the surge of power within him. Stronger than before, Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at the Saiyan physique's uniqueness. "Lord King of all, I did not anticipate your esteemed presence today. What brings you here?" Wang Teng inquired. The king of all's childlike voice chimed in again. "Today, I discovered that there was an unauthorized gathering here, and I wish to remind them that they must not be lazy in their duties." Upon hearing this, Kampa and Beerus broke into a cold sweat. The king of all continued, "Since little Tungting is supervising, there should be no issues." Only then did Beerus and Kampa breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. "Little Tungting, what do you think of the 2 destroyer gods?" the king of all suddenly asked. Wang Teng pondered briefly and replied, "Lord King of all, as for Beerus, he is more inclined towards slumber and gourmet food than destruction. As for Kampa, he has grown quite rotund due to his lack of attention to his diet." Upon hearing this, the king of all casually suggested, "Perhaps we should switch out the destroyer gods." Kampa and Beerus felt as if their hearts were sinking. Wang Teng, however, was not so easily swayed. Fortunately, both have a sense of ambition, and under my supervision, they have been diligent. Upon hearing this, the king of all nodded. "Then I leave it to you. Little Tungting, I look forward to your inspection report in a few months." At this, Kampa and Beerus felt a weight lift from their hearts. The king of all's voice rang out again. "In truth, I merely wish to offer a reminder, but as I observed, it appears to be quite entertaining. So I also wish for the contestant from other universes to compete together. That is my thought. Little Tungting, what do you think?" Wang Teng smiled. "Lord King of all, I share your sentiment. It will surely be immensely entertaining." Just then, Goku's eyes sparkled at the prospect of a tournament. "Really? That would be fantastic. I get to compete with the expert from other universes," Goku exclaimed. Beerus and Kampa exchanged alarmed glances at Goku's exuberance. To their horror, Goku began to approach the king of all. Beads of sweat trickled down Beerus's face. "Goku, you fool! Stop right there!" As Goku drew nearer, the king of all's guards vanished in an instant, reappearing to block his path. Beerus and Kampa were utterly flustered. Goku murmured, "Can I come closer? I just want to say a few words." "Lord Wang Teng is right there." The king of all's guards shook their heads resolutely. Beerus's cold sweat poured down as he urged softly, "Goku, come back. You don't deserve to speak with the king of all. Your status cannot be compared to Wang Teng's," the king of all inquired. "Little Tungting, is he your friend?" Wang Teng chuckled, "I suppose so." Upon hearing this, the king of all smiled at Goku. "Let him come over. It's perfectly fine." As the king of all's words resonated, his guards immediately vanished. Standing behind him, Goku approached, and the king of all exclaimed, "The competition was thrilling. I witnessed your battle with Little Tungting. It was truly impressive. How about we hold another tournament soon?" Goku's face lit up with joy. "It's a deal." At that moment, Goku extended his hand. Beerus and Kampa turned pale with fear, cold sweat pouring down their faces. As Goku reached out, the guard behind the King of All adopted a threatening demeanor. Wang Teng shook his head at the guards halted their impending actions. The King of All, evidently delighted, exclaimed, "Little Tung-Ting, let's join hands." The three clasped their hands together. "It's a deal." Their voices rang out in unison. Afterward, the King of All waved to the crowd. "I shall take my leave now. Little Tung-Ting, I await your return." Wang Teng nodded. Beerus and Kampa bowed deeply once more, respectfully stating, "We bid farewell to Lord King of All." Subsequently, the King of All and his guards vanished from sight. Once the King of All departed, Beerus and Kampa collapsed onto the ground. After catching their breath, Beerus bellowed, "Goku, you are far too reckless. If not for Lord Wang Teng's presence, we would have been finished. Understand this. If the King of All so desires, he could wipe out all 12 universes in the blink of an eye." Goku was taken aback, then chuckled. "Is he really that formidable? But he doesn't seem like a bad person. He probably wouldn't do that." Beerus interjected. Wang Teng commented, "All right, this round of competition concludes here. The next tournament hosted by Lord King of All will truly be a matter of life and death. Consider this merely a practice match. Everyone must train diligently upon returning." Upon hearing this, Kampa began to make his exit. "Kampa, leave the Super Dragon Balls to me." Wang Teng's voice rang out. Kampa chuckled. "I had intended to present them to you. However, I am just one ball short." Following that, Wang Teng collected the 6 Super Dragon Balls into his possession. Chapter 44. Super Dragon Balls as Kampa and Bardos departed with the inhabitants of the 6th universe. Wang Teng gazed at the 6 Super Dragon Balls appearing in the starry sky, pondering what wish to make. At that moment, Bulma retrieved her specially crafted Dragon Ball radar. The radar was flashing with the unique signals emitted by the Super Dragon Balls. After observing for a while, Bulma muttered, "I can't find any more. Even after expanding the range, there are only these 6 readings. It seems we must search the cosmic centers of the 2 universes." Krillin expressed his reluctance. "Do we really have to go there? I'm starting to miss home." Android 18 approached, saying, "Wait, isn't there already a reading for 7 balls on here?" Bulma quickly magnified the range once more, exclaiming in astonishment, "There really are 7. However, as Bulma looked around, she could only see 6. At that moment, Wang Teng approached. He whispered a few words into Whis's ear. Following this, Whis nodded and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please step into the shuttle cube." Beerus, taken aback, inquired, "Whis?" "Hurry up, everyone. Enter quickly, for it is Lord Wang Teng's command." Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately fell silent. Once everyone had entered the shuttle cube, it swiftly ascended into the starry sky. Whis stood at the forefront of the shuttle cube, deftly maneuvering it. Goku murmured, "What could Lord Wang Teng possibly be planning?" Upon reaching the cosmos, Wang Teng nodded at Whis, who instantly comprehended the unspoken cue. In the next moment, he brandished the angelic staff in his hand. Immediately, tornadoes erupted on the nameless planet where the recent competition had taken place. As time elapsed, the surface of the nameless planet began to split apart, revealing countless fissures from which golden light burst forth. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, innumerable fragments soared into the cosmos, while the nameless planet radiated a myriad of golden beams. Once the blinding light dissipated, all that remained before them were 7 Dragon Balls. The nameless planet had vanished without a trace. Bulma exclaimed in shock, "Incredible! I never imagined that the planet itself was a Super Dragon Ball." Wang Teng's voice echoed. It must have been that after the last wish was granted, the Super Dragon Balls scattered, shattering the original asteroids, and the dust coalesced into what was the nameless planet. Goku pondered, "Now that we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, how do we summon the Eternal Dragon?" Wang Teng glanced at Bulma, recalling that in the original tale, she had spoken the incantation to summon the dragon. Yet, at that moment, she remained silent. Thus, Wang Teng instructed Whis, "Use the divine language on the 7 Super Dragon Balls and say, 'Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish.'" Upon hearing this, Whis immediately replied, "At your command, Lord Wang Teng." He then spoke the divine language towards the Super Dragon Balls, which sounded akin to a foreign song. However, after Whis finished speaking, nothing seemed to happen. Whis was momentarily taken aback. Yet mere seconds later, The red stars of the Super Dragon Balls began to shimmer with brilliant light. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Super Dragon Balls emitted dazzling rays and began to move. All 7 Super Dragon Balls released golden light that intensified, as though the entire universe was trembling. Vegeta exclaimed, "Hey, this doesn't look good." Whis, remaining calm atop the shuttle vessel, remarked, "Is that so? There will be no issues." As the radiance grew ever more intense, everyone shielded their eyes from the blinding light. Gradually, as time passed, the brightness began to fade, revealing a colossal entity in the cosmos. The shuttle vessel appeared as minuscule as an ant before it. The Super Eternal Dragon slowly opened its crimson eyes. The enormous Super Eternal Dragon began to utter a phrase in the divine language. Krillin murmured, "Could it be speaking in the divine language?" Asking for our wishes, Wang Teng stepped forward, gazing at the Super Eternal Dragon, which was as vast as the universe itself, his heart filled with astonishment. Soon, his voice reached Whis' ears. Upon hearing it, Whis paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly. Lord Wang Teng is quite devoted to his sister, indeed. Now allow me to make a wish. Whis again spoke in the divine language to the Super Eternal Dragon, and once more, the foreign melody resonated. Subsequently, the eyes of the Super Eternal Dragon gleamed brightly. It uttered an extensive passage in the divine language, unintelligible to the crowd, before releasing a long roar and transforming back into the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Scattering across the 12 universes, Bulma turned to Wang Teng. "What wish did you make?" Wang Teng smiled enigmatically. "It's a secret," Goku murmured. "What a stingy fellow. What harm would it do to tell us?" Wang Teng chuckled but remained silent. Meanwhile, Beerus piloted the shuttle vessel back to the God of Destruction's realm in the 6th universe, when suddenly his angelic staff glimmered. A message from Whis reached Beerus' ears. "Sister, Lord Wang Teng has created a culinary planet for you using the Super Dragon Balls. The coordinates are precisely where we had our recent competition, the nameless planet." Beerus was evidently taken aback. Immediately, the shuttle vessel paused. Kampa, nearly toppling over, bellowed, "Do you even know how to drive?" In response, Beerus shook her head. "I was about to share some good news with you, but since you don't wish to hear it, never mind." Beerus returned to the upper section of the shuttle vessel. With a whoosh, the shuttle vessel vanished into the starry expanse. Beerus' heart echoed with a few words. "Thank you." Lord Wang Teng, Whis, along with the others, set forth towards the 7th universe. "You truly are devoted to your sister." Whis' voice rang out softly. Wang Teng smiled. It was merely a trifling matter, for he did not aspire to grow stronger through the Super Dragon Balls. He wished to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball universe through his own endeavors. Shortly thereafter, after Whis returned Goku and the others to Earth, Wang Teng and Gohan followed Beerus and Whis back to the God of Destruction's realm. "Beerus, what do you think of making Gohan the candidate for the God of Destruction of the 7th universe?" "You have no objections, do you?" Wang Teng stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Beerus felt a rush of panic, but with Wang Teng having spoken, he found it difficult to refuse. This and that, Beerus stammered. Unsure of what to say, Wang Teng's expression turned cold as he remarked, "Beerus, do you have any objections? Besides, you won't be stepping down anytime soon. This is merely a nominal position. It will simply make your actions a tad more convenient." Given that Wang Teng had already made his point clear, Beerus reluctantly nodded in agreement. Whis, observing the kind and diligent Gohan, felt no resistance towards this decision. Subsequently, Wang Teng took Gohan back to their residence. Wang Teng chose to enter seclusion once more. Despite his current strength being at the pinnacle of a first-level angel, capable of briefly contending with angels using the Kaioken technique, he knew he still fell short in life-and-death battles. His first minor objective was to attain the combat power of a second-level angel, allowing him to genuinely pose a threat to angels when employing the Kaioken. Alternatively, he aimed to comprehend the Ultra Instinct to a minor degree. With his foundational strength, the power he could unleash would far surpass that of Goku. Thus, Wang Teng commenced his seclusion. Chapter 45. Helles vs. Beerus on the 3rd day of Wang Teng's seclusion, in the God of Destruction's realm of the 7th universe. The angel Sava from the 2nd universe, along with the God of Destruction Helles, sat with Beerus and Whis around a table laden with 4 buckets of instant noodles. The flavor of these instant noodles was truly delectable. Sava took a bite and wore a look of utter satisfaction. Having lived for countless years, he had never tasted such delicious food before, feeling that his visit to the 7th universe was not in vain. Observing the two who had never seen the world, Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Ha ha ha! The instant noodles are indeed delightful, but they pale in comparison to the dishes made by Lord Wang Teng. Whis remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Whis's words, Sava's eyes immediately sparkled. Is Lord Wang Teng truly such a master chef? However, we've been here for quite some time, yet we have not seen his presence. Beerus, brimming with pride, replied, The Lord is busy with official duties and must be resting at this moment. At that moment, a feminine voice interjected, puffed. Do you think it's the same for everyone? The Lord is undoubtedly busy with official matters. Hellas, while indulging in her instant noodles, made a snide remark. Upon hearing this, Beerus's temper flared. Hellas, are you looking for a fight? Seeing Beerus still brimming with anger, Hellas let out a cold laugh. Huh. Do you truly believe I fear you? With a slap of her palm on the table, she stood up. The eyes of the 2 gods of destruction ignited with fierce flames as they stared each other down. Though she knew she was not Beerus's match, the disparity was not vast, and in a genuine confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Hellas, I've noticed that ever since you comprehended the concept of the state of being, you've grown increasingly arrogant. While we cannot engage in full-force battles as gods of destruction, in ordinary combat, you might not be my match. Despite Hellas having grasped the concept, Beerus was unfazed. The concept was indeed powerful, yet it also depended on one's foundational combat strength. If the foundational strength were too weak, the power of the concept could not be fully realized. Hellas chuckled lightly. Beerus, the last time we fought was eons ago. My current self is not one you could easily compare to, while it was true that she had not been Beerus's opponent in the past. Ever since she had comprehended the concept, she had been diligently training her foundational strength, and now felt quite confident. Oh! Beerus was momentarily taken aback, a contemplative expression crossing his face. To be honest, among the 12 gods of destruction, he held a degree of respect for Hellas' strength, and her words piqued his curiosity. Very well, Hellas, show me what you've got. Hellas was the first to charge forward. Her form soaring into the air. Whoosh! Beerus let out a cold snort and soared into the sky. In the vast expanse above, Beerus and Hellas locked eyes in a fierce standoff. Beerus, it has been millennia since we last clashed. This time, I shall show you the true power of intent. As his words echoed, Hellas vanished from sight. Sensing the imminent confrontation between the 2 gods of destruction, Whis and Sava swiftly conjured a protective barrier with their angelic powers, safeguarding the realm of destruction. Without this barrier, their battle could herald annihilation. In the next moment, Beerus erupted with energy and charged forward. The collision of their fists reverberated through the air. Boom! They quickly separated, and the dreadful shockwaves and fierce winds surged downward. That instant, Wang Teng, who was deep in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. Who was engaged in such a fierce battle, producing such intense energy fluctuations? Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of air being torn apart resonated. Following that, Wang Teng appeared before Whis and Sava. His sudden arrival instantly became the focal point. Sava immediately inclined his head and said, I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed prosecutor. Hellas in the air also performed a respectful 90-degree bow. Greetings, honorable inspector. Gazing at the two, Wang Teng recalled encountering them during the journey to the 6th universe's competition. He smiled. Please continue. I'm quite intrigued by your battle. With that, Wang Teng settled beside a stone table. Receiving Wang Teng's consent, Hellas turned once more to face Beerus. Ha 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 ha. A deep roar erupted from Hellas' throat. An astonishing purple flames ignited around him, accompanied by flashes of lightning. In that moment, the divine aura enveloped the area. Beerus snorted disdainfully. Humph, you are truly serious. In that case, I shall not hold back. An overwhelming purple aura surged from his body, radiating immense power. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, the two charged at each other with remarkable synchronicity. Bang, bang, bang. The low thuds of their collisions echoed continuously, while the white shock waves in the air reverberated endlessly, with each strike and clash. The protective barrier trembled. The ground was littered with flying debris, and figures danced through the air. Wang Teng, seated below, observed the aerial battle, nodding occasionally. This confrontation was indeed incredibly intense and exhilarating, and both combatants were top-tier gods of destruction, engaging in a manner that was decisive and without hesitation. Their speed was astonishing. Beerus is genuinely serious this time, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Whis' observation. Meanwhile, the angel Sava remained fixated on the sky, his expression inscrutable, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. Indeed, Hellas has made significant progress. Whis remarked, she is subtly gaining the upper hand against Beerus. Moreover, it seems both are still holding back their true strength. Beerus, you should be taking this seriously now. Whis took a sip of his drink and continued, boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the relentless clashes, the entire realm of destruction trembled. The white sonic boom rings in the air glittered continuously. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! With a series of explosive impacts, the sky above the realm of destruction was immediately shrouded in thick black smoke. Beerus and Hellas retreated from each other. Destruction. Hellas conjured a purple sphere of destructive energy in his palm. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Chuckling, this is the exclusive destructive power of the gods of destruction. Whoosh! The purple sphere of destruction hurtled toward Beerus. Humph. You think such feeble destructive energy could harm me? You must be dreaming. A faint voice emanated from Beerus, and he swiftly formed his own purple sphere of destruction. The two spheres collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The purple energy surged skyward, and a fierce wind radiated outward. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area. Whoosh! Hellas' figure darted through the black smoke, appearing right before Beerus. With the ferocity of a tempest, her attacks rained down upon Beerus. Her speed was astonishing, forcing even Beerus to evade continuously. Thud, thud, thud. Reluctantly retreating, Beerus widened the distance between them. Damn it, this opponent has indeed improved significantly. I can no longer underestimate her. No, if this continues, it could spell trouble. Beerus furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Just as Beerus was momentarily distracted, Hellas swept a leg toward him. He grasped her ankle tightly. You scoundrel! Beerus gritted his teeth, surprised by Hellas' newfound strength. In that case, let me show you my true skill. Beerus suddenly let out a cold laugh, flinging Hellas away. Floating in midair, Hellas' expression turned grave. She understood that Beerus was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed such power. As old rivals, she was well aware of Beerus' strength. Among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus had always been the most formidable, and he had mastered the Ultra Instinct. Although his mastery was not flawless, it was still immensely powerful, even against the other 11 gods of destruction. Beerus had confidence in his ability to triumph. Be careful. Beerus smiled with confidence. A pale white divine aura suddenly enveloped his body, and he vanished as if a phantom. His speed was beyond comprehension. Wang Teng stood abruptly, murmuring, "Is this the ultra instinct of Beerus?" Upon hearing this, Whis began to explain, although Lord Beerus has not completely mastered the ultra instinct, it is still extraordinarily potent. Most gods of destruction are no match for him. Wang Teng focused intently on the aerial spectacle, fearful of missing any detail. Whoosh! When Beerus reappeared, he was already behind Hellas. Hellas barely had time to react before Beerus's fist landed heavily on her back. Bang! Whoosh! Hellas was sent flying. Beerus's figure was so swift it appeared as a mere shadow, disappearing once more. The ultra instinct enhances all aspects, speed and power alike, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Bang! Bang, bang! Beerus's successive strikes all landed on Hellas. She was utterly unable to track his speed. What incredible speed! At my current pace, I cannot contend with him, Hellas thought, realizing the terrifying nature of the ultra instinct. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly felt a surge of wondrous power. The purple flames erupted around her. This is the power of intent. Wang Teng immediately sensed the mysterious force emanating from Hellas. yet it differed from his own. Understanding this, Wang Teng recognized that the power of intent varied greatly, as did the enhancements it provided. Lord Hellas' power of intent enhances her speed. Sava, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, and soon Hellas' figure transformed into a blur. The two figures danced through the air, intertwining like phantoms. Wang Teng watched their battle, his mind racing with thoughts. Over the years, he had been striving to comprehend the Ultra Instinct, yet had only barely scratched the surface, without guidance from others. Achieving true understanding was immensely challenging. However, witnessing Beerus unleash the Ultra Instinct, Wang Teng felt as if he had grasped something significant. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures, like phantoms, continued to weave through the air at that moment. Their speeds were even, and their astounding fists collided with relentless force. Bang! After another heavy clash, whoosh! Hellas' body slammed forcefully into the ground. Beerus hovered in midair. What is the matter? Is this truly all your strength? Although you have matched my speed, your power falls woefully short. If you have no hidden cards, victory shall be mine. Beerus's words ignited fury in Hellas below. She slammed her fist into the ground. Though reluctant, she recognized the truth in Beerus's statement. She had never anticipated that despite Beerus's penchant for slumber and gourmet food, he remained so immensely powerful. What should I do? Am I to lose to this guy once more? Hellas' mind raced with conflicted thoughts as she observed Beerus's smug expression. Gritting her teeth, she charged at Beerus once again, their figures vanishing from sight once more. Hellas' situation seems dire, Wang Teng murmured. Hearing this, Whis chuckled. After all, Lord Beerus has mastered the Ultra Instinct, while Lord Hellas possesses the exceedingly rare speed intent. Her strength is somewhat lacking, that if she could awaken her power of intent, she might stand a chance. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed in astonishment, Whis, is it truly possible for one individual to comprehend two realms of understanding? Upon hearing Wang Teng's inquiry, Whis immediately burst into laughter. Oh ha ho ho ho. Indeed, at the moment of transcending the power of a destroyer, there exists a potential for grasping such realms. Understanding is, after all, an experience of power, thus it encompasses various types. The ability to comprehend any particular type relies entirely on one's personal insight. Although there are indeed prodigious talents capable of mastering multiple realms, furthermore, it is worth mentioning that the power of understanding can be combined with the Ultra Instinct technique. At this revelation, Wang Teng seemed to have stumbled upon a new frontier. Realizing that there were so many more ways to grow stronger, it appeared that his previous perspective had been rather narrow. Boom! Thud! At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the ground nearby, and thick clouds of dust enveloped the entire battlefield. Wang Teng gathered his focus and turned to look in that direction, only to see Hellas crashing down to the ground. While in the air, Beerus was panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the toll that the Ultra Instinct had taken on him. Beerus, I concede. I acknowledge your strength, yet I shall never allow myself to be defeated by you again. Hellas' indignant voice rang out. Beerus gradually descended, his gaze filled with admiration for Hellas. However, as Hellas rose, she snorted dismissively and turned to leave. Beerus' admiration was met with indifference, as Hellas wore a mask of discontent. One must understand that throughout the past tens of millions of years, she had continually sought out powerful beings to hone her strength. Yet Beerus, as far as she knew, had spent most of that time in slumber. Thus, she was exceedingly dissatisfied with the outcome of today's events. Hellas approached Wang Teng, offered a bow, and announced that she had no desire to linger any longer. Sava, Hellas called out. Here, Lady Hellas, came Sava's unwavering response. Let us depart. As her words fell, she soared toward the exit of the destroyer realm. Sava nodded respectfully to Wang Teng. Honorable Inspector, we shall take our leave now. You are welcome to visit the second universe. He hastily followed Hellas, and together, they departed from the seventh universe's destroyer realm. After their exit, Beerus sensed an impending threat. First, he had been surpassed by Wang Teng. Then Wang Teng was confirmed as a candidate for destroyer, and now Hellas had become this formidable. Beerus had become acutely aware of the looming peril. Thus, he resolved to forsake sleep from now on and dedicate himself to training. Whis, please continue to guide me in the Ultra Instinct technique. Upon hearing that Beerus was finally willing to train again, Whis smiled and replied, Yes, Lord Beerus. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, for this was indeed more engaging. Chapter 47. The banquet 3 days later, inside the Destroyer Castle. The banquet, this meant an array of exquisite delicacies. Correct? How marvelous! Whis was conversing with Bulma. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus, who had been training in the adjacent room, rushed over. He seized Whis' angelic staff and declared, Of course, I must attend. Bulma's voice chimed in. Please ensure that you and Lord Wang Teng arrive by noon tomorrow. And don't forget to bring Gohan back. Chi-Chi has been nagging about it for ages. Very well. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Beerus resumed his training. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Lord Beerus has become increasingly diligent of late. I feel I am still adjusting to this change. Subsequently, Whis relayed this news to Wang Teng. Wang Teng pondered for a moment. Let Gohan accompany me. I seem to have yet to inform Chi-Chi. I'll use this opportunity. On Earth, at Bulma's banquet venue, the table was already laden with delectable dishes. Bulma was continuously welcoming arriving guests. Chi-Chi, Goten, and Trunks were seated at the table, awaiting the others' arrival. I wonder when Gohan will show up. He leaves without a word. That child, Chi-Chi murmured. Bulma approached and asked, Chi-Chi, has Goku not arrived yet? Chi-Chi replied with exasperation. He went to the fields and hasn't returned since. But perhaps he'll suddenly appear. Bulma chuckled. I see. Then let us begin. Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, stated, Let us wait for Wang Teng and Beerus to arrive first. Do not forget, they can obliterate the earth with a mere utterance. We must do our utmost to avoid displeasing them. Tien Shinhan concurred. It would indeed be troublesome if they were to lose their temper. Bulma glanced at Vegeta. All right then. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was indulging himself, completely ignoring everyone around him. Just then, a beam of light flashed across the sky. Vegeta paused. It seems they have arrived. After the light dissipated, the 4 figures materialized at the banquet. Wang Teng greeted, Hello everyone. It is wonderful to see you again. Whis covered his mouth with a smile. Ho ho ho. My apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Gohan greeted the guests with a smile. Beerus surveyed the room and remarked, It seems Goku has not yet arrived. At that moment, Goku's figure appeared behind him. Hey, Lord Beerus. Beerus jumped in surprise. Please refrain from appearing so suddenly. It can be quite alarming for the elderly. Upon seeing Wang Teng, Goku rushed over. Lord Wang Teng, you are here too? Recently, I feel I have made some progress. Shall we spar? Facing Goku, who was so passionate about martial arts, Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. Dad, why are you wearing those clothes? Gohan muttered. Goku looked down and realized he was still in his work clothes, covered in dirt. Chi-Chi rushed over. Goku, how could you come without changing your clothes? How rude. Go back and change immediately. Goku appeared flustered. All right, I'll go right now. He hurriedly left the banquet. Chi-Chi then noticed Gohan beside Wang Teng. Gohan, where have you been? You've been out of touch for days. Gohan looked anxious. Mom, let me explain, but Chi-Chi didn't give him a chance. Firmly pulling him away. Gohan, you are a family man now. No more running off like that. Don't follow in your father's footsteps. Just then, Wang Teng interjected, I wish to teach your son martial arts. Let him train with me. What? Absolutely not. I refuse categorically. Chi-Chi responded fiercely, like a protective tigress. Beerus cleared his throat. Please speak to Lord Wang Teng with respect. Moreover, you should seriously consider the Lord's proposal. Hearing this, Chi-Chi shouted, Enough. No means no. I will not agree. No matter what. Wang Teng. Beerus. In the next moment, Beerus's expression turned cold. Bulma, recalling Beerus's change in demeanor reminiscent of her birthday banquet, swiftly pulled Chi-Chi aside to persuade her. Wang Teng slowly spoke. In the upcoming tournament hosted by Lord Zeno, various formidable warriors will participate. If the 7th universe loses, who knows what fate awaits Earth? My training, Gohan, is to ensure the survival of Earth. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi begrudgingly nodded. Just then, Goku reappeared, now dressed in his usual martial arts gi. I'm back. Lord Wang Teng, let us spar. Beerus immediately restrained Goku. No, you shall not act recklessly. Lord Wang Teng does not have the time to indulge you. Goku clasped his hands together. I beg you, Lord Beerus, just let me have another match with Lord Wang Teng. Ever since being defeated by Wang Teng's time reversal, Goku had been restless, particularly as his opponent had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan to defeat him. After returning, he had studied intently and now yearned to face Wang Teng once more. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng stepped forward. It is not that I am opposed to sparring. It is simply that you are too weak. I lack the interest. At this, Goku instantly deflated. Just then, Wang Teng suddenly suggested, you could fuse with Vegeta. Then I would agree to spar with you. Goku immediately brightened. Really? Wang Teng nodded. Goku dashed over to Vegeta. Vegeta, let us fuse. Vegeta gritted his teeth. You fool. Kakarot, why must you insist on sparring with Wang Teng and fusing with me? Don't even think about it. Goku once again clasped his hands together. Please, Vegeta, just this once. Upon hearing this, Vegeta bellowed, impossible. Don't even think about it. As for the quarrel between the two, Wang Teng had no intention of intervening and chuckled. Whis, Beerus, shall we indulge in some delicacies? At these words, smiles instantly graced the faces of Whis and Beerus. Yes, Master Wang Teng. Just as Wang Teng and the others were savoring their feast, Goku's voice rang out. Master Wang Teng, Vegeta has agreed to fuse with me. We can now spar. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that the proud Vegeta would consent. After all, in Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta would rather die than fuse with Goku, only doing so when pushed to the brink of life and death. Since Vegeta had agreed, Wang Teng decided not to be coy and immediately stood up. Then let us proceed. Whis, I entrust the earth to your protection. Reluctantly, Vegeta approached. Kakarot, you scoundrel, this is the last time. If you dare to bother me again, I want to spare you, Goku replied with a smile. Understood, Vegeta. Subsequently, the two took their positions. Vegeta's face flushed red, internally resisting the humiliation of performing such an embarrassing act in front of so many people. Hurry up, Vegeta, Goku urged. Chapter 48. The mighty Gogeta on Earth at Bulma's banquet. Vegeta shouted, it's so noisy, Kakarot. Gritting his teeth, he struck the fusion pose with Goku. Fusion, they declared in unison. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a strange figure emerged. A terrifying aura immediately surged forth. Bulma murmured, is that the warrior formed from Goku and Vegeta's fusion? Trunks exclaimed, what an overwhelming aura. It's just like Gotenk's outfit. Chi-Chi pondered aloud. What should we call the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Gogeta, Vegeto. None of them sound quite right. Wang Teng chuckled, what to call it? Why not just ask him directly? Hearing this, the handsome Gogeta smirked. I am neither son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you. Listening to Gogeta's boastful words, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation as he shrugged his shoulders. Then let me witness how you plan to defeat me. With that, the two soared into the sky. Gogeta and Wang Teng locked eyes from a distance, excitement evident in Wang Teng's gaze. This was Gogeta, the so-called strongest warrior in the universe. Indeed, he was somewhat extraordinary. As Wang Teng charged towards the confident Gogeta, they collided with a resounding impact. Bang! The air was filled with a series of white sonic booms. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed into a streak of white light, appearing right before Gogeta, and unleashed a powerful punch. Gogeta raised his palm effortlessly. Slap! He calmly blocked Wang Teng's fist. What? Their combined power has become so formidable. Wang Teng immediately grew serious. He expected Gogeta to easily catch his attack, and most importantly, his body remained utterly unyielding. Master Wang Teng, did you think I'm still the same as before? I am now the mightiest warrior, Gogeta declared coldly. With that, his other fist shot forward like lightning. Boom! Wang Teng swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. The speed was indeed astonishing. Whoosh! Wang Teng quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Gogeta. The next second, Gogeta vanished and reappeared above Wang Teng, delivering a powerful kick. Wang Teng swiftly extended his arm to catch his foot. Ha! With a mighty roar, he flung Gogeta away. Gogeta spun several times in the air before stabilizing his form. Below, the spectators were left in awe. Whis, this Gogeta is indeed quite strong. How come I've never heard of this fusion technique before? Beerus spoke slowly. Whis replied with a smile, Lord Beerus, to be honest. This is my first time witnessing it as well. Beerus glanced at Whis, evidently surprised by his response. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and no one knew what he was feeling at that moment. Gogeta looked at Wang Teng across from him, and a grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha! A golden aura surged forth as Gogeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now he was Super Gogeta. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Gogeta dashed towards Wang Teng, delivering a powerful punch that struck with astonishing speed, catching even Wang Teng off guard. The force of the blow landed squarely on Wang Teng's back. Whoosh! Boom! In an instant, Wang Teng's body crashed into the ground like a cannonball. The entire ground shook violently. Gogeta gazed at the crater in the ground with a smile. Thanks to the fusion, his power had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Thus, even Wang Teng was being suppressed. In truth, Wang Teng wanted to test just how strong this Gogeta was, the legendary super warrior who had never been defeated in the Dragon Ball saga. Moreover, Gogeta had a history of triumphing over formidable foes like Janemba and Broly. Not bad. His strength is surprisingly impressive. Wang Teng slowly floated up from the deep pit, his voice calm. In response, a golden light radiated from his body. At the same time, Wang Teng's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Such incredible power, truly worthy of Master Wang Teng. Feeling the astonishing energy unleashed by Wang Teng as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gogeta couldn't help but express his admiration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As all eyes widened in astonishment, an overwhelming aura expanded outward. A fierce gale swept across the surroundings. Soon, the Super Saiyan Wang Teng and Super Gogeta faced each other from a distance. At this moment, Wang Teng began to harbor a degree of admiration for Gogeta. In the next second, both launched themselves forward. Their speed was akin to lightning. Wang Teng instantly appeared before Gogeta, unleashing a rapid punch. Gazing at the incoming fist, Gogeta chuckled. He merely tapped his toes, revealing an astonishing velocity, and leaped into the air to evade Wang Teng's attack. What? How is that possible? This kid actually dodged my attack. Could his speed surpass mine? Wang Teng's face registered shock as he failed to comprehend how his strike had been evaded. His expression quickly shifted, and he remarked, it was merely a fluke. Miracles do not occur twice. With that, he surged forward once more. Whoosh! A rapid punch flew towards Gogeta again. This time, Gogeta chose not to dodge or evade, but rather met the attack head-on. Their fists collided with tremendous force. Crash! An incredible energy radiated out. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged a flurry of punches. In the sky, only the shadows of their fists could be seen clashing repeatedly, and they managed to counter every strike. Wang Teng's eyes widened in astonishment. His base combat power had already reached divine levels, yet he found himself unable to suppress Gogeta even after transforming into a Super Saiyan. This indicated that Gogeta's base combat strength must also have reached divine levels. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and charged at Gogeta once more. Boom! The next moment, a crisp sound rang out as their fists clashed again. A massive white shockwave erupted. Both warriors could feel the immense power surging from each other's fists. Master Wang Teng's strength is indeed remarkable. It seems I cannot afford to be careless, Gogeta murmured. The instant Wang Teng retracted his fist, he launched a kick towards Gogeta. Sensing the fierce wind, Gogeta quickly extended his arm to block. Slap! Wang Teng's kick struck Gogeta's forearm, and the two became locked in a stalemate in midair. Teeth gritted, they exerted pressure against each other. Bang! They instantly separated. Once Wang Teng regained his footing, he had no intention of granting Gogeta a moment's respite. In the blink of an eye, his right hand condensed a sphere of energy. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot forth, hurtling towards Gogeta. Once again, Gogeta exhibited his remarkable speed, swiftly twisting his body to evade the attack. Seeing this, Wang Teng's energy flared brightly, rapidly gathering into his hands. The prince's technique roared forth. A barrage of astonishing energy spheres rained down. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously as Gogeta nimbly dodged the incoming energy blasts. His movements were elusive and ghostly. Chapter 49. The spectacular battle. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated in the air as Gogeta utilized his incredible speed to evade. Boom. The sky was enveloped in thick clouds of smoke. The crowd below shielded their eyes with their arms against the terrifying gusts of wind that relentlessly swept down upon them, rendering them unable to open their eyes as the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Wang Teng gasped for breath. In the next moment, a sudden voice called out from behind him, "Lord Wang Teng, I am here." Startled, Wang Teng quickly turned around. Whoosh! The opponent's fist was already hurtling towards him, and Wang Teng immediately retaliated. The two clashed fiercely, and as time passed, Wang Teng found it increasingly arduous to contend with his foe. It must be said that Vegeta's strength was growing ever more formidable. "Take this!" A resounding voice emanated from Vegeta, who promptly unleashed a ki blast from his hand. Wang Teng was taken aback, realizing that evasion was no longer an option and could only brace himself with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Boom! In the next instant, a thick plume of black smoke erupted, and Wang Teng's body was sent flying, bursting forth from the smoke. Lowering his arms, Wang Teng gazed at Vegeta and smiled. "You've got some skill." A triumphant smile appeared on Vegeta's face as well. "However, I have played enough. It's time for me to get serious." Wang Teng clenched his fists and roared, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged forth. Golden flames erupting around him as power radiated from his body. The very earth began to tremble violently. Are they going too far? Do they truly wish to destroy the planet? Piccolo murmured. "Whis, you must think of a way." Bulma shouted anxiously. "Oh, let's observe for a moment. If we interrupt now, Lord Wang Teng might become irate." Whis replied, nonchalantly continuing to indulge in his delicacies, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the situation. Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A red glow flickering around him. This confrontation was not merely for amusement. It was also an excellent opportunity for growth against Vegeta. "Here I come." As soon as the words left his lips, he launched an attack, appearing before Vegeta in an instant, delivering a punch that sent the unprepared Vegeta flying. "Ouch, that hurts." "Lord Wang Teng, you're violating the rules of combat with such a sneak attack." Vegeta exclaimed, cupping his face. Wang Teng shrugged, saying, "Did I not announce my arrival?" Vegeta, suspended in the air, replied, "Then I shall unleash my full power too." Super Saiyan Blue. Instantly, a radiant blue aura erupted from Vegeta's body. A deep roar resonated, darkening the sky around them. At this moment, Vegeta's ki surged to an astonishing level. Wang Teng's expression grew increasingly grave, for he knew that the decisive moment was upon them. With a smirk, Vegeta declared, "Be careful." Whoosh! He vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Wang Teng, his fingers piercing like swords as they relentlessly aimed at him. In the face of such rapid assaults, Wang Teng swiftly retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two figures darted through the air, golden and blue phantoms intertwining, lingering in the atmosphere. "Incredible!" Krillin murmured, his eyes fixated on the spectacle above. The surrounding crowd gazed upward with bated breath, too awestruck to utter a sound, save for Beerus and Whis, who were savoring a gigantic cake with delight. Vegeta launched another swift attack, and observing the astonishing onslaught, Wang Teng quickly condensed a ki blast in his hands, hurling it towards a rapidly approaching Vegeta. Vegeta reacted instantaneously, forming an even more powerful ki blast. Boom! An astounding explosion lit up the sky. Thick smoke spread in all directions. Subsequently, the two plunged into the haze, and a cacophony of sounds erupted. Ya 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 ya! The two exchanged rapid blows, their fists clashing in a flurry of strikes. Waves of white sonic booms echoed in the air. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, whoosh! Wujida suddenly vanished, reappearing above Wang Teng. With clenched fists, he slammed down with tremendous force. Whoosh! Boom! Wang Teng's body plummeted as if it were a meteor, crashing into the ground. The earth trembled once more. It was undeniable that since the onset of their battle, the planet had been quaking in trepidation. Lord Wang Teng, do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Wujida had yet to finish his sentence when, whoosh, a shadow shot upward with incredible speed, landing a powerful punch squarely on Wujida's chin. Wujida was sent spiraling backward in midair, regaining his balance and wiping the blood from his lips. Damn it. He then launched a counterattack. Bang! The two resumed their fierce exchange, unleashing torrents of energy as they engaged in a high-speed skirmish, the residual shockwaves shaking the very fabric of space. The two fought evenly matched, with Wang Teng employing the power of Super Saiyan 4 alongside his own mastery of intent, making for a balanced contest. Moreover, as the battle intensified, Wang Teng gradually realized that his intent was enhancing his defensive capabilities. For after activating it, the pressure from Wujida's punches felt increasingly negligible. Even when struck, the force dissipated rapidly through the power of his intent. Bang! The two separated once more. Wujida was equally astounded. He had noticed that his opponent seemed impervious to his assaults, akin to a resilient stone. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, if that's how it is, then let us settle this with one decisive move. Prolonging this could indeed spell disaster. He concentrated all his strength into his fist, which now shimmered with staggering energy. Wang Teng instantly recognized his intent. At this juncture, Wang Teng could not afford to show weakness, so he too gathered his strength to meet the challenge. The immense power they unleashed caused the earth to tremble anew. Huh, bring it on! They both bellowed. An astonishing scene unfolded as their fists surged toward one another. The ground shook violently. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as both Wang Teng and Wujida froze momentarily. For Whis had appeared between them, effortlessly catching their fists. Do you both intend to annihilate the earth? This duel concludes here. The banquet is about to commence. They exchanged glances before retracting their fists, bringing the battle to an end. Wujida and Wang Teng returned to the banquet hall. Goten and Trunks gazed at the approaching duo, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The strength of the two had left an indelible mark upon their hearts. Wang Teng found himself increasingly intrigued by Wujida, sensing that he likely had more power in reserve. To truly defeat him, it seemed that transforming into Super Saiyan 5 would be necessary. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wujida reverted to Goku and Vegeta. Following this battle, Wang Teng had gained a deeper understanding of his own strength, emerging from the encounter with invaluable insights. With the sparring concluded, the festivities resumed. Several Saiyans began to feast heartily. Their appetites were truly remarkable. Krillin chuckled, slapping his forehead. Chapter 50. Goku falls ill after the banquet. Whis and Beerus departed from Earth. Gohan chose to stay behind to spend time with his daughter Pan, while Wang Teng, as Gohan's mentor, temporarily resided in Gohan's home. The news that Wang Teng would not return to the God of Destruction's realm brought a wave of delight to Beerus. At Goku's home, I am full, Goku declared, clutching his belly. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, who was serving food, gasped in disbelief. What on earth is wrong with you, Goku? You've only eaten half of your usual portion. Goku appeared listless, and Goten's face reflected concern as he asked, Dad, what's wrong? Goku replied softly, for some reason, I have no appetite. Chi-Chi immediately pressed her forehead against Goku's, exclaiming, Do you have a fever? Goku responded, No. Chi-Chi's face fell with worry. Then are you going to die? Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Goku shrugged nonchalantly. I've died twice already. I don't feel like I'm dying this time. Chi-Chi remained anxious, but you can't even eat. That's just too absurd. At that moment, it became clear that Chi-Chi was overly concerned. Goku had already cleared a table of empty bowls, and perhaps Saiyan stomachs functioned differently. For Goku's half meal was likely equivalent to a month's worth of food for an ordinary person. Goku gently explained, I just didn't want to worry you. He then recalled the moment he had gone shopping when his body suddenly felt unresponsive. Even his flight technique had failed him, causing him to plummet from the sky and sustain a bump on his head. Chi-Chi's concern heightened as she asked, "Can you figure out what caused it? A regular doctor wouldn't be able to diagnose my extraordinary body." Suddenly, Chi-Chi had a brilliant idea. "Right, why not ask the Kai?" Goku, however, remained indifferent, saying, "I already told you. I'm fine if there's no need to make a big deal out of it." At that moment, Goten slumbered upon Goku's lap, gazing up at him, while Chi-Chi too directed her attention towards Goku. With no other recourse, Goku rose from his seat. "All right, I'll be back shortly," he declared, activating instant transmission. In an instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar bedroom. Surveying his surroundings, he remarked, "This doesn't resemble King Kai's place. Where am I?" Unexpectedly, Goku decided to take a seat on the bed. Just then, Bulma emerged, wrapped in a towel after a shower. "Hey Vegeta, tomorrow is Trump Sports Day. You should at least show your face." Upon switching on the light, she discovered Goku staring back at her. Goku greeted her with a casual, "Ah, hi." Bulma let out a shriek, hastily tightening her towel around herself. Vegeta rushed in, demanding, "What is going on?" Upon spotting Goku seated on the bed, he exclaimed, "Kakarot." Goku squinted and replied, "Oh." Bulma pressed a button on the wall, and in an instant Goku was surrounded by an array of high-tech weaponry. "Are you ready?" she asked. Goku, with an innocent expression, replied, "I told you." "It wasn't intentional," Bulma shouted. "Then what on earth happened?" Goku responded, "I honestly don't know. I didn't deliberately come to spy on you." At this, Vegeta and Bulma's faces turned crimson. Vegeta yelled, "Kakarot!" Realizing he had misspoken, Goku hastily apologized and vanished with instant transmission. He next appeared with Krillin and Aral, ultimately finding himself atop Korin Tower, murmuring, "This is quite the predicament. It's worse than I imagined." Finally, he arrived at King Kai's place, where King Kai conducted a thorough examination. "You've contracted delayed onset chaos syndrome. If you recklessly utilize your energy in a few days, you may lose control entirely." Goku was taken aback. Recklessly utilize? He recalled using 10 times the Kaioken while in Super Saiyan Blue during his match against King Tien. Is it because of the Kaioken? King Kai pored over medical texts and concluded, "In time, you'll recover." However, overusing techniques like the tenfold Kaioken is unacceptable. Goku, puzzled, asked, "But King Tien also used Kaioken, and even at 20 times the normal level in Super Saiyan 5. Why is he fine?" His questions left King Kai momentarily speechless, yet Goku persistently pressed on. Exasperated, King Kai shouted, "Enough! Can you really compare yourself to that esteemed officer? He is a great deity, even greater than Lord Beerus, while you are merely immortal." Hearing this, Goku's expression soured. "Then what am I to do? There's another martial arts tournament hosted by the Omni-King coming up." King Kai insisted that Goku must return home and rest, forbidding him from training further. With no other options, Goku resolved to seek counsel from King Tien. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Goten waited at home for Goku's return. Observing the sleeping Goten, Chi-Chi murmured, "I wonder if Goku is in trouble. It is moments like this that I need to be strong. I must prepare some delicious meals to lift his spirits." Just then, the house began to tremble. Instinctively, Chi-Chi clutched Goten tightly. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the house exploded. Goku emerged from the smoke, realizing that he had indeed lost control over instant transmission and flight. At that moment, Chi-Chi, pulling the awakened Goten, glared angrily at Goku. Following a deafening crash, the remnants of their home were reduced to rubble. Goku, with a sheepish grin, announced, "I'm back." Chi-Chi's forehead throbbed with veins. "Goku." Their home was demolished by Goku's arrival. Goku had no choice but to accompany Chi-Chi and Goten to Gohan's residence. At that moment, Gohan was training with King Tien. The two floated in midair, enveloped in a mysterious glow, while Piccolo, with a tender smile, attended to Gohan's daughter. Goku promptly greeted Gohan and King Tien. "Hey, Gohan, Lord Tien." Upon hearing his voice, King Tien and Gohan ceased their training and gently descended to the ground. "Oh, it's Goku. What brings you here?" Gohan rushed over, excitement evident in his voice. "Dad," Goku, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "A few things had transpired, and I plan to stay for a few days." He then recounted the recent events concerning his condition to King Tien and Gohan, both of whom listened intently, concern etched on their faces. King Tien's eyes widened, and he slowly closed them. "Goku, this is a side effect of the Kaioken. More importantly, it could be a sign that you're on the verge of mastering the Ultra Instinct technique. During the tournament, you had already grasped the rudiments of Ultra Instinct. It appears you are indeed on the right track. After opening his eyes and observing the anxious expressions of Goku and Gohan, King Tien contemplatively stated, "It's not a grave issue. Don't fret. Now sit down." He promptly assisted Goku in regulating the erratic energy within him. Goku felt the change and exclaimed, "I'm better. This is incredible." "Thank you, Lord Tien." Upon hearing that Goku was well, Gohan's face immediately brightened with relief. King Tien addressed Goku, "You should train alongside Gohan and me for the next few days. Once your technique is sufficiently refined, this issue will dissipate. I have merely helped you stabilize your chaotic energy temporarily." Goku, thrilled at the prospect of training, felt rejuvenated. When King Kai advised him to rest, he had felt utterly unwell. Chapter 51. Xiaofang goes missing. Chi-Chi looked on joyfully at her granddaughter. Yet it seemed that Xiaofang only wished to be held by Piccolo. The moment Chi-Chi attempted to take her, the baby would wail uncontrollably. Goku, Gohan, and King Tien entered the room. Upon seeing them, Piccolo promptly rose. Chi-Chi inquired, "Piccolo, where are you off to?" Piccolo replied softly, "I'm heading home. Gohan needed to train, and I reluctantly agreed to help him with the baby. I'll leave her in your care. I'm not exactly idle myself." He pointed at Chi-Chi. "You can handle the weaning meals, right?" Chi-Chi was taken aback. "I've raised 2 kids. You needn't worry." Piccolo added, "Xiaofang loves tuna and vegetable pancakes made with tofu. Prepare the carrots, onions, spinach, and broccoli chopped up in advance." Chi-Chi stared at him in disbelief. Piccolo glanced at Xiaofang and said, "She can crawl around now. Keep a close watch on her." He continued instructing, "The picture books are over here, and the toys are over there. If she cries at night, sing her a lullaby." Goku was astonished. "Sing to her? Do you sing for her?" A hint of blush crept onto Piccolo's cheeks. King Tien was equally astonished. During his stay, he had been so focused on training that he hadn't noticed that the once formidable demon King Piccolo had now transformed into a devoted caretaker. Gohan and Goku escorted Piccolo to the door. Before leaving, Piccolo added, "One last thing. Xiaofang is shy around strangers. Only I can hold her without her crying. If you truly can't manage, feel free to call me." At this, Piccolo wore a look of pride. He then turned and walked away. "Goodbye, Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, come back soon." Goku and Gohan bid farewell to Piccolo. Just a few steps away, Piccolo halted, then turned back to, "Oh, and don't forget to brush your teeth before bed. It's important to establish good habits early." Watching Piccolo chatter away in the yard, King Tien chuckled and shook his head. It seemed that Piccolo had truly come to regard Gohan as his own son. Compared to Goku, Piccolo appeared to be a more responsible grandfather. Ultimately, Piccolo did not leave. He embraced Xiaofang, his face beaming with joy. A brand new day dawned. King Tien, Goku, and Gohan practiced in the backyard. Suddenly, Chi-Chi rushed in. "Mom, what's wrong?" Gohan asked, perplexed. Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering. "What's the matter, Chi-Chi?" Goku and Gohan exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, Piccolo returned from grocery shopping. King Tien glanced at Chi-Chi and gently urged, "Stop crying. What happened? Speak quickly." Finally, Chi-Chi managed to choke out, "Xiaofang is missing." At this news, Piccolo's complexion turned an even deeper shade of green. He bellowed, "How could you lose track of her? I told you to be vigilant. She can move around on her own now." Not far away, Pilaf and his companions were startled by Piccolo's outburst. Meanwhile, the infant Xiaofang in Mai's arms murmured, "Piccolo." Gohan, now flustered, exclaimed, "What should we do? If Bulma comes back from work and finds out, she'll kill me." King Tien coldly replied, "Then hurry and search for her. It is now too late to grumble." Subsequently, several individuals set off in different directions to search. The roar of Bick had already instilled fear in Pilaf and his companions, prompting them to rush towards their robot. In a flurry, the 3 of them dove into the cockpit, and the hatch promptly sealed shut. Pilaf began frantically tapping on the screen. "Take off now." The robot ascended slowly. Before long, it soared into the sky. With a whoosh, it vanished into the horizon. Pilaf, drenched in cold sweat while seated in the cockpit, exclaimed, "How terrifying." Asu, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, muttered, but we haven't even begun our misdeeds. There's no need to flee, Xiaowu, looking helpless, said. King Pilaf, I brought her along too. Xiaofang playfully extended her small hand. Pilaf immediately stood up, exclaiming, what are you doing? Throw her out, Xiaowu, looking reluctant, replied. How could that be possible? You throw her if you want. Pilaf bellowed, how could I do such a thing? Instantly, Xiaowu was frightened by Pilaf's outburst and burst into tears. Wang Teng's divine power enveloped the earth instantly. In a short while, he detected a faint Saiyan presence. This weak response seems to belong to Gohan's daughter, Xiaofang, but how is she up in the sky? In the next moment, Wang Teng vanished from his position. A faint voice reached the ears of Goku. Gohan and others, leave Xiaofang to me. I will surely bring her back safely. Inside the robot, Asu's keen nose immediately detected a foul odor. King Pilaf, did you fart? Xiaowu quickly realized something. Could it be feces? Asu shouted, hurry, open the window. I can't bear this stench. Xiaofang glanced at Asu and burst into laughter. She then lunged at Asu, crashing into his belly. But the smell had overwhelmed Asu. Don't face me, he exclaimed. Oh no. Pilaf looked at the giggling Xiaofang. Why are you still laughing? In his fury, Pilaf slammed his fist onto the control panel. Cracks immediately appeared on the console. The robot emitted a red alarm sound. Realizing the impending crisis, the faces of the three turned pale. Asu, feeling nauseated, swallowed the bile in fear. Meanwhile, the robot's engine had ceased functioning. At that moment, Wang Teng had already reached the high altitude. Just as he was about to intervene, an unusual power emanated from the infant's body. Gohan's daughter is quite remarkable. Intriguing. With that, Wang Teng's figure faded into the sky. After the engine stopped, an even more terrifying surge of firepower erupted. The robot shot upwards rapidly. Pilaf and his companions clung together in terror, shouting, it's over. The machine is uncontrollable. Xiaowu cried out, oh heavens, let us be. Please save this child. As the robot ascended, Xiaofang stood on the control panel, radiating a mysterious white energy. She laughed joyfully, and waves of white energy surged from her body. Pilaf and the others were left dumbfounded. The white light then burst through the robot, ascending into the sky. Whoosh! Xiaofang shot forth like a comet. The robot was instantly obliterated. Pilaf and his companions, grasping Xiaofang, were lifted into the air. Xiaofang transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the vastness above. In space, Xiaofang, enveloped in white energy, floated gracefully, while Pilaf and his companions clung desperately to her feet. Wang Teng, witnessing the spectacle, was astonished, murmuring, 3 months, and she can wield energy. Such talent is even more terrifying than Gohan's. Xiaofang gazed at the cosmos with delight, her tiny hands reaching out, yearning to grasp the twinkling stars. Pilaf, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, we're floating in space, but she's still an infant. Asu interjected, but she is a Saiyan. Just then, Wang Teng appeared beside Xiaofang. Xiaofang, come back with me. Upon seeing Wang Teng, Xiaofang beamed and leaped into his embrace. Wang Teng then cast a glance at the three below, who were now drenched in cold sweat. Whoosh! A flash of white light illuminated the cosmos as Wang Teng whisked them away. Chapter 52. The Powerless Vegeta on Earth. A beam of white light streaked across the sky. At that moment, Wang Teng glanced at the three who were gripping Xiaofang's ankle. They immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Reluctantly, they released Xiaofang's ankle, plummeting toward a large tree. Xiaowu murmured, that fellow's gaze was terrifying. Asa chimed in, I never want to get close to these Saiyans again. They are too frightening. Biddy Li opened the door. I am back. Xiaofang immediately called out, Mama. Biddy Li swiftly scooped her up, gently saying, were you a good girl at home? Goku and the others appeared exhausted, clearly worn out from this ordeal. Biddy Li looked at them, puzzled. What's wrong? Gohan stood up, frantically waving his hands. It's nothing, nothing. Yet Biddy Li sensed something amiss and softly told Xiaofang, Xiaofang, did you cause trouble for everyone? Grandpa isn't well. You shouldn't worry him, Xiaofang cheerfully replied. Grandpa, Grandpa. She waved her little hands, searching for her grandfather. Goku stood up excitedly. While Chi-Chi laughed, in just a few days, the child has grown. Even Piccolo wore a smile reminiscent of a doting aunt at this moment. Goku's family was filled with laughter and joy, while the hero of the day, Wang Teng, was in the backyard practicing the Zai Ji Gong Point 2 days later at Bulma's house in West City. Bulma was reviewing the surveillance footage, concerned because Trunks and Goten had gone missing. She sought out Vegeta, relaying the situation to him. Vegeta exclaimed, "Trunks and the others boarded a spaceship?" Bulma, worried, responded, "They were supposed to come home ages ago. But I can't find them anywhere. I'm worried something might have happened. So, I checked the security footage. I saw him boarding the time-space delivery ship, Manaka." Vegeta scoffed, "Tisich, who told you to keep buying unnecessary things?" Bulma's expression shifted, her anger flaring. "What? Are you blaming me?" Vegeta began to sweat. "That's not what I meant." Bulma, looking aggrieved, retorted, "You say Trunks is missing, and you blame me for ordering dessert." Just then, Time-Space Police Officer Jack interjected. "Sorry to interrupt your quarrel, but I have to head back. You called me all the way here." Bulma quickly replied, "Wait, Jack, don't be upset. You're the only one who can help me. I beg you. Go bring Trunks and Goten back. I heard their next stop is Fire Boiling Star. They should be around there." However, Jack expressed his reluctance to assist, stating he was busy. Thus, Bulma resorted to her trump card. "If that's the case, I might have to reveal the photo of you with a mustache to the Galaxy King. You'd get demoted for sure." Ultimately, Jack had no choice but to relent. "All right, I'll bring them back. Is that acceptable?" Bulma smiled. "Thank you." Jack boarded the spaceship, wearing a grimace. Being involved with Bulma never ends well. Vegeta scoffed. "Humph. You let yourself be dispatched so easily." Bulma remarked, "Vegeta has to go too." Vegeta was taken aback. "I have to go as well." Bulma reminded him, "Of course you do. It's to fetch Trunks and Goten." Thus, Jack took Vegeta towards Fire Boiling Star. Later, Bulma informed Chi-Chi about Goten's trip to Fire Boiling Star. Chi-Chi immediately panicked. She rushed to Gohan's backyard to share this news with Wang Teng and the others. Upon hearing that Goten had gone to Fire Boiling Star, Wang Teng instantly understood that the super water was involved. He calmly stated, "Goku, Gohan, let us go together." On Fire Boiling Star, a group of pink extraterrestrials, armed with advanced weaponry, relentlessly pursued Goten and Trunks. In their effort to protect an elderly man in Manaka, Goten and Trunks found themselves in a fierce battle. Just then, a golden ray shot from the high-tech weaponry towards Trunks. Goten shouted, "Trunks!" Trunks' eyes widened in horror as he had lost all power to resist. At that moment, the golden beam was suddenly deflected. Exploding in mid-air, boom! A figure appeared before Trunks. Upon seeing the newcomer, Trunks' face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Dad!" Vegeta turned with a charismatic flourish. "We'll talk later." Jiaku was astounded to discover that the very villain they sought, the notorious Grill, was the one pursuing Trunks. Goten found himself beside Vegeta, who gazed gravely at the enemy before him and immediately assumed a battle stance. Trunks cautioned, "Father, do not approach them." However, before Trunks could finish his warning, Vegeta charged forward. Whoosh! He vanished from his original position, reappearing behind an adversary, delivering a swift kick. With a cry of agony, the enemy was annihilated. Vegeta began to move at incredible speeds, each strike claiming the life of an opponent. Hovering in the air, he surveyed the remaining foes and declared, "Make yourselves vanish." With a thunderous roar, Vegeta conjured a golden energy sphere in his hand. Whoosh! The sphere shot forth. Boom! An astonishing explosion erupted on the battlefield, the sounds of detonation and screams intertwining. As the shockwaves of the energy dissipated, only the enemy leader Grill remained. The foes he had slain had disintegrated into a pink liquid that now lay upon the ground. Yet Vegeta remained oblivious to the peculiar nature of this liquid. Gradually descending from the sky, Vegeta stood face to face with Grill, coldly stating, "A rabble of fools. You are the last one left." Yet Grill displayed no sign of fear, instead laughing mockingly. At that moment, the pink liquid surged toward Vegeta. Trunks exclaimed in alarm, "Father, be careful." In an instant, the pink superhuman water completely ensnared Vegeta. Vegeta gasped. "What is this?" As the superhuman water enveloped him entirely, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Gyaka stared in shock at the unfolding scene. The next second, Vegeta was hurled out of the superhuman water. Crouching on the ground, he panted heavily. Rising to his feet, a wave of weakness washed over him. My strength? Grill approached slowly, chuckling. I warned you. You were too careless. The superhuman water soon morphed into a replica of Vegeta. Enraged, Vegeta demanded, "Who are you to dare take my form?" The superhuman water Vegeta replied, "I'm not merely imitating you. I have absorbed all your power. Now I'm truly Vegeta. You are but my discarded shell." Vegeta could hardly accept this reality, roaring, "To call me a discarded shell? Such foolishness! You fraud!" Vegeta staggered to his feet, proclaiming, "Hasten your demise." He assumed the stance for his signature move, but soon realized he was utterly incapable of executing it. Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably. The superhuman water Vegeta wore a mocking grin. "Is this the technique you wish to employ?" With that, he amassed an incredible purple energy in his hand. Final flash. With a fierce shout, a tremendous shockwave surged forth. Boom! The horrifying sound of the explosion echoed behind Vegeta and the others. Chapter 53. Gotenks vs. Superhuman Water Vegeta. The astonishing explosion resonated behind Vegeta and his companions. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he murmured, "What on earth is happening?" Superhuman Water Vegeta chuckled. "Now you understand. I am the true Vegeta." At that moment, Grill, standing in the background, stepped forward with flattery. "Your power is astounding. Who would have thought someone could possess such strength?" Continue to absorb the powers of the others. He glanced at Trunks, inquiring, "What about that fellow?" Superhuman Water Vegeta murmured, "Trunks." His expression turned conflicted, which Vegeta observed keenly. Grill grinned, "Go for it. Absorb their powers." At that instant, Superhuman Water Vegeta unleashed several streams of superhuman water. Vegeta shouted, "Stop!" Trunks and Goten stood frozen in terror. Just then, Gyaka clenched his teeth, firing his gun and shattering the incoming superhuman water. Gyaka exclaimed. In times of dire peril, intervening to save others is the mark of a true elite. Vegeta bellowed, "Trunks!" Trunks immediately signaled to Goten. Goten, along with Manaka and Trunks, together with the Elder, swiftly fled the scene. However, once Gyaka reveled in his triumph. He realized that everyone had disappeared, leaving only two enemies watching him intently. Superhuman water lunged at Gyaka, causing his face to turn pale with fear. Subsequently, he fell to the ground, unleashing a shockwave beneath him. The dazzling light obscuring the enemy's vision, propelling him away like a steel-armed hero. What a close call! I finally escaped, but just a few meters later, the shockwave beneath him vanished. Gyaka panicked. "Oh no, I can only use this move once a day. But if I don't, I'm surely doomed." Ah, with a scream, Gyaka plummeted from the sky. Boom! A deep crater formed in the ground, dust swirling about. Superhuman Water Vegeta shielded himself from the encroaching dust. Damn it! I must absorb their powers. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks concealed themselves in a mountain hollow. Gyaka, utilizing various super abilities, finally managed to escape. Gazing at the fleeing Vegeta and his companions, he murmured, "These people have completely forgotten their savior." Hidden in a mountain hollow, Vegeta's expression remained one of shock. Who on earth are they? The final flash he used does not seem like a mere imitation. Beside him, the Elder stood up and said, "Allow me to explain. It was the superhuman water that attacked us." Gyaka, returning, exclaimed, "What? Superhuman water?" The Elder gasped. "You know of superhuman water?" Gyaka, having spoken at length, was still unclear. Noticing this, the Elder continued, "Superhuman water is merely a weapon created by us. The fire on the stove people for self-defense." Vegeta was taken aback. "You say it is a weapon?" The Elder affirmed, "Indeed, a most fearsome weapon." The Elder then recounted the terrifying liquid weapon that could absorb human energy and become a copy. Known as superhuman water, he continued, Grill and his ilk believed that by consuming superhuman water, their strength would multiply exponentially. Consequently, when they discovered superhuman water, they were consumed, resulting in the current situation. Upon hearing this, Vegeta rose, saying, "I understand everything now, but I have two questions to ask." The appearance and abilities of that copy are identical to mine, meaning the superhuman water has absorbed my essence. The elder nodded. Absolutely correct, Vegeta pressed on, yet that being hesitated when it came to absorbing Trunks' power. As a superhuman water, why would act thus? The elder smiled. This exemplifies the exquisite technology of the fire on this stove people. For it has even faithfully replicated your inner self. Vegeta murmured, my inner self? Indeed, I would never wish to seize another's power to grow stronger. The elder crossed his arms, stating, yet his inner self is under the dominion of the superhuman water. Vegeta roared, that scoundrel, to be me yet obey the commands of a monster. He had one more question. What becomes of those whose powers are taken by the superhuman water? The elder grew anxious, saying, they will die. Their bodies will begin to turn transparent, lasting only 3 to 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the first to be devoured by the superhuman water, Grill and his gang, had already vanished. Jakku exclaimed, is there no way to save them? If Vegeta disappears, Bulma will surely blame me. The elder replied assuredly, the only way is to defeat the superhuman water. Vegeta murmured, just as one would defeat me. Ultimately, the group conferred and decided that Gotenks would confront the foe. Superhuman Water Vegeta and Superhuman Water Grill soared through the skies, searching for Vegeta and the others. Just then, a voice called from below. We are right here, Trunks and Gotenks shouted in unison. Superhuman Water Vegeta and Grill instantly appeared above them. They have come out on their own, Superhuman Water Vegeta remarked, knowing you would lose, yet still stepping forward. Truly my son, but how could you possibly defeat me? At that moment, Goten turned to Trunks and said, Trunks, let's take down this imposter. Trunks immediately responded, all right, Goten, let's go all out. The two swiftly assumed their fusion stance. Fusion. As their fingertips touched, a brilliant light enveloped the battlefield. The radiance intensified, and Gotenks emerged from the brilliance. Gotenks lifted his head and declared, you are nothing but a counterfeit. Gotenks is determined to teach you a severe lesson. The face of Super Saiyan Vegeta reveals a look of disdain. In the next moment, Gotenks vanishes from his original position, reappearing right before Super Saiyan Vegeta. Gotenks immediately launches a flurry of rapid attacks, his fists raining down like a tempest. However, Super Saiyan Vegeta effortlessly dodges all of the strikes. Arms crossed in ease. The next instant, smack, Super Saiyan Vegeta catches Gotenks' fist. Chuckling, is this your idea of an attack? Without hesitation, he sends Gotenks flying with a powerful punch. Boom! Gotenks crashes heavily onto the ground, a thick cloud of dust instantly enveloping the area. That hurts, it truly is ineffective. Gotenks slowly rises to his feet. Very well then. Ha! A deep roar emanates from Gotenks' throat as a golden aura swiftly surges upward. The entire planet quakes violently, astonishing energy erupting from Gotenks' being. His hair elongates, the golden aura intensifying. With Gotenks' roar, his power reaches its zenith. Silver lightning flickers within the golden flames. Gotenks transforms into Super Saiyan 3. In the air, Grill suddenly exclaims, even after fusion, he can ascend further? I crave that power even more. Super Saiyan Vegeta glances at Grill with a look of utter disdain. Super Gotenks instantly erupts with fury. Whoosh! In an instant, he appears right before Super Saiyan Vegeta. Chapter 54. Wang Teng arrives. Super Gotenks points at Super Saiyan Vegeta, declaring, watch me defeat you with one move. Super Tornado Kick. An incredible kick lands directly on Vegeta's neck. A wave of golden energy instantly spreads outward. Super Saiyan Vegeta scoffs, utterly useless. Super Gotenks, taken aback, swiftly retracts his leg, shouting, then I'll use this move, Super Special Crasher. Witnessing this, Super Gotenks clenches his fists and leaps high, crashing down upon Super Saiyan Vegeta. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy descends, causing the ground to tremble violently, dust clouds billowing. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan Vegeta remains suspended in the air, unmoved, chuckling like a mosquito's bite. Super Gotenks, startled, quickly retreats into the air. He strikes several flamboyant poses before shouting, blazing power bomber. Countless golden energy orbs coalesce around him. Whoosh! With a fierce shout, the golden orbs hurtle towards Super Saiyan Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing explosions erupt in the sky. Numerous fireballs rain down, enveloping the area in black smoke. As the smoke slowly dissipates, Super Saiyan Vegeta's voice emerges. Such childish tricks. You think you can challenge me? Super Gotenks hovers in the air, panicking. It had no effect at all. An elder hides behind Vegeta, exclaiming, "No good. The power disparity is too vast." Jack murmurs, "I wish to help them, but I am in danger myself." At this moment, they notice that Vegeta's body is beginning to shimmer with transparency. Super Saiyan Vegeta snorts. "The skin I shed shall vanish." Above, Grill warns, "Quick, absorb Gotenks' power." Super Gotenks erupts with energy, the golden aura soaring. "I absolutely cannot lose." Just as the words leave his mouth, he charges towards Super Saiyan Vegeta. As his fist nears Vegeta, an astonishing scene unfolds. Super Saiyan Vegeta retaliates with a punch that strikes Super Gotenks' abdomen with even greater speed. Instantly, Super Gotenks feels an unimaginable pain radiate throughout his body. Following this, pink shadows swirl in the air, accompanied by Super Gotenks' cries. Under Super Saiyan Vegeta's relentless assault, Super Gotenks finds himself utterly unable to counter, becoming a mere target for punishment. Boom, boom, boom. Super Gotenks is hit multiple times. Boom. His body plummets from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground. A thick cloud of dust erupts skyward. In the next moment, Super Gotenks splits into Goten and Trunks. Whoosh. Super Saiyan Vegeta instantly appears before the two, chuckling, "Truly, my son possesses remarkable spirit. But this must come to an end." As his fist strikes, Wang Teng appears in an instant, grasping Super Saiyan Vegeta's arm. "I won't let you succeed." Super Saiyan Vegeta exclaims. Wang Teng, Son Goku, and Son Gohan soon appear beside Vegeta. Goku asks Vegeta, "Are you alright?" Vegeta exclaims, "Kakarot, Gohan, and Wang Teng." Goku looks at the nearby Vegeta, then at the one Wang Teng has caught. Frowning, "Are there two Vegetas?" Vegeta points and shouts, "That one is the imposter." Goku scrutinizes, muttering, "That one looks strange. It's a purplish-red Vegeta." Goten points at Super Saiyan Vegeta, urging, "Uncle Wang Teng, quickly defeat that guy." Trunks anxiously adds, "If it's too late, Dad will die." Wang Teng nods. He is well aware of this super water and knows that this duplicate possesses all of Vegeta's powers. Looking at Wang Teng, Super Water chuckles, "Wang Teng, I never imagined I would have the chance to battle you." Wang Teng replies, "You don't think you can win, do you?" The two lock eyes. Grill in the air laughs. Our three incredibly powerful beings are arriving once again. Goten warns, "Uncle Wang Teng, be careful. This guy can absorb your power." Super Saiyan Vegeta bellows, "I absolutely will not do that. This is a life-or-death struggle, Wang Teng. I will defeat you, and after that, it will be Kakarot's turn." Grill in the air shouts, "Stop spouting nonsense. Quickly absorb his power." Super Saiyan Vegeta glances upward, stating, "Anyone who obstructs me will be eliminated." Grill immediately becomes furious. "Do you dare disobey my orders? Fine." A beam of light appears in his abdomen, and below, Super Saiyan Vegeta is struck as if by lightning. Howling in agony, Vegeta exclaims, "What is happening?" The elder from the planet Firepot remarks, "Super Water wants the copy to follow commands." Vegeta angrily retorts, "Who dares issue orders to me?" Super Saiyan Vegeta quietly states, "I will not submit to anyone." Ha! Whoosh! Super Saiyan Vegeta instantly appears before Grill. "Die, you piece of garbage!" An astonishing punch whizzes past, striking Grill with immense force, sending him plummeting backward. Boom, boom, boom. He crashes through 3 mountain peaks, buried beneath the rubble. The electricity surrounding Super Saiyan Vegeta dissipates instantly. Wang Teng watches this scene and smiles, still the proud Saiyan prince, just like Babidi from back in the day. History is astonishingly similar. The elder from Firepot stares in disbelief. Incredible, he has broken free from Super Water's control. Super Saiyan Vegeta murmurs, "Now that there's no one to interfere, let us begin. I will wipe away the shame of the last match." Wang Teng crosses his arms and smiles, "Vegeta, come on. I'm ready whenever you are." Whoosh! Wang Teng appears before Super Saiyan Vegeta in an instant, Below, Son Goku clenches his fists, stating, "Damn it, I also want to battle Lord Wang Teng. Vegeta got ahead of me this time." Meanwhile, Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, shouts, "Hey, Kakarot, that is just an imposter. What kind of Vegeta is that?" Super Saiyan Vegeta swiftly sweeps his leg, but Wang Teng merely extends a hand, effortlessly countering the attack. Super Saiyan Vegeta grits his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Yet he finds that no matter how hard he struggles, he cannot escape from Wang Teng's grasp. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Teng reappears above Super Saiyan Vegeta, delivering a heavy punch downward. Ah! A cry of despair escapes Super Saiyan Vegeta as he plummets downward. Boom! The ground is instantly cratered, dust swirling. Goku exclaims excitedly, "Impressive!" Just as expected from Lord Wang Teng. Gohan beams with delight. Super Water slowly rises to his feet. "Remarkable! Wang Teng, you still possess great strength, but I will not concede so easily." He gradually ascends into the air. Meanwhile, the Super Water that had been defeated by Super Saiyan Vegeta now transforms back into purplish-red liquid. Retreating to conceal itself, Trunks cast a glance at his now translucent father and immediately shouted, "Uncle Wang Teng, there's no time left. Quickly defeat that guy." Vegeta looked up into the sky, murmuring, "What on earth is Wang Teng dawdling about?" Chapter 55, Wang Teng vs. Super Water Vegeta. Suddenly, a surge of white energy erupted from Super Water Vegeta, a formidable aura spreading throughout the air. Wang Teng gazed at his adversary with a smile, saying, "It seems I've been underestimated. In that case, allow me to reveal a fraction of my power for you to witness." He then provocatively beckoned to Super Water Vegeta. The flash of anger crossed Super Water Vegeta's face as he charged forward with incredible speed, his fists racing towards Wang Teng. In the face of this rapid assault, Wang Teng remained motionless in the air, allowing the opponent's punch to strike his face. Upon landing the hit, a grin appeared on Super Water Vegeta's visage. Yet, Wang Teng casually tilted his head back, effortlessly deflecting the punch. Shock was immediately evident on Super Water Vegeta's face. Looking at Wang Teng suspended in the air, Vegeta cursed that bastard Wang Teng. Even at a time like this, he is still playing around. This is impossible. Super Water Vegeta, his expression grim, began to retreat. "That's not how one uses their fists." Wang Teng's voice rang out coolly. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared before Super Water Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that landed squarely in his abdomen. A searing pain coursed through Super Water Vegeta's body. He clutched his stomach, unable to stand upright. Lord Wang Teng's strength is astonishing. It seems he has grown even stronger. Truly remarkable. Goku observed the scene in the air, evidently stirred by Wang Teng's display. "Damn it!" Super Water Vegeta roared, rising to his feet as energy surged into his hands. Final flash. Whoosh! A violet energy sphere shot forth instantly. Wang Teng extended his right hand and pressed down upon the energy sphere. The entire sky transformed into a shade of purple, gritting his fists tightly. Vegeta murmured, "That counterfeit." In the next moment, as the brilliance gradually faded, black smoke emanated from Wang Teng's palm, and the energy sphere vanished without a trace. Enraged, Super Water Vegeta unleashed his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He then charged towards Wang Teng at breakneck speed. Reacting swiftly to the incoming foe, Wang Teng delivered a solid punch to Super Water Vegeta's stomach, followed by a kick that sent him hurtling away. Whoosh! Boom! Super Water Vegeta crashed into a small mountain. Wang Teng dusted off his hands, chuckling, "I didn't expect our strengths to be so similar. I wasted my anticipation on this." Vegeta's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Bellowing, "Wang Teng, what do you mean? Am I weak?" Wang Teng glanced at the now translucent Vegeta, smiling as he replied, "Just a tad, otherwise you wouldn't be in such a pitiful state." Fuming, Vegeta retorted, "You..." Boom! Super Water Vegeta soared into the air from the debris. "I will kill you, Aya!" A deep roar erupted from Super Water Vegeta's throat. A blue divine aura surged upward, and an astonishing presence exploded forth, causing the entire planet to tremble. Wang Teng gazed at Super Water Vegeta. Although his body radiated a purplish-red hue, He was enveloped in a blue aura, identical to that of a true Saiyan. It seemed Vegeta had been completely overshadowed. Wang Teng, prepare to die, Super Water Vegeta shouted arrogantly. In the next second, Wang Teng appeared before him. Seeing the rapid punch thrown by Super Water Vegeta, he swiftly dodged to the side, believing he had evaded it. Ugh! Wang Teng's fist landed heavily in Super Water Vegeta's abdomen. He vomited both stomach acid and bile. What just happened? I clearly dodged, Super Water Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances as they watched the battle unfold in the air, the three words flashing in their minds. Time skip. Goku grinned. Lord Wang Teng is indeed using time skip. That counterfeit Vegeta is finished. Wang Teng, refusing to give Super Water Vegeta a moment to breathe, charged once more, activating the time reversal again. He delivered another heavy blow to Super Water Vegeta's face. Sending him flying, Wang Teng vanished again, reappearing above the rapidly retreating Super Water Vegeta, his fists clenched tightly as he struck him down. Whoosh! Boom! The rapidly descending Super Water Vegeta crashed through 3 mountain peaks. Boom! He was instantly buried beneath the rubble. This should be the end. Wang Teng's calm voice resonated. He conjured a golden energy sphere in his hand. Whoosh! The sphere was hurled forth. Boom! An astonishing explosion erupted among the rubble. A pillar of fire shooting skyward, the destructive force obliterating the nearby 3 small mountains. Boom! Thick clouds of dust enveloped the center of the explosion. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, devoid of any joy at witnessing the enemy's defeat. That imposter was nearly identical in strength to him, yet he hadn't even touched Wang Teng, and had been reduced to this sorry state, which greatly displeased him. Then Vegeta shouted, "Hey, imposter, does this even qualify as Vegeta?" The elder from Planet Fire on Trunk's side suddenly interjected, "Hey, why are you cheering for the enemy?" Vegeta turned around, fuming. "Shut up." Well, you know, the old man promptly sealed his lips, not daring to speak further. Goku, Gohan, and others exchanged wry smiles. In the next moment, an astonishing roar erupted from below. A surge of blue energy rapidly ascended, darkening the sky, as an incredible aura shot upwards. Wang Teng, curious, looked down, only to see the blue energy rising continuously. "What is this?" Goku exclaimed, glancing at Vegeta. "Vegeta, what kind of power is this?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, his gaze fixated on the dust below. Gradually, Super Water Vegeta began to ascend. At this moment, he was not merely blue, but a deep blue. Wang Teng marveled, indeed. It's Super Saiyan Deep Blue. This imposter has actually surpassed the limits that even Vegeta couldn't break. Vegeta seethed. Damn it, that impudent imposter. Super Water Vegeta floated before Wang Teng. Wang Teng chuckled. "I never expected you could transform into Super Saiyan Deep Blue." Super Water Vegeta wore a smug expression, declaring, "Haven't I said it before? I am Vegeta. I've merely surpassed my limits. Are you ready this time?" It won TB like before. Facing the transcended Super Water Vegeta, Wang Teng's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "In that case, let me show you my true power." A deep roar erupted from Wang Teng's mouth. As golden energy surged upwards, rapidly intensifying, the entire planet trembled violently, fissures cracking the ground beneath. Wang Teng's form began to change, his energy reaching its zenith. Lord Wang Teng is about to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Gohan murmured. Vegeta and Goku's expressions turned grave. With a thunderous shout, a red warrior emerged onto the battlefield. Chapter 56. Deep Blue Imposter Vegeta, an astonishing energy erupted in the air, golden flames reaching for the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His body covered in a coat of red fur, complemented by well-defined muscles, exuded an intimidating aura. "Let us begin," Wang Teng declared with a smile. The golden flames and deep blue aura painted the sky in 2 contrasting colors, suggesting a fierce confrontation. At that moment, Gak exclaimed, "Hey Vegeta, your body seems to have become a bit paler." Super Water Vegeta taunted. "Your end is finally nigh, but don't worry before you die. I will let you witness Wang Teng's demise. At that moment, the elder from Planet Fire extended his hand, saying, "Quick, take this. It's the key to sealing super water. It might buy us some time." Vegeta paused for a moment before swiftly taking it and placing it in his mouth. Goku, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten stared in disbelief. Vegeta was actually sucking on a pacifier. With the pacifier in his mouth, Vegeta gazed at the sky, silently vowing, "I must endure to see the battle to its conclusion." Wang Teng was momentarily stunned, nearly bursting into laughter. The proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta was actually sucking on a pacifier. Gak immediately pulled out his camera. This scene was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as he was about to take a picture, however, the camera displayed a low battery warning. Alas, how unfortunate it is to experience a power outage at such a crucial moment. Wang Teng cast another glance at the Super Water Vegeta and murmured, "Vegeta, given that you possess such an endearing side, I shall come to your aid and vanquish this impostor." In the blink of an eye, Super Water Vegeta executed a swift kick. Wang Teng immediately raised his left arm to block it. Bang! Following that, Super Water Vegeta launched a rapid punch, which Wang Teng deftly evaded before extending his palm to grasp Super Water Vegeta's face. Whoosh! Boom, boom, boom! Subsequently, Wang Teng forcefully propelled his face towards the nearby mountain peaks, piercing through 3 mountains in an instant. Countless fragments of stone cascaded down from the summit. A thick cloud of dust billowed downwards. Whoosh! Super Water Vegeta swiftly emerged from the mountains, with Wang Teng hot on his heels. Crash, crash, crash! The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows mid-air. Waves of white sonic booms reverberated through the atmosphere. Their battle intensified with each passing moment. Super Water Vegeta unleashed another punch, and Wang Teng seized the opportunity to drive his knee into his abdomen. He immediately clutched his stomach as Wang Teng's fist descended heavily upon him. Whoosh! Boom! Super Water Vegeta was once again slammed into the mountain, causing one peak to disintegrate on impact, with debris tumbling downwards. A long fissure appeared in the ground. Goku and the others swiftly retreated to safety, as the spot they had previously occupied was now obliterated. Whoosh! Super Water Vegeta charged at Wang Teng once more. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the air. Crash, crash, crash. Circles of white sonic booms emerged yet again. The onlookers landed atop a high peak. The elder from the fire cooking star exclaimed in panic, "Is it truly safe here?" Trunks voiced his concern. "Their clashes are growing increasingly fierce. I wonder how long it will take to rescue my father. I hope it's not too late." Hearing this, Gohan urged, "Have faith in Lord Wang Teng." "Gohan," Trunks replied, his face streaked with tears. The elder then recalled, "I suddenly remember, we need only defeat the core. If we shatter the core of Super Water Vegeta, all the replicas will weaken." Trunks exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" The elder smacked his forehead. "This was 100 years ago, so I had forgotten." Everyone promptly remembered the Super Water Vegeta's defeat of Grill. And upon the elder's confirmation, they realized he was indeed the core of Super Water. Gohan and Goku, accompanied by the elder, soared towards the location where Grill was defeated. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained steadfast, his eyes fixated on the sky. When Goku and Gohan arrived at the site of Grill's defeat, they discovered that Super Water had vanished. The elder stepped forward, reassuring them, "Do not fret. Super Water likely seeks to acquire that power. I suspect it is lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity." Wang Teng sent Super Water Vegeta flying with a swift kick. Thud, thud, thud. Once Super Water Vegeta regained his footing, he charged at Wang Teng once more. He launched a fierce punch at Wang Teng, who captured his fist and retaliated with a powerful kick to his abdomen. Super Water Vegeta was immediately sent reeling backwards. Wang Teng's energy surged towards his hand. The prince's combat technique erupted forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy blasts were unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing explosions erupted across the battlefield. Wang Teng continued to fire energy blasts toward the center of the explosions. A cacophony of thunderous roars ensued. Flames engulfed the area, and clouds of dust billowed forth. Wang Teng gazed at the thick smoke enveloping the explosion's center. He understood that since this fellow was Vegeta, he could not perish so easily. Indeed, amidst the smoke, he remained unharmed. As the dust began to settle, Super Water Vegeta's silhouette gradually emerged. At that moment, he appeared quite disheveled, entirely devoid of his earlier bravado. He lowered his arms, which had been shielding his body. His face contorted with rage. Damn it, this scoundrel. Why am I still losing? I have surpassed my limits, yet I cannot defeat that guy. I shall never admit to such a thing. An astonishing deep blue aura surged forth, and a fierce wind swept around him. Observing the resurgent Super Water Vegeta, Wang Teng murmured, I almost had him. Truly, he is a resilient imitation of Vegeta. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I might as well indulge in a little more fun. Fortunately, situated high above, Wang Teng's words went unheard by Vegeta. Otherwise, he would have fainted in despair, as he was on the brink of ruin while Wang Teng was merely toying with him. Once again, the two charged at one another, their deep blue and golden fists colliding with tremendous force. Clash! Whoosh! They engaged in a rapid aerial battle, with astonishing white sonic booms resounding once more. Vegeta stood atop a high platform, his face etched with dissatisfaction. Damn it, why am I not the one battling up there? The one who should defeat Wang Teng is me. Meanwhile, the core of Super Water pursued Goku and Gohan relentlessly. Due to Super Water's peculiar powers, offensive attacks were ineffective, and they dared not approach, for doing so would result in the siphoning of their strength. Goku urged, Gohan, run. This thing is too strange. The two then unleashed their energy and soared into the sky. Super Water Vegeta was once again sent flying by a punch. Gasping for breath, Super Water Vegeta struggled, evidently drained. I never expected you to be so formidable. I find myself somewhat tempted by your power. However, I will not resort to such measures. I am determined to defeat you completely. For I am Vegeta. Wang Teng regarded the impostor before him with a smile. I never imagined that a mere imitation could inherit Vegeta's proud demeanor so completely. What a delightful surprise! Super Water Vegeta bellowed in fury. Ah! The deep blue aura surged ever higher. An incredible aura permeated the air. Wang Teng observed the intensifying energy and grinned. It seems you wish to settle this once and for all. Come at me. Chapter 57. The Harvest Super Water Vegeta erupted with astonishing energy, the deep blue aura soaring. Let us determine the victor. Wang Teng roared back, come. The two charged towards each other, their immense powers converging into their fists. The deep blue and golden fists collided with tremendous force. In an instant, the entire space transformed into a blinding white. Terrifying gusts and energy shockwaves radiated outward. The massive boulders and mountains below crumbled to dust. Goten and Trunks, standing beside Vegeta, could barely keep their eyes open. At that moment, Super Water stealthily abandoned its pursuit of Goku and Gohan, instead creeping towards Vegeta and the others in the next instant. Super Water appeared behind the mountain where Vegeta and the others stood, its target locked onto Trunks. By the time Trunks noticed, it was already too late. He gasped in alarm. Hearing his cry, Vegeta shouted. Trunks, the pacifier in his mouth, fell away. The moment the pacifier flew from his lips, flecks of purple-red energy manifested on Vegeta's body, rendering him ethereal. Trunks, witnessing his father sprinting towards him, also extended his arm. Crying, Father, just as their hands nearly touched, they inexplicably passed through each other. Vegeta had become transparent. Trunks gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Vegeta passed through Trunks, placing himself in front of him. Super Water immediately lunged to engulf the vanishing Vegeta. Trunks cried out in anguish, Father! At that moment, Wang Teng, locked in a standoff with Super Water Vegeta, sensed the dire situation. He realized he must eliminate this foe. Otherwise, Vegeta would surely perish. With a resounding shout, Wang Teng unleashed his full power. An incredible energy erupted from his fist and surged forth to collide with Super Water Vegeta's punch. Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, Super Water Vegeta was obliterated. In that crucial moment, the previously ethereal Vegeta regained his corporeal form. staring in bewilderment at his own body. He exclaimed, "Look at my body!" Trunks immediately embraced Vegeta, sobbing, "Thank goodness, Father!" At that moment, Goku and Gohan returned with the Elder from the fire cooking star. Goku, looking bewildered, asked, "Has Vegeta returned to normal?" "It seems Lord Wang Teng has emerged victorious." Wang Teng descended from the sky. Trunks promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Uncle Wang Teng." Goten chimed in, "Uncle Wang Teng is amazing and so cool." Vegeta turned his head away, muttering softly, "Thanks." Wang Teng smiled and nodded at everyone. He then approached the temporarily dazed Super Water, who had been incapacitated due to the destruction of its replicas, knowing it would soon regain its strength to absorb others' powers once more. Observing it, Wang Teng furrowed his brow and began to communicate with the system. "System, can this super water be stored?" Wang Teng's voice echoed in his mind. Moments later, the system's mechanical voice responded, "Greetings, host. Such a low-tier planetary weapon can certainly be stored." Wang Teng's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, he could store items. "System, store the Superman water." He commanded with urgency. In the next instant, a brilliant white light flashed, and the Superman water vanished from sight, mere seconds after its storage. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Firepot Star. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the combat skill Dragon Fist. Congratulations, host, for gaining a foundational combat power of 100 million points. Congratulations, host, for an additional second of time reversal." A cascade of announcements resonated in Wang Teng's mind. He had not anticipated that his visit to Firepot Star would not only allow him to reclaim the Superman water, but also bestow such a plethora of signing rewards. A truly remarkable windfall. The Elder from Firepot Star grasped Wang Teng's hand, expressing his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Teng. It is thanks to you that the Superman water has vanished from Firepot Star." Wang Teng nodded, responding, "No need for such formality." The Elder then turned to Trunks and Goten, exclaiming, "Thanks to you too, otherwise the Superman water would have been seized by the oil fryer. You are always welcome to visit again." Goten smiled and nodded in affirmation. "Sure." Goku stroked his chin, remarking, "It was Lord Wang Teng who subdued the Superman water. Truly impressive. However, it is a pity that I did not get to spar with Lord Wang Teng." "I envy Vegeta." Vegeta turned and shouted, "What did you say, Kakarot? You didn't help at all this time." Goku chuckled. "Vegeta, is it not peculiar for a grown man like you to be sucking on a pacifier?" Vegeta's face flushed crimson as he turned away, muttering, "What did you say? I didn't hear you." Subsequently, everyone returned to Earth. Biddy Lee held the little girl Xiao Fong in her arms, who was happily gnawing on her pacifier. "Xiao Fong, you won't need a pacifier when you grow up." Vegeta watched this scene, dumbfounded, his heart suffering 1,000 points of genuine damage. Upon seeing Goten return, Chi-Chi rushed out, tightly embracing him. "Why, Goten, you have finally returned. Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Goten gently replied, "I'm fine." However, Trunks faced a reprimand from Bulma. "Trunks, you were too mischievous, sneaking onto someone else's spaceship. Everyone was worried sick about you." Goten and Trunks chorused, "We know we were wrong." Vegeta stood nearby, trembling all over. That thing was actually a pacifier? Wang Teng approached, smiling. "Did you not know?" Vegeta roared, "Who would know? If I had known, I would have rather died than accept it." Goku interjected, "Do not say such things. Vegeta, if you die, there will be no contest of life and death. Besides, would you be content to lose to Lord Wang Teng?" Vegeta snorted in disdain. Following the adventure on Firepot Star, Wang Teng's strength progressed once again. Not only had his foundational combat power increased, but his time reversal ability had also grown to 7 seconds, and he had mastered the Dragon Fist, enhancing his prowess across the board. For an entire week thereafter, Wang Teng and Gohan devoted themselves to training in the Ultra Instinct technique, both making substantial advancements. At this moment, Gohan's foundational combat power had significantly increased, and in his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he was more than capable of being Wang Teng's sparring partner. One day later, as they continued their training in Ultra Instinct, Whis and Beerus arrived at Gohan's home. Upon their arrival, they swiftly made their way to Gohan's backyard. Beerus immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the esteemed inspector." Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and replied, Beerus, what brings you here? Beerus respectfully stated, I come to inform you. My lord, regarding son Gohan. Wang Teng was taken aback. Son Gohan. Pray tell. Hearing this, Beerus continued, due to your previous appointment of Gohan as the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, in 3 days, there will be an event known as the First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament held in the First Universe's Destroyer realm. And I wish to take Gohan to participate. Wang Teng's interest was piqued at once. The First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament. That sounds intriguing. Very well, I shall accompany Gohan in 3 days. Beerus smiled. Then Whis and I shall await you in the Destroyer realm. Subsequently, they exited. After exchanging words with Goku and the others, Wang Teng took Gohan back to the Destroyer realm of the 7th universe. Chapter 58. The First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament upon arriving at the Destroyer realm. Wang Teng found Beerus and was already waiting for them. After exchanging greetings, Wang Teng softly said, Let us depart. Following this, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his angel's staff, enveloping the three in a shimmering light, which then transformed into a streak of brilliance, disappearing from the Destroyer realm of the 7th universe. During the journey, Wang Teng inquired, Beerus, what exactly is this First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament? He felt perplexed, as he was well aware that such an event did not exist in the plot of Dragon Ball Super. The First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament, you say? Beerus appeared contemplative and then explained. This is a communication tournament established by the 12 Universe Destroyers, where the champion earns the title of the First Destroyer. The reason for bringing Gohan is that the other Universe Destroyers will also bring their candidate destroyers to participate, and their competition will directly affect the future of the entire universe. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded in understanding. Quite fascinating. Once their discussion concluded, Beerus settled into a meditative position, and a faint, mysterious aura enveloped him. To Wang Teng's surprise, it was indeed Ultra Instinct. He was astonished that even Beerus was diligently training. It seemed this martial arts tournament would be no simple affair. Wang Teng sighed, exchanging a knowing glance with Gohan. And in the next moment, both of them followed Beerus' lead and sat cross-legged. Whoosh! A flash of white light darted across the 7th universe. 1 day later, with Whis' swift flying speed, they finally entered the First Universe. Soon after, they arrived at the Destroyer realm of the First Universe. At a glance, it appeared quite similar to the Destroyer realm of the 7th Universe. However, the massive floating arena and the luxurious seating for spectators immediately captured Wang Teng's attention. Whis, noticing his gaze, began to explain, My Lord Wang Teng. This arena was constructed by the previous Grand Minister, and its age is immeasurable. Only here can it withstand the cataclysmic battles of a destroyer. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Wang Teng's ears that I pay my respects to the esteemed inspector. Following the voice, he turned to see the 2nd Universe Destroyer, Hellas, resembling an Indian maiden, smiling as she greeted him. With the angel Sava standing beside her, and no need for such formalities. Wang Teng replied with a smile. He then surveyed the surroundings and observed several unfamiliar destroyers had already arrived. Wang Teng's presence immediately became the focal point of the gathering. As various universe angels whispered into the ears of their respective destroyers, all the destroyers present hurriedly approached, bowing at a 90-degree angle. I pay my respects to the esteemed inspector, observing the neatly arranged destroyers. Wang Teng scanned the crowd and nodded. Everyone, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. The destroyers collectively exhaled in relief. Soon after, each universe angel also bowed to Wang Teng, extending their greetings. Notably, the angel of the 11th universe, Margarita, caught Wang Teng's eye. She appeared strikingly youthful, sporting twin ponytails that made her resemble a charming little girl, endearing her to all who beheld her. Whoosh! A streak of light zipped by, and the 6th Universe Destroyer, Kampa, accompanied by the lovely Beerus, arrived. Upon their arrival, the two hastily made their way toward Wang Teng. My lord, how have you been lately? Beerus' gentle voice reached his ears. Wang Teng smiled, replying, I am well. Beerus, you have grown increasingly beautiful. At this, a smile blossomed on Beerus' face. Wang Teng merely nodded in acknowledgement of Kampa's greeting, which left him feeling somewhat dejected. This is the aura of intent. The formidable Margarita slowly approached, scrutinizing Wang Teng from head to toe. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed in surprise, "I did not expect the esteemed inspector to be a cultivation genius." Margarita's words immediately captured everyone's attention, and the many angels turned to Wang Teng. Gradually realizing that this inspector was not merely a figure who had risen to prominence through connections as rumored. As time went on, destroyers, angels, and even candidate destroyers from various universes arrived one after another. All eyes were fixed on Wang Teng. He had undeniably become the central figure of this martial arts tournament. The presence of Sun Wukong, trailing behind Beerus and Wang Teng, stirred a wave of speculation among the onlookers. The lad accompanying Lord Wang Teng couldn't possibly be the candidate for the God of Destruction from Universe 7. Could he? Standing consistently beside Beerus, he must be someone of significance. His strength appears commendable. Yet could it be that his visage is rather too youthful? However, that rascal Beerus is notoriously duplicitous. He had previously asserted that he would absolutely not appoint a candidate for the God of Destruction. It seems that this first God of Destruction tournament is far from ordinary. As the murmurs gradually faded, everyone awaited the commencement of the first God of Destruction tournament. The event is dubbed the First God of Destruction Tournament because the deity who secures victory for 3 consecutive years earns the esteemed title of the First God of Destruction. With this title, one would stand above the remaining 11 gods. Hence, every God of Destruction places immense importance on this tournament. Beerus has already claimed victory twice. Should he triumph once more, the title of the First God of Destruction would truly be his. This is a reality that all the gods of destruction cannot abide. The contest for the candidate God of Destruction symbolizes not only the potential and future of the universe, but also the dignity of the gods of destruction. Whoosh! A figure descended from the heavens. In the next moment, under the gaze of a multitude, a silhouette slowly took its place at the head of the assembly. It was the Grand Minister. Wang Teng immediately recognized the descending figure. It was none other than the Grand Minister, the chief steward of the Omni-King. Greetings, Grand Minister. Upon the Grand Minister's arrival, all the gods of destruction performed a 90-degree bow. Wukong, hurry and pay your respects. Beerus, observing Wukong's momentary daze, could not help but display a look of alarm on his face, subsequently whispering a reminder. His seemingly soft-spoken caution immediately caught the Grand Minister's attention, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Beerus's brow. Alas, a calm voice emanated from the Grand Minister. "Inspector, since you are here, do join me for a discussion." Wang Teng smiled and quietly remarked, "Wukong, stay beside Beerus. Fear not, I will handle everything." Whoosh! In an instant, Wang Teng appeared before the Grand Minister. "Long time no see," Wang Teng declared with a smile. "You haven't changed a bit. However, your aura is far more formidable than when you departed. You are quite ungracious. You promised to prepare a dish for me upon your departure. Yet you left without a word." The Grand Minister said with a smile, "Why apologies? I shall make amends upon my return." Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister nodded with a grin, with a wave of his hand. The seating on the podium transformed from 1 to 2. Since the inspector has arrived, let us see if these gods of destruction have made any progress. Wang Teng nodded. Then the Grand Minister turned his attention to the still bowing gods of destruction. His calm voice resounded, "You may rise, esteemed gods of destruction." Yes, the gods of destruction responded as they slowly stood up. Casting a glance at Wang Teng seated beside the Grand Minister, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. He was acutely aware of the consequences should the Grand Minister become enraged, and with the inspector safeguarding Wukong, he believed no trouble would arise. "Wukong, do be cautious in the future. Do not bring trouble upon yourself and Lord Wang Teng." Beerus advised softly. Wukong could only offer a wry smile, as he was entirely unaccustomed to such a scenario, and he had yet to adapt to the position of candidate for the God of Destruction. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall co-officiate as judges for this first God of Destruction tournament alongside the inspector." The Grand Minister's voice echoed in the ears of every individual present. Consequently, everyone became acutely aware of the inspector's vast authority, to the extent that even the Grand Minister displayed deference. In terms of rank, Both the Grand Minister and the Inspector are classified as first-tier divine officials, albeit wielding differing powers. Lord Beerus, the Grand Minister, has declared the tournament commenced. Why is no one stepping on the stage? Wukong inquired, puzzled. What exactly are the rules for this first God of Destruction tournament? Hearing this, Beerus chuckled. Rules. Simply challenge whomever you wish and step onto the stage. Wukong remained baffled. Was this contest truly so unregulated? It felt akin to a chaotic brawl. At that moment, Topo had already ascended the arena. Hey, kid from Universe 7, care to come up and play? The voice of Topo, the candidate God of Destruction from Universe 11, resonated throughout the realm of gods of destruction, unexpectedly targeting Wukong first. Upon hearing Topo's challenge, Wukong gritted his teeth and leaped onto the stage. Observing Wukong on the arena, Beerus's face revealed an expression of admiration. Who would have thought that the seemingly timid son Wukong would truly step up in a moment of crisis? Well done, you have not tarnished the reputation of Universe 7. Beerus murmured with a smile. Whoosh! On the stage, Wukong swiftly approached Topo. As he neared, Topo's face contorted into a smirk, declaring, a mere child, seeking his own demise. Topo considered himself among the elite of the 12 candidate gods of destruction. Yet the young man before him displayed not a shred of fear, which was quite astonishing. In the next moment, Topo made his move, his body vanishing like a specter, only to reappear behind Wukong. With an astonishing punch, he struck at Wukong. In response, Wukong reacted immediately, grasping Topo's fist with both hands. Ha! With a mighty heave, he hurled Topo away. Whoosh! Boom! Topo's massive form crashed heavily onto the stage. Laughter erupted from below as the other candidate gods of destruction witnessed this arrogant figure suffer a significant setback, their faces brimming with derision. Grand Minister, what do you think of this young man? Wang Teng suddenly inquired with a smile. The Grand Minister paused momentarily before responding with a grin. This young man must share a special relationship with you. Wang Teng realized that he could not conceal anything from the Grand Minister, who had overseen the universe for countless years, and he replied with a chuckle. Indeed, the Grand Minister possesses an astute eye. The other gods of destruction from various universes were utterly astonished by this spectacle. They had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such a formidable contender from Universe 7. At that moment, Topo slowly rose to his feet, his expression darkening, clearly teetering on the brink of fury. A surge of purple energy erupted forth, causing Topo's shirt to explode. Enveloped in violet flames, Topo declared in a deep voice, I had intended to spare your life, but since you seek death, I shall not show mercy. Wukong, momentarily taken aback, realized that his opponent harbored such formidable power. It was evident that no candidate for God of Destruction would be an easy foe. His gaze shifted towards Wang Teng on the podium, who nodded in encouragement. Filled with elation, Wukong's voice erupted from his throat. Aya! Tremendous energy surged forth, golden flames rising rapidly. The very fabric of the realm of gods of destruction trembled, and the sky darkened. As Wukong's shout resonated, his form began to transform. He ascended directly into Super Saiyan 4. The golden flames shimmered with hints of silver lightning, an astonishing aura that left the crowd in awe. Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the surrounding gods of destruction, clearly unprepared for a mere candidate to possess such overwhelming strength. Topo gazed at the transformed son Wukong, his heart filled with disbelief. However, there was no turning back now. He had to give it his all. Whoosh! While Topo was momentarily dazed, Wukong had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch squarely to his chin. Topo was sent flying. Nanny! The crowd was in shock. Not only the candidate gods of destruction, but even the lesser gods felt their hearts race. Son Wukong's speed was astonishingly rapid. The face of the god of destruction from Universe 11. Vermin darkened significantly. Suddenly, Topo rose once more, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power from within. The ground trembled beneath them, and a ferocious aura erupted from Topo's being. This was the aura of a god of destruction. He had been underestimated. Beerus's expression turned grave as he contemplated, where did that guy find such a powerful ally? It is indeed rare, Who would have thought that a mere mortal could possess the strength of a god of destruction? Whis remarked with a smile. Vermin realized that Topo's possession of god of destruction-like power could no longer be concealed and shouted, "Topo, unleash your full strength. Leave no reservations." Upon hearing this, Topo fully released his power. Purple flames erupting in waves. Energy ripples spread across the arena. In the next instant, Topo charged directly at Sun Wukong, clearly intent on reclaiming his earlier pride. Wukong, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, immediately sensed his movements. Swiftly maneuvering as he summoned radiant energy in his hands. Countless energy blasts surged forth, engulfing Topo in an instant. Boom! 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 The arena reverberated with the incessant sounds of explosions. However, the formidable power unleashed by Topo was not so easily countered. As he faced the rapidly approaching and continuously detonating energy blasts, his body retreated swiftly, while he hastily conjured a purple sphere of destructive energy in his hand. Destruction! Whoosh! In the next moment, a destructive energy blast was instantly unleashed, obliterating the energy sphere fired by Sun Wukong. In the distance, Topo vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Sun Wukong in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Realizing he could not evade, Wukong crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Bracing for the heavy impact of Topo's fist, whoosh! Wukong was immediately sent flying. Destruction! Seizing the opportunity, Topo quickly gathered another purple destructive energy sphere. In an instant, the purple sphere was thrown forth. Wukong, who had just risen from ground, leaped upwards to evade Topo's destructive assault. In midair, Wukong swiftly raised his arms above his head. Kamehameha. Chapter 60. Topo versus Wukong. Wukong's hands radiated with a brilliant light. The gathered energy blast shot forth instantaneously. Observing the swiftly approaching blast, Topo retaliated with a swift punch, sending the energy sphere hurtling away. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Topo shook his numbed hand and remarked, "This kid possesses quite a bit of strength. My arm is numb." Just then, Wai-Mai shouted, "Topo, what are you doing? Hurry up and deal with that kid." Upon hearing this, Topo nodded. He raised his hand above his head, and a massive purple destructive energy sphere was immediately formed. "Kid, I initially had no intention of killing you, but your very existence has disrupted my sense of justice, so do not blame me." Destruction! Whoosh! A dark purple destructive energy sphere rapidly raced toward Wukong. Confronted with a blast exponentially more powerful than before, Wukong erupted with rage, golden flames surging forth. "I promised Lord Wang Teng that I would become the strongest warrior. I cannot afford to lose here." Kamehameha. Observing Wukong as he concentrated his power, Topo sneered, "Little one, your strength is but a mere flicker of light to me. Die." Topo pressed his hands downward, imposing heavy pressure upon the destructive energy sphere. Sensing the overwhelming force above, Wukong elevated his power to its zenith, the white-blue light in his hands shimmering brilliantly. "You underestimate me. I will not be defeated." Wave. Whoosh! The white-blue shock wave shot forth, colliding with the black-purple destructive energy sphere amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The fierce blast of energy astonishingly came to a halt in mid-air, terrifying energy radiating outward, causing debris to fly from the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Teng remained composed above, unfazed. The Grand Priest cast a knowing glance at Wang Teng. Wukong continuously channeled energy into the Kamehameha. As Wukong's roar echoed, the dark purple sphere was gradually pushed back. "Whis, do you see a figure within Wukong?" Lord Beerus inquired, astonished. Whis replied with a smile, "Are you referring to Lord Wang Teng?" Beerus nodded gravely. Indeed, for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the figure of Lord Wang Teng manifested within Sun Wukong. Topo gazed at the retreating destructive energy sphere, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that someone could withstand the full might of his destructive power. He then bellowed, "If that is the case, allow me to show you what true destructive power looks like." No sooner had he spoken than Topo gathered an even larger purple destructive energy sphere, pulsating with astonishing energy, destruction. With a furious roar, Torpo hurled the massive purple sphere forth. Boom! The gigantic purple sphere crashed down upon the previous destructive energy sphere, and Wukong immediately felt the pressure intensify. This is bad. It seems Sun Wukong is in trouble, Beerus exclaimed. Just then, Whis's voice rang out. My Lord Beerus, do not panic. Perhaps Wukong still has a hidden card to play. Observe Lord Wang Teng's serene demeanor. Beerus turned his gaze to the stage, noticing Wang Teng sitting above, completely unperturbed, which allowed him to regain his focus and look back at the arena. Wukong was being forced back by the overwhelming destructive energy sphere, leaving a long scar on the arena floor as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Torpo taunted, "Give up. You have no chance of victory. Do not struggle in vain." At these words, Wukong's eyes widened in determination, a deep growl emanating from his throat. I have worked too hard to reach this point. I cannot possibly give up. I aspire to become a powerhouse like Lord Wang Teng, and whoever stand in my way will pay the price. Tenfold Kaioken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden flames ignited, and red flames erupted forth, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. Wymide's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could a mere mortal possess such terrifying power? Wang Teng gazed at the erupting Wukong, a sense of pride swelling within him. After all, he had trained him personally. After teaching Wukong the Kaioken technique, he was amazed at how quickly he had mastered it, surpassing even Goku in terms of timing. Tenfold Kaioken. Wukong's roar echoed throughout the realm of destruction. The white-blue Kamehameha was instantly empowered, pushing back both destructive energy spheres at a steady pace. Torpo's eyes were filled with horror as he bellowed. How is this possible? How can this be happening? How can a human withstand the power of destruction? With a mighty roar, he exerted all his strength against the destructive energy sphere. Wukong's body shifted back a step, but his expression turned resolute. Ah! With Wukong's low roar, the white-blue shockwave erupted with astonishing power, completely reversing the destructive energy sphere, threatening to engulf Torpo. Just then, whoosh, Wymide's figure appeared before Torpo. Without warning, destruction. A calm voice escaped his lips. In an instant, the energy spheres in the air were obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Wukong was taken aback, looking at the suddenly appearing clown-like god of destruction, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Do you still have no shame? Beerus's voice thundered. Whoosh! In the next moment, Beerus stood atop the arena. The two locked eyes, the air around them thick with tension. Beerus and Wymide simultaneously nodded toward Wukong and Torpo, signaling for them to step down from the arena. Beerus, show mercy where you can. You have already won. There is no need for complete annihilation. Wymide spoke in a low tone. Enough with the nonsense, Beerus roared, clearly infuriated by Wymide's actions. In an instant, he moved. Whoosh! He vanished from sight, the mastery of Ultra Instinct radiating around him in a divine white aura. When he reappeared, he was already before Wymide. Slap! A resounding slap echoed as the onlookers gasped in shock, witnessing Wymide inexplicably receive a blow that sent him flying. What? The assembled gods of destruction exclaimed. Even the mighty gods of destruction had failed to perceive Beerus's strike. This showcased the staggering level of speed he had achieved. Boom! Wymide crashed heavily to the ground. Astonished, he gazed at Beerus, never expecting that such a casual strike would leave him in such a state. Clenching his teeth, an indescribable sense of humiliation surged within him. As a fellow god of destruction, he had been knocked to the ground by a mere slap. If word got out, he could never show his face among the gods of destruction again. Just then, to his astonishment, Beerus vanished once more. Whoosh! When he reappeared, he delivered a powerful kick to Wymide's side. Ah! Wymide cried out in agony as he was sent hurtling from the arena, crashing into a massive boulder. He became buried beneath the rubble. Beerus's cold voice echoed. In my eyes, you are less than a mere insect. Chapter 61. The first god of destruction, Beerus, stood upon the arena like a war deity, looking down upon the crowd with disdain, while the other gods of destruction below could only seethe in silent fury. A faint smile graced Wang Teng's face. Beerus is quite formidable. However, he mused, but the other gods of destruction seem rather weak. None of them appear capable of putting up a fight. Hearing this, the Grand Priest smiled and nodded, clearly in agreement with Wang Teng's assessment. Beerus addressed the crowd below, stating casually, "If you are afraid, feel free to come at me all at once. I am unafraid." He stands upon the arena with an imposing presence, an aura of overwhelming dominance and power that suppresses the entire audience. Under the weight of this formidable energy, the space below is so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Minutes trickle by, and it has been 5 long minutes since Beerus ascended the stage. Yet no one dares to challenge him. At this moment, the realm of destruction seems utterly devoid of challengers. Just then, a voice suddenly resounds. "Beerus, do not go too far, for Beerus has reached an astonishing pinnacle of power, equivalent to that of a top-tier angel. And among the multitude of deities of destruction below, only Quitella from the 4th universe and Hellas from the 2nd universe possess the strength to contend with him." Whoosh! 2 flashes of purple light dart past. Master Quitella and Master Hellas have both chosen to strike simultaneously. It appears that Lord Beerus has truly provoked them this time. Whis observes the sudden appearance of the two with a soft remark. On the stage, Beerus chuckles. 2 defeated subordinates. Do you think joining forces will lead to victory? The notion of 2 deities of destruction uniting against one is undoubtedly unseemly, yet they could no longer tolerate Beerus's previous actions. However, approaching him alone seemed too risky, leading to the current situation. With a shift of his gaze, Beerus steps forward and instantly vanishes from sight. Quitella and Hellas immediately brace themselves. Whoosh! In an instant, Beerus reappears before them. And the other deities of destruction below are caught utterly off guard. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberates. Thud, thud, thud. Quitella and Hellas are sent flying by Beerus's assault, staggering back several steps before regaining their stance. Shock etched across the faces of the onlooking deities of destruction. How has Beerus become so powerful? Xiangpa gasps in disbelief. Hearing this, Bato smiles faintly. Lord Beerus's ultra instinct has advanced further. Perhaps Lord Xiangpa should consider a diligent regimen to slim down. Upon hearing Batos's words, a flush of anger rises on Xiangpa's face as he bellows, "Silence! Batos!" On the stage, the 3 engage in a fierce battle, white sonic booms echoing through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The astonishing sounds of their clashes resonate continuously. A terrifying gale rushes downwards. Boom! Suddenly, 2 figures plummet from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Angel Sava gasps. Lord Hellas. As everyone focuses, it is indeed Hellas and Quitella who have been knocked down. Beerus hovers above, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. A calm voice suddenly declares destruction. A colossal purple energy sphere materializes in Beerus's palm. The expressions of Hellas and Quitella fluctuate between dread and determination. They never anticipated that Beerus would surpass his previous strength since their last encounter. Yet, to retreat now would mean losing face. Thus, the 2 scramble to their feet, unleashing their energy as violet flames surge forth. A mighty roar erupts from their throats. Destruction. They simultaneously conjure a purple energy sphere of destruction. A terrifying wind sweeps across the arena. Whoosh! The 2 energy spheres are launched forth. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, they collide with a thunderous explosion. Boom! A deafening sound follows. The terrifying energy shock waves radiate outward. Boom! The explosive noise reverberates instantly. Bang! Hellas and Quitella are hurled away, crashing heavily onto the arena several hundred meters away. Meanwhile, Beerus remains poised in the air, his stance unchanged. Ultra Instinct represents a comprehensive enhancement of abilities. Speed, strength, and defense all undergo a qualitative transformation. At this moment, Beerus's power far eclipses theirs. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes pass. The 2 do not rise. It is unclear whether they are injured or have surrendered. Witnessing this scene, the remaining deities of destruction collectively gasp in astonishment as they rapidly calculate their odds against Beerus. Ultimately, A wry smile spreads across all their faces. There is no chance of victory. Upon calculation, they realize that even two deities of destruction against Beerus stand no hope of winning. However, uniting all remaining deities to confront Beerus feels too shameful. Deities of destruction are equals if they banded together to face Beerus. The Grand Minister would likely intervene, yet they have overestimated themselves. Even if all remaining deities joined forces, they might still not match Beerus. Exchanging glances, the remaining deities collectively declare, "We concede." Beerus, standing upon the arena, scoffs. How utterly dull. There isn't a single worthy opponent. As his words linger in the air, silence reigns once more. The deities of destruction exchange glances, feeling an inexplicable heat upon their faces. Beerus has single-handedly subdued all the deities of destruction. Following this day, his prestige among them will soar to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the Grand Minister rises, announcing, "Since the match has concluded and the victor is clear, I declare that the winner of this first tournament of destruction is Beerus. He shall be recognized as the foremost deity of destruction in the universe." The expressions of those below darken. Whether it be the defeated Vermaud or the Universe 11 Angel Margarita, all cast troubled glances at Beerus on the stage. No one anticipated that this battle would conclude in such a manner. Beerus has completely surpassed them. Following this battle, Beerus's reputation as the foremost deity of destruction will echo throughout the 12 universes. Thus, the first tournament of destruction nears its conclusion. As the Grand Minister rises to depart, it signifies the event's successful culmination. Just then, Wang Teng's voice rings out. "Grand Minister, please hold. I have a request." The Grand Minister casts a puzzled expression. Softly inquiring, "Oh." A smile instantly graces his face. "Brother, are you feeling the itch to compete again?" Since Wang Teng's arrival, he has remained close to the Grand Minister, who knows his character all too well. Previously, he had persistently urged him to train, and now, witnessing the victorious Beerus, how could he not be tempted? Wang Teng grins. "Only you truly understand me. Grand Minister." Considering Beerus's mastery of Ultra Instinct, Wang Teng indeed feels the urge to measure his strength against him. After all, such an opportunity is not one to be missed. The Grand Minister then resumes his seat, declaring in a calm voice, "There shall be an additional match, an exhibition between the Inspector and the first deity of destruction." At the Grand Minister's words, the gods who had intended to withdraw halt their steps. Wang Teng's figure transforms into a streak of light, appearing upon the stage. Gazing at Wang Teng's arrival, Beerus immediately bows his head. "Beerus, unleash your full strength. Do not hold back. You cannot harm me." Wang Teng's commanding voice resounds. Chapter 62. Wang Teng versus Beerus. Wang Teng and Beerus stand on the arena, gazing at each other from a distance. "Beerus, show me your utmost power. I hope your strength will satisfy me. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Wang Teng glances at Beerus, then speaks coolly. Beads of cold sweat break out on Beerus's forehead. "Ha ha ha." In the next moment, an astonishing energy erupts from Beerus, as violet flames surge forth. In truth, Wang Teng harbors no animosity toward Beerus. Although he frequently mentions destruction, he is inherently a being filled with warmth. Observing the tremendous energy radiating from Beerus, in the next moment, Wang Teng lets out a furious roar. Golden flames erupt from within him, forming a colossal pillar of light that soars into the sky. Silver lightning crackles around the golden flames, and Wang Teng's appearance begins to transform. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The incredible energy escalates, causing the entire realm of destruction to tremble violently. The sky suddenly darkens, and with Wang Teng's thunderous shout, the golden light pierces through the clouds. The rolling flames spread outward from beneath his feet, creating small fissures in the otherwise solid arena. With Wang Teng's roar, he undergoes a transformation into Super Saiyan 5. His hair turns silver, and a white tail dances freely. "Beerus, we may begin." Although it is not the first time witnessing Wang Teng's transformation, Beerus still feels a jolt of apprehension. Whis, will Lord Wang Teng be all right? After all, Lord Beerus is now the first deity of destruction. Gohan inquires anxiously. "Ho ho ho, Gohan, Fret not. It is actually Lord Beerus who should be concerned. Whis chuckles softly. In the next moment, Wang Teng launches his attack. A flash of golden light streaks by, and in an instant, he is before Beerus, delivering a straightforward punch. Whoosh! The fierce force of his punch surges forth. Facing Wang Teng's onslaught, Beerus dares not underestimate it. Swiftly employing Ultra Instinct, with a slight tilt of his body, Beerus evades Wang Teng's strike with minimal movement. Bang, bang, bang! In the next instant, Wang Teng swiftly changed direction, launching a tempestuous assault towards Beerus. Bang, bang, bang! The two engaged in rapid collisions mid-air. Shadows intertwined, their speeds reaching the realm of the unbelievable. Below, the gods of destruction stared in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the seemingly youthful inspector was, in fact, a formidable expert, his power rivaling that of Beerus. At this moment, a sense of reverence appeared on the faces of all the gods of destruction and angels. Boom! The two rapidly separated. Subsequently, a smirk graced Wang Teng's lips. Caution was warranted. The power of intent surged forth swiftly, and the flow of time quietly activated. Whoosh! Wang Teng's figure began to dart about the arena at an astonishing pace. His speed was beyond comprehension. The gods of destruction below were utterly incapable of tracking Wang Teng's movements. Only the angels from various universes could keep up. Wang Teng's prowess had skyrocketed, now entirely different from when he had departed. The Grand Priest, seated above, murmured to himself. In an instant, Wang Teng was before Beerus. He unleashed a powerful punch. This attack was unlike any before. Not only had he harnessed the power of intent, but the reversal of time was also in continuous effect, causing Beerus's movements to slow down dramatically before him. Beerus quickly assessed Wang Teng's attack trajectory and swiftly dodged to the side. Whoa! A heavy punch landed without warning on Beerus's abdomen. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his entire body. Enduring the pain, Beerus retaliated with a swift kick. Crack! Boom! Beerus's foot collided forcefully with Wang Teng's arm. In the next moment, a crisp sound echoed, and a massive shockwave erupted. Fierce winds swept outward. Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. For in that fleeting moment of collision, he felt an astonishing force barreling towards him. Damn it, I never imagined the esteemed inspector would be so formidable. I thought I had overestimated him to the utmost. Yet I was still mistaken. Beerus's face turned cold, his thoughts racing. Wang Teng would not squander such a golden opportunity. While pushing Beerus back, he launched another punch directly forward, sensing the terrifying power emanating from his opponent's fist. Beerus hastily retreated. With the augmentation of the Ultra Instinct technique, Beerus's speed was unparalleled, and in an instant he had distanced himself from Wang Teng. How swift! Truly a testament to the mastery of Ultra Instinct. Although he had yet to achieve perfection, it was already exceedingly formidable. Wang Teng observed the astounding speed exhibited by his opponent, murmuring to himself. As Beerus retreated, he pondered his next move. Just then, Wang Teng's assault came once more. A sphere of energy erupted from Wang Teng's hand in an instant. Whoosh! Seeing this, Beerus immediately ascended into the sky, while Wang Teng's energy sphere detonated explosively at the edge of the arena. Wang Teng swiftly locked onto Beerus's figure, and his hands began to radiate with brilliance. A golden aura surged forth. Ha! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Countless energy spheres shot forth in an instant. The prince's combat technique re-emerged. The innumerable energy spheres he had condensed hurtled towards Beerus with incredible speed. Boom! 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 The air reverberated with explosive sounds as Beerus was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Swish! 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 Wang Teng provided no respite for Beerus, continuously unleashing energy spheres with blinding speed, as countless projectiles sliced through the dark smoke. Boom! 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 The sky echoed with a cacophony of explosions. Flames erupted, and black smoke billowed outward. The gods of destruction below were visibly shaken, their mouths twitching in sympathy for Beerus. Ha! With a thunderous roar, a purple force field materialized above the arena. All attacks were immediately repelled by the barrier. Phew! Phew phew! Beerus gasped for breath. As the purple force field expanded outward, the smoke was swiftly dispersed. Wang Teng gazed at Beerus, who had retracted the barrier, his expression shifting rapidly. At that moment, Beerus's resigned voice echoed. "Your attacks are indeed too powerful. Lord Wang Teng, I am left with no choice but to activate the barrier. Please proceed with caution." Floating in the air, Beerus summoned the iconic power of a god of destruction. Manifesting a destructive energy sphere, the purple sphere materialized instantly. Destruction. Whoosh! The destructive sphere raced toward Wang Teng at an unfathomable speed. Wang Teng, perceiving the swiftly approaching destructive force, activated his time reversal. The destructive sphere appeared to move at a crawl in Wang Teng's eyes. Whoosh! Wang Teng vanished from his original position. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated from the arena. The purple energy expanded outward relentlessly, and Wang Teng had no doubt that if this destructive sphere struck a planet, it would undoubtedly be obliterated. Beerus hovered in the air, his gaze fixated on the epicenter of the explosion. Just then, a sense of urgency surged within him. Having activated Ultra Instinct, his awareness was virtually all-encompassing, leaving no opportunity for ambush. Yet, Wang Teng was an exception, for he wielded the power of time, making Beerus's movements appear infinitely slowed in Wang Teng's perception. Boom! A heavy punch landed squarely on Beerus's face. Whoosh! Beerus plummeted like a cannonball. Chapter 63. Intense collision. Wang Teng would not squander such a golden opportunity. His right hand swiftly coalesced into an energy sphere. Whoosh! The sphere shot forth towards the descending Beerus. Boom! Before Beerus could react, the sphere detonated. Flame sword and thick smoke engulfed the area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Wang Teng launched 3 more energy spheres with incredible speed. Boom, boom, boom! The spheres exploded continuously, black smoke rising rapidly. The gods of destruction below were left in stunned silence, clearly astonished that Beerus, having just ascended to the throne of the first god of destruction, could find himself in such a dire predicament. Wang Teng's progress was nothing short of astonishing. He had only been away from the divine realm for a few days. Yet his combat prowess had reached this level. The Grand Priest chuckled in surprise. Wang Teng understood that such attacks would not be sufficient to defeat Beerus. The smoke generated by the explosions gradually dissipated with time, revealing Beerus's form. Although the previous attacks had not harmed Beerus, his god of destruction attire was now covered in dust, rendering him quite disheveled. However, a spark of excitement ignited in Beerus's eyes. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such a thrilling battle. "Lord Wang Teng, let us continue." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, enveloped in a mysterious white aura, reaching peak velocity. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of white light, anticipating Beerus's swift assault. Wang Teng was already prepared, his body darting forward to meet the challenge. Whoosh! Beerus's fist struck the air, creating a series of sonic booms as it sliced through the atmosphere. After the initial blow, Beerus realized he had only struck Wang Teng's illusion, and with his attack missing its mark, he gritted his teeth and swiftly moved once more. Bang, bang, bang! The air reverberated with the energy waves resulting from their relentless clashes. Fierce winds blasting downward. Wei Mei gazed upward at the terrifying battle, her teeth clenched tightly. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Beerus, who had easily defeated her, would find himself embroiled in such a fierce struggle. "Lord Wang Teng, give it your all," Gohan exclaimed, his expression tense as he watched the fierce combat unfold above. Beerus, too, found himself increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. He had never expected that even with Ultra Instinct pushed to its limits, he would still be at a disadvantage, and he was left in awe of Wang Teng's strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Each collision between the two sent shockwaves through the air, resembling the sound of bursting bubbles. The deep, resonant sounds of their impacts echoed continuously, with their speeds and attacks accelerating rapidly. Boom, boom, boom! As their powerful punches collided, the entire realm of the gods of destruction trembled, powerful gusts of wind spiraling towards the ground. creating numerous craters. The realm could barely withstand the onslaught. White sonic shockwaves flickered through the air. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Another violent clash erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a figure plummeted from the sky. Beerus found himself perched at the edge of the arena, his expression grim as he stared upward. Kamehameha! A soft voice resonated from above, and suddenly the sky was filled with a dazzling white-blue light. In this moment, Wang Teng unleashed the Kamehameha technique of the Turtle School, now wielded with cataclysmic power. Whoosh! Wave! As Wang Teng shouted, the white-blue shockwave surged toward Beerus. You think you can defeat me with this move? You underestimate me. Destruction! A calm voice emerged from Beerus's throat as he swiftly conjured a massive purple sphere of destructive energy. Whoosh! In the next moment, the purple destructive sphere collided with the Kamehameha. The astonishing force of destruction clashed violently against the relentless Kamehameha. Ha! Wang Teng roared, a magnificent golden aura enveloping him, amplifying his power as the Kamehameha's impact intensified. Beerus felt the pressure mount exponentially, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it! His body was unexpectedly pushed back continuously on the arena, leaving a long trail etched into the surface. Destruction, the white, divine aura surged instantly as Beerus unleashed the full extent of his ultra instinct. The destructive energy spheres began to exhibit astonishingly formidable power, and Wang Teng's Kamehameha seemingly showed signs of faltering. Witnessing this scene, Wang Teng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Beerus's combat prowess would be so formidable at this moment, with destructive force that was overwhelmingly powerful. If this continued, it would not bode well. And Wang Teng's gaze sharpened immediately. Lord Wang Teng desired to see Wang Teng's expression, and Gohan instantly discerned his thoughts. Ho ho ho! It was the first time witnessing Lord Beerus so serious. Lord Wang Teng's combat strength was indeed escalating, likely having surpassed the barriers of a first-tier angel. Moreover, the Lord concealed a technique to enhance his power. The outcome of this battle was truly uncertain. Whis murmured softly. Boom! The collision of two forces produced a series of astonishing sonic booms in the air, with ripples of energy spreading outward. All present exerted their respective powers to withstand the relentless energy waves. The entire realm of destruction trembled incessantly. The Grand Minister's eyes sparkled with intensity. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Tenfold Kaioken! Huh! A thunderous roar reverberated from above. Wang Teng's golden aura was immediately enveloped by a crimson flame. A terrifying aura erupted forth. The Kamehameha surged like it was electrified, unleashing astonishing power, its white-blue light growing ever more radiant. Boom! As the Kamehameha slowly pushed back the purple destructive energy sphere, deafening explosions echoed. The entirety of the first universe seemed to tremble slightly. Boom! The terrifying energy finally detonated in the center of the arena, flames soaring into the sky, the dreadful energy spreading gradually outward from the epicenter. Beerus! Xiang Pa exclaimed in shock, evidently alarmed by the earlier power, that he did not believe that Beerus could emerge unscathed. Lord Xiang Pa, please observe closely. Batos's voice drifted in. Wang Teng gasped heavily, staring at the incredible explosion below. His lips moving slightly. To be able to evade that, truly impressive. Just as the words left his mouth, swoosh, Beerus's figure unexpectedly appeared directly behind him, delivering a powerful punch, to his astonishment at that critical moment. Beerus's ultra instinct erupted with astonishing speed, effortlessly dodging the terrifying shockwave. Confronted with Beerus's rapidly approaching fist, Wang Teng met it head-on. Their fists collided directly. Boom! An incredible shockwave immediately spread outward from the point of impact. In the next instant, Wang Teng's figure vanished like a phantom, his speed enhanced by the Kaioken, reaching an unbelievable velocity. Only a crimson afterimage remained in the air, while he had completely disappeared upon reappearing. He was already behind Beerus. Beerus could not even react in time. Wang Teng delivered a heavy punch to Beerus's back. Bang! Swoosh! Beerus was sent flying by the force of the blow. Chapter 64. Narrow Victory. Beerus's body shot downward, Swoosh! Wang Teng's form vanished once more. He was now as swift as lightning. His speed was so rapid that it was almost impossible to track. This was the terrifying result of the Super Saiyan God form layered with the tenfold Kaioken. Primarily due to Wang Teng's recent sign-ins, battles, and training that had significantly elevated his foundational combat strength. Bang! 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 Wang Teng unleashed a flurry of strikes, and Beerus was struck up and down like a mere punching bag, utterly unable to retaliate. Under the overwhelming combination of strength and speed, paired with time reversal, Beerus had no means to defend himself, left only to endure the onslaught. How fast? At my current speed, I cannot keep up with Lord Wang Teng. Beerus thought amidst the relentless assault. Prior to attending the first God of Destruction tournament, he had already perfected his Ultra Instinct, only a step away from achieving the perfect state, never imagining he would be defeated by Wang Teng. Bang! 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 Wang Teng continued to bombard the defenseless Beerus. Each strike landed accurately, bringing unimaginable pain to Beerus's body. Beerus, what has happened? Have you exhausted your power? If this is your limit, it is rather disappointing. Wang Teng taunted while launching attacks, verbally assaulting Beerus. Having always held a high position as a god of destruction, he had never experienced such humiliation. An indescribable sense of humiliation surged within him. Beerus had never felt such a desperate desire to grow stronger. At that moment, a wave of white, terrifying energy erupted from within Beerus. It was a blinding expanse of divine power, and Beerus's aura shifted dramatically. Snap! Wang Teng's fist was firmly grasped by Beerus. Huh! An astonishing aura erupted, sending Wang Teng flying. Wang Teng gazed at Beerus in shock, struggling to utter a few words. Perfect Ultra Instinct. The Grand Minister's eyes lit up. Oh, has he broken through his limits? Indeed. Swoosh! Wang Teng's body vanished once more, his fist striking like lightning. Under the high-speed assault, combined with time reversal, the speed of Wang Teng's punches was unfathomable. In an instant, he was before Beerus. As he beheld the incoming fist, Beerus's gaze sharpened. He merely tilted his head slightly and evaded the blow. What? How is this possible? This guy, Beerus, actually dodged my attack. Has the perfect Ultra Instinct enhanced him so significantly? A look of horror crossed Wang Teng's face. He had exerted all his strength in this attack, enhanced by the power of time, yet Beerus had effortlessly evaded it. This is absurd. I will not lose. Wang Teng roared within, charging once again at Beerus. Swoosh! Another punch was thrown. Beerus easily dodged again. Swoosh! 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 After several rapid attacks, each was effortlessly avoided by Beerus. Wang Teng began to lose his composure. He had not anticipated that achieving the perfect level of Ultra Instinct would result in such a dramatic increase. Just moments ago, it had been a dominating fight. Ho! The battle has reversed. Lord Beerus has completely matched Lord Wang Teng's speed. In just a fleeting moment, Lord Beerus had comprehended the perfect Ultra Instinct. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. Even Whis expressed his astonishment. The other gods of destruction stood stunned, unable to articulate the complexity of their feelings. Beerus's power had loomed over them like an immense mountain. Yet in a matter of minutes, that already formidable Beerus had once again surpassed his limits, leaving some of the weaker gods of destruction devoid of any will to fight. Hellas and Quitella clenched their fists tightly, their faces displaying deep reluctance. Lord Whis, what exactly has transpired? Wasn't Lord Beerus just passively enduring? How could his power and speed suddenly increase so dramatically? Could he have also mastered a technique for instant power enhancement? Gohan asked, perplexed in response. Whis smiled. Lord Beerus has merely broken through his limits. Upon hearing that Beerus had indeed surpassed his limits, Son Gohan clenched his fists, growing increasingly worried for Wang Teng. In the aerial battlefield, Wang Teng launched several more attacks against Beerus. However, the results were no different from before. Each of his strikes was effortlessly dodged by Beerus. It seemed that Beerus's speed had far surpassed his own. Damn it, encountering such a situation, and under the augmentation of the tenfold Kaioken, I'm still unable to inflict any harm on him. Wang Teng's expression darkened immensely. Lord Wang Teng, your power should be greater than this. If this is your limit, Then I shall claim victory, Beerus softly remarked, gazing at Wang Teng. At this moment, he felt immensely exhilarated. A match he had thought was lost had completely turned around after grasping the perfect Ultra Instinct. Now, it seemed he had thoroughly deciphered Wang Teng's movements. Beerus, do not become overconfident. Even if you grasp the perfect Ultra Instinct, it will be a long time before you can defeat me. The outcome of this match will not change. Just as those words fell, Wang Teng's fist tightened. 20-fold KO Ken. Wang Teng let out a low growl. A surge of unimaginable power erupting from within him instantly. The crimson aura soared higher and higher. The entire realm of destruction plunged into darkness, as if the apocalypse had come. Under the commanding shout of Wang Teng, the golden flames enveloped in crimson surged skyward, piercing through the clouds. The entire sky gradually brightened. Whoosh! Wang Teng had already shot forth like an arrow. Yet, the Zizai Ji Gong required no cerebral deliberation. His body instinctively discerned and evaded danger. Whoosh! Wang Teng's fist was instantly anticipated by Beerus. However, Beerus soon realized that his opponent's speed had escalated beyond his capacity to dodge. And in a moment of astonishment, he swiftly launched a counterpunch. The two fists collided with a resounding impact. Boom! An unimaginable force immediately radiated outward. Wang Teng and Beerus locked eyes. Bang! Both retreated rapidly. They understood that their strength could not be sustained. Hence, they aimed for a swift resolution. Subsequently, they charged towards each other with alacrity. The red and white flames of their auras erupted into a magnificent display. Beerus! Wang Teng bellowed. Beerus echoed back with a roar. Bring it on. The astonishing power caused the entire God of Destruction realm to tremble. Even the first universe shook violently, as countless mortals gazed up at the sky in terror. Whoosh! Both had unleashed their power to the utmost. And amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the red and white lights collided with tremendous force. Chapter 65. The Crisis of the Future World. Boom! A terrifying storm of power swiftly expanded outward. The very fabric of the God of Destruction realm began to quiver. The red and white forces clashed incessantly. As the two roared, their powers reached their zenith. With the passage of time, Beerus, having comprehended the perfect Zizai Ji Gong, gained the upper hand. The white energy gradually consumed the red power entirely. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted on the battlefield, flames engulfing the entire space. Thick clouds of smoke billowing. The terrifying energy continued to spread outward. Hoo! Beerus gasped for breath, clearly having reached his limit. Lord Wang Teng. Gohan stood frozen in place, then shouted. Whis closed his eyes. Kappa's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing with strategies. He murmured, "This is troublesome for Piccolo." The Grand Priest wore a grave expression. Though Wang Teng's aura had vanished, he sensed something was amiss. Beerus slowly descended onto the arena, his heart sinking. He never expected that in his full effort, he would truly eliminate Wang Teng. His mood plummeted. Devoid of any post-victory elation, just then, a faint voice echoed in his ear. "Beerus, you have grown too complacent." In the next instant, the figure of Wang Teng, enveloped in red flames, appeared behind Beerus. His finger pointed menacingly at Beerus's head. And with but a thought, he could extinguish his opponent's life. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Impossible, I clearly." Meanwhile, a wave of relief washed over him. The surrounding gods of destruction were left aghast. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Even the angels from the other universes displayed expressions of astonishment. At that moment, the Grand Priest alone maintained a composed demeanor, for he understood that anyone favored by the Omni-King was not so easily vanquished. Wang Teng reflected on the earlier situation with a shudder. Had it not been for his substitution technique, he would have faced severe injury today, if not death. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. His power had dwindled, leaving him devoid of combat capability. Yet he could not fathom how Wang Teng had evaded such a formidable strike. Taking a deep breath, for words escaped Beerus's lips. "I concede." Upon hearing Beerus's concession, Wang Teng slowly retracted his Kaioken and Super Saiyan God transformation. now reverted to his ordinary form. Wang Teng exhaled deeply. With the conclusion of this match, the first tournament of the Gods of Destruction had reached its end. As the Grand Priest announced the successful conclusion of the tournament, the assembled deities gradually departed the God of Destruction realm of the first universe. Before leaving, they cast deep, respectful, and wary glances at Wang Teng. After exchanging pleasantries with the Grand Priest, Wang Teng, along with Whis, Gohan, and Beerus, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the cosmos. In the span of 2 days, the four returned to the God of Destruction realm of the seventh universe. Wang Teng felt immensely satisfied with the first tournament of the Gods of Destruction, for through his battle with Beerus, he had gleaned invaluable insights into the Zizai Ji Gong. He then bid farewell to Whis and Beerus, taking Gohan back to Earth. Upon arriving at Gohan's home, Wang Teng immediately chose to enter seclusion. This tournament had profoundly impacted son Gohan, etching every moment of battle into his memory, which would greatly facilitate his growth. In the future world, at this moment, the cities of the future world lay in ruins, scattered remnants of civilization everywhere. The last remaining warrior, Trunks, fled towards the horizon. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept across the sky, illuminated by flashes of golden lightning, exuding an aura of terror. In the shadow's massive hand, golden light flickered, and in the next instant, countless energy blasts were hurled forth. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts detonated throughout the city. The entire desolate metropolis was instantly engulfed in flames. Trunks, hidden behind a massive rock, bore witness to the devastation. The future world had transformed into a hellish landscape. In the next moment, the dark shadow sped away into the distance. Once the shadow departed, Trunks cautiously moved forward. He arrived breathlessly at Bulma's laboratory. Inside, Bulma diligently operated the machinery. Just then, Trunks' voice echoed. "Mom." Bulma paused, quickly turning to see Trunks nearby. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. "It's Trunks." Trunks also smiled as he approached Bulma. Bulma exclaimed, "Wonderful, are you all right?" In response, Trunks smiled back. "I'm good. How about you, Mom?" He then noticed the fuel for the time machine on the apparatus. Bulma stated, "This is only enough for a one-way trip." After a year, "This is all we have." A look of disappointment crossed Trunks' face. Bulma immediately reassured him. "Don't be disheartened. As long as it's enough for a one-way trip, we will find a way." Trunks looked at Bulma. "But if I go one way, I won't be able to return." Bulma replied confidently, "We will find a way back, though it may be a bit risky." Hearing this, Trunks' face brightened with a smile. "You've been here all along. You should rest." To which Bulma said, "Don't worry about me. Time is of the essence." She then began to operate the control panel. Separating the fuel for the time machine from the apparatus, Bulma said, "We need to get this to Capsule Corp quickly." Trunks immediately volunteered. "I'll run and get it. You stay here and rest." "You haven't slept at all, have you?" Upon hearing Trunks' words, Bulma smiled. "I'll go with you. It's better to face whatever comes together. If you encounter that fiend alone and something happens to that capsule, all your hard work over the past year would be for naught." Saying this, Bulma picked up the container, holding the time machine fuel. Seeing Bulma's determination, Trunks reluctantly acquiesced. "All right then." Upon Trunks' concession, Bulma's smile returned, though her expression soon turned serious. "Also, Trunks, many lives were sacrificed to produce this energy. Don't forget, some things must be accomplished at any cost, for you are the hope of everyone." Hearing this, Trunks' demeanor turned grave. "Yes." Then Bulma promptly declared, "Let us go. Mai is waiting too." Just then, a terrifying explosion resonated from above the laboratory. Instantly, flames erupted and thick smoke billowed. Trunks exclaimed, "Mom!" He shielded Bulma behind him. After the explosion, Trunks pushed aside the debris. The next moment, Bulma, hidden behind Trunks, wore an expression of shock. The equipment was... Just then, Bulma sensed danger approaching and quickly thrust the fuel into Trunks' arms, shouting, "Trunks, run!" No sooner had she spoken than another deafening explosion rocked the laboratory. Chapter 66. The Emergence of Black Goku. After the sound of the explosion, Trunks realized Bulma had vanished from his side, and he frantically searched for her. "Mom, Just then, a dark figure appeared at the entrance of the laboratory. With Bulma held captive in its grip, Trunks sprang to his feet. "Mom," Bulma cried out. "Hurry up." Trunks gritted his teeth, his entire body shaking with rage that moment. A dark figure unleashed an energy blast. Trunks, perceiving the danger, swiftly leaped aside. Boom! The energy blast detonated instantly, enveloping the entire laboratory in a thick cloud of black smoke. Trunks emerged from the smoke, disheveled, only to witness the lab transformed into a raging inferno, the sounds of explosions echoing relentlessly. Overwhelmed by the horrifying prospect that Bulma could not have survived such a cataclysm, tears streamed down Trunks' face. Yet, he realized he was the last glimmer of hope. With tears in his eyes, he could only flee into the distance, vowing, "Mother, I will return here. I will save this world." On Earth, Wang Teng had been in seclusion ever since participating in the first God of Destruction tournament, through his battle with Beerus and his personal experience with the Ultra Instinct technique. He had grasped some key insights. He resolutely decided not to emerge from his training until he comprehended Ultra Instinct fully. Gohan understood that this period was particularly crucial for Wang Teng, so he took on the role of a guardian, ensuring that no one entered the backyard during this time. Gohan and Goku shifted their training to the front yard, and upon learning that Wang Teng resided there, Vegeta had brought Trunks over several times. Ever since being effortlessly defeated by Wang Teng on planet Fire Boiling, Vegeta had sworn to vanquish him. However, with Wang Teng in seclusion, Vegeta had no choice but to venture to the God of Destruction's realm, seeking Whis' guidance for his training. In the future world, Trunks arrived at a dilapidated building. Fuel for the time machine clutched in his arms. He hastily entered and approached a door, knocking upon it. As the knock echoed, a gentle female voice emerged. "Trunks." Turning around, Trunks smiled. "Xiao Wu." A smile instantly graced Xiao Wu's face. "You're back." She observed the fuel in Trunks' arms and softly inquired, "Where's Aunt Bulma?" Noticing Trunks' expression, Xiao Wu's countenance shifted dramatically. Trunks' forlorn voice followed. "She sacrificed herself to help me escape. That dark figure, that scoundrel, can sense my energy." As he spoke, Trunks clenched his fists, tears welling up in his eyes. Then, with a sudden resolve, he exclaimed, "But Xiao Wu, the energy my mother extracted with her life can allow us to return to the past." Just as he finished speaking, a howling sound resonated from the sky. Trunks, shocked, quickly concealed his energy and hid at the staircase. At that moment, a swirling black vortex appeared in the air. Trunks instantly realized that the dark figure was about to descend once more. He hurriedly handed the time machine fuel to Xiao Wu, drew his sword from behind him, and dashed out of the building. The sky crackled with golden lightning, and then a shadow surged forth from the clouds. Seeing this, Trunks charged forward with his sword raised. The dark figure immediately radiated light, shooting energy blasts at Trunks. He deftly dodged and leapt into the air, swinging his sword. A streak of sword light soared into the sky. At that moment, several energy blasts hurtled toward Trunks. Watching the blast grow larger, he swiftly wielded his sword. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in the air, flames illuminating the sky. Just then, the dark figure charged through the flames, unleashing another energy blast at blinding speed. Trunks was unable to evade it and could only raise his sword to collide with the blast. Bang! Trunks was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Xiao Wu, witnessing this, could no longer stand idly by. She rushed out. "Trunks!" Trunks shouted, "Stay back. You must escape." Ignoring his cries, Xiao Wu swiftly reached his side, declaring, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'll distract him. The one who must survive is you." She thrust the fuel into Trunks' hands and then stood up, firing her gun relentlessly at the dark figure. The dark figure moved swiftly in the air, evading her bullets effortlessly. At that moment, an energy blast surged toward Xiao Wu, and in her terrified gaze, she was engulfed by the blast. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated, engulfing the area in flames. Xiao Wu was hurled away, crashing against the back of the building. Her fate uncertain, enraged, Trunks bolted forward, scooping up Xiao Wu, his face contorted with fury as he gazed upon her lifeless form. Just then, The dark figure descended slowly nearby. Trunks roared, "You scoundrel!" The dark figure finally revealed his true visage, astonishingly resembling Son Goku. If Wang Teng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him. Black Goku. Black Goku chuckled. "Time us up. Today is the day you cease to breathe, Saiyan." Trunks glared with fury. Black Goku continued, "Bid farewell to this world." Saiyan. Trunks scanned the surroundings, pondering intensely. The buildings were not yet entirely destroyed. The enemy likely remained unaware of the time machine. Perhaps he could activate it successfully. Very well. Observing Trunks' unyielding spirit, Black Goku taunted. "Do you think you can oppose me? Knowing you cannot win, yet you stubbornly resist. Saiyans truly are fools." The two locked eyes from a distance. Black Goku continued, "Rest assured, I will soon send you to reunite with that girl. For foolish beings, death is a mercy." Trunks could no longer endure the taunts, a deep growl emanating from his throat. Ah! A golden aura surged forth, a powerful energy erupting from within him. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. "You bastard! How dare you kill Xiao Wu?" Enveloped in golden flames, Trunks set Xiao Wu down and charged forward in fury. His speed soared, delivering a heavy punch to Black Goku's abdomen. Seizing the advantage, Trunks launched another swift kick, but Black Goku effortlessly blocked it with his arm. In the next moment, Trunks unleashed a flurry of attacks. Yet Black Goku repelled them all with ease. Bang! Trunks was sent flying once more. Whoosh! Black Goku vanished from sight, reappearing right before Trunks, delivering a crushing kick. Acid and bile erupted from Trunks' mouth. He staggered backward, leaving a long trail on the ground. Black Goku showed no mercy, attacking relentlessly. Trunks, realizing the peril, quickly defended himself. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Bang, bang, bang. White shockwaves expanded outward. The battle intensified. At that moment, Black Goku seized an opening during Trunks' attack, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! Trunks' body slammed against the wall of the building. Black Goku followed up with several more kicks, sending Trunks crashing into the structure. Boom, boom, boom. Black Goku swiftly retreated, energy gathering in his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions ensued, engulfing the entire building in thick smoke. The ground trembled violently. As the smoke began to dissipate, Trunks collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Chapter 67. Returning to the past, Black Goku floated in the air, chuckling. Is this the end? For a proud warrior of the battle race. This is rather pathetic. Trunks glared furiously at Black Goku in the sky. In the next moment, Black Goku coalesced another golden energy blast in his hands. Disappear now! Trunks stumbled back, falling to the ground, his palm brushing against the fallen sword. Black Goku bellowed, ready to launch the golden energy blast. Seeing the terrifying energy gathering in Black Goku's hands, Trunks swiftly grabbed the sword and hurled it. The sword flew with incredible speed, startling Black Goku. What? The swiftly approaching sword collided with the energy blast in Black Goku's hands. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the air. Flames erupted, smoke billowing. The sword spun back to Trunks' hand. And as soon as he grasped it, he sheathed it behind him, the motion flowing seamlessly. Trunks roared, "Die!" Magic flash, golden energy surged forth from his palms. Black Goku, caught off guard, crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! The golden energy blast engulfed Black Goku completely. Thick smoke rolled in. The ground shook violently. As the smoke cleared, Black Goku emerged unscathed on the battlefield, his teeth clenched, arms swinging. Damn it, where did he go? Trunks had vanished from sight. Trunks hastily arrived at the Capsule Corporation, standing before the time machine, and promptly inserted the blue energy source. The time machine immediately shimmered with blue light, with gritted teeth. Trunks leaped into the time machine. He deftly manipulated the controls on the time machine's panel, and soon it began to emit a thunderous roar, with white mist swirling beneath it. The time machine gradually powered up. Meanwhile, Black Goku floated in the air, bellowing, thinking of hiding. Don't waste your efforts. A strange luminescence enveloped his form as he began to search for Trunks' energy. Suddenly, he whirled around and beheld the time machine hovering aloft. completely shrouded in brilliant white light. Trunks, seated within the time machine, murmured, "Dark person." In an instant, Black Goku's hands radiated with brilliance, and a purplish-black energy sphere coalesced before him. "Don't think you can escape by merely boarding a plane. Your time is up, Trunks." The purplish-black light flickered ominously as he unleashed it with a fierce shout. The energy sphere hurtled swiftly toward the time machine that Trunks occupied. Whoosh! The time machine vanished from sight. Black Goku exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Boom! The energy sphere detonated within the city, engulfing everything in flames and billowing smoke. Black Goku searched frantically for Trunks' presence. Where could he have fled? There! He immediately attempted to sense Trunks' energy once more. However, to his astonishment, he found no trace of Trunks' energy throughout the entire future world. It had vanished, completely disappeared. On Earth, Trunks was enjoying lunch with Pilaf and his companions. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that swept around them. Trunks stood up in shock, gazing upward. Whoosh! The time machine abruptly materialized in the air. In the next moment, it crashed heavily to the ground. Trunks promptly flew toward the time machine. He wiped the dust from the window and discovered someone unconscious inside. "There is someone here," Pilaf and his companions gasped in unison. "What? Be careful, it might be an alien." Trunks patted his chest confidently. "Don't be nervous, I can handle mere aliens." Xiao pointed at the time machine, exclaiming, "Trunks, look, it says Universal Capsule Corporation on that machine." Trunks gasped, "Is it real? Do we have such products at home?" "Quick, call my mom." Upon hearing this, Pilaf said, "Xiao, why don't you run and fetch her?" Before long, Bulma hurried over. Trunks asked Mom, "Do you recognize the person inside?" Bulma stood below. "Is it a boy with blue hair?" Floating in the air, Trunks nodded. "Yes, that's right." Bulma gasped, "This is serious." After much effort, they quickly transported the unconscious Trunks to a room. Bulma urged, "Hang in there. I'll go get Vegeta." She dashed toward another room. Xiao was taken aback. "Why do you need to call Vegeta?" Xiao exclaimed. "What does he have to do with Uncle Vegeta?" Pilaf's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that he is an illegitimate child? All three of them turned to gaze at Trunks. Are they brothers? Xiao looked at little Trunks, then glanced back at big Trunks. They looked strikingly alike, practically identical. Trunks felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Muttering, "No, it's impossible," Bulma rummaged through the room for a device to contact Whis. After a considerable effort, she finally located the device. Bulma immediately spoke into it. "Whis, hello, Whis. Please pick up quickly." In the God of Destruction realm, Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta were enjoying a meal when suddenly the angel's staff began to glow. Whis smiled as he picked up the staff. "I'm here." Bulma's face instantly appeared on the staff. "Whis, is that you?" Whis replied with a grin. "It seems my communication device has come in handy quite swiftly. Is there any other delicious food?" Bulma was taken aback. "What?" Whis continued. "Thank you for your kindness, but we've just finished our meal." Bulma, growing anxious, insisted, "I have something urgent to discuss. Please call Vegeta." Vegeta immediately responded, "What is going on?" Meanwhile, Beerus was thoroughly irate, bellowing, "This is ridiculous. Who told you to use that device for such trivial communication?" In response, Bulma retorted, "It's not trivial. It's of utmost importance." She then rushed into the room where Big Trunks lay. She displayed Big Trunks' condition on the communicator. Trunks returned in this state. Big Trunks appeared to be in agony, prompting Vegeta to exclaim, "What?" Little Trunks, feeling unsettled, thought, "Why does he also share the name Trunks?" Pilaf felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Two brothers sharing the same name. Trunks' expression darkened further. At that moment, Bulma shouted at everyone, "Quiet down." Vegeta, seeing the pained expression on Trunks' face, grew increasingly anxious. Bulma asked, "Vegeta, do you have any senzu beans?" "Oh no, I don't have any right now," Vegeta replied. "By the way, Bulma, have you tried contacting Kakarot? He must have senzu beans." Meanwhile, Beerus chuckled, "Hey Whis, this seems quite entertaining. Let's go join in." Whis stroked his chin. "Good idea. We might as well enjoy a dinner while we're at it." Thus Whis whisked the two away in a flash of light toward Earth. Bulma immediately called Gohan's home to briefly explain the situation. Just as Gohan hung up the phone, Wang Teng emerged from his training. Seeing Wang Teng step out of the courtyard, Gohan exclaimed, "Lord Wang Teng, you finished your training. How was it?" Wang Teng smiled. "I made some modest gains." Although he said this, his expression indicated he had achieved significant progress. Subsequently, Gohan relayed the message he had received from Bulma. Wang Teng grinned. Sound intriguing. Gohan, Goku, let us pay a visit. Chapter 68. Big Trunks and Little Trunks whoosh. Wang Teng immediately sensed Trunks' energy and activated instant transmission, transporting the three of them to Bulma's home. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of the trio, Bulma joyfully exclaimed, Lord Wang Teng, Gohan, Goku has also come. This is wonderful. Wang Teng approached slowly and saw Big Trunks in distress. With a swift motion, he produced a senzu bean in his hand. Upon arriving on Earth, he had retrieved several senzu beans from Korin Tower and never had the opportunity to use them until now. In the future world, Black Goku stood in the air, his teeth clenched, his face a mask of fury. How could this be? That guy's energy suddenly vanished from this world. No matter, I will find you. Do you think you can escape from me? Black Goku's fury erupted, and a black-purple aura surged, sending fierce winds spiraling downward. On Earth, Wang Teng tossed the senzu bean to Bulma. She walked over to Trunks. Her face filled with concern. I can't imagine what could have happened to cause such injuries. Gently, she lifted Big Trunks' head. Trunks, this is a senzu bean. Quickly, eat it. Little Trunks watched as his mother so tenderly cared for Big Trunks. Beginning to question his own existence, as Big Trunks consumed the senzu bean, his eyes gradually fluttered open. Bulma anxiously asked, Are you all right? Goku approached Trunks. Hang in there. Meanwhile, Wang Teng stood with arms crossed, waiting for Trunks' recovery. Suddenly, Big Trunks opened his eyes and immediately locked onto Goku. Memories of Black Goku killing his mother and his girlfriend, Xiaowu, ignited a blaze of rage within him. Without warning, Big Trunks surged upward, throwing a punch at Goku. Quick as lightning, Goku seized his wrist, a powerful gust of wind radiating outward. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Big Trunks shouted, You bastard! Observing Big Trunks' fierce demeanor, Goku was equally shocked, uncertain of the situation. Goku, looking innocent, replied, What is wrong, Trunks? It's me. Big Trunks roared, You bastard! Just then, Bulma delivered a sharp slap across Big Trunks' face. What are you doing? Instantly jolted awake, Big Trunks exclaimed, Uncle Goku, you are really the living Uncle Goku? Weren't you supposed to perish with Cell? Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Well, many things happened afterward. I came back to life. At that moment, a flash of light appeared. Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta had arrived. Vegeta dashed in. Breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing Trunks was unharmed. Beerus and Whis swiftly approached to pay their respects to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded and said, You all have arrived. Let us listen to this young man's tale. All eyes converged upon Trunks. Trunks continued to gaze intently at Goku. Uncle Goku, he exclaimed, bowing slightly, I apologize for my sudden attack just now. Goku chuckled, You startled me. It has been quite a while since we last met. Bulma spoke in a serious tone. Trunks, what is going on? The older Trunks turned to Bulma and replied, Mom. Upon hearing him call her Mom, the younger Trunks visibly recoiled in confusion. Pilaf and his companions huddled together, whispering, This is bad. We are in for serious trouble. The older Trunks trembled as he approached Bulma, ultimately kneeling before her. Mom, Bulma gently inquired, What is the matter, Trunks? What has happened? Beside the younger Trunks, Beerus chimed in. Hey kid, your name is also Trunks, isn't it? The younger Trunks nodded. With stroke of chin, I see. Time has been tampered with. Beerus blinked in surprise. What? Meanwhile, the older Trunks murmured as he knelt before Bulma. I have finally arrived. I have come to the past. Mom. Bulma softly reassured him. Have you calmed down now? The older Trunks stood and declared, I am fine now. He turned to Vegeta and said, Dad. Pilaf and his friends huddled once more. Whispering, he just called him Dad. Launching into a hushed tone, I remarked, I smell something complicated. Asayo added, So he is indeed an illegitimate child. Pilaf laughed. This secret must be uncovered. All three wore smiles as Pilaf boldly declared, Hey, you adults, look at how anxious this young master is. He pointed at the younger Trunks. This young master is named Trunks, and this fellow is also named Trunks. Both of them call the same parents. The child simply cannot comprehend what is happening. Bulma silenced them with a swift punch. Enough noise. They are both my and Vegeta's children. So what? Pilaf and his friends stared in shock. Bulma then patted the older Trunks. This child is from the future. She gestured towards the younger Trunks. Beerus nodded in agreement. Indeed. The younger Trunks stared blankly at the older one, murmuring, "This person is the future me." The older Trunks replied, "Please take care of me." Hearing this, the younger Trunks echoed softly, "Please take care of me." At that moment, Wang Teng walked toward the courtyard, gazing at the colossal time machine. The others followed him into the yard. Whis remarked, "Astonishing events are unfolding one after another." Beerus expressed his surprise. "I never expected a time machine to truly exist." Whis continued, "I thought humans were incapable of creating such a device." Wang Teng hurried forward, examining the time machine closely. Time had always been a realm only angels could manipulate, yet it was astonishing that Bulma had managed to create a machine capable of distorting time using advanced technology. Subsequently, Wang Teng spoke, "Bulma, you are indeed a genius." Bulma smiled. "Have you begun to see me in a new light?" In response, Wang Teng stated solemnly, "This is truly remarkable, traversing past and future, manipulating time. However, this is a grave offense. Do you understand?" Both Bulma and the older Trunks were taken aback. Whis, standing behind them, nodded, clearly in agreement with Wang Teng's statement. And in the future world, Black Goku was tirelessly searching the entire planet. "What is going on? I have scoured this planet thoroughly. Yet, I still cannot sense his energy. Trunks, where are you?" In a fit of rage, Black Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, causing terrifying explosions throughout the dilapidated city. Instantly, the already crumbling city was engulfed in flames. Suddenly, Black Goku recalled that Trunks had vanished in an instant. In that moment, he had simply disappeared. Right in this very timeline, he pointed his finger. Could it be the time ring? On Earth, Whis reiterated, although Lord Wang Teng has already mentioned this. I shall say it again. Manipulating time, traversing past and future, is a serious crime. Time must flow in a singular direction. If it were to reverse, altering the past, even if it is merely plucking a flower, would affect the historical continuum, changing cities and causing monumental shifts in civilization. Ultimately, it could even lead to the annihilation of a planet from the universe. Chapter 69, Vegeta. Where has your pride gone? Upon hearing Whis's grave words, Bulma glanced at Wang Teng once more, softly saying, "I understand this is a significant matter." But Whis continued, "Thus, even the gods are strictly forbidden from tampering with time lightly." Wang Teng nodded, affirming, "You are correct." The older Trunks murmured, "The gods?" The younger Trunks clarified, "These three are from the realm of the gods." The older Trunks was taken aback. Beerus interjected, "Even if destruction befalls you, you cannot complain." The older Trunks was startled. "Destruction?" Bulma exclaimed, "What nonsense! The time machine was created by me, but it is not the present version of me." Beerus chuckled, "There is no difference." Bulma's face immediately showed anger as she shouted, "There is a difference!" Unexpectedly, the older Trunks knelt down before Whis. "No, please wait a moment." Lord Angel was pointed at Beerus and Wang Teng. "These two are the true gods. I am merely a subordinate." Bulma rushed over, softly saying, "Trunks, they are not gods, but the Angel and the Destroyer." Trunks sincerely knelt down, saying, "Lord Angel, Lord Destroyer, my mother is innocent. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me." Goku pleaded, "I beg you." Lord Wang Teng, Lord Beerus, please show mercy. Whis gently inquired, "What do you think, Lord Wang Teng?" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng glanced at Trunks and said softly, "In light of Trunks's filial piety, I shall overlook this matter this time. It shall not be repeated." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Beerus wanted to say something, but ultimately held back like tea that moment. Piccolo and Krillin were busy gathering vegetables at Goku's home. They sat atop a crate, wiping the sweat from their brows. Krillin remarked softly, "This reminds me of our training with Master Roshi." Just then, Chi-Chi flew in, accompanied by Goten. "Hey, this is serious. Something big has happened." Piccolo was taken aback. "Is Gohan in trouble?" Chi-Chi landed on another crate, shaking her head. Goten exclaimed, "The time machine has arrived." Krillin gasped, "Are you saying the time machine has come?" Piccolo muttered, "Oh, is it Trunks?" Chi-Chi immediately replied, "It's quite bustling over at Capsule Corporation. I heard Goku and Vegeta have gone there." Piccolo instantly realized that something must have gone terribly wrong in the future, declaring, "Something significant must have occurred in the future." Krillin suggested to Piccolo. We should go take a look? Piccolo nodded in agreement, and the two began to float into the air. We'll be back soon. White energy waves erupted from their bodies as they vanished from sight. Goten also shot into the air, calling out, "Wait for me." Chi-Chi, quick on her feet, jumped up and grabbed Goten, exclaiming, "No, you cannot go. You must stay home and study." Goten grimaced, "But this could be crucial for Earth." Chi-Chi firmly replied, "Studying for your next exam is far more important than Earth." At Capsule Corporation, everyone sat across from Trunks. Wang Teng inquired, "What has transpired in the future?" Vegeta speculated, "Could it be Majin Buu?" The older Trunks, with a serious expression, replied, "No. The emergence of Majin Buu was an incredibly perilous battle, but I followed the Supreme Kai's orders and ultimately defeated Dabura and Babidi, preventing Majin Buu's arrival. However, an even more terrifying enemy has since appeared." Goku asked curiously, "What kind of enemy?" The older Trunks once again bowed to Goku, apologizing, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. I should not have attacked Uncle Goku suddenly." Wukong waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Date lifted his head and replied, "Actually, I mistakenly believed I couldn't return to the past. He was right before my eyes." Wukong, taken aback, asked, "Are you saying—" Vegeta, with a serious expression, inquired, "What is going on?" Date explained, "He claims to be son Wukong." Vegeta's countenance immediately changed as he exclaimed, "What?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wukong's forehead as he muttered, "Is it me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's mind instantly conjured the image of the cold, black-clad Wukong. Indeed, it was him. Whis and Beerus both turned their gazes towards Trunks. Vegeta pointed at Wukong and remarked, "Are you saying the enemy claims to be son Wukong and looks just like this guy?" Date nodded affirmatively. "Exactly." Wukong's expression took on a comical aspect. "How could such a thing happen?" Date continued, "We refer to the individual in black attire as Black Wukong." Wukong was momentarily stunned. How outrageous. He seems even more stylish than I am. Just then, Bulma approached. "That name is rather kitsch." Date, with a helpless expression, said, "But that's what the future's mother named him." Bulma's face flushed with embarrassment as she chuckled. "It's me, but not quite." Date elaborated, "Then that guy, when he appeared on Earth, declared that for the sake of justice, he would annihilate all Earthlings. He claimed to have destroyed several planets and their inhabitants." He continued, "Following a year of battle, there were almost no people left on Earth. My mother also, just before I came to this era." Upon hearing this, Bulma exclaimed, "Did I die?" Date, with a sorrowful expression, nodded. Vegeta, fuming, retorted, "So you shamelessly fled to this era." Date was taken aback and exclaimed, "Father!" Wukong immediately intervened. "Let's not speak like that, Vegeta." However, Vegeta paid him no heed, pointing at son Wukong and commanding, "Silence." The proud scion had actually turned his back on the enemy and fled here. In response to Vegeta's accusations, Date, visibly shaken, asserted, "That's not true." Vegeta, incensed, countered, "Don't make excuses." At that moment, Bulma presented her future self's notebook before Vegeta, stating, "Don't misunderstand, Vegeta. The answers are all written here. My future self left a message." Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta immediately softened. Bulma opened the notebook for everyone, saying, "My future self indicated that in this era, we should replenish fuel and organize the machinery. Then, return to the future with you all." Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, "Are you telling me to tidy up future Kakarot?" Hearing this, Wukong sighed helplessly. "That's not me. I'm just someone who resembles him." Wang Teng suddenly stood up, saying, "That sounds rather interesting. I shall join in the fun." Vegeta, startled, hurriedly said, "Lord Wang Teng, you mustn't intervene. Leave the task of defeating Kakarot to me." Just then, Bulma raised her fist in joy, declaring, "Then it's decided. Fly to the future and avenge me." Smiles spread across the faces of everyone, clearly indicating their collective decision to embark on this journey. During the time Bulma prepared the fuel, Wang Teng summoned Trunks to an open area. "Trunks, let me see your strength. If you are too weak, you cannot protect the future world." Gohan immediately chuckled. "That's wonderful. Lord Wang Teng intends to train Trunks." A smile also appeared on Vegeta's face, clearly looking forward to it. Wukong chuckled helplessly. I also wish to spar with Lord Wang Teng. Wang Teng and Trunks stood facing each other in the open space. Make your move, Trunks. Trunks' gaze suddenly sharpened. I understand. With a deep roar resonating from Trunks' throat, a golden aura erupted forth, a powerful energy surging forth. As Trunks shouted, his energy intensified, with lightning flashing amidst the golden flames. Trunks pushed his energy to the limit, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 70. Testing the waters, gazing at Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. Trunks' transformation sent tremors throughout the entire Earth. With nearby cities experiencing fierce storms, Bulma, watching the two in the sky, murmured, "This is not good. You all better not take it too far." Subsequently, Bulma pressed a button on a remote control, and a green beam shot from the roof of the Capsule Corporation, enveloping the two in a green mesh protective barrier. Then Bulma smiled, saying, "Now you can thrash about as much as you like." Wang Teng chuckled, "Very well, you may begin. Just don't let me down," the tape promptly responded. "Yes," little Trunks encouraged. "Go for it. Future me." Trunks charged fiercely towards Wang Teng, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Wang Teng closed his eyes, his body beginning to sway side to side. Trunks' astonishing speed failed to make contact with Wang Teng at all. The fierce winds generated by his attacks blew downward, yet upon hitting the protective barrier, they vanished without a trace. Little Trunks exclaimed, "What? Despite so many attacks, not a single one landed." Then, Trunks launched another punch. Smack! Wang Teng effortlessly blocked Trunks' fist with his palm, then chuckled, "Trunks, is your power only this much? No wonder you can't protect the future world." Trunks withdrew his fist, his face filled with despondency. It was the same when facing Black Wukong. "My attacks were completely ineffective. Am I truly this useless?" Observing Trunks' dejection, Wang Teng gently said, "You are a Saiyan. Pull yourself together. Give it your all." Upon hearing this, a spark of confidence returned to Trunks' face as he gripped the sword at his back. "In that case, I shall unleash my full power." Wang Teng nodded in approval. Trunks drew his sword, and a fierce aura surged forth. He leaped high, plunging the sword towards Wang Teng. The surrounding protective barrier could hardly withstand the pressure, shattering in an instant. The remote control in Bulma's hands sparked with electricity. Beerus, watching from above, remarked with a smile, "That little boy is quite impressive. Even so, can he truly defeat that dark figure?" Vegeta and Wukong gazed in shock at the scene unfolding in the sky. Wang Teng simply extended a finger to block the T's formidable strike. Trunks pushed down with all his strength, yet remained utterly immovable. A storm of emotions surged within him, to have blocked his full power strike with merely a finger. Wang Teng's lips curled upwards, applying a slight pressure with his finger. Boom! Trunks was instantly sent flying. Whoosh! Wang Teng appeared directly above Trunks, extending his finger once more and gently pressing down. Trunks felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. "Oh!" With a scream, he plummeted toward the ground. Crash! Trunks crashed heavily into the earth. Wang Teng slowly descended from the sky. Trunks had reverted to his ordinary form, struggling to rise from the deep pit. Wang Teng turned to leave, his voice drifting back. "Gohan, Trunks is now your responsibility to train. Take him to the hyperbolic time chamber." Whoosh! Wang Teng vanished from sight. Bulma and the others rushed over, calling out, "Trunks!" After a brief rest, Trunks slowly stood up. That divine being is truly formidable. His strength far exceeds that of the dark figure. Vegeta scoffed, leaning against a nearby pillar. Gohan quickly supported Trunks. Tears welled in the corners of Trunks' eyes as he exclaimed, "Master Gohan!" Gohan was momentarily stunned, then recalled that future Trunks' strength had been trained by future son Gohan. Gohan murmured, "Let me continue training Trunks, just like my future self." Just then, Krillin descended from the sky alongside Piccolo. "Long time no see, Trunks!" Trunks exclaimed with excitement. "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin!" Krillin extended his right hand, saying, "Hi. How have you been lately?" Piccolo cut to the chase, asking Trunks, has something happened in the future? Trunks' expression shifted immediately. Yes, to be honest. Just then, a surge of golden lightning flickered across the sky. Beerus and Whis gazed skyward in astonishment. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly materialized in the sky. Black Wukong appeared directly above. He muttered, "Where is this place?" Trunks gasped. The dark figure. Black Wukong looked down and remarked, "Trunks is actually here." Then he spotted Wukong and grinned. "Isn't this Sun Wukong?" Wukong took a step forward and inquired, "Are you the Dark One?" The lightning behind Black Wukong gradually dissipated, and after glancing at the ring adorning his hand, he exclaimed, "So that is it. I have traversed through time." Bulma gazed at Black Wukong in the sky. Astonished, he looks exactly the same. But Lord Wang Teng just left. Krillin, fixated on the figure above, pondered, "Who is that guy?" Trunks' face was already contorted with rage. Suddenly, Whis interjected, "Lord Beerus, please observe that man's right hand." Beerus glanced at the ring worn by Black Wukong. Indeed, it was so. Black Wukong surveyed his surroundings, first noticing Vegeta, followed by the two individuals behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "Even the god of destruction Beerus is here." Trunks shouted, "Hey, how did you get here?" A sinister smile crept upon Black Wukong's face as he replied, "It seems I have followed you through the temporal passage to this place. Did you summon me here with the intention of having me kill you?" Trunks retorted angrily, "What?" He prepared to strike. At that moment, Vegeta's voice rang out, "Stop! You cannot defeat him in your current state." In the next instant, Wukong ascended into the sky, declaring, "I shall not hold back." He positioned himself directly opposite Black Wukong. Grinning, "You truly are my exact double." Black Wukong responded with a smile, "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Sun Wukong." As the imminent battle loomed overhead, Gohan hastily retrieved the communicator Wang Teng had given him, attempting to establish contact. However, after a considerable wait, there was no response in truth, Wang Teng had experienced a sudden revelation regarding the Ultra Instinct during the previous battle and had returned to Gohan's residence to enter seclusion once more. Upon his emergence, he would undoubtedly see Gohan's message and rush over immediately. Wukong regarded the Black Wukong before him, smiling, "Though I know not who you are, let that matter rest for now. I have heard you are formidable. Allow me to test my skills." All eyes were fixated on the sky. Black Wukong replied, "It is a great honor. I too wish to engage in a contest with this body." Upon hearing this, Wukong expressed his surprise. "Huh? What do you mean?" Black Wukong chuckled, "You need not know." In that moment, a golden energy sphere rapidly coalesced in Black Wukong's palm. Whoosh! The golden energy sphere hurtled towards Sun Wukong at breakneck speed. Wukong's expression changed in alarm as he immediately crossed his arms defensively. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. The golden energy sphere unleashed an astonishing pressure, forcing Wukong to stumble backward. A trail of smoke and dust was left in the wake of the encounter. Chapter 71. Wukong versus Black Wukong. The golden energy sphere continued to push Wukong back relentlessly. The terrifying sense of oppression rendered Wukong incapable of escape. Boom! Wukong was directly hurled into a massive mountain by the golden energy sphere. A thunderous explosion ensued. Black Wukong swiftly charged towards the explosion's epicenter. As he gazed into the sky, Piccolo queried, "Who is that fellow?" To which Bulma replied, "He is my enemy." Piccolo was taken aback. Enemy. The group hastily pursued the direction in which their adversary had fled. Beerus murmured, "Wukong is fighting Wukong. This is becoming increasingly entertaining, yet I did not expect Lord Wang Teng to have departed." Black Wukong halted beside the mountain, the explosion center now shrouded in smoke and dust. As the haze cleared, Wukong was seen pinned against the mountainside, looking rather disheveled. However, Wukong smirked, nonchalantly lifting his head and flying to confront Black Wukong once more. Wukong laughed, "Your power should be far beyond this level." It turned out that their previous exchange was merely a test of each other's abilities, which was quite astonishing. Black Wukong grinned, "How delightful to receive such an appraisal from you." Wukong offered a slight smile. Ha! He suddenly unleashed a surge of energy. Golden flames erupted, and silvery lightning crackled within the fiery aura. A terrifying force surged forth. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Observing Wukong's transformation, Black Wukong murmured, "So it is Super Saiyan." Wukong smiled and charged at Black Wukong, exclaiming, "Now it is my turn." Unfazed by Wukong's rapid approach, Black Wukong met him head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their rapid punches colliding incessantly. The sky resonated with explosive sonic booms. Seizing the opportunity while Wukong was momentarily off guard, Black Wukong delivered a kick to Wukong's outer thigh, causing him to lose his balance. Capitalizing on the chance, Black Wukong launched a powerful punch. In response, Wukong quickly reacted, trapping Black Wukong's fist between his legs, and he immediately retaliated with a powerful strike to Black Wukong's torso. Whoosh! Black Wukong plummeted downward. Wukong's hands radiated brilliant light. The prince's fighting style surged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Countless energy blasts erupted forth. Just as Black Wukong regained his footing, the energy blasts arrived. Boom, boom, boom! The sound of tremendous explosions filled the air. Flames soared skyward, and dense smoke enveloped the area. A massive crater formed in the ground. Piccolo and the others gradually reached the battlefield, gazing at the smoke-shrouded pit. In the next instant, a black energy flame shot skyward. The smoke was instantly dispelled, revealing Black Wukong unscathed at the center of the crater. Wukong observed the emerging Black Wukong, a faint smile gracing his face. Below, Black Wukong erupted into laughter. Incredible! Is this the power of Super Saiyan Son Wukong? Wukong floated in the air, chuckling. You truly resemble me. You get excited when facing a formidable opponent. In the next moment, Black Wukong unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, his black flames soaring. The dark purple aura enveloped him completely, and his power surged significantly. Witnessing this, Son Wukong's eyes gleamed with realization. His energy has increased. The black-purple flames enveloping Black Wukong began to ascend. Let me see the strength of the mightiest warrior of the fighting race. In the next instant, Black Wukong charged rapidly towards Wukong. His ferocious fists rained down upon Wukong, who was compelled to defend himself. The sounds of fist colliding with fist echoed, creating turbulent shockwaves in the air. Black Wukong's punches accelerated, and Wukong was caught off guard by a heavy blow to the abdomen. Following that, another kick landed squarely on Wukong, sending him flying away. Black Wukong raised his right hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Wukong. Wukong swiftly adjusted his body, maneuvering through the air to evade the blasts. Boom, boom, boom! The energy blasts rained down from the sky, striking the ground. Wukong quickly executed a turn on the ground before soaring back into the air. Krillin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, remarked that Black Wukong's energy is continuously rising. Daz also muttered, "What's wrong with Uncle Wukong? Why isn't he unleashing his full power?" Vegeta added, "His reluctance to use his full strength from the outset is one of his flaws." Daz gasped a flaw. Black Wukong and Wukong clashed once more, their battle intensifying. The fierce winds generated by their collisions swept downward. Each punch and knee collided with equal force, resulting in a deadlock. They separated, breathing heavily, gazing at one another from afar. Wukong smiled. "What are you probing for?" Black Wukong, filled with ire, retorted, "I was just about to ask you the same." Hearing Black Wukong's words, Wukong responded, "I am eagerly awaiting your full strength." Black Wukong smirked. "No need to rush. Let us take our time and enjoy this." Whis murmured, "This Dark One is indeed formidable." Upon hearing this, Beerus nodded. "He resembles Son Wukong, yet he is not quite Son Wukong. The aura I sense from that Dark One is quite peculiar." Wukong hovered in the air, stating, "It appears I must intensify my efforts to compel you to reveal your full power. Come on." He unleashed a tremendous surge of energy and charged at Black Wukong. He commenced a relentless flurry of attacks, his fists growing increasingly rapid. Several punches landed on Black Wukong's form. Suddenly, Black Wukong seized Son Wukong's fist, and his black flames erupted forth, sending Wukong hurtling away. Wukong crashed heavily into a massive mountain. Boom! The ground trembled. At that moment, Black Wukong tore through the sky, unleashing purple lightning, while white energy waves expanded outward. Black Wukong felt as if his body was being torn back, Just then, Wukong surged forward, delivering a heavy kick to Black Wukong. Black Wukong was sent flying backward, skidding for several meters before regaining his footing. Wukong approached slowly. Black Wukong clutched his chest, moaning in agony, but then he abruptly lifted his head, laughing, "Wonderful. This pain will only make me stronger." Wukong was taken aback. "You truly make me uncomfortable." Black Wukong unleashed his energy. The black flames rising fiercely, his power unervingly increasing once more. Black Goku swiftly concentrated a golden energy sphere in his right hand, significantly larger than the previous one. Whoosh! Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the energy sphere was propelled forward with great speed. As the sphere hurtled towards him, Goku extended both hands, pushing directly against it. With a thunderous roar, Goku's body was enveloped in a magnificent golden aura, propelling the sphere upwards into the sky. However, as Goku diverted his gaze from the golden sphere, Black Goku was already at his side, delivering a powerful kick. Goku cried out in agony as he plummeted downward. Boom! He crashed into the ground, a thick cloud of dust instantly enveloping the area. A tremendous shockwave surged outward. Little Trunks stood protectively in front of Bulma, shielding her from the relentless gusts of energy. Meanwhile, the time machine on the ground was toppled by the fierce winds. Big Trunks exclaimed. The time machine. Upon hearing this, Black Goku's expression changed dramatically as he glanced at Big Trunks, then directed his gaze towards the time machine on the ground. The time machine, is that what it is? Chapter 72. Black Goku. As long as I understand him, I can grow stronger. Finally, amidst Trunks' cries of alarm, Black Goku discovered the time machine and realized how Trunks had returned to the past. He murmured while gazing at the time machine below, "Is that the vehicle that brought me here?" Just then, a deafening sound erupted as Goku, enveloped in golden flames, shot up from the pit. "You were distracted." A powerful punch struck Black Goku's abdomen. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through Black Goku's body, causing him to vomit. Goku, seizing the moment, shouted and delivered another fierce blow. Seeing this, Black Goku quickly unleashed his power, a dark aura rising rapidly. Faced with Goku's astonishing punch, he met it with his own fist. Clash! The two immense forces collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward. Both fighters relentlessly channeled their strength into their fists, their shouts echoing in the air. Their fists remained locked in a fierce struggle, the overwhelming power grappling against one another. At that moment, the time ring on Black Goku's hand emitted a blinding light. A black hole suddenly appeared behind him. In the next instant, Black Goku was drawn into the black hole. Goku murmured as he withdrew his Super Saiyan power. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Black Goku summoned all his strength. Still struggling, but the black hole's immense gravitational pull caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Black Goku exclaimed in shock. Perhaps this distorted timeline seeks to restore its original state. Just then, he once again looked at the time machine. Gritting his teeth, his hands surging with energy, quickly forming a golden energy sphere. The sphere shot forth, a sinister smile spreading across Black Goku's face. The crowd gasped. "This is bad." Just at that moment, whoosh! Wang Teng's figure suddenly appeared, and upon seeing the energy sphere, he extended his right hand and effortlessly deflected it. The sphere was immediately sent soaring into the sky. Boom! The sound of a tremendous explosion rang out. Black Goku, unable to resist any longer, was finally sucked into the black hole. The sky returned to normal. Looking at the emerging figure, Goku exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful, it's Lord Wang Teng." Piccolo gazed at the spot where Black Goku had vanished, saying, "He's gone. That guy has completely disappeared." Whis narrowed his eyes and remarked, "He didn't vanish on his own. It was likely due to the time distortion caused by the time machine's traversal, which reacted to the power of the time ring, drawing the dark entity into this era. However, the distortion, much like a wound striving to heal, attempted to revert to its original state. Thus, the time ring forcibly pulled the dark entity back to its original timeline. As if time had resumed, in the future world, Black Goku reappeared in the sky. He gazed at the familiar surroundings and murmured, "So, I have returned." Feeling the pain in his chest, a manic smile suddenly appeared on his face. At that moment, the agony coursing through his body caused him to lose control, and he slowly descended, crashing to the ground. Clutching his chest, he lay on the ground, howling in despair, then murmured, "Son Goku. This is the power of Super Saiyan Son Goku. I have successfully imprinted his fighting style within my body. This should make my strength impeccable." He stared at the vanishing black hole above. "I can never return to that era." Subsequently, Black Goku rose to his feet, slowly ascending into the air, his face contorted with anger. "Just a little more. Who was that last person? How could he have prevented me from destroying the time machine? Soon, Trunks will return here again. It's utterly infuriating." On Earth, Trunks descended gently, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lord Deity." Wang Teng smiled. It was merely a small favor. He scanned the surroundings, noticing that Black Goku's presence had vanished. "Did I arrive too late? That guy managed to escape." Goku suddenly asked, "Trunks, how did that guy perform compared to when you faced him in the future?" Trunks recalled his experience in the future, where he had been utterly powerless against Black Goku. In the future, he seemed even stronger. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "Not much, just a little." Hearing this, Trunks nodded. A smile immediately spread across Goku's face. Just then, Vegeta's voice rang out. "Then you can rest assured. Kakarot's true fighting power far exceeds this. By the way, I am the same." Trunks was filled with astonishment. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly remarked, "The Dark Entity's energy was continuously increasing during your battle." Hearing this, Goku responded earnestly, "Ah, it feels profoundly unpredictable." Wang Teng slowly approached. Whis and Beerus immediately bowed in respect. He nodded gently and said, "Beerus, Whis, did you notice the ring on that dark entity's finger glowing brilliantly when he disappeared?" "That doesn't seem like something a human could possess," Trunks exclaimed. "What?" Upon hearing Wang Teng's inquiry, Whis respectfully replied, "Lord Wang Teng, that is called the Time Ring, a ring that only the Kaioshin can wield." The crowd gasped. "The Time Ring?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. "That dark entity is a Kaioshin?" Beerus pondered for a moment. "Not quite. None of the Kaioshin resemble Goku." Wang Teng glanced at Whis. Whis continued, "It is generally believed that the Time Ring can only travel to the future or return from the future to the present, but cannot go back to an earlier past. Even in the realm of gods, returning to the past is strictly forbidden." Goku scratched his head, looking puzzled. "The future, the past, the present. It's all confusing," Trunks asked. "So as long as one possesses that ring, can they also return to the future?" Wang Teng's calm voice responded. "Only the Kaioshin can use the Time Ring. Moreover, traveling backwards in time results in grave consequences. Humans are not permitted to use it." Trunks murmured, "I see." Goku exclaimed excitedly, "So if the dark entity has the Time Ring, will he come back again?" To this, Whis replied, "Who knows? I feel that the dark entity's time traversal was not of his own volition." Goku's expression turned disappointed. "Then we can only wait for Bulma to create the fuel, so we can venture into the future and face him." In the future world, Black Goku continued to reflect on his battle with Goku. The memories of the fight were deeply etched in his body and mind. His body began to adapt to Son Goku's fighting style, and in an instant, a wave of energy erupted, obliterating a building. Black Goku clenched his fists, murmuring, "These movements integrate perfectly with my body. Is this what Son Goku is like?" Subsequently, a more powerful golden energy sphere materialized in his palm. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot forth. Boom! An astonishing explosion resonated through the city. Flames erupted skyward, and the already dilapidated city was further devastated, reduced to ruins. Floating in the air, Black Goku murmured, "I wish I could understand Son Goku even more. As long as I comprehend him, I can become even stronger." Chapter 73. Journey to Universe 10 with matters resolved. Trunks followed Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, Beerus, Whis, and Goku were en route to Universe 10. Along the way, Goku excitedly exclaimed, "Whis, is that guy really from Universe 10? I wonder what sort of person he is. I'm so excited." Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled and remarked, "Based on his aura, It bears a striking resemblance to that of the beings from the 10th universe. Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, "Let us hasten our journey." Under Whis' guidance, the group swiftly made their way towards the realm of the King of the Gods in the 10th universe, after traversing approximately half the distance. Goku, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, I can hardly contain myself. Lord Wang Teng, who exactly is this Zamasu?" Wang Teng shook his head and replied. Whis, upon hearing this, Whis promptly affirmed, "Indeed, this individual, as a matter of fact, once served as the King of the Gods in the 10th universe. His extraordinary combat prowess earned him recognition, and he is currently being groomed to become the next King of the Gods." Goku was taken aback. Is that truly the case? Observing Goku's enthusiasm, Whis chuckled. Yes, indeed. Wang Teng felt a pang of headache as he understood that in the original narrative, it was Goku's combative nature that led to Zamasu's defeat, consequently triggering a series of calamities thereafter. In the realm of the King of the Gods in the 10th universe, Zamasu poured a cup of tea for Goku. "Please enjoy this tea." Goku sniffed and remarked, "Slightly sweet with an enchanting aroma." "I shall not be polite." After taking a sip, Goku smiled and said, "The tea brewed by a pure-hearted individual is crystal clear and exceptionally delightful." Zamasu quickly responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Goku. There is something I have pondered for quite some time. I've been contemplating whether humanity is truly worthy of protection. To this day, I have witnessed countless human endeavors, prosperity, conflicts, and their eventual demise, an endless cycle, which in my view is utterly foolish." Goku replied calmly, "That is humanity." Zamasu abruptly stood, filled with fervor, and declared, "Is it worth protecting a being that mindlessly repeats such foolishness? Why not simply allow us to put an end to this erroneous cycle?" Goku, upon hearing this, interjected, "The duty of the King of the Gods is to create, not to intervene directly. You should be aware of this." Upon hearing this, Zamasu remained agitated. "Are you suggesting that I should stand idly by while witnessing humanity's errors?" Goku cast a glance at Zamasu and stated, "It is not about being passive. You must protect and nurture them. That is our duty. Only one individual is permitted to intervene directly, and that is the God of Destruction." Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. Goku's tone suddenly turned stern. "Zamasu, heed my words. Understand your position and strive to learn more about humanity." Zamasu closed his eyes, seemingly ignoring Goku's words. Goku raised his voice. "Zamasu." Finally, Zamasu reluctantly replied, "Yes." At that moment, a streak of light flashed, and Wang Teng and his companions arrived at the realm of the King of the Gods. Goku gazed up in astonishment upon recognizing Wang Teng and Beerus. Both Goku and Zamasu immediately knelt down. "We humbly greet you, esteemed Inspector." Wang Teng nodded and said, "Greetings." Goku then turned to Beerus. "I apologize for the unceremonious welcome, Lord Beerus." Beerus, maintaining a solemn expression, merely nodded. Whis greeted them with a smile. "It has been quite a while." After the formalities, Goku respectfully said, "Esteemed Inspector, this is my disciple Zamasu." Zamasu immediately raised his head and declared, "It is truly a great honor to meet you, esteemed Lord." At that moment, Goku dashed toward Zamasu, exclaiming, "How about a friendly match?" Zamasu, surprised by Goku's sudden appearance, asked the human. Goku excitedly replied, "You are the renowned genius King of the Gods, right?" Anger flared on Zamasu's face. "How dare a human come here?" Whis whispered to Wang Teng, "It seems this is his first encounter with Goku." Wang Teng nodded and cautioned, "Goku, be respectful and greet him properly." Goku instantly straightened up comically and introduced himself. "I am Sun Wukong. A pleasure to meet you on this auspicious day. The journey here is but a trifle." Goku's declaration left Goku astonished. "Sun Wukong." Wang Teng's voice resonated. "Please rise, King of the Gods." Only then did Goku and Zamasu dare to stand, respectfully positioning themselves nearby. Zamasu, bending slightly, stole a glance at the human who had managed to enter the sacred realm, harboring a profound disdain within. Noticing the keen interest both Goku and Zamasu had in him, Whis softly stated, "He resides on the planet 4032, Green 874, in the 7th universe." Beerus added, "Indeed, he is a scion from the culinary planet Earth." Zamasu murmured, Scion? Who is this individual? And how could he be in the company of the inspector and the god of destruction? In the next moment, Goku began to prod Zamasu. You must be quite skilled among the kings of the gods. Anger flickered across Zamasu's face as he retorted, Do not touch me so recklessly. Human, just as he raised his right hand, he was seized by Goku. Cease this, Zamasu. You must not be disrespectful before the esteemed inspector. Hearing Goku's reprimand, Zamasu regained his composure and respectfully stood aside. Goku, feeling relieved, said, My young disciple lacks decorum. I humbly request the inspector's pardon. Wang Teng silently observed Zamasu, and the entire realm of the King of the Gods seemed to fall into silence. Goku was drenched in sweat, while Zamasu bowed his head low, lost in thought. After a while, Wang Teng finally shifted to a more amiable expression. Rise, King of the Gods. I shall not hold it against you. Zamasu, feeling a wave of relief, stood up and resumed his respectful position. Subsequently, Goku's voice resonated. Esteemed Inspector, what are your instructions for us? At that moment, Goku, oblivious to the proceedings, approached Zamasu and suggested, How about a friendly duel? I came all this way just for that. Upon hearing this, Zamasu's face once again contorted with rage. As a human, how dare you? Wang Teng swiftly interjected, pulling Goku back. Do not delay our discussion. Goku was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. That hurt. Esteemed Lord, please do not strike so suddenly. Goku complained while getting back up. Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Whis slightly bowed and responded, Yes, to be candid, an individual has arrived on Earth in the 7th universe, and he possesses a time ring. Zamasu muttered. A time ring? Whis continued. Moreover, that individual is not a king of the gods. Shock registered on Goku's face. How could that be possible? Beerus spoke gravely. Furthermore, that individual's visage bears an uncanny resemblance to this person. As he spoke, Beerus gestured towards Goku. Goku looked surprised as Beerus continued. What say you? Any clues? Goku scratched his head. This is indeed perplexing. Upon hearing the response, Wang Teng softly inquired, Do you still possess the time rings here? Goku respectfully replied, Rest assured, esteemed inspector, I have kept them secure. Hearing Goku's assurance, Wang Teng smiled. Then let us take a look. Goku immediately gestured toward the grand structure emblazoned with the character for realm as he respectfully spoke. Please, esteemed inspector, follow me to the temple. Wang Teng nodded. Under the guidance of Goku and Zamasu, Wang Teng soon arrived at the entrance of a building marked with a large character for realm. Upon entering, Wang Teng sat within the temple, awaiting Goku's return with the time rings. Whis softly remarked, Lord Wang Teng, it appears Zamasu is unaware of the existence of the time rings. Wang Teng nodded. Indeed, let's observe further. Before long, Goku's voice echoed from afar. Thank you for your patience. He approached, reverently carrying a box, with Zamasu following closely behind. Goku placed the box on the table and opened it to reveal 5 rings, 1 white and 4 green. Please, esteemed Lord, examine for yourself. They are all here. Wang Teng glanced at them and softly said, Beerus, Whis, come take a look. Both stepped forward and confirmed, It is genuine, no doubt about it. Hearing their affirmation, Goku let out a sigh of relief and respectfully stated, I'm truly relieved. However, he pondered aloud, but why would the esteemed ones come to our 10th universe due to troubles in the 7th universe? Whis's eyes darted as he remarked, We are also preparing to visit other universes. At this, Goku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, So that is the case. Nevertheless, it is an immense honor for me to have you here, my lord. Subsequently, Wang Teng departed from the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 10 with several companions. On their way back, Wang Teng casually inquired, Whis, have you discerned anything? Upon hearing this, Whis softly replied, Are you referring to Zamasu? Lord Wang Teng. Both Beerus and Goku appeared utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the significance of Zamasu. Wang Teng nodded, stating, As the trainee god of destruction of Universe 10, Zamasu is shrouded in hostility and seems to harbor considerable prejudice against humanity. At this juncture, was pondered for a few moments. Stroking his chin, Are you suggesting that the dark figure is connected to Zamasu? Observing Whis's astuteness, Wang Teng smiled and affirmed, Precisely. Zamasu is indeed linked to the dark figure. Beerus, taken aback, quickly responded, "What is your command?" "My lord," Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, declaring, "Go and eliminate Zamasu." Upon hearing this, a look of shock crossed Beerus's face. However, upon meeting Wang Teng's steely gaze, he understood that there was no room for negotiation. Thus, Beerus respectfully acquiesced. Yes, a glimmer of unspoken brilliance shone in Wang Teng's eyes as he contemplated. I must prevent the three Zamasus from encountering one another. Otherwise, the situation could become quite precarious. I shall have Beerus eradicate the Zamasu of the primary timeline, while the Zamasu from the alternate timeline has already transformed into Black Goku. The next step will involve the Zamasu from the future timeline. With this thought, Wang Teng gazed into the starry expanse. His expression resolute. On Earth, within the room of spirit and time, a series of thunderous explosions resonated as a figure was propelled downward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Gohan's silhouette gradually descended from the air. "Trunks, are you all right?" Gohan inquired, noticing Trunks abruptly halting his actions. Trunks shook his head, replying, "I'm fine, Master Gohan. Please feel free to unleash your full power." In the next instant, a tremendous force surged from Trunks, golden energy flames rising relentlessly. Following this, Trunks launched a frenzied assault on Gohan, a torrential barrage of strikes raining down upon him. In the face of Trunks' relentless onslaught, Gohan remained unperturbed, expertly defending himself. Trunks was astonished to discover that his attacks either missed their mark or were effortlessly blocked, proving utterly ineffective. Trunks quickly distanced himself from Gohan, a radiant glow emanating from his hands as a golden energy sphere coalesced. Whoosh! The golden sphere hurtled toward Gohan, gazing at the ever-enlarging energy orb before him. Gohan bellowed, "Aya!" The golden flames surged upward, a terrifying aura radiating forth like a mountain's roar or a tsunami's crash. Gohan clenched his fists tightly and struck the energy sphere with tremendous force, sending it spiraling away. Boom! An astonishing explosion echoed in the air, flames engulfing the sky, dark smoke billowing forth. Gohan shouted, "Trunks, unleash your full power." Trunks nodded, placing his hand on the sword at his back, an imposing aura erupting forth. "Here it comes." He raised his sword and swiftly lunged at Gohan. Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. As the sword approached, he extended his hand to grip the blade. Nonetheless, the relentless pressure emanating from the sword was indeed formidable. Although Trunks currently possessed only the strength of a Super Saiyan 2, the power wielded with the sword subtly surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 2. Trunks unleashed a powerful burst of energy, a low growl emanating from his throat as golden flames erupted, causing the entire room of spirit and time to tremble. Aya! Gohan instantly sensed the sword's fierce energy radiating from his hands. Observing this, Gohan smirked, erupting in energy, his golden hair lengthening as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Trunks was astonished to note that Gohan's transformation rendered his sword utterly immobile. Trembling, he stuttered, "Is this the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan?" How incredible! As Gohan released his grip on the sword, Trunks felt an immediate lightness in his hand, nearly stumbling. In the battle between my father and Black Goku, it was evident that that individual could grow stronger during combat. However, if this is the level of power, before he could finish, Gohan's deep voice thundered, "Aya!" Instantly, an astonishing energy erupted forth, the golden flames intensifying. His power surged at an astonishing rate. Impossible to reach this level and still improve. "How terrifying!" Trunks muttered in shock, unconsciously retreating several steps. "Aya!" As Gohan's roars echoed, a crimson warrior materialized before Trunks' eyes, with black hair accented by red and clad in a red mane, a crimson tail swaying freely. The fearsome aura was intimidating. Gohan's voice resonated softly. "This is the fourth level of Super Saiyan." Gazing at Gohan's overwhelming energy, Trunks' lips quivered. "The fourth level of Super Saiyan. This is utterly terrifying." Observing Trunks' astonishment, Gohan chuckled, "This is nothing. Lord Wang Teng's Super Saiyan 5 is truly earth-shattering." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks felt as though he were a frog at the bottom of a well, having long believed that Super Saiyan 2 was the ultimate form, only to discover today that his understanding had been shattered. Are you saying that the divine being can achieve a transformation even more powerful than Master Gohan's? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Have my father and Uncle Goku also become this formidable? Gohan pondered for a moment before responding. My father and Uncle Vegeta have forged a new path, breaking through the confines of Super Saiyan to attain the divine realm of Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue, Trunks stammered, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of unfamiliar concepts. Chapter 75. A message from the Omni-King gazing at Gohan's astonishing power. Trunks exclaimed, Master Gohan, why haven't my father and Uncle Goku trained toward the 4th level of Super Saiyan? In response, Gohan contemplated briefly before answering. Perhaps it is due to the pressures of the situation. Trunks murmured, pressures? Gohan then recounted the events surrounding Beerus' arrival on Earth in detail, explaining how Beerus sought the Super Saiyan God. And in order to protect Earth, Goku and the others had inquired with Shenron about the transformation method for becoming a Super Saiyan God. Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta had further innovated upon this foundation. Achieving Super Saiyan Blue, Trunks nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. Master Gohan, please give me the most rigorous training. Hearing this, Gohan regarded Trunks' resolute expression and nodded. Then let us begin. Thus, Gohan's grueling training regimen for Trunks commenced. On Earth, at Capsule Corporation, having eliminated the Zamasu of the primary timeline, Beerus returned to Capsule Corporation, where he and Whis sat at the table, awaiting a delicious dinner. Meanwhile, Wang Teng hovered nearby, practicing the Ultra Instinct technique. Suddenly, his communicator beeped. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and answered the call. Soon, the projection of the Omni-King appeared in the air. Upon seeing the sudden apparition, Wang Teng bowed slightly. Greetings, Lord Omni-King. How have you been? Meanwhile, Beerus' demeanor shifted upon hearing the name of the Omni-King. He tensed up, standing rigidly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. In haste, he bowed deeply. On this auspicious day, I have traveled from afar. Just as Beerus struggled to articulate his thoughts, Whis appeared beside him, bowing respectfully. My apologies, Lord Omni-King, that I trust you are well. The Omni-King's childlike voice chimed in. Little Tung, it has been a while. I reached out to you because I have something to discuss. Beerus kept his head bowed low, refraining from uttering a word. Wang Teng smiled and inquired, What is it, Lord Omni-King? The Omni-King cut to the chase. I wish to meet Son Goku. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered across Wang Teng's face. Beerus and Whis behind him widened their eyes, gasping in shock. Wang Teng then ended the call with the Omni-King. Beerus, please locate Son Goku, Wang Teng said casually. Beerus, still sweating profusely, nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Goku appeared directly at Capsule Corporation. Observing Beerus, who sat drenched in sweat, Goku asked, What is it, Lord Beerus? I have urgent matters to attend to and will soon be quite busy, leaving me with no time. Beerus said in a deep voice, Lord Wang Teng will inform you. Goku, filled with questions, noticed that Beerus had no intention of addressing him further, so he proceeded towards Wang Teng. As Goku reached Wang Teng's side, his eyes gradually opened. The Omni-King wishes to see you. Goku exclaimed in surprise. You mean the Omni-King? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded and said, Indeed, the Omni-King has issued a decree for you to proceed to the royal palace immediately. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression turned serious. Could it be regarding the martial arts tournament? Wang Teng shook his head. Beyond that, I cannot say. At this moment, Goku uttered a shocking statement. Could we postpone it until next time? The fuel for the time machine will soon be ready. Beerus could no longer contain himself and shouted, Fool! The Omni-King said to go immediately, and you must comply without delay. Goku, taken aback, laughed and said, No need to be angry. Lord Beerus, I will go right away. By the way, Lord Wang Teng, is it far? Wang Teng glanced at Goku and replied, If you fly, it may take 2 days. Upon hearing this, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, 2 days? But there's no time to foolishly travel that far. Hearing this, Wang Teng felt a headache coming on. Beerus, I entrust you with this. Take Son Goku to meet the Omni-King. I shall meditate. Hearing this, Beerus was taken aback. He had not anticipated that at such a critical moment, Wang Teng would pass the burden directly to him. Lord Inspector, are you not going? Wang Teng chuckled. Do you not understand my meaning? Beerus immediately broke into a cold sweat and said, Understood. I shall leave this matter to the little deity. At this, Wang Teng closed his eyes, and a milky white mysterious power began to emanate from him. Observing this dismissive figure, Beerus cast a displeased glance at Son Goku, feeling a wave of frustration. I cannot fathom what the Omni-King sees in this fool. Suddenly Whis spoke. By the way, Goku, you are friends with the Kaioshin, aren't you? Goku nodded and replied, Yes. Hearing this, Whis smiled and said, If you accompany the Kaioshin, you could reach the Omni-King in an instant. Goku gasped. An instant? Really? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately remarked, Excellent idea. Traveling with that fellow will put my mind at ease. Whis, you should accompany Goku. Whis was taken aback and asked, What about Lord Beerus? Lord Wang Teng has allowed you to go together. Beerus glanced at Wang Teng and, seeing no objection, turned back and said, I shall not be going. I suddenly realize I have other matters to attend to. Hearing that Beerus would not go, Goku reconfirmed, What? You're not going? Beerus, irritated, grabbed Goku by the collar and said sternly, Listen closely, do not cause any trouble once you arrive. I mean it, the fate of the entire universe hinges on your demeanor. Remember, if you provoke the Omni-King, and this world will be annihilated. Keep that in mind. Goku chuckled. Lord Beerus, your expression is too amusing. Upon hearing this, Beerus regained his authoritative demeanor and shoved Son Goku aside. You truly do not understand. He then glanced once more at Wang Teng, musing that if Goku truly angered the Omni-King, it would likely fall upon the inspector to intercede. Goku, with a smile and a pat on his head, said, I told you, there's nothing to worry about. I'll be quick. Don't fret. I'll be back in no time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bulma was diligently working on the fuel, making some progress, which prompted cheers from the 3 Slavs who had been called to assist. Beerus looked at Goku in his martial arts uniform and said, Is this how you intend to meet the Omni-King? Goku was momentarily taken aback. Is there a problem? Beerus replied nonchalantly, Hurry and change into formal attire. Upon hearing this, Goku said, That's too much trouble. I might as well not go. Beerus was left speechless, was quickly interjected. I will apologize on his behalf, stating that he was in a hurry. Beerus had no choice but to relent. Listen, the matters concerning the Dark Ones and the Time Machine must remain confidential. If the Omni-King hears of it, he will undoubtedly be enraged. You understand the consequences. Upon hearing Beerus's warning, Goku realized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Beerus then turned to Whis and said, One more thing. Whis, make sure the Kaioshin does not encounter any mishaps. I leave that in your hands. Whis smiled and replied, I am aware. Hearing this, Goku was greatly astonished. Lord Beerus is actually concerned about others. Upon hearing this, Whis burst into laughter. Oh ho ho ho. The Kaioshin and the God of Destruction are a pair. If the Kaioshin dies, the God of Destruction will perish too. Upon hearing Whis's words, Goku exclaimed in surprise. Really? Are you saying that a deal with Lord Beerus? One only needs to defeat the Kaioshin? Wait, that seems rather dull. Beerus's face was filled with fury. Whis, how could you casually disclose such important information? Chapter 76. Meeting the Omni-King, Whis looked at the irate Beerus and said with a smile, How rude of me. However, it is merely for Goku to hear, so there is no need to worry. Goku grinned and rubbed his nose. Indeed, rest assured, my lips are sealed. Beerus gazed at the unreliable Goku, feeling 1,000 worries in his heart. In an instant, Whis appeared beside Goku, placing a hand on his shoulder. Then let us be off. Whoosh! The two vanished from the spot. The Kaioshin realm of Universe 7, Kaioshin Shin exclaimed, What? You are going to the Omni-King's palace? Goku pleaded, Yes, I would like to trouble you to take us there. Whis added, We appreciate your assistance. Upon hearing their words, Kaioshin Shin replied, That is no problem. Just then the old Kaioshin, standing behind Shin, spoke up, But you are not a deity at all. Goku scratched his head and said, I find that puzzling too. Meanwhile, in the back, Jebbit wore a shocked expression. Even I have never been to the Omni-King's palace. The old Kaioshin glanced at him and said, Of course, I have only been there 3 times. Jebet appeared utterly bewildered. Is that so? The old Kaioshin scrutinized Goku and said, Please be mindful of your demeanor. Goku replied helplessly, Why do you all say that? Do I seem impolite? The old Kaioshin bluntly stated. Indeed. Goku chuckled. Stop joking. Observing Goku's expression, the old Kaioshin sighed in resignation. It seems all words are in vain. At this moment, Kaioshin Shin directly declared, Let us set forth. He stepped between Whis and Goku, placing a hand on their backs. KK! Whoosh! The 3 disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they arrived at the entrance of the Omni-King's palace. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, is this the Omni-King's home? Just then, the Grand Minister was already waiting not far away. The Grand Minister smiled and said, Welcome from afar. I apologize for not greeting you properly. Kaioshin Shin and Whis immediately bowed and said, We are well. Thank you. The Grand Minister smiled and said, You must be Son Goku, am I right? Goku extended his right hand and said, Hi. Kaioshin Shin quickly poked Goku with his left arm. Sensing the sharp gaze of the Kaioshin, Goku immediately stood at attention. Yes, that is my name. Subsequently, Whis spoke. Due to our hurried departure, please excuse his casual attire. The Grand Minister smiled and replied, There's no need to concern yourself with that. For you, this attire is undoubtedly formal enough. Goku replied nonchalantly. Yes, indeed. Quite true. He then flashed a grin. How do you know all this? Kaioshin Shin hurriedly stepped on Goku's foot, giving him another stern look. At that moment, the Grand Minister said, Please follow me. The 3 followed the Grand Minister as they made their way to the Omni-King's palace. Along the way, Goku murmured, That person seems ordinary, but perhaps he is quite strong. Whis responded, You are perceptive. The Grand Minister is renowned throughout the universe, ranking among the top 5 in combat power. He is quite illustrious. Goku exclaimed, Wow, that's amazing. Whis immediately placed a finger to his lips. Shh. Do not be rude. Do not utter anything about wanting to spar. Goku looked at Whis and said, But I'm quite interested in that. Upon hearing this, Whis remarked, I must inform you that even I cannot compare to him. Not even a mere pinky finger. Goku became even more exhilarated. How astonishing. This journey was indeed worthwhile. Whoosh, the group vanished from their location. And when they reappeared, they found themselves before the Omni-King. The Omni-King sat upon his throne, flanked by 2 guards. The Grand Priest immediately knelt on one knee, while Goku approached to pay his respects to the Omni-King. The high-pitched voice of the Omni-King echoed, Ah, Goku, how delightful to see you. In the blink of an eye, the Omni-King flew down from his throne and approached Goku, exclaiming, I am so glad you could come. The god of destruction, Shin, promptly knelt before the Omni-King. Goku extended his right hand and said, Hi. Shin glanced at Goku, prompting Goku to retract his hand and smile. I should say hello properly. What brings you to me? The Omni-King's body began to float gently into the air, and with a small hand, he grasped Goku's. You see, I really wish to make a friend. The Omni-King circled around Goku, adding, I've taken a liking to you and wish to call you my friend. Goku was taken aback and replied, Well, the Omni-King's expression froze. Is there a problem? Goku furrowed his brow and asked, What should friends do together? The Omni-King chuckled. Let us play. Upon hearing this, Goku softly replied, That's wonderful. But did you call me just for this? The Omni-King maintained his cheerful demeanor. Is that a problem? The kneeling Shin was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, That could never be a concern. Goku felt overwhelmed with gratitude at the prospect of becoming the Omni-King's friend. The Omni-King glanced at Shin and said, Do not speak. Upon hearing this, Shin immediately lowered his head, trembling. The Omni-King turned back to Goku and asked, What do you wish to say, Goku? Goku replied, Just call me Goku. The Omni-King smiled, Goku, and what shall I be called? Goku scratched his head in contemplation. Let me think. How about Aquan? The guards behind the Omni-King sharpened their gazes while the Grand Priest's eyes narrowed into crescents. Whis' eyes widened in disbelief, and Shin's cold sweat continued to flow as he felt doomed. Surprisingly, the Omni-King laughed. Aquan. I like it. What shall we play? Goku joined his hands in prayer. I apologize, but I am a bit busy at the moment. May I play with you once I finish my tasks? Just then, the Omni-King's guard swooped in, admonishing, speak respectfully. The Omni-King turned, his voice stern. Mind your tongue. Do you wish to vanish? The two guards broke into a cold sweat. We dare not. The Omni-King then smiled at Goku. Will you play with me after your work is done? Goku responded eagerly, yes. I can also introduce you to better friends than myself. The Omni-King exclaimed in delight. Really? Goku beamed. Count on me. Hearing Goku's assurance, the Omni-King cheerfully declared, then it is settled. Let us repeat what we agreed upon last time. Goku was momentarily puzzled. What do you mean? Suddenly, the Omni-King took Goku's hand. And Goku quickly recalled, laughing, oh, I see. He began to move the Omni-King's hand up and down. The Omni-King giggled, this is it. So much fun. No one else can do this. Goku, astonished, replied, no way, it's too simple. The Omni-King continued. I want to learn more about this. Goku surveyed the area, noting, it looks a bit dull here. You should visit Earth sometime. The Omni-King promptly handed Goku a button to summon him. This is wonderful. Here, take this. Goku was taken aback. What is this? The Omni-King explained, just press this button, and I will come right away. Goku pressed the button, only for the Omni-King to frown. It won't work now, as I am right here. Goku quickly pocketed the button, and upon seeing him do so, the Omni-King smiled. Remember to introduce me to your friends. Chapter 77. Arrival in the future world. Goku immediately extended his right hand. All right then, see you. Their hands clasped together. The Omni-King said, until next time, Goku. Goku turned and called, hey Shin, let us head back. Shin was utterly exhausted on the ground. It over. Goku effortlessly lifted Shin to it's done. It's done. Shin exhaled deeply. Goku slung Shin over his shoulder and turned. Hey Quan, see you. The Omni-King waved his small hand. The Grand Priest then led the group out of the Omni-King's palace. Upon reaching the entrance of the palace, Goku set Shin down and asked, are you all right, Shin? Shin muttered, sigh. The Grand Priest remarked quietly, your friend is quite amusing. To this, Whis responded, indeed. The Grand Priest looked up at Whis. I too look forward to meeting him again. Whis smiled, he will be pleased to know. The two exchanged slight bows, and the Grand Priest's farewell echoed. I cannot escort you further. As Whis flew over, Shin quickly recited spell, Kaya, Kaya. The three vanished from a spot. In the seventh universe's realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin sighed in relief. I'm just glad you returned safely. Shin softly remarked, by the way, Goku, you promised the Omni-King that you would bring friends to meet him. Who do you plan to bring? Goku smiled and scratched his head. I haven't decided yet. Do you have any recommendations? Shin's expression changed dramatically, showing shock. Just then, Whis' voice chimed in. Honestly, you haven't even decided yet. Goku frowned. I didn't say it like that. Would he let me return if I did? Shin appeared worried. If the Omni-King discovers you were merely speaking casually, it could spell disaster. Goku chuckled. I'll think of it later. Whoosh! Goku and Whis returned to the Capsule Corporation. Looking at the two, Beerus exclaimed excitedly, you're back? Goku reassured him, don't be so scared. Quan is quite nice. Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief, his entire form twitching. Quan, upon hearing that name, he felt utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Wang Teng remained immersed in his training, showing no signs of waking, seemingly already aware of the outcome of their visit to the Omni-King's palace. Half a day later, Goku, Vegeta, Wang Teng, and Trunks boarded the time machine. As everyone watched, the time machine slowly ascended. Wang Teng left Gohan on Earth to safeguard the integrity of this timeline. As the time machine took off, Bulma thought to herself, Lord Wang Teng, Vegeta, Goku, and Trunks are in your hands. In the next moment, the time machine vanished into thin air. Whoosh! The group found themselves in an unfamiliar timeline. After the time machine landed, they jumped out. Trunks pressed a button on the time machine, which instantly transformed into a capsule. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings, muttering a single word, devastation. Goku exclaimed, everything is destroyed. Is this the future? Shortly after, Trunks recalled something and dashed ahead. Wang Teng and the others immediately followed. Trunks picked up a hat, and Vegeta inquired, "What's this?" Trunks looked around, his face filled with urgency. "When I left, Ma was lying here, but now, everything around was desolate." At that moment, Wang Teng's voice came, "Goku, Vegeta, you two stay back to confront the Dark Ones. I will handle Zamasu in the future. Don't you dare perish." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta retorted angrily. Don't underestimate us. You should be more concerned about the Dark Ones. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng smiled and vanished from sight. Goku gazed at the future world, now a wasteland, and softly asked, "Will Trunks join the fight?" Trunks nodded yes. Just then, Vegeta's voice rang out. He is only an apprentice. I can't handle this alone. As soon as he finished, Goku looked at Vegeta, saying, Vegeta, that one do. Trunks may sit this one out, but you must share some of the burden with me. Vegeta firmly replied, No way. This time it's my turn. However, Goku was not one to give up easily. Let us decide with rock, paper, scissors. Vegeta coldly declared, Absolutely not. The two then began to argue, leaving Trunks rooted to the spot. Astonished that the dark entity, which instilled fear in him, was merely seen as a somewhat formidable opponent by Uncle Goku and his father. The sounds of rock, paper, scissors echoed between them, resulting in Goku's defeat to Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled, How could I lose to such a despicable tactic? At that moment, Trunks' voice rang out again. Father, allow me to join as well. This is my home, our world, and I wish to fight for it. Vegeta resolutely replied, No. If things take a turn for the worse, you must return to the past immediately or seek out Zamasu. Do you understand? Goku, standing nearby, laughed. I never thought the guy would say something like this. He has certainly matured. After the three of them prepared, Goku clenched his fist and proclaimed, All right, let us embark. We cannot afford to lose to Lord Zamasu. Whoosh! A white wave of energy surged from the three, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Meanwhile, Black Goku stood atop a skyscraper, gazing at the desolate future world below. This scenery is truly sorrowful, yet I can see that the earth has rid itself of the human pest. Its future shall blossom with radiant brilliance. The construction of the Peach Blossom Spring is just within reach. Foolish humans, await your judgment. Just then, a golden energy sphere shot up into the sky, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a golden hue. Black Goku was taken aback, staring at the unexpected golden light. Not far away, Vegeta maintained his stance, ready to strike. Goku remarked, Now he knows our location. Sure enough, the next second, golden lightning crackled through the clouds. Thick fog swirling in, Vegeta looked up at the sky and smiled. Finally, he has arrived. As the mist dissipated, Black Goku's figure appeared in the air. Spotting the newcomer, Trunks clenched his fists in anger. Dark entity. Black Goku's face suddenly displayed shock. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Vegeta erupted in fury, his blue divine aura surging forth, an incredible energy radiating from him. He confidently stated, I will tell you this. You will ultimately perish at the hands of this Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks gazed in astonishment at the suddenly transformed Vegeta, realizing, this is the Super Saiyan Blue that Master Gohan spoke of. It truly embodies the realm of the divine that I can hardly sense its presence. He then turned his gaze to Black Goku, who remained unfazed by the sight of Super Saiyan Blue, as if he had encountered it before. Black Goku even began to applaud. Quite impressive. Is this how a battle-hardened warrior dons the aura of a god? The next moment, Black Goku instantly appeared before Vegeta, lifting his chin with his finger. You've trained for quite some time, haven't you? Yet at the end of the day, you are still but a human. Whoosh! Vegeta was taken aback, quickly retreating to increase the distance between them. The ultra-blue Vegeta gritted his teeth. Damn it, I fell for his trick. Compared to his battle with Kakarot, his energy had indeed grown stronger. However, in the presence of Super Saiyan Blue, it was all meaningless. Vegeta charged fiercely at Black Goku, launching rapid punches. Black Goku's eyes widened in shock. Vegeta's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him no time to evade. He raised his arms to shield himself, but Vegeta's powerful fists struck him with tremendous force. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Black Goku was sent flying backward, crashing through several skyscrapers. Whoosh! Vegeta instantly appeared before the retreating Black Goku, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks once more. Ya! Boom! Black Goku was utterly defenseless, continuously taking blows. Goku, arms crossed and frowning, remarked, seeing someone who looks just like me take a beating feels rather complicated. Now I truly understand Vegeta's feelings back on Fireboil Star. Trunks looked at Goku, Uncle Goku, but ultimately he is still human. Judging by his tone, could his true identity be a god? Is it Zamasu? Goku pondered. It does seem that way. Lord Zamasu has mentioned something along those lines. Yeah. Vegeta delivered a heavy kick squarely into Black Goku's torso. Whoosh. Before he could even land, Vegeta reappeared behind him, delivering yet another fierce punch. Boom! Black Goku was driven into the stone wall. Vegeta's fury erupted, his blue divine aura rising once more. Yeah. He launched another flurry of relentless attacks against Black Goku. The stone wall behind Black Goku shattered to pieces. However, beneath Vegeta's tempestuous onslaught, Black Goku not only showed no signs of pain, but instead wore a smile. His bizarre grin startled Vegeta, prompting him to leap back. Vegeta felt a chill running down his spine. Just moments ago, Black Goku approached him with a zombie-like demeanor, grinning as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. The next second, Black Goku launched a swift offensive, with a speed that caught Vegeta completely off guard. A powerful kick struck him in the abdomen. Vegeta felt a surge of agony ripple through his entire body, causing the contents of his stomach to erupt forth. Whoosh! Vegeta was sent flying backward, but with gritted teeth, he forcefully planted his foot on the ground. Boom! Dust and debris erupted around him, barely allowing him to halt his backward trajectory. Trunks gasped in alarm. Father! Just then, Black Goku appeared once more directly opposite Vegeta. Vegeta glared furiously. Black Goku slowly spoke. The human body can be honed to such an extent. As a reward, I shall show you something extraordinary. Vegeta was taken aback. What? The next moment, Black Goku unleashed a surge of energy. A staggering power erupted forth, sending surrounding debris flying. Golden lightning rained down from the sky. The entire future world began to tremble violently. A pinkish aura shot skyward. Vegeta exclaimed, "What is happening?" Trunks' eyes widened in shock. The dark entity transformed.